wanted to sit back because I said, even though the stuff on the lines that you've got approval to teach, that's not what you're really teaching. All the stuff that's really going to be taught is somebody's going to ask a question and you're going to answer it. That's what I'm there for. And damned if I didn't end up with a asthma attack right at the really good stuff and couldn't find my inhaler. So then now the stuff I was there for, I ended up missing because of that. But what can you do?
Oh, imagine going back to school now with your brain. If you remembered everything from now and you could go back through school, my God, I'd be challenging the teachers.
Now that I've been kind of running my mouth a bit, is there anybody new into the room? Anybody that's come in the last bit? I've not obviously paid attention, but somebody that wants to practice their English, has any questions, has any want to jump in, by all means, feel free.
Good man, J.E. Keeping it on track. I like it. Hope you are, mate.
Hey, good morning, sir. That's a story of my life. I've learned how to get off on all kinds of side tangents and bring it right back to everything. So, good morning, Ruth. I said good morning to a few other people, but I think you were out for a moment. But good to see you, sir.
Yeah, I was on a call. Yeah, always good to hear you, mate. Yeah, I can hear in the background people joining. Was there anyone who had any questions around anything specific, observations within the flat Earth? We treat the Earth as flat. We observe the Earth as flat. So, any questions, welcome.
So if the Earth is flat, why are they lying, I guess, about the shape of the Earth and make it globe instead of flat? What's the benefit of doing that?
Well, before we speculate, I'd be interested to know, have you already realized that the Earth is measured, observed, treated as flat, or have you still not come to that conclusion yet?
I mean, I can see how the water stays still, and I've seen a bunch of, videos that kind of prove maybe like how even though we could see far away, there's still no curvature, all that stuff. It's like, but then what's actually going to be the point? Why are they lying about, like, I guess I'm trying to understand that perspective.
Yeah, and that's a question we get a lot, and it's a question that we don't always answer clearly because it's very much a personal sort of take. Some people would believe it's for the monetary purposes, the control purposes. Some people would argue it's to leave us in a state of not knowing where we've come from or where we are, so we don't know where we're going. Some people would say it would be to hide the creator. There's lots of different perspectives. I would argue all of them are valid, and I think it's multifaceted as to why this works for them. I think in order to control people throughout history, they learned just how powerful religion is and belief is. And I think they learned very quickly during history that unless you can control the hearts, minds, and belief systems of people, they are very hard to control. So I think there's a lot to that question. And I think everybody has a different perspective on that. But I think what's most important is that the Earth cannot be observed to be a ball, cannot be proven to be a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, and I think that's a great foundation of logic and sort of a foundation of truth to sort of then start to consider, why maybe these things have played out the way they have.
Do you guys also believe that space is, fake? Other planets are fake; they are non-existent. Do you guys also believe that as well, or how's that?
Well, it's not that they're fake. I mean, planets have been the meaning of the word planet has changed its meaning over the years. I mean, originally, the etymology, if you look at the etymology of planet, it started in ancient Greece as planetas, which actually
Multifaceted
meant
reasons, but the main thing that runs through that, the main theme is control. They've got control of everything, and they're using technology now to even control us more. You've got a new credit system coming in China. That's the model for the world. And the Chinese people don't seem to realize that they're heading into a technological prison. That means more control. I don't like the look of the future, to be quite honest.
I don't know
Okay.
what happened there, buddy. You kind of came in halfway through your sentence. Were you having a connection issue or something? Was I speaking while you were then?
No, sorry. Yeah, I think I had a connection issue there. I couldn't hear you. If you were
Yeah.
speaking, I do apologize because I didn't hear you at all.
Yeah, you kind of come in halfway through what you were saying, I think.
Yeah. I've just had a
so
connection issue.
Well,
Just
feel
now.
free to answer the next question. Do you want to repeat your question again, Billy?
Sorry, yeah.
About the space and planets. Are those all just fake man-made?
Yeah. So I was just quickly explaining to Billy that the original word for planet was wandering star. And that actually they've changed the meaning of the word planet to now mean a ball of rock in the sky. But if you actually look into it, the etymology of the word planet just means wandering star. So we've changed that meaning. But Jin, I don't know if you wanted to add. He was asking, do we believe space to be real?
Yeah, well, no, we don't really believe space to be real. What we can say is that when you look at the surface of the Earth, so from the surface of the Earth to the blue sky, that turns dark at night, that space there, that exists. That space exists. Deep space, where you're going to the planets and you're going to galaxies, I don't know, universe even. I don't hold that as a fact, as we can't go there to know that that is a real place. Okay, and then the rocks that are now that are still wandering stars that they're calling rocks, we can't even say they are rocks. They look like rocks, but are they rocks? I don't know, because I can't go there to confirm what I think they are. And honesty is always key here, so that you don't get confused. Because when you build a false premise, an idea, and you stop to believe that, then you can build upon that, and then you end up in a world of just fantasies and things that you're not proving, theories. Okay, that's not healthy. So we don't know what those rocks in the skies are. I always say that God put them there as decoration for us. Can't go there, can we? They do look nice, but we can't go there. Do you know what I mean?
About Mars, Venus, Jupiter?
We've never been. We've never been. Remember, if they can lie to you about where you live and you believe it strongly, then they can lie about anything. And that's what they're doing. They're lying about everything. Anything and everything they're lying about. So the idea that NASA has gone to Mars is a lie when they cannot even go to the moon. And some of the images coming from NASA have been lined up with places on Earth through Google Earth. Okay, and there's a place called Devon Island and another place called Baffin Island, which are the islands at North Canada, North America, Canada. Those fragmented islands. That's where they are, because nobody lives there, and they have the equipment there, and they pretend to be on Mars there. Okay, so they can't go to space. Impossible.
Did you mention the law of the gas laws, thermodynamics, and entropy?
Well, yeah, I haven't done that yet, but yeah, you can mention that if you like. Yeah, the vacuum of space and its phenomena. So for what Ruth is alluding to is that you cannot have pressure on Earth, okay, without a container. When you look at the solar system and you see the Earth is a blue marble, naked blue marble, no container, and that's a second law of thermodynamics violation, meaning that the air from the Earth would go straight into the vacuum. The second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure always goes to low pressure. So if Earth's got 14.7 psi, that air would be sucked out into the vacuum of space. We would be dead on Earth, because you can't have pressure without a container. Okay? For example, oil pressure. You need a pipe for that. The pipe is the container for the oil. Gas pressure, the same thing, pipe. Water pressure, pipe. Blood pressure, again, your arteries and your veins. Eye pressure, again, that's your eyeball. It's a container and it can build up or decrease. Do you understand? So air pressure needs a container where the molecules of the air are colliding with the container, and that's how the pressure builds up, and you have this equilibrium of all the gases mixing together, okay? But when you look at the solar system, the Earth doesn't have a container, does it? So no chance of going to the vacuum of space. No chance. No chance of going to Mars. No chance of going to the moon. No chance of leaving Earth. Zero chance. Only momentarily through aeroplanes you can fly and land in another country. That's fine. We're using the air to ride along, that medium. Okay? We cannot go to space. No air.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What about the design of the map according to Earth? Do you guys believe that? Like, oh, there is China on top, Russia on top, there is Australia in the east, America in the west. Do you guys believe that? Or
Billy, how
Well-
can you verify that map's correct?
Yeah. That's
I
right.
don't know.
Yeah.
So how do you
we don't believe in the Mercator map. Sorry, we don't believe in it's called the Mercator map. We don't really have a belief for that. We don't believe in the Peterson's projection map. There's a Robertson's projection map. These maps project things, but we can't confirm the actual proper layout. I do like the layout of the azimuthal equidistant map, which is about 1,000 years old. I like that map. But even then, I myself haven't validated that that is 100% correct. But I do prefer that map than all the other maps because the flight routes work perfectly on the map. Okay, the way the planes fly, the Earth. Yeah, definitely not a globe anyway. No measurable curvature. That's the key here. So let me ask you a question. What is your name, sir? Sorry.
Me?
Yeah, your name on the server here. What is your name?
It's just Billy. Billy's fine.
Billy. Okay, all right. Well, okay then, Billy. Well, have you actually gone out to measure the curvature of the Earth to know and confirm that Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
I don't even know how to do that. No.
Yeah, most people don't have to know how to do that. Yeah, so that's something that you'll have to do a little bit more investigating in, because once you've gone out to measure the surface of the Earth, and you will find that it's not curving the way it should be, most of your questions will be answered. You know, because the investigation is to look into the curvature. They say it's 24,901 miles a circumference. Circumference is a circle, isn't it? It's not a straight line, isn't it? Yeah. Do you understand what the word circumference mean? Is it a square? Is it a triangle? Or is it circular? Circumference. Okay. Well, you haven't answered the question. Circumference. What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, it's a circle, isn't it? Circumference means the outside all the way around a circle. The circumference. Okay. Start one point, you go all the way around, round.
Oh,
and
okay. Yeah.
That's a circular, yes?
Yeah.
And then the Earth ball is meant to be the same thing as circular, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Now, with that circle comes curvature. You know what curvature means? Curves.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So with the numbers we're given, 24,901 miles circumference, the radius, which is a quarter of that circumference, is, 3,959 miles. So we can use these numbers now to go into nature and measure the curvature. That means from point A, where you are, point A, to point B, a given distance, let's say it's 6,000 miles, okay? So from you to 6,000 miles, there should be X amount of curvature there. That curvature would be 3,740.47 miles, okay? But whenever I checked, it's not there. It's always horizontal. No curvature at all. Okay? Yeah. So you can use, and you can also use long distance observations. Again, from your position, point A, pick a target, point B, and then work out the distance and how much curvature there is there. If sometimes you can only see half of it, that's correct. If that's the case, if you can see it all, then there's no curvature there, of course. Okay? There should be a situation where if the curvature is there, it should either block the whole object or only show you some of the object, depending on the size of the curvature over the distance. Most of the time, we see the whole object where there should be curvature in the way, you know? Yeah. Most of the time, we see all of the object.
Maybe I got 2 more questions.
Oh,
if you
go
don't
ahead.
mind.
Yeah, please. You go ahead.
What do you guys think about satellites? Like maybe
Okay,
Starlinks, all that stuff. Yeah.
that's another good question. Yeah. Now, most people think that satellites are orbiting on the above the Earth. One they call geostationary, which means they don't move; they're fixed. And then the other ones are orbiting. Yeah. The problem with that is because we know that Earth is not a ball Earth now, and we know that the vacuum of space is not possible to go there, so it's not possible to put anything there. So currently, the communications we have going on now, right now, this communication is coming from the fiber optic cables that are under the ocean. Okay, so under the ocean, there are 460, it is said, 60 bundles of cables under the ocean, and they cover 700,000 miles of the surface of the under the water, the seabed, okay? And 95% of our communications to 99% is operating in this system, okay? And then the 5% to 1% that's left is the communication is coming from like the cell towers, coming from wind turbines, which are now being used for communications. We've got satelloons, helium balloons with equipment attached, American military radar systems, we use that, and then ocean buoys, cell towers that are on oceans that are floating. They call those buoys or buoys, yeah? They float on the water. They have those out there as well. Okay? So satellites don't exist the way you think they are, you know, solar panel, big machines. That's impossible. They're not there. 0 satellites in space. We can't go there to prove that. But we know we can't go there to go to the space anyway. So, no, it's a belief only. People have to believe that. Go ahead.
Can I talk?
Yes, please. Sorry.
But are you saying that there are no satellites?
Yes, I'm saying that there are no satellites. Yes, no satellites. Satelloons. So balloons, helium balloons with equipment, they exist. I can show you an image if you like. Just give me a few seconds and I get you an image for you to look at of satelloons, exactly what I mean, and you will fully understand, okay?
I think he's just saying there's not satellites shooting around Earth at the speed of a bullet.
I mean, so like, what's the point of Elon Musk sending all those, you know, like satellites?
I think he wants to make like people in Antarctica or parts that have no connection with the world that can have Wi-Fi communication.
Yes, thank you. That's the correct answer. You see, he's helping those people who don't have Wi-Fi in a restricted and out of the way regions. So having these helium balloons with equipment attached, that's going to be helping, yeah. So they're not really satellites like in space with solar panels. These are helium balloons attached with equipment that can give you a Wi-Fi signal. Okay?
I just want to add on to that. It's not just satelloons. There's a whole heap of technology that they're using for the satellite systems. You've got high altitude planes, you've got blimps, airships. They've got all sorts. So I've put a little picture in the side chat of some of the equipment that we believe they're using in place of satellites.
Yeah,
so it's all using ground-based towers as a relay. Yeah,
There's a lot
it's
of-
not very much technology that we use satellites directly for anyway.
So there you are. Can you see now?
Yeah, I
Yes,
can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, we post the same thing. Sorry about that, Root. But yeah,
But you're saying there are no satellites in no part, in any part?
there are no satellites the way you remember the Earth. The Earth itself is not a globe. So because the Earth is not a globe, correctly, there are no satellites. And the technology cannot work in space anyway. We can't go there. That's what you must understand. You must understand and realize we cannot go to space and put equipment there. It goes against the second law of thermodynamics, violation of natural law. It's impossible. We cannot do it. It's never been done. It was a lie from the beginning.
Cell towers. Well, no cell towers. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
High
Let me tell you
altitude
something.
airships. So, did you guys still think that airships are still around, especially
Oh,
those?
yeah. Of
No.
course there are.
Yes.
Yes, of course. Look at the motor racing, Formula One motor racing and MotoGP. To give us an overhead view, they're in their blimps following the cars around and the camera angles. Yeah, of course they're around. They're going to be around for a long time.
Okay, never thought about that.
Weren't they eliminated like because there was a lot of problem? I think that they went on fire, etc.
You're talking about the one specific incident that we made famous, the Nuremberg.
It's like
or what?
an early 9/11, like a preview, like a sneak
Yeah.
peek.
Good point. Good point.
Hindenburg. Sorry, the Hindenburg disaster.
Yeah, the Hindenburg. Oh, the humanity! The humanity! Oh, God. Remember?
Just another thing they pushed in it, probably just to get rid of them, so they could push some other crap.
Yeah. And actually, they knew that material was flammable, by the way. They knew that the material was flammable, and they used it still. There you go. Okay?
So
Well, you know what's interesting about that, Jed? Oh, sorry about that, guys. I just wanted to just interject something real quick. Yeah, there's some modern day Zeppelins, right? Modern day airships that it's little known. Like Google has a bunch, and yeah, obviously the U.S. Navy has a bunch. I mean, they had a bunch since the past, and yeah, definitely cloaked devices in that regard. But yeah, carry on. Sorry to interject.
Yeah, you're referring to like 20, I think it was 2017 or 18, Google Loon, it was called, Google Loon, where they were planning to use these hot balloons to obviously do what Elon Musk is doing now. So Elon Musk has actually copied Google. Google had the idea first. Google Loon, it was called. Balloons, Wi-Fi equipment attached, spreading Wi-Fi around the Earth.
Hey, Jim, there's actually public documentation that SpaceX purchased Google Loon, and they used private equity or public equity to do it. And there are companies like Fidelity and JP Morgan that acted as facilitators.
Thank you very much for that. Well, there you are. See?
Yeah,
There you
it's
have
crazy.
it. in a
So
nutshell.
Elon Musk didn't just invent this stuff himself. He purchased the technology from Google.
There you are then. There you go. And remember, Elon Musk is subsidized by the government and by NASA. So there you are. Taxpayers' money being used, bought it off of Google Loon, and now he's using it. So it's nothing fantastic. The technology is quite old, actually. It's not modern technology. The helium balloon.
Elon Musk is funded all by NASA and the government. Everything.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
If you're talking about Elon Musk, yes. NASA has subsidized in SpaceX. They receive money from NASA, and they also get money from the government. Yeah.
I think there is like a huge NASA project back in the past, like web. What is it like a very huge hexagonal a space technology that they decided to send out. Webb, I forget the name of it.
What, the James Webb Telescope?
Yeah, I think it's that one.
Oh yeah, that one that cost
Yeah,
$10 billion.
James Webb. Yeah, James
$10
Webb Space
billion.
Telescope.
Yeah, it's not there. It's not in space. It's meant to be about 1 million miles away from Earth, all right? In the Lagrange quadrant, Lagrange. The problem there is that if there's a problem with the telescope, who's going to go 1 million miles to go and repair it? See?
Well, it could be like a very high quality, so maybe it doesn't really need that much of a repair. I don't know.
No, we don't have anything like that on Earth that just keeps going. We don't have that. Everything dies. And the vacuum of space will totally destroy that. When you understand what a vacuum is and its potential to destroy everything man-made, you will fully understand that nothing can be in the vacuum. Nothing.
Everything comes from the vacuum. So Earth comes from the vacuum itself.
It comes from nothing. Huh?
Yeah, if you can believe that.
If you put a vacuum in, let's say, a bottle, it doesn't disappear. I don't know that you can put something in space, and you have to make it.
The satellite is not made of bottle, is it? Though, is it? A satellite is not made of bottle, and I think even that bottle will degrade eventually in the vacuum, depending on the Torr value. It will outgas.
Yeah, I mean, if I put water in a vacuum, the water will vaporize. So how come the oceans haven't vaporized in the vacuum?
Yeah, great point. That's exactly what we're saying.
Because we are not in a vacuum. We are in the atmosphere, in Earth.
Yes.
Yeah, the atmosphere is gas. So why isn't gas filled the vacuum?
So you guys think that all the images that's been sent from the James Webb Telescope has been a lie? It's been made up.
Yes, every single one is fake.
Wow.
Yeah, listen, when they first sent their pictures back, if I can real quick, our community pulled down their first images, and we ran their images through photo forensics. We discovered not only were they created in Photoshop, but we found digital editing all over the fucking images. And we posted them in our home server.
Really?
Yeah, I'm posting one now.
And we weren't the only ones doing it. Independent bloggers have done it too, and we're wondering what was going on. People that aren't flat earthers.
Yeah.
Wow.
I posted an image for you to look at, okay? Look at it. That's supposed to be the image from the Apollo 8 mission of the Earthrise, okay? It's called Earthrise, right? So this picture was taken from the moon, okay? Now, the thing you will notice is that there's a box around the image. This box indicates that it was copied and pasted. So they copy and pasted it, and then they put it up as an authentic image from space. Okay, so these images have been proven to be fake.
Where does all the money that Elon and NASA spends? So it doesn't go to space?
No, they don't go to space. Exactly. It goes into the space in their pocket and in their bank accounts. That space, yeah.
Wow.
There, I posted some image forensics of NASA's James Webb first images.
Okay.
Wow.
Minimal similarity, minimal detail, cluster size, clone detection.
The only way... do you think that the Earth is flat also?
We know it's flat.
Here,
it's measurable flat. It's measured flat, maritime flat. That means aviated flat.
Wait. If there's an eclipse, no? If there's an eclipse, why?
The eclipse doesn't prove the shape. An eclipse doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. Sorry. It does not prove the shape of the Earth. What proves the shape of the Earth is to measure the Earth. You don't look to shadows and look at the moon to say that, oh, Earth is a globe. You must measure the globe. If it's a globe, you measure it where you are. That's the number one standard.
Hey, Jen, let the gentleman finish his question real quick. Sir,
Yeah, go
can you finish your question?
Treadmill or small scientific evidence.
Sir, who was talking, can you finish your question, please?
Who? Me?
Yes.
Another thing, as an example, if you're in there was a proof that you put you're in a tall building, yes. So the
No, wait.
person in the
Yeah, hold on, sir. No, I interrupted so that you could finish your previous question.
the previous question
yeah, he had
was
finished it. I thought, Miggy, he
yeah,
had
yes,
finished it.
I finished.
Yeah, he had finished it. That's
Whoa,
why
you
I was
did
carrying
finish?
on.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
it sounded like he was going to talk about a lunar eclipse in some way, but you kind of stopped at the end of the question. This is what I heard anyway. I don't know if anybody else heard that.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
it was
did
just me.
mention. Sorry, no, he did mention the lunar eclipse, and then I responded when he had
Yes.
finished. I responded
yes.
that lunar eclipse
Yeah,
don't
yes.
prove shape. You see,
I think that there are various methods of demonstrating that the Earth is it's not flat. So
can
they
you
are all
explain one,
lies.
please? Can you explain one?
Yeah, yes. You are in a very tall building, yes. So the person at the tallest, well, at the person at the lowest point and the person at the other bottom, they will see the sun setting at different times because the Earth is not flat.
No, that's not true because the guys at the bottom cannot see the
Yes.
sun after it's gone past their eyesight, but because you went up a little bit, you see more of the land and you see more of the sky. Then you're able to see the sun, but that becomes limited after a short while. Now, I can give you an example of a flat surface blocking your view. For example, you know a basketball court where you play basketball. You know the basketball court?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Now, if you take your mobile phone and you put it underneath one of the basketball nets on the floor, okay, and then you walk to the other basketball net on the other side of the court and lie down, you won't see your phone. And then when you get onto your knees, then you can see your phone. And you lie back down, you don't see the phone. And that's a flat surface blocking. So when you lie down, you don't see it. When you go on your knees, you see it. That is exactly the same as the people in the building. The ones at the bottom can't see the sun
Why?
because it's gone.
So
Why?
No. Why did they say that the Earth isn't flat? What's the reason? What are they
because
winning?
oh, you mean why are they lying? You mean why are they lying?
Why did they get from saying that the flat isn't flat for telling a lie?
Well, okay, he's asking us why do they lie and why do they lie about being a globe? Because it's control of the human race. For example, as we said earlier, that keeping us away from the creator, for example, okay, and mainly it's control, mainly, and they're making money from that because humanity is actually under slavery at the moment, but most humans don't realize that. And the taxes we pay are not benefiting us, so it's benefiting them. It's all about control, mainly.
Well, that one I agree with. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So you think that by making people believe that we are living in a globe model makes us straying away from supposedly the creator because
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. That's something that I understand to be true, of course, because the Earth is not a globe ball. That means they created it. And when you actually see the Earth as it is flat, you begin to look at everything properly now. All the foods you've been eating all the time, the humble pistachio nut and berries, fruits, bananas, carrots, cauliflower, broccoli, all the foods that you eat that is beautiful, fish, meat, everything. You look at it and appreciate it more now because you realize that the governments have been lying. And when they lie, you want to correct your mistakes. So you start all over again, you know, because you've been living wrong. You've been following a government that has taken you down Fantasy Avenue. That's where you've been living. Now you come back to Reality Avenue.
I mean, it sounds really bizarre. The
Yeah, that's
idea
fine.
of them
What
and
what is
then
it? What is it? Well, no, sorry. Continue.
I mean the idea of them like trying to deceive the whole population and then you eventually
Well,
found
they
like
didn't
a
need
very
to.
small niche community that believes the opposite
One
thing.
sec. One sec, Billy. They didn't need to deceive people about the shape of the Earth. Before space exploration and the government claimed to be sending up rockets into space and all that, people already
Yeah.
believed it. The general population believed they were already on a spinning ball. They're not lying about that part. That's not what they're telling you a lie about. They're lying about being able to go to outer space. That's the part they're lying about.
Okay.
There's no intentional deception, right, to try and convince people that the Earth is a globe because they were already convinced. They already believed it. The government is taking advantage of that belief and pretending to do things that they can't really do. And they're giving you the impression that they're all powerful and can do these magical things that you can't do.
Okay.
Excuse me, guys. I have a question. If the Earth is flat, where is the starting point and the ending point? Give me the location. I have a strong passport. I can travel to every country that you say.
Yeah, it's a good
Where is the
question.
starting point and where is
What
the
is
ending
the
point?
end? Where?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why
I
don't
have a
you travel
Spain
to every? Why
passport.
don't you? That's a good question. Why don't you travel to every destination you can possibly travel on, and then each destination measure for the curvature of the Earth? That's going to be your beginning task. That may take some years, I think.
Man,
To
no, I
travel.
can't go everywhere. Come on.
Well, that's what you just asked. You said you got the passport.
Now, like, give me one. I mean, like, if they say the end, I mean, like, you know, we have a, for example, I don't know in English. I mean, give me, like, for example, say go to Argentina. I go there. It's
Yeah.
a starting point. I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
and the ending point is going to be, for example, in Japan. I can also go to Japan and see the ending point,
Well,
you know?
I think you're
No,
going to
you're
be
gonna-
going around in a circle. I think you should take a circular route. So just follow all the countries and do a circular route.
There's a better answer. There's a better answer. How can we give you a destination when there isn't a destination in mind? If you're trying to find the edge of reality, how can anybody ever tell you that? Like, it's a place that nobody's ever been to. So the answer is, how can we give you a point of origin to a destination if we can't even tell you where the destination would be? You wouldn't be able to plot a course for that. It's not even logical to think that way.
How people no wait. Why anyone has gone to the end? Why we don't know where is it? If it's true that the Earth is flat, why we don't know where it ends?
Yeah, it's the same question. Okay, it's the same question that you might have about the end of the Earth would be the same question right now that you could think about the edge of the universe. Where's the edge of the universe? The same question. Where would that be
Earth
at?
is so big,
It's
but the Earth is not
expanding.
that
The
much
universe,
big, you know?
Yes, the universe is expanding
How do you know?
That's
constantly.
good compression.
Yeah, I know.
How do you know the Earth isn't that big?
The
The
question
universe
is the
is
same.
endless.
I know. The question is
No.
the same.
Oh, wait.
No, it's
How do you
not.
know? How do you know that the Earth?
One by one.
Sir,
One by one.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. How do you know that the
You're
Earth
so
isn't
small.
expansive as the universe?
We are so small compared to the universe. Don't like
No.
the universe.
but you're-
Like
Okay,
universe
I get
is
it. But
endless.
the cosmology aspect is where you're having. You're trying to place Earth inside of like a universe. What if the Earth is the universe? What if the ground you're standing on is the reality that you're in, and it expands just like the universe does in the same way? How would you be able to find the end of it?
You mean the
You're
Earth is
asking
universe? Everything that we see is
the question. Yeah, the question of cosmology always comes up because you're trying to put Earth inside of a universe. It's a planet within. It resides within a universe. But that's the issue. Cosmology has always been the problem for people asking these questions, because you have cosmology wrapped up in the idea that you think that we're a planet amongst other planets. So you're trying to put Earth inside of a universe, but what if Earth is the universe that you're standing on right now? How would you find the edge to that if you can't even find the edge to the universe that you think that you live in?
Yeah, nobody knows how big this is.
Why doesn't anybody goes with a rocket and?
It's illogical, sir. The way that you think is illogical. You can't do that in your paradigm, thinking that the universe expands outwardly. You can't take a rocket and go to the edge of the universe, sir. Just the same way you can't do that with the reality.
The engineer said no. I say go in the atmosphere. So you can see Earth completely, and you can tell whether they're lying to us.
These are the mindset, the kind of mindset that you have because you think the Earth is a globe. You've never attempted to do what you're talking about. You're just giving an idea, like everybody else might have right now that thinks the Earth's a globe. You don't really know that it's a globe. You think that if you get in a rocket, sir, just a second. You think that if you get in a rocket and you go really high, you're going to see the Earth as a globe. That's what your mind is believing.
Yes.
But you haven't done it, so you don't know.
Why do you know that it's flat if you haven't seen it?
It's simple. The demonstration of water and the physics of it will always show that water lies flat and horizontal upon a larger surface. So let's say you take a lake or a pond, the surface of water will always remain horizontal and flat to the ground that it's on. Always.
And that is seeing it.
And you see it, you can test it. And water holds rigidity in space. You can get a cup of the water from the lake or the pond, put it in a container, and you can tilt the container in any direction. The surface of the water in the container will always remain parallel to the surface of the water that you just picked it up from. It holds rigidity in space, much like a gyroscope.
And well, one question: Why do in one part of the Earth the sun sets at 1 hour? As an example, if I'm in the United States, the sun doesn't set up the same time than in Russia or Finland. If the Earth is flat when the sun goes up, so all the world would be with sun.
Yeah, that's a way to think about it. But light propagates, the sunlight that we see, it propagates through a medium, and as such, the attenuation of light has an extinction limit. So much like you would think about any medium that light would travel in, such as water. Water light can't attenuate through water, just like it does if you were diving in a very sunny, clear day and you go down into the water. Well, as you get far in the depth of the water, the light can't penetrate to the bottom.
It fucking sucks! Hey! Guess what I did last? Don't you fucking bring my mother into this, brother!
So light doesn't attenuate all the way to the bottom of that lake.
Yes, but the Earth, the sunlight traveled from the sun to the Earth without that what you're saying. So why from point let's say America to Spain the sun gets darker?
Yeah, I just finished saying light attenuates in the medium of air. The idea of cosmology has you thinking that the sun is bigger than the Earth. In reality, the Earth is massive. So the sun's light, and as it travels across the sky, it can only attenuate through the medium of air so far. So it has an extinction limit, which we can see called twilight, as it moves away from us.
Do you think that the Earth gravitates something, the sun or something, or it's just the Earth there in the universe? Only there's no universe, so there's only Earth, nothing more.
Well, I don't know what that means. Do you think that there's nothing more than just the Earth? No, we see. Go ahead.
So you think that there's an Earth, that is flat. So I'm.
Yes.
This question is: so do you think that it gravitates the sun or something else, or do you think that it's just?
Yeah, you're asking about the physics behind the movement of the heavenly bodies versus the Earth in relation to the Earth. Is this your question? Yeah, the mechanics of how things operate in the sky is unknown by anyone. There's a lot of theories and ideas, but as far as what drives or what powers the sun to move across the sky and or the moon and or the stars is unknown, sir. What we can tell is we observe these things happening. The idea of gravitation or how it's been proposed
Yes.
has been. Go ahead, sir. Do you need something to say?
Yeah. So Einstein, all those theories are lies. All the theories.
Well,
about the
think about it like
universe.
this. It's called an educated guess for a reason, right? They're trying to ascribe what the cause is to the effect. So their idea of putting a cause to the effect, because of the Earth being a massive ball, would have to be something akin to the idea that Einstein proposed, which is bending and warping of space-time due to the size of the Earth. So the size of the Earth dictates what type of distortion it has within the space-time continuum. So that it is distorting the space-time around it, which causes things to be pushed into it. Essentially. So that scientifically cannot be proven. You can't test the cause for the effect of the gravitational theory to be true. You can only hypothesize or theorize. And these things are not science because it hasn't been tested and proven. As you may or may not know.
I have another. If you so you're seeing a ship now going into the deep ocean. So you have binoculars. It's said like that.
A ship going into the ocean or away from it?
Binocular. Well,
When the ship moves away from you, right?
Yes, when the ship goes further into the ocean, you first see how the bottom part disappears, and then later you see the top part disappear. So that's because Earth is flat.
Well, you said it's flat. Because the Earth is a globe, you mean?
Because it will disappear entirely. All the ship entirely.
Yeah, I think I know your question, but it sounds a bit malformed because of maybe your English. It's because of your English.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think what you're talking about is ships disappearing from the bottom up. Is this correct, sir?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, that's a optical phenomenon that occurs over distance, and it doesn't occur always. It's not a rule of thumb that ships disappear from the bottom up all the time they move away from you. That's a miscategorization of seeing something. So an observation being held, you need to go outside and see a ship move away from you, and then see if it disappears from the bottom up. That effect only occurs in certain instances, depending on the climate outside. And then that's categorized as thinking. It's called a superior mirage. It's a superior miraging effect that you can look up right now and find out what thinking means. Because that's what it looks like the boat is doing, like it's thinking. So thinking, a superior mirage, could be attributed to the optical phenomena of the ship disappearing from the bottom up. It has nothing to do with curvature, sir.
Well, lastly, when you're on a plane and you see that like a curvature, so what is it?
Well, the idea that you can see curvature from an airplane is only described by people who think the Earth is a globe. But according to the mathematics, the size of the Earth being a radius of 24,901 miles, a radius value of 3,959 miles, is not confirmed by anybody on an airplane. When we have people such as Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a scientific communicator, he goes on record saying that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 120,000 feet, and the airplane only flies to about a maximum of 50,000 feet. So if Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a scientific, hold on, sir. If Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a scientific communicator, is saying you cannot see the curvature of the Earth from 120,000 feet, then you surely cannot see the curvature of the Earth from 50,000 feet. Not possible, sir. But people who say they see curvature from 50,000 feet are not seeing curvature, sir. According to the math.
Yes. So my eyes are lying to me. I don't get it because I've gone in a plane and I think that I've seen a curvature.
Yeah. Yes, you think you see something, but the confirmation is on the ground. So how do you determine whether or not it's curvature? You got to go back down to the ground and do a long distance observation test to see if the curvature of the Earth can be confirmed on the ground. So seeing something is one part. An observation is just one part. The second part is confirming it or determining whether it was curvature that you've seen up in the sky by doing a long distance observation test on the ground.
Wow. All right. Yes, I got it.
Okay. Thank you for your question, sir.
Wow.
So what do you guys think about the Big Bang Theory then? Does it hold any weights to it, or it's another?
Well, if you think about it, people have their best guesses at how life begun, and that's all it is. Just someone's imagination thinking of how things started, nothing more. You can't confirm anything that someone says about the beginning of something that they never were there for.
Yeah,
that's all that is. Just the best guess.
Okay.
I would say that if you look in the side chat, Jin CBR1, I've posted over maybe 10, 15 bits of material that you need to look at that will bring you to the understanding of the flat Earth and how the heliocentric model doesn't exist. Okay, there's a lot of material there for you to choose from. I posted it, Jin CBR1, many videos, 1 or 2 images. You can learn a lot. Okay, the telecommunications images, satellite images, the layout of the sky, how the sky is in layers. Okay, everything is there for you. Go and have a look in the chat. Whilst you were talking, I put a little red carpet for you of information. Information you don't get at university. Go and have a look. It's all very good.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch the documentary you sent there.
Yeah, there's a lot of material there for you. You know, it's a few hours work, but then
But gentlemen, please make your questions. Make your questions. Tell us what you think. Even if you think it's a funny thing that we're talking about, it's better for you to investigate with your critical thinking mind than you to stay silent in this room.
Yeah. So we welcome one and all. Welcome one and all to the 24/7 Flat Earth English Hub, where you can learn your English and improve it, and also learn about the world where you live in, and that's the Earth. Is it an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe, or is it a flat, non-rotating plane? Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'll give you guys the next question then. What do you guys think about dinosaurs? Do you guys think it's real or it's fake?
That's a great question, that one. Yeah, well, for me, as I discovered the flat Earth in 2013, really? we got back to 2013, okay?
That's crazy.
Japan, let me give you an example. Japan made a claim that they found a miniaturized T-Rex, smaller version. As soon as they said that, I thought that doesn't make any sense. How did that dinosaur get onto Japan if Japan is a volcanic island that came from the sea? Dinosaurs were on the mainland, from what I knew. I don't know how they would have got onto Japan. How would they have gotten there? T-Rex, remember? Miniaturized one, a smaller T-Rex. Okay, anyway, so I thought that was odd. Then we fast forward to 2015. I'm discovering the Earth is flat. And then I'm watching an Eric Dubé video, Dinosaurs Never Existed. I'm going to put it in this server for you shortly. That really was a shock. Yeah, they never existed. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, if you don't, well, why do you don't believe like the explanation that Earth is a globe? But why do you believe that someone has told you that there are T-Rex fossils in Japan? Why?
Yeah,
do
I
you
don't believe
them?
that. I don't believe that. I didn't accept it. I said Japan is lying. That's what I said. I said that's a lie. I didn't accept it. Okay, and then that was in 2013. Hang on, that was in 2013. 2015, a guy by the name of Eric Dubé puts a video out. Dinosaurs never existed, and I said I knew they never did. I thought there was something strange. So it was just another lie. Okay, it's another lie.
No,
Yeah, go on.
Can you link
Go
me
ahead.
to that video if you
Yes,
can?
I'm going to do
really
it in the next
appreciate
2 minutes. Just give me
All
2 minutes or less. I will give you that video. It's one. It's only like about 40 minutes long, so it's not long. You can watch it later on at home when you're relaxing, and you think, "Let me watch that one Jin gave me. That's dinosaurs," because I think they're real. But what is this man think?
You said
You know,
something,
Yeah, go on.
about a creator.
Creator, yes, the creator,
Yes.
God. Yeah, what about it?
What is the creator?
Well, I don't know I do not know what the creator is. That who would know that? Okay, that's something we're going to learn when we die. But as I know today, as I live, I know the creator created this earth. No man created this earth. No human being. It was done by the creator.
Just because I
How
was
do
waiting
you
to get
know-
in, I don't
Yeah,
want to
go
miss
ahead,
my
please. Go ahead.
opportunity. I was trying to get in on the dinosaur thing. Dinosaurs was first proposed in around 1840s. I think the original term was dinosaura, which meant terrible lizards. So the idea of dinosaurs is a relatively new idea, but the idea of giant bones and giants is an ancient idea. So we have always found giants and giant bones, or that's what has been claimed throughout hundreds and hundreds of years of history. But the idea that they are a prehistoric race of lizards, that's a new idea. And then they started putting these bones together in all unique ways. And these were then assessed and decided whether they could possibly have been an actual animal. And you can find lots of failed attempts of dinosaurs where they've put the bones together, presented them, and then they've been debunked and, as like physically impossible. So yeah, dinosaurs is a bit of a cover story, I believe, for giant bones. And there's plenty of paleontologists that I came across when I was doing my research into dinosaurs, openly admitting they've never seen a real dinosaur bone before. They only get to deal with replicas based on these, agreed upon forms that they've agreed on. So dinosaurs is a relatively new thing that they brought in, like I said, 1840s, and I believe it's a cover-up for giant bones. Like a lot of scripture and a lot of history have said, there were actual giants at one point in history.
That sounds interesting. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I posted the dinosaur video for you anyway. Okay, it's a good one.
Yeah. That's gonna be my next list that I should watch. So you guys think that the Earth is flat? We never went to the moon.
Remember, we know it's flat because we've measured it. Okay, so we don't think it's flat. It's not something that we think. It's something that we actually know.
We can't prove. We can't prove it's a ball. Yeah, we can't prove it's a ball. There's no direct evidence for any spinning or any curvature. So we know the Earth is treated practically as a ball, as a flat plane. We know the nature of water, as AV said. We know the majority of the Earth is water, and water needs to be contained. So this is literally like compatible with physical reality within nature.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. There's no satellites that we know of. There's no dinosaurs. We never went to the moon. There's no like. Yeah. What other things do you guys believe in terms of like?
Remember, everything you've mentioned is not a belief. What else do you know? Is what you're meant to ask. What else?
Yeah. What else do you guys know? I guess you guys are claiming to know the truth.
The question
So
is to you: what else do you believe in? Because you just
what
mentioned
else do
all
I
the things.
believe in?
Yeah, you mentioned all the things that you believe in, not us.
I mean, it's the classic stuff, like the majority of people, what people believe, like, oh, maybe there's Big Bang could be true. The Earth could
be true.
might be
So it's just a belief.
yeah. It's for all, it's just a belief, and I have no way
Right.
to prove it.
There you go. There you go. That's what we're about. What can we prove? What requires belief? If it requires belief, we don't have to worry about it. Put it aside. Scoot it away. Get out of the way there, you stupid belief.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Okay. What else do you guys know? I guess that's the question. Among all the other things that we've been talking about, what other?
Yeah, we know that we can't.
Ask
we know that we
yourself,
can't
what
go
else
to
do
space.
you believe in? Ask yourself, what else do you
What else
believe
do I believe in?
Yeah. Not
maybe
what we know.
maybe the evolution of man. Okay, what about that? The evolution theory. We fake. Okay.
No scientific evidence for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys think Darwin is like a liar or something?
Well, his theories
not
don't match
necessarily.
reality. He had a bunch of theories that he could not prove. Okay, so and I don't accept his theory of evolution. Can't be proven scientifically.
Okay. What else? What else do I believe in?
So, Billy, I just want to reinforce the idea that none of what we've told you today is a belief. Everything we told you about how the Earth is measured and observed and treated in industry is true. So, regardless of if the Earth is a ball, it's not treated that way, it's not observed that way, it's not provable. Everything we've told you about space is true within the laws of the ideal gas law requires a container. The laws of thermodynamics state that entropy would cause the gas to disperse into the vacuum. So there's no belief required, even with dinosaurs. You know, we're telling you when it was created in the 1940s and how they created these forms, and that historically that there was always mentions of giants. So all of this isn't really belief. You know, this is all just stuff you can go out, prove for yourself. It's just, it counters the narrative, the stories that they've told you that do require belief. So it may seem from your perspective for a first time that we have strange beliefs, but no, we're questioning the beliefs with the actual direct evidence available. So that's why we're very adamant. This isn't anything we've said isn't a belief. It's we're going on the facts that is provable, is verifiable, and the story that tells is that we've been lied to quite a lot.
So it's just
And you must remember that you have the right. You have the right to ask the questions. You should always question what you're being told. That way you have a fuller understanding. You can investigate, and then you know whether or not they're lying to you. And then you become an expert yourself. And that's how you can pick up on the lies quicker, because you become an expert in any given topic.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a good idea to always question what you know and what you believe to have a better understanding. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, it's the logical thing to do. It would be illogical to believe things without evidence, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, of course.
So from our perspective, believing in the bull without direct evidence is illogical. And it's a form of religion. It's that which requires faith. You're going to need faith in order to believe we're on a ball. We don't need faith to know the Earth is measured flat. We can demonstrate that to you.
Okay.
So we have the logical standpoint in the sense of it is more logical to be a flat earther, because just believing the mainstream narrative isn't evidence. That's an appeal to the mainstream authority. And that's something that we don't want to do, because we need to be able to, if there's a claim, we need to be able to question that and demand evidence. That's our right as logical thinkers.
All right. Do you guys believe? Well, sorry. Do you guys know if black hole exists or not? Is it just another fabricated lie made by the scientists in this case?
Again, you're dealing with space stories from space, where they tell you in a vacuum in the sky, which is against the laws of science. Sorry, the laws of nature. That there is these things called black holes that have absolutely no. We have no way to prove this in reality. We have no way to create these black holes. Now, does that mean that there isn't some way to manipulate, the energies that we have to create things in this realm that would allow you passage to somewhere else? Who knows, my friend? But the story of the black hole, which has been given with the space narrative, is impossible. There is no space. There cannot be a vacuum in the sky. Never mind black holes and dark matter within that place. It's like saying somewhere from Narnia, is this location in Narnia real? Well, no, it's a story, and we have no direct evidence and way to prove it. So you could argue Narnia is real. That would be your prerogative, but that would also require faith, like black holes in the space narrative. So the short answer is no. Black holes is just a part of that narrative. It's a way to explain the problems with the model. They've introduced these things like black holes and dark matter because the model itself doesn't work. There isn't enough matter in the universe to even explain orbits correctly. The way we see the orbits do not match the mass attractive mass model. So they need things like dark matter and black holes to be able to explain why we have the orbits we do, because there isn't enough matter in the universe to explain the orbits. You've got irregular shaped orbits, elliptical orbits that only have one central mass, which means something is orbiting around nothing at the other side of the elliptical orbit. That would be impossible. So now you need to introduce dark matter to be able to justify what we're seeing in the sky. So you're fallacy stacking and piling on all these different stories. That's where you get dark matter and black holes in order to plug the holes in the heliocentric theory. We're telling you from the beginning the theory is a lie, and that's why we have so many different lies in order to justify this impossible place called space.
I think also I've seen scientists proposing the idea of how the sun might explode in the next, couple billion years or something like that.
No, that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. How can man know that? That would mean man knows how the sun was made to know that future. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I don't know.
Was it before they turned around and said, so we need to invest in new technology and give the government more money, using your fear as a motivation to invest in space travel, perhaps?
I mean, that's another way to say it, I guess.
Because I would argue a lot of the things they tell you are fear-based. A comet might hit the Earth. We might get a solar flare. And it allows that level of fear allows you to think illogically and start investing in the government space programs, but also being more compliant. It makes us helpless. It makes us vulnerable in our mindset, and it allows us to acquiesce to their authoritarian way of approaching how we live our lives. Global warming, all these things are fear-based. It's fear-based mind control to control you into giving them money and shutting up and doing what you're told. So I would argue this is all part of a narrative of fear-based control.
I guess I can say that, yeah. It's definitely really convincing to make people compliant about certain things.
Right, we're going to be paying for our existence because our existence is destroying the earth, apparently, from their perspective. So it won't be long before we start turning on each other. Your energy consumption is too high. You're traveling too much. You're not believing in this narrative, which is a threat to the planet. You know what I mean? All of these things create a division between us. So I believe that a lot of the stories are there for the purpose of division and there for the purpose of sponging the money out of us and creating that fear vibration, allowing us to be manipulated even further.
So the sun is not going to explode, I guess, for many billion years even. It's just gonna stay there just like that as usual. What else?
Well, we have no reason to believe that. We live in a cyclical world. The sun rises every day and sets every day, and there's never been any difference. To believe otherwise requires faith, a bit like a religion.
Okay. I think your group, the people that believe in the people that I guess know about the flat Earth model, also going into like UFOs, aliens. Do you guys believe that as well, or what do you guys think about that?
I stopped believing in the aliens when I was 10 years old. I knew they were not real. From 10, I'm 63 now, so that's 53 years that I've never thought about aliens. But just for information for you, Billy, if you look in the side chat, if you go back to 25 minutes past the hour, from that point onwards, you will come across 21 bits of material that I posted from 25 minutes past the hour to right now. I think if I check, let me just double check, make sure I didn't make a mistake here. Hang on. Yeah. 47 minutes past the hour then, yeah. Okay. In that time, I posted 21 pieces of material that would help you fully understand the Earth, which is flat, stationary, non-rotating, and the mistake from the globe. It's all there. Different videos, images, material to read regarding the dinosaurs, video and material to read. The missing link is a very interesting one, where China introduced this a raptor something or other it was called, the transition of the dinosaurs into birds, okay, when they changed from dinosaurs into birds, and it was all a lie, and National Geographic had to apologize. It was a misinformation. Yeah, missing link, it's all there. Everything you need to know is all there for you. 21 pieces of material.
Yeah, great stuff, Jin.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Just going back to your alien comment. I'm gonna make things. I mean, it probably feels like we're taking your ball away from you. We're taking a lot of imagination away from you. The idea that the future of mankind could be in space. But I'm going to throw you a bone back and say, just because space in the sky doesn't exist doesn't mean there couldn't be outer space outside of our place. And that's pure speculation, but the idea of aliens could still exist. It just means that they're not coming from the sky. There could be other places that there exist within this realm. Let's call it a realm for now. This realm could have other civilizations for all we know. I remember seeing videos of UFOs coming out of the sea, which, I tend not to believe now, but there could be things underground. There could be things in the outer space, the space outside of our area of where we live. So, I just want to sort of say we're not trying to shut everything down in your imagination, but that which we can prove to be false, we're going to shut that down. But when it comes to UFOs, when it comes to other species, aliens, things like that, who knows, my friend? Who knows what this marvelous place has in store for us? But I can tell you right now, there is no vacuum in the sky. Planets are not possible to visit. because it violates all of the natural laws, and we know they've been faking the footage, and we can show that, we can prove that.
So, do you guys believe the idea? Well, no, not believe. I keep saying this. I don't know. So, you guys think that?
Just say it how you feel. Don't worry too much about how you choose your words.
You guys think that all the spaceship that's been going around recently, especially by Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, other tech billionaires, the NASA organization, they are just like wasting money. It's false. Just a way to, I don't know, to make people believe more that we someday could go into space, just by giving them like a little bit of ounce of, I don't know, faith by all this rocket ship into the sky.
Well, this is something I like to say. The guys in here I've never heard say this before, but NASA, the root word of NASA being NASA nasal. I believe NASA's purpose is to breathe life, breathe life into this life. I don't believe anybody would believe in space, or anybody would believe we could go to other planets if NASA wasn't launching rockets, because we don't have any direct experience with space. We don't have any reason to even think about these things without NASA. So without these launches, without these rockets, without these stories, there is nothing for us to go on, and there would be no believers in this. So I believe, they're spending the money for what purpose? To breathe life into this lie, because without these things, there would be nothing for us to believe.
Okay.
And when it comes to Mars, my friend, like I said, there is no way to leave a pressurized atmosphere. We have a PSI, like Jin said, 14.7, 1 bar at sea level. You can only have gas pressure with a containment. It's in the math. It's in the basic understanding of gas laws. The ideal gas law states that you'll need a volume of gas, and you can only achieve a volume of gas in containment to create pressure. So we have a gas pressure because we're in a contained system. So the idea of Mars or a ball of rock in the sky would have to be within our atmosphere, which would also go against the laws of density, relative density, buoyancy. You couldn't have a ball of rock suspended in the sky. So the idea of planets is just a heliocentric idea, which is a relatively new idea. None of the ancient cultures believed you could have balls of rock in the sky. All of the ancient cultures believed we were in a contained system.
But I mean, people could argue that, people back in the day, they don't have the technology to do research, and they might have a wrong understanding about the model of the earth in which they live in compared to modern people.
Yeah, but flat Earth is flat Earth, you see. Curvature is curvature. So if the Earth was curving, they would have known. They would know it. They even made a map that was flat Earth map.
Yep.
So
what do you think differently they've done in the past than they have done today? What do you think differently they've done? Because the only thing I'm going to tell you is they looked up at the sky. That's it. That's all they've ever done. And the only thing that's changed is their imagination of what they're looking at. And they've given you something to think about. That's all that's changed. It's the same thing that people a long time ago were doing. They were imagining those things in the sky being, gods or, strange things that they imagined them being. But that's exactly what NASA's doing today. They're balls of gas, they're plasma. They're trying to give you this idea and then package it to you, sell it to you, and you're buying it right now, obviously, because you think that that's what it is. So they don't know, you don't know, everybody's imagining, right? We're on the mindset of stop imagining. You don't need to. Not for what? For what purpose does it serve to look at that light in the sky and say that's a ball of gas when nobody really knows if it is or not? So they're doing the same thing they were a long time ago that they're doing today. There's nothing new under the sun, sir. It's all been done before.
Exactly.
That's out of the book of Ecclesiastes in the Bible.
Yeah, I was pretty much going to say what Alpha said, but I was going to ask you, what research exactly have they done that proves that we live on a ball? Because like Alpha said, it all involves looking at the sky, taking some readings and saying, oh, that must be because we're on a ball. That must be because we're on a ball. If we were on a ball, then yeah, this could make sense, you know? So we're talking about ones and zeros on looking up at the sky, reading ones and zeros on a screen and saying, well, that must be because we're on a ball.
Yeah, you've just imagined what the other guy's imagination was. He gave it to you, and now you're imagining what he's imagining. It's weird in a way, right? But that's all you're doing. You're imagining what some other guy has imagined about the sky. And you took that on as a worldview as it surely is what that other guy's imagining. It's pretty strange when you think about it.
I think I've heard, maybe watched some videos about how people are not allowed to go certain places, especially in like places like Antarctica. For some reason, it's forbidden for your average person to go there because they're being told they're hiding something there. It's not allowed, and I just trying to understand, like, is it true? Are they actually hiding something there? What's
So these are good questions. Don't get me wrong, but all it takes is a small Google search to find out that there's an Antarctic treaty. You could do that right now. You could find out that travel is restricted to this location, just much like travel is restricted to a military base. Travel is restricted to another country. There's travel restrictions to Antarctica called the Antarctic Treaty. You could find this out in about 10 minutes. So us telling you is one thing. You researching and finding out for yourself is an entirely different new thing.
But why are they making that treaty? I mean, it's just like a land of ice, right?
Yeah, but it's protected because it's pristine. Not only is it pristine, they're doing research over there. There's many reasons why they say they're protecting it, right? So obviously you can't go there just freely. You have to have permission. There's got to be, for passports, and maybe you can go on a guided tour. Who knows? But the problem is you can't freely go over there if you really wanted to just go. They have their reasons, and they state them in the Antarctic Treaty. And then you can research, they even made the Antarctic Treaty. So all this stuff is not like a conspiracy. It's what they've done. It's what it's enacted right now.
Antarctic Treaty. And what year do they make that treaty? If I could, is it like a new thing or?
Like late 50s, early 60s. I could be wrong there, but it was around that time.
1959, and they signed it, and it came into act in 1961. So 63 years.
Yeah,
it's been officially as an act. There you go.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
All we're telling you to do, brother, is just to research these things. We're just like you. We're in the same boat that you are, right? We hear all these narratives being spoken over us, but we have to do the research. That's what we're wanting to inspire you to do. We're inspiring you to do the research. Go outside and go check it. Like Jen always says, did you check it? Go and check it. That's all we're asking you to do, man. That's it. I know you got a lot of questions, but you have to at some point say, okay, I've asked enough questions. It's time for me to get off of the computer. Time for me to check it.
Yep. I posted a documentary, a short one, about Antarctica and all the protocols that you would need before you can go to Antarctica. It's there for you. It's called Antarctica, Sorry, Denied. Yeah, because not everybody can go, you see. Perfectly titled. A great one. I've got a few of those, but that's one of the best ones. That should be enough for you to get your teeth into. And if you want more, I can give you more if you're not satisfied. Yes, you're doing a lot of clerical work today.
Yeah, I'm relearning a bunch of things.
Yeah, that's right. You have to undo what you've learned and then relearn the real stuff. Exactly. And that's good that you said that. So it means you're fully interested. And then you're going to know the knowledge and you're going to be like us. Happy all the time. because we know what's going on now, avoiding all the nonsense they do. We know it's crap.
Okay.
And then we're waiting for more people to come, and then we're going to lead that revolution. We're the ones who have been in it longest. Yeah. In the meantime, we try to enjoy ourselves, keep it positive, maintain health, don't partake in what they want us, don't eat the GMO foods. Just keep yourself healthy and keep going forward.
Yeah, Jin, I'm with you with the revolution.
Yeah, thank you for that one. Yeah, nice one. The ultimate FE has arrived. Thank you very much. How's your day been, man?
Yeah, I'm just working and listening to the show.
Okay. All right. We'll try and keep it on point and entertaining for you whilst you listen. But yeah, the revolution has to happen.
Jin, I really enjoy listening to you. You got some great knowledge.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, it's what I try to do is bring in what we all experience, the common sense stuff. Sometimes we go headlong into the technical aspects and the numbers, but sometimes we've got to bring the numbers into practicality, into your kitchen table, for example. You know, and so you can actually understand that what we're saying is real because you've experienced it. You just didn't clock it. You didn't join the dots. That's all. And that's what I try to do, bring those dots together for you. It's all everyone carry information, you see. Everyone's got that data. And this is the go. It's not there. That experience you've never had. So that's very important. So I appreciate those words of encouragement. Yep. We've got another guy called Dragon Fruit. He's another one. He brings it in the way I do as well, you know, because he speaks of things that have happened in the past as to what's going on now. And it's clean, simple, you know. You don't have to get embroiled in a heated discussion and smashing each other up verbally, you know. You just got to tease it out. And Dragon Fruit, he's another good one. Keep an eye on him. He's definitely there. He's got it all sussed.
I guess what's going to be like the effect or the end result after realizing that everything that's been fed to you is a lie? Like, what's going to be the aftermath
that's a great question.
For your average person, let's say?
Well, a revolution, of course.
Yeah, there you go.
Revolution, a change of state, a change of education, a change of the way we think about the earth, a change of the way we think about ourselves in the place where we live, a change of, well, the way you perceive your reality.
That's what revolution means. To change, isn't it? A revolution is change. You're rotating from the bad into the good. Transition. Okay? That's what we mean by the revolution. It's not angry mob with sticks and pickaxe handles, guns and knives, bombs. No, that's a mess. Talking about a nice, clean, coherent, logical transition. The government knows. I mean, my idea is we've got the military, we've got the Navy, we've got the Air Force. They've realised that what they've been doing is keeping us imprisoned on the earth, and they've been dying whilst they're doing that, and they're not facilitating freedom. Once they understand the of their ways, and then you put it to them, when do you want peace? And they answer now. I say, well, okay, then drop your weapons, or in fact, bring the weapons with us. You go to the back, follow us, let's get this thing sorted out. And then you march off to your government, and they can see you coming. They're going to be packing their bags and get out before you get there, because the police won't be able to help them. They're too small in numbers by then. That's a revolution that can be done that clean, once everybody's on the same page. This is why one reason I think Steve Jobs was taken out, because I think Steve Jobs, although he was a hippie, he was definitely a freedom fighter. And this instrument, this smartphone thing, when he brought it out, I instantly thought it was a revolutionary tool, because it meant that now we could all communicate with each other and have a revolution quite easily. And it was demonstrated in like Libya and Egypt. Those were the first signs of technology being used to unite and get a positive result, although they soon slipped back into the tyranny, because the person they replaced them wasn't an honest person. But the technology worked, and Steve Jobs was poisoned to have this pancreatic cancer, because he was an innovator in that, and he was slowly trying to get this freedom going. If you look at the Apple building. It's like a flat Earth map with land in the middle. You go and have a look at it. Have a look at the design of
Really?
the Apple building. Little clues like
Really?
that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at Steve Jobs, the Apple building. That no, it's circular. And then inside there's the land, like the AE map. Bloody marvelous idea that was. Clever idea. So yeah, he was a man they were watching all the time because his innovation was so quick. They couldn't keep up with him. They had to slow him down.
Yeah, that looks interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's Steve Jobs or something like that. Actually, yeah.
Apple headquarters. Okay.
So yeah, that's what happened. You see, once this revolution kicks in, life is going to change. Children will be educated properly. Things like bad medicines will be abolished. Chemicals that are harmful to life will be abolished because we don't need them. Hemp would be the thing we use more of now. Hemp.
Ham? You mean like the meat?
No, hemp, the plant.
Oh, herb. Oh, yeah. Herb. Yeah.
Yeah, hemp. Yeah, hemp. Yeah, hemp. Spelled HEMP. The marijuana plant. But there's 3 types of hemp. You got your medicinal, and then you got your industrial, and then there's a third one. And this material, it's a gift from the Creator that we can use to keep us healthy, but we can also use it to build our world that we live in. More than 500,000 ways to utilize this hemp. So, which we're being stopped at the moment. Blocks everywhere, We're not using it enough.
All right.
Too many DuPont plastics and oils from the oil industry. Plastics and oils, carcinogenic. That's the problem. But with the revolution kicking in, it'll be all clean. Clean hemp. Yeah. That's the way I want it to go. Solar panels made from hemp. Definitely possible.
Is it okay if I deviate from the flat earth topic and start asking about something else that is also related to conspiracy, I guess might say?
Well, it has to be about flat earth, really, because if it's medical, that's not good. If Kennedy's and all the assassinations, again, that's straying way, way off the topic matter, and we can't really do that as such. Unfortunately, this is a 24/7 flat earth, and we need to always keep it on that. We do stray off now and again, but we soon get back on the rail. So, what was it you were going to say anyway? Just as a matter of interest, what was it? What was you going to ask?
Well, maybe about Jeffrey Epstein or the.
Yeah, no, we can't talk about that on the air. That's definitely no, we can't talk about that. I'm not really interested anyway, but we can't talk about that on this one. Although it happened on a flat earth, that's what I can say. It did happen on a flat earth, yes.
Okay.
That's as far as I can go.
Yeah, our purpose here isn't to dive into conspiracy. As you're aware, we don't consider this conspiracy. The whole purpose for this is to create that logical, critical thinking. If you apply that to other subjects, you're going to start to discover you've been lied to in other areas as well. Most people don't realize that their beliefs are based on a narrative rather than any direct evidence. And that's really the intention here. Once people start thinking logically and achieve the ability to think critically, it becomes very hard to lie to those people. We ask, if you make a claim, we're going to ask for the evidence, where most people don't. And for us, that's the goal. We're not actually, let's face it, the shape of the ground isn't that interesting. What is interesting is the fact that we've been lied to and there is no evidence for it, and that there's all sorts of narratives been woven around it that are full of lies. And you can disprove this, but it takes that critical thinking to be able to really get to the bottom of it. So for us, our goal is to achieve sort of, critical thinking in those that wasn't really aware of it in the first place.
Yeah, and I'll give a perfect example of this one. The supposed assassination attempt of Donald Trump, I knew instantly that was fake. From the moment I heard the words and the attempt, that was BS, for example.
You think
Right.
so? Okay.
Oh, most certainly.
No.
And the January 6th insurrection, another Shakespearean play that went wrong. It's all crap. It's all Hollywood. But that's all I'm going to say on the matter. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I guess I have a question related to flat Earth then. So you guys think that the Earth is flat, right? And
we know it's flat. Remember what I told you? We know it's flat.
You guys know that the Earth is flat. So you guys know that the sun and the moon is like a floating ball. Do you guys also know that, or?
Well, we know that because that's what we observe. How it's up there, we can speculate and theorize, and that's fine. But what our theories are, because that's not knowing, is it? Theorizing is not really knowing. You have your theories, your hypotheses, and then you go up there. You may conduct experiments here on Earth in the laboratory, but then you have to go up there to confirm that your theories are correct. You see? And we can't do that. So we can only speculate that. We know that it floats. Yeah, we see it floating. Everybody does. That's the magic of the creator, by the way, or the power, should I say. You understand? That power. Yeah. That the sun and the moon are up there all the time. Yeah.
Can we
never
go
late.
to the sun and the moon? Can we go there, or?
No, we cannot go there. We cannot go there. God, the creator, hasn't given us permission, and he's designed it so that we cannot go there. We will never be able to go there. Such is the design. And the key factor here is air. The fact that up there is meant to be a vacuum, it will kill anything we put in it. The deeper we go place, the stronger the vacuum. Yeah, it's just no good. We will never be able to go there. Such is the design, man. Clever design. Very clever. And that's obvious. The test is to live on the earth and coexist together. Not creating wars, not creating taxation, not creating bad medicines that kill, for example. Not to be cheating on your wives and having children out of wedlock and all right, all that stuff. It's all a test. That's what it is. It's clearly obvious. It's a test, man. Some of us are excelling in the test and doing well, and some of us are just bad and we're not doing well at all. Creating armies for people to die in, for example. That's the worst use of human life. To put them in a uniform and to go and die so they can eat a bigger chicken than my one. With some sauce and more vegetables than mine.
You mean tandoori chicken?
No, I mean chicken mughalai.
So where do you guys think all the rocket ship went after launching?
It's a good question. Good question. There is a place called the Bermuda Triangle where it is said that there are a number of boosters that are under the water.
I'll tell you where they go. Yeah,
Let me just finish this off. Hang on. Let me finish it off. And Jeff Bezos proudly states that he rescued one of those boosters from the ocean. Jeff Bezos, the CEO or ex-CEO of Amazon. There you go. So that's a possibility right there.
SpaceX launches over the Gulf of America. NASA launches over the Bermuda Triangle. NASA has a fleet of ships that pick those things out of the water. That's how they do it.
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
And Bermuda Triangle, that's a name I haven't heard for a long time.
I think you just missed the whole point, bro, if you're just asking about that. Did you hear what the gentleman just said?
Yeah, I mean, all those boosters are being ravaged in the Bermuda Triangle, right?
Yeah, salvaged. Yeah.
It's not just the Bermuda Triangle. Radwin just said they also do it in the Gulf of America. Or Gulf of Mexico.
Wait. Gulf of America? I heard about that before. Gulf.
Yeah, they they renamed it so.
Yeah, and then Japan. And Japan has its Devil's Triangle, which is a very, very elongated triangle. They have their triangle as well, Japan. The Devil's Triangle.
Japan's.
Yeah, so you've got the Bermuda Triangle, which is almost an equilateral triangle, but Japan's Devil's Triangle is a very long, elongated one. More like a spike, the shape of that triangle. Or an elephant's tusk, or those straight lines, if you can imagine. An elongated cone. in shape, very long. So yeah, they've all got their little triangles going on, you know.
Illuminati or something like that.
Well, yeah, that's a real entity. You should be glad you're not super famous, because you'd probably be belonging to them. You're making all your money, but you've signed your life away to them, and then they've got you. You can't escape.
Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America.
It's better. Bit of adjustment now. But yeah, you've asked them good questions, because these questions have opened up new avenues. Well, same old avenues, but for the people who are listening in the live stream and here.
So you guys know this with like absolute certainty, like 100%.
Yeah, you can go watch the videos of the recovery ships for NASA as they pull them out of the water. Is that good enough proof for you?
Yeah, because you can't go there on your own. Again, it's cordoned off, so no ordinary man in his boat can go there, especially when they're launching. You know, they'd blow you and your boat up and call you a security risk, and then you end up in a newspaper. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I hear you chuckling in the background, Billy, but everything that they're saying is true. You can look it up.
Look it up.
I mean, yeah, this is definitely a lot of things that I need to question. I mean, this is all the beliefs that I have for like so many years, you know, and
it's difficult, man.
Your belief.
It's difficult, right? It's not.
Yeah, my belief. Yeah, my belief. By the way, my belief.
Yeah, it's difficult because you're hearing this new information and it doesn't sound like somebody that's rational thinking, like the way you're considering yourself to be, is coming from that. But in actuality, it's the opposite. You're in a state of belief, like has been pointed out, and we are the rational thinkers, like, well, investigating the claims, right? We're doing the research, finding out that they have these ships that pick up the parts of the rocket that fall into the water. That is true.
I guess it's just that I've seen a really bad representation from the media regarding the flat earth community.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, obviously, why would they want you to consider this? To
Why
stay
would they
in the
give
narrative,
good representation, dude? Why would they make it look great?
that
doesn't make sense.
They're going like, "Oh, don't believe us. You should believe the flat earthers." Like that. Why would they do that?
That's also why they post on all of their thumbnails a picture of a disc in space with water falling off the edge. Not once have you heard anybody from the flat earth side speak like that, you know, but they depict it in that way because they know human psychology. They know that if you see that image and that if they ridicule it for long enough, you'll write it off and move along. You know, they know that. The last thing they want to do is entertain a debate. You know, you won't see debates from their side. You'll just see hit pieces and ridicule.
Neil deGrasse Tyson almost made it to this server. He was warned 2 days before he came to this server, to this 24/7, to come and debate. And
really?
He didn't come in the end. Yeah.
What? Crazy.
We ended up with Mick West from Metapunk instead.
Yeah, Mick West. Yeah.
Wow, that's an old school name.
He's a pair of clown shoes, that guy.
Yeah. A pair of clown shoes. Yeah. Yeah, he also wrote a book about the flat earthers, didn't he, as well? Silly ass of a man. Yeah. He was on Joe Rogan, do you remember?
Yep.
Joe Rogan.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, there's people that have claimed over the years we've been doing this to be flat earthers, and we found out in the end they were just playing the part. LARPing is live action role play. They were doing it because they were fueled by the idea of either trying to make it a point to make themselves well known, just being somebody who's a prolific type, and never bringing like the information to somebody just on the benefit of like bringing them truth. So, like, I'm going to give you a few names here, like Jeranism. There's another guy called Robbie Davidson. Anybody propagating information from these characters are also suspect. You have to be thinking about who these individuals are and the reasons why they actually put the information out there. So what I would say is always look at everything with a critical eye. If you think somebody's misrepresenting flat Earth and you come in here and ask us, hey, is it true that flat earthers don't think Australia exists? We'll tell you straight out that was misinformation given by opposing sides. It's not coming from flat Earth.
That's right. And then you get a video from me called "The Real Size," the actual size of Australia, and that will then shut you up because I've got that video that right up. Yeah.
But it's misinformation, man. Like people on the side of trying to be like, "Oh, I'm a flat earther," and then you hear them saying that, well, the sun proves that, looks like the sun moving around the sky proves that the Earth is a globe, I guess. And those guys, they lead you in a bad direction. So there's a lot of bad information, Billy, that's out there, that people who claim themselves as flat earthers.
Yeah, you've got to really be careful of that. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's their loss, not yours, because once you go flat, you never go back. Going back to.
Yeah, I heard about that. That sentence.
That's true. Well, it's true.
Yeah. What is there to go back to? There's no globe. So what are you going back to? What's going on there?
I mean, how do you guys sleep well at night, knowing that the Earth is flat and all that?
Like a baby, like a rock. Like you wouldn't even.
Man. I'm 12 miles every other day, jogging and cycling. Exercise. I'm loving it. 63.
Yeah, think about it like this, right? Think about it like this. You don't have to worry about being destroyed by a killer asteroid. You don't have to worry about the sun exploding. You don't have to worry about limited resources. You don't have to worry about overpopulation. There's so many things that are attached. You don't have to worry about climate change. Like they use fear-mongering to captivate your mind. And once your mind is captivated, your body follows, right? So any narrative that they speak over you and you listen to it, you're like, oh, you get all energized. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson said in 2027, there's going to be a killer asteroid coming for us. And you're controlled by that narrative. Fear grips your mind. You're paralyzed. You don't know what to do. You're in fear for the future. When in reality, none of that is true. You can live a life without fear, right? And that's what Jen and everybody in here who is saying that the Earth is flat and knows it, they all live that way. We don't live like, oh, the next thing is going to destroy all of us. That's fear-mongering, bro. But your mind is captivated because of these narratives. So, that's how we sleep, like a baby, knowing that none of these things are true.
So you guys don't believe in the... Yeah. So you guys also don't believe in the idea of overpopulation and limited resource. You guys don't believe that?
Bro, think about it.
No, that's silly.
Come on, man. Wake up, will you? We haven't
the
begun
whole point of going to Mars, isn't it? So that when we blow this up, because we're going to run out of everything, we have someplace else to go. We have someplace to go that's 1% air and just a big red rock. That looks really nice, doesn't it?
That's appealing, right? We're leaving this beautiful place to go to a place that's void of life. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, 1% of Earth's atmosphere, less than 1%.
So when you figure it out, everything being told to you is actually opposite. Everything's opposite. Always opposite. So we can show you that Mars is on Devon Island. We can show you the juice boxes there and the little animals running around. But, that's another day.
For all we know, all those signatories to the Antarctic Treaty could be exploiting all the gold and minerals whilst we're speaking right now. That's what they could actually be doing, by the way, under the guise of research. You see?
Yeah, in the meanwhile, you're over here thinking that everything's running out, so we got to go colonize a new planet like locusts, like finishing a crop and going to another one. Dude, that's ridiculous, that mindset.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of like everything is running out is definitely making me reluctant, especially also regular people being reluctant to make kids, reproduce.
Dude, like I'm telling you,
There it is.
you spoke it. You said it right now. That's exactly what they want. They want to control your mind. Where the mind is, the body follows, bro. But the land is good and rich. There's enough for everybody. It's just the mindset that people are in that there's scarcity. There's not enough, bro. It's you just said it. Like, you don't even want to have kids in a world where that's going to be the case. That is controlling you and the population, bro. You said it right there. That's it. What else is there? It's a mic drop.
Yeah. We haven't begun to overpopulate this earth at all, because it is said that the whole of the population of the earth can fit in Texas state. Mind you, you'll be shoulder to shoulder. But that's the,
No.
yeah. That's
Come
what
on.
they said. Yeah. And remember this. Just think about that. Yeah. Look at all that land and other islands that no one's living on, that we can be living on and growing food on. There should be no case that we don't have enough food. That's an impossibility.
Yeah, it's like you're so overpopulated. That's because you live in the city where there's all these people crammed into one location of the country. You can make yourself a living there, live off the land. Like, you don't have to be all crammed in with, oh, it's overpopulation. Oh, no, duh. You're in a place with a whole bunch of people. Like, can you leave that place and go somewhere there's not a lot of people? Yeah, you'll find out. It's not overpopulated, bro.
Exactly.
So then, how many people are on Earth right now? How much?
I think
no one really knows.
8 billion or so, maybe thereabouts.
No one really knows. No one really. The consensus would be that, there's a number of billions of people, right? But as far as like the actual number, no one knows, because I mean, how can you reach people that are like in the Aboriginal tribes? And you can't get everybody on Earth. It's it's an estimation, an approximation, or it's not really something to latch onto.
But not everybody has registered themselves to be counted as part of the system as well.
There's so much to consider, but on that, I mean, we can say for sure, don't worry, man. Have as many kids as you want with your wife. Don't worry about people are saying, oh, you can't have that many kids because you're just going to overpopulate the world. I mean, dude, that's what we're here for: to procreate, to nourish, to live a life full of love and laughter and happiness and and goodwill towards men. Like, this is what it's about, man. We've lost all of that because of the fear mongering, bro. And you've stated it. That's the purpose. The purpose is to put this fearful mindset onto you so that you degrade down into this like fearful person in a fetal position, rocking back and forth and wondering what the next crazy thing's going to happen. Like, dude, that's a life. And it's not a life worth living, that's for sure. What that you want is to live without fear. Yeah, they try to put in your mind all these things. Yeah, I mean, that's what narratives are for: controlling the mind.
Yeah. So the question you ask, why do they lie? That's why they lie, and it's working.
Yeah, it's working, because look at you even stated it. I'm even reluctant to think about having children in this day and age. There you go. Mission accomplished, right? For those guys, they're all patting themselves in the back, and everybody's a round of
They're eating
applause.
off silver platters. Yeah. Silver spoon in their mouths. Even Putin's got a gold toilet. He shits in golden toilet.
In the meantime, we're here with you, and we're talking to you about it.
Yeah.
So now is the time. Now
this is golden toilet to shit in.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's great, Jim. But now's the time for you to make a decision, right? A decision on what you want to do, whether you're going to stay with the mindset that you are, or make a decision to do some research. It's up to you, sir. We can't force you to look into this. You got to look into it. You got to walk through that door. Otherwise, you'll just stand there in fear of what's coming.
I mean, life's definitely feel uncertain nowadays. It makes me wonder, like, what's the meaning of life? Like, why are we here? Is life supposed to be like this? Like, going to school, going to work? I mean, being stressed, filled with anxiety every day about the economy, politics. It's like,
yeah, you shouldn't. That's not a life. That's not a life, sir. That's not a life.
He's sounding like a flat earther in the making right there, ladies and gentlemen. A flat earther in the making.
Jen, you're breaking up.
Already questioning the key. There you go.
You're breaking up, Jen. We didn't hear what you said. Try again.
Sorry, I said he's a flat earther in the making.
Yeah, yeah.
Now.
Yeah, exactly that. But like I said, we just want to inspire you to look into it. You're roboting again, Jim. Yeah, he's this gentleman that came in here and was having these questions. It's good because now he gets to see in real life that the reason why this propaganda has been pushed on the people is to get somebody in that mind state that he said right now. So he's a prime example. That's the perfect example. That's where the mind is, the body follows. Now the body's not going to do what the mind doesn't allow it to. So the mind's like, no, I'm in fear of the future. I have to be cautious and I'm weary, and and therefore the body will follow that mindset.
I mean,
anyway,
if the Earth, well, I'm asking for myself here, okay? Because I'm struggling.
Sure.
If the Earth is flat, like if it's actually flat, it really does help me believing in the existence of a creator, of a God.
Sure.
If the Earth is flat, that really helps me. If that was the case.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the Earth is created the way it was with intent for people to live on it and have a conscious knowledge of the Earth being what it is. So before, there was never any contention of what the Earth was. Everybody understands that we're on a horizontal plane. It's not only until somebody thought of the idea that we could be living on a ball and put that imagination forward and then build upon that imagination with mathematics that people started to think that the Earth could be a ball. But before that, everybody understood, it was just the Earth. It wasn't like flat Earth. It was just the Earth. So the Earth was considered to be a horizontal plane. Now we have to talk about a false dichotomy, flat Earth and globe Earth, which isn't a real dichotomy. It's just the Earth. So the idea that there's flat and globe is wrong. It's just the Earth, and the Earth is a horizontal plane. So it only came as of recent that people in history came with the idea that the Earth could be a ball, and the mathematics and all that to make it sound like it is. So we're only telling you that was it's propaganda, bro. Like the Earth as a ball is just an imagination of somebody else using a mathematical construct. But math isn't reality. It can describe reality, right? You can get some math and say from the distance from me to there is so long, whatever. But it's not reality itself. It describes it. It's like a language.
But just this, all this scientific research, all these movies, all this history, I don't know, books talking about, Big Bang, fucking globe, space, dinosaurs coming from monkeys. It's just
yeah. It's a lot, isn't it?
Climate change,
yeah. I mean, it overwhelms the mind. So the mind, what it does is just goes into like, you know what? I can't research all these topics. I'll just take somebody's word for it, I guess. Like, it must be true. I mean, why would they be saying it? There's like all these people, these top scientists, So the mind just reverts back into just, okay, maybe I'm wrong and I don't need to overthink it. I just go along with everything. That's why it's an issue.
I mean, for the average people, we think that we are too stupid to understand what they are.
Yes, dude. Yes. Yeah, I get that. But the problem is, you're not. You are not. You're capable. You can do research. And that, because you become a critical thinker, now you're a weapon against the narrative. You become somebody who stands against it. You want to talk about things and discover and do research. But then there's other people like your friends and everybody else. And they're like, nah, why are you doing that? We already know the Earth's a globe. And you ask them, how? How do we know that? And they're like, well, they told us that at school. And you're like, okay. How did they show us that it was an actual globe? They're not going to be able to tell you. Just like nobody in this channel can do so either. They can't tell us how it's a globe. They only imagine it because they've been hearing people say it for such a long time. Nobody's ever made research on this, dude. I mean, it's up to you, I guess. I mean, unless you're going to be, like I said, you could revert back to like, easy mode. Easy mode would be just whatever they say. I don't care. I gotta go to work. I gotta make a living. I can't worry about this globe Earth, flat Earth nonsense. You have to. If you think that way, then you're going to discard that critical thinking process. Then nothing any information that comes to you, you'll just be like, I'll believe the government that whatever they're putting on me out is true.
The government definitely could lie on some occasion.
Yeah, they can do that. They can do that. I mean, your mind is a sacred space, sir. That belongs to you. It doesn't belong. You don't give it away to somebody. Oh, they know better than me. No, you take your mind back. Do the research. Figure stuff out. Be curious. Yeah.
So, what do you guys think about the ice wall? Then, do you guys you think that's actually the model that you guys would agree with? Being surrounded by ice walls, I guess, in terms of like in the flat Earth model.
No, I mean, there's this idea that the flat Earth is like a giant, AE map with all the ice surrounding it. There's no evidence of it being exactly that. If somebody claims that, it would be a reification it's a reification fallacy. So it's an idea that people have put out that this is the way it is. You can't prove that. No one can. I would challenge any flat earther that says that's exactly what the Earth is to tell me how they know that it's exactly what the Earth is. I would challenge them. They wouldn't be able to tell me how they know, 100%. So they don't know that that's exactly the case. So there's a lot of misinformation within the idea that people have been saying this nonsense for a while. They can't prove it. But that ice wall or ice shelf does exist. If you go to Antarctica, you will see an ice shelf or an ice wall. You will see it. But as far as a wall that surrounds the entire, Earth and that can't be proven. And if you're a flat earther and you're listening to me going like, what? Yeah, I would say, yeah, prove it then. Show somebody how there's an entire ring of ice that surrounds the entire Earth. I wanted the demonstration put forward and how you've obtained that information is true. Validate it, yeah? Can't do it. It's not possible.
The only thing I would say is what we do know is Antarctica is the highest land mass on the Earth. And we know that water needs to be contained by something. So there is a lot of flat earthers who would feel that, yes, these ice cliffs, which you can quite easily Google, Antarctic ice cliffs, and you can see that the shoreline of Antarctica is way above the sea level. So this is where I think the idea comes from. But AV's right. There's no way to confirm this is a continuous thing around the Earth. But the water is contained by higher land. It must be.
Well, I mean, we would say that for sure. Because as you see at a beach of an ocean, the water stops at that beach. So there's a shore at least. So if it shores up in some place and then there's an ice wall in another place, we wouldn't be able to determine the whole entirety of the realm that we're in.
I think the crucial question is that for me to believe in the flat earth is that, okay, what's gonna be over the edge, like the...
No, that's wrong. That's wrong, sir. You dude, like if you think that you need to see that thing, then you're never gonna reach a conclusion. The conclusion should be the properties of water, right? How does water behave, while at rest? Observe water. Water is the majority of what covers the surface of the Earth. Yes, you understand this, right?
Well, yeah, sure.
Okay. So if that's true, sir, and water at rest demonstrates that the surface of water is horizontal and flat, then the majority of the Earth is flat. Because think about it. If it's more than 50%, how do you have a 50% ball? You don't. So the water is a great demonstration of the Earth as a flat realm.
Do you guys do you guys believe in the idea of gravity then? Like, oh, there is a giant, like maybe like let's take a giant planet, and then it's like sucking, I don't know, it stabilizes other planets around it. Do you guys believe in that idea? I don't know how to explain that.
A giant planet, you say?
Yeah, it's like I think it's Einstein that is telling about this theory about how if the bigger a planet is, the more force it has to attract other planets around it. It's also being used in the globe model as well.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the? Yeah.
Well, that's not proven, though. You know that, right? The idea only stands to reason that you think about the Earth in a cosmology where there's ball planets like floating around. That's where that idea exists. It exists in that mind. Outside of that, doesn't exist. So you can't prove it. In other words,
Flat Earth. I need to know. I need to know what's over the edge, man. If I really gonna have.
Yeah, you could be curious. You could be curious at what the extent of the realm will provide, but you can't go to somewhere that you don't know the destination to. How do you know where the destination would be if you're taking off from someplace and somebody says, "Okay, I'll give you a boat, I'll give you a plane, I'll give you enough fuel. Where are you going? Where are you going to tell them your destination is?"
Well, a lot of people are proposing to go to Antarctica, but because we're not allowed to go there.
No. I'm provoking your mind, Billy. I'm provoking you to think about this critically. If somebody gave you the unlimited amount, I'll give you a plane with enough gas it's full tank of gas, the boat that can travel anywhere you want. Where's your destination?
No, the farthest I can go.
Where? In what direction?
Straight. I don't know. It's going
straight. Where? That doesn't make sense. So in navigation, they want to know what direction you're heading, so that they can give you, if they want to, a vehicle that will get you to a place you want to get to. Where are you trying to get to?
I mean, I don't know what's out there, man.
Listen. I'm trying to get you to think critically. This is the most crucial part of the question asking that you've been doing, as to how to think about critically the questions you're asking. So if you're leaving from one place and you're telling somebody really, right, in reality, that you're going to go to another place, where is that other place at that you're going to be heading towards?
It's just maybe the opposite direction, I guess.
Of what?
Oh, where I am right. I mean, right now I live in the Southeast Asia, right? And
okay. And where do you want to head towards? I have a boat. I have a plane. I have anything you need. Where are you going? Just tell me where you're heading. That's all I need to know.
Maybe over Australia. Let's go with that.
But over Australia. But where are we landing?
I don't know.
Oh, you need to. If we're leaving here in the south of Asia, and you need to tell me where I'm going to land.
That's the thing. I don't know what's over Australia. If I really do.
Right. So if you're saying this to somebody practically, do you think they're going to give you a boat or a plane?
No.
Then you've answered your question. See, using a little critical thinking, Billy, goes a long way.
It's really flat.
I'm going to hand
So
this over to
you can do some research. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I appreciate that.
Definitely something I need to do. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Need to
can do
watch.
some research, and there's there's people out there there's stories out there of people who've claimed there's more land, there's a dome, there's this, that, the other, and you can come across all sorts of conflicting information, and you can make your own decision on what you think could be across or beyond or outside of whatever this place is, and you're perfectly within your right to do that. But for us, it's less important. That doesn't really change anything in respect to the world we live in. The world we live in is what we observe, and what we observe is exactly what we've told you. If we was to sit here and start speculating on them things, and you don't agree with what we think it could be, you might discredit that. That might change you might throw everything we've told you factually true away and say these flat earthers think this or think that, so that they must be wrong. So it doesn't benefit us, and it's not efficient for us to even go there. Logically that would go a work against us, because what we're trying to do is be intellectually honest. We're not trying to replace your cosmology. The cosmology now for you isn't in the sky. It could be outside of this place. Who knows? But for us, that's unimportant. That's not provable. What is provable is what we've told you, and nothing changes that, regardless of whatever speculations you have or may read from an admiral or, from a military man or from an explorer who claims that there is more land or that there's a dome or whatever. That isn't important. What is important is they've lied to us about where we live, the surface that we're on, and the nature of the realm, the nature of science, the nature of gas, the nature of energy. They've lied to us about certain things, and we can disprove that. So it's a bit like being at a crime scene. When you're at a crime scene, you don't worry about the motive or the possibilities of why this person could have done this or what else they could have done. All you're doing is investigating the crime in hand and determining whether the crime has taken place. And that's
what are you talking about?
We're talking about the nature of Earth, sir. We're talking with Billy at the moment. So what I'm trying to tell him is...
what?
And what I'm telling Billy right now is he had questions about what is beyond the known world where we can travel, and I said it's less important to worry about that, and it's more important to worry about what we can prove, what we observe, and where we live.
I'm sorry, what is the topic? What's the known world? I am not following you.
Billy, did you have any more questions, or would you like to sit and listen to us talk to somebody else? Talk to this gentleman.
Okay, maybe one last question then, and then I'll close this call. Need to rest.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things to talk about, a lot of things to watch.
Yep.
So you guys didn't believe in the existence of dinosaurs, right? You guys think that it's fake? It doesn't exist?
No, I just told you the narrative they gave us was invented in the 1800s.
Oh,
and
yeah,
before
yeah.
that, before that, yeah, there was evidence of giant bones, but not evidence of a prehistoric race of giant lizards who were there pre-mankind. So it's the narrative we're questioning.
Well, relating to that question, what do you guys think about the fossil fuels then? Do you guys think it's running out, or it's I don't even know where it's coming from. They say it's coming from the dinosaur fossils to make the oil.
Yeah, I'm not really I'm personally not really taken into the fear-based argument that scarcity of the oil,
scarcity,
is going to lead us to run out of fuel. I'm personally not a believer in that at all. No.
You can make oil. I mean, there are many chemical reactions you can use to make oil very efficiently. I could write you some if you want. I'm actually chemical engineer, so I kind of know this stuff,
So as a mechanical engineer, As a mechanical engineer who, has basically said, how easily fossil fuels would be to be replaced. How do you feel about the fact that we're still using these so-called fossil fuels? Why do you think we haven't transitioned into another oil yet?
Because they are very efficient, very scalable, and also we need them to produce a lot of different materials, like for example plastic and stuff like that. It's basically because they don't cost a lot. This is the main reason we still use them. We could use something else. We can synthesize, fossil fuels. They are just chains of carbon, hydrogen molecules, organic molecules, and very different. There are many different types of chains. Some with some type that are hydrophobic. For example, if you add a phosphorus element into the chain, then it becomes hydrophobic, and you can make a different type of plastic, which is usually the plastic that is used in pan for frying and stuff like that. And this is made with very high pressures, water, and other type of machines. You can read all of that. You can even do that at home if you have enough money. And there are, for example, ethanol. It's like you can use ethanol instead of gasoline. Main point is that ethanol costs more. When they made car, there was competition between bioethanol production and the oil production, which is gasoline basically, and gasoline is not just petroleum, it's a derivative of petroleum. You can derivative a lot of different things, like benzene, etc. This chemistry is when you study organic chemistry, you usually read a little bit of those things. There are many books about it, and there are many experiments. You can even do it at your house, but they are very dangerous actually, and also because those are very toxic materials. And yes, it's basically because they don't cost a lot, because just have to extract them, which is very fucking easy, because we know how to extract oil from thousands of years ago. They already extracted oil with Archimedes machines and pumps that were made in Greece, and they could make weapons with that, and even they used this type of oil for boats. So as you can see, a jacket pump is fucking easy to make. Even modern jacket pumps, they literally works 150 years ago. It's literally the same design. It's not very costly.
Right. Yeah. The oil fields are being found. New oil fields are being found all the time. We're finding them every year. We're finding new and new oil fields. I think the idea and the narrative that they've spun that this is, a limited resource, I think that's where the lie is. I think the idea that we're going to run out of the fuel is the idea of scarcity, which pushes the price up and allows a full industry to become very rich. So I think everything you said is right. I think where the problem is believing that these are dinosaur bones, fossilized dinosaur bones. I think that's where you run into a problem, because we are finding new oil fields all the time.
Yeah, because they are not dinosaur bones. They are organic matter, general organic matter, usually plants.
Yeah.
And even poop, stuff like that, Do you guys know how we make, for example, bioethanol is still an organic matter, Or how we make lignite, which is something people did 9,000 years ago. They were able to do that. It's literally just burning.
I'm aware. Yeah.
Yeah, you just burn and put a lot of dirt, in because many people don't know, but the combustion of wood is not the wood that it's combusting, but basically the wood are chains of glucose and carbon hydroxide, etc. And what you have is that when you add it to this thing, the chain starts to break, and there are hydrocarbons inside those type of chains, and those are the flame. Those pick up the flame, and there is a chain reaction for which the heat they produce by exploding basically, also continue the pyrolysis process. And by pyrolysis is how you made carbon, like the vegetal carbon. You know, you do this like that. The point is that petroleum is basically carbon, but under the earth with a lot of fucking pressure. So if you can make petroleum at home by synthesizing like that, there are machines. Yeah. I don't remember how it's called, in which you basically burn at a very high pressure wood, you know, or organic matter. But usually chains of glucose and stuff like that, because when they break, there is a lot of hydrocarbon, and well, you literally make petroleum.
Yeah. Well, just to sort of reinforce what I said. Yeah, I mean the idea that we're running out seems to be a bit far fetched. I think 2021 there was 200 odd new fields found. Just 2023, I think there was like 50 new oil fields found. We are spinning a narrative that we're running out of this oil when quite possibly that may not be the case. But listen, I do have to go. So can I'd like one of the flat earthers to have a chat with you about the nature of the earth. We talk about the flat earth here. And if anybody's free and can step in, I need to make a few calls.
What?
I don't know who's around. Is T-Dub, Kembo, John, Daz Elbow, anybody about?
Does the guy have any specific questions he's asking?
Dragon Fruit, yeah. Have a chat with him. So let's just steer the conversation back to the topic of the room, which is flat Earth, and I'll leave him to you, capable guys.
What are your questions, Bomber Clapman?
I don't have questions.
Was it not you talking with Roots?
What?
Was it not you talking with Roots?
Who's following you?
Bombo Clap? Do you have it all figured out? Because I'd be interested to hear it.
What?
The world. You got the world figured out?
I don't know what you are talking about.
The Earth. You have it figured out? I'd be interested in hearing about it.
What are you talking about?
I see. So are you still learning English? How do you think that's going?
Not very good. I don't speak very well English. I mean, I don't understand what you are saying because you talk weird.
It's all right. Yeah, practice makes perfect. So I guess, yeah, just listening, maybe trying.
I thought he was having a conversation with Roots and he was asking us to carry on, but I don't know if his English is very good or not.
Yeah, I guess not. There's a bunch of rooms dedicated to people learning English, which is pretty admirable for a Discord. It's pretty cool idea.
What? Sorry. Can you speak more clearly? It's difficult to follow what you say.
But do you have any questions?
Yeah, no worries. I'm just gonna listen. Yeah.
Because when you speak, you like eat the words. I don't know how to tell that. Basically, it's like your microphone is overtated, something like that. It's very, loud and difficult to understand what you say. So, what's the question? Brother?
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, so I was saying, do you have any questions for us? You're in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Questions about what?
You joined this room for a reason, no? To learn English or to talk about the Earth?
I joined for random reason. Like, I didn't even read what you were talking about. That's why I asked it. Okay, so what are you talking about? That's my question.
At this moment in time, I have no idea.
Good. Then we can talk about everything, I guess.
Well, we're talking about the Earth being flat. Dude.
Okay.
That's the name of the room. We're discussing in this room the nature of Earth. Is Earth flat or a ball?
Well, I mean, like, I believe that usually people with flat Earth conspiracy, they're a little bit like just ignorant about basic science, or they don't believe because they don't want to do experiments, stuff like that, or maybe they have some kind of logical fallacy. I mean, like people in the past did the same. They had logical fallacies about everything. Like when humans discovered heliocentrism, there was most of the people didn't even search for heliocentrism, but there was a lot of data that was extremely accurate, and only some dudes figured it out that how actually the planets circulate in a heliosphere, like in an eclipse. And it was not that easy. I mean, it took like 8 years and the invention of logarithm to do that. I can understand that people with basically no knowledge about or understanding, because you can even be knowledgeable about something, like your logic could be wrongful because you lack the comprehension and understanding. I have known some flat earthers. They usually are incapable of solving problems, even when they are proficient in the subject. One of my co-worker is an engineer, and he is a flat earther, but he lacks an extreme understanding of how circuits work, for example. He doesn't believe in electromagnetism, and he thinks everybody is just trying to...
Yeah, the problem, homie, those topics are disconnected from each other. You would say,
not really, because
he also he drives a Volvo and he has an Apple product. All you did was basically say this guy's a flat earther and a bunch of other topics that are not related to it.
Yeah, but what I mean is that usually people that believe in such conspiracies have
flat earth, not a conspiracy theory, not a conspiracy theory. And if you want to talk about conspiracy theorists, you've got many conspiracy theorists that hate flat earthers more than you do. You are more likely a conspiracy theorist because you're going around talking about some kind of conspiracy. You, no one else here. Not one single person
wait.
has invoked any level of conspiracy theory other than you.
I'm not talking about conspiracy theorists. I mean, I'm talking about the fact that people who talk and believe about conspiracies, like, I mean, flat
They
Earth
have nothing to do.
is-
Nothing to do with flat Earth whatsoever.
Don't you say that there is a huge lie? You know, like
Everyone
it's a
says that.
conspiracy.
Yeah, right now right now, right time, right fucking now. Just fire up your news. They're talking about some massive conspiracy theory involving the DOJ investigation at the federal level about suppressing evidence. You don't need
this
flat
is a
Earth.
real
Listen, pay
conspiracy.
attention. You don't need flat Earth to discuss government misconduct. That topic is a red herring that drives away from the real topic, the surface of the
Sorry,
Earth.
maybe my English is not good, so I will tell you in another word because I can see you are kind of retarded, you know. Basically, what I'm saying is that the people who believe in such things, they have some kind of wrongness in their brain.
Yeah,
So
there's nothing here
you
with
can-
conspiracy theory. If
Yeah,
you
okay,
want,
no conspiracy theory. It's
Yeah.
just about mental issues, you know.
yeah, if you want to
what
talk
I'm
about
talking
mental
about.
issues, you have that. Enough of that with globe people. There's people who think the Earth is a globe with a full gambit of mental health issues. All of them. Like you could go there and talk to so you could probably address your own mental health issues. You don't need to worry about other people's mental health issues. You don't need to come into a channel to discuss flat Earth and then want to discuss your hang-ups and your stigma towards mental health issues. You could go do that someplace else. You don't need this topic to do that at all. You could go to a soccer forum, a cooking forum, anywhere you want to go. You will find extreme levels of mental health issues. Extreme levels. They say there's a mental health crisis in America, mind you. So if you want to come
Yeah, the thing is that the type of issues I'm talking about is the capacity of logic.
He's right.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can assure you that if I try to teach you about my subjects, for example, or maybe programming, mathematics, you will suck about it because I have known flat earthers and yeah, it has to do because the problem of flat earther is that they don't understand the logic and the evidence behind our current knowledge about the universe. And people would be glad to hear about your ideas, but they already did. And they already, acknowledge the fact that it was not true. Like, if Earth was, like you said, maybe something will be simpler, like observation of stuff. So why they build technology in a different way?
Right, calm down a bit. We have many observations. Where are yours?
Yes,
Yours just
I
as
can
massive.
make. I have like billions of observation. I think you can just
from space.
You know, no, I can have even. I can do observation even right now. It's fucking easy. It's like children play. If you don't know the math to just prove that Earth is flat, it's because you are stupid. Not my fault. Just ask for ChatGPT. I don't know.
Yeah, look,
I mean,
excuse me,
there are many tools you can
you've
do.
been very insulting. Excuse me.
Jin, let him keep calling me a retard. Let him keep calling his names.
Because you
Show
are.
his true
I'm
colours.
sorry. You should watch yourself in the mirror. I'm not saying that because I'm a bad person or because I hate you. I'm saying that because I love you. I want you to improve. Like,
you,
if
brother.
you say to me that I kind of have some discipline problems, I could agree with you because I'm introspected to myself. I know that I have some problems.
I can hear by the tone of your voice and the fact you just want to keep talking. You love the sound of your own voice. But I can assure you, a man with an ego like yours, you will never learn anything on this earth. You need to take a step back, mate, and breathe.
Okay, sure. Well, if you want to teach me about it, I will listen if I have enough time, because of course I work, so I kinda have to think about other things, you know.
Yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't have a job. I don't need to earn money. I'm just crazy.
No, I think that many people who believe in conspiracy, they have jobs. Sometimes they even are presidents, so it's not really the point. Like, you can be retarded and also be the president of the United States of America. Trump, for example, he clearly lacks the capacity to think in a critical and logical way, as I have seen that he is unable to understand the simple mathematics. For example, with the tariffs.
The way you're talking about Donald Trump shows me how little.
Yeah, dude, you are extremely uneducated. I know I disconnected a little bit there, but you are so far off topic. I'm just going to put you on mute at this point. Talking about Donald Trump and people's mental health. Dude, you are a quack. Even if you were qualified to talk about these topics and evaluate people's mental state, you wouldn't do so over social media. So either A, you're some kind of conspiracy theorist, whack job, just shooting his mouth off, or B, you have the credentials and the ability to talk about these topics, and you choose the wrong form to do so outside of a clinical setting, which makes you a quack. You're in a lose-lose situation right now. It's better just to turn your mic off than to sit there and listen to this stupid shit for 1 second longer.
He's left. He's called us all names and he's left.
Yeah, good riddance. Get the fuck out of here.
I think his point about conspiracies made sense.
Okay, you're on mute too. Fucking retarded shit. Alex Jones, the king of conspiracy theorists. Like, this guy, there's no conspiracy theory this guy doesn't love. Like, he's dived head first, and he almost picked a fight with Eddie Bravo, a prize fighter, over Flat Earth. These rampant, foaming at the mouth conspiracy theorists, they think Flat Earth is some kind of CIA-controlled operation meant to discredit truth movements. That should tell you something. That alone should let you know that when you try to slap a Flat Earth sticker on a topic you can't understand, you won't be able to understand it. You don't know what these words mean, flat and earth. Like, holy shit.
They lump it in with Bigfoot and the moon landing. It's wild.
That's the best part. There's people who think the earth is a globe, who think Bigfoot's real. They're out there, like, just, I don't think they got back, but there were, like, a week ago, they had talked about some people from a university going out to find traces of Bigfoot in, like, Tennessee or Kentucky. They went out in the field looking for evidence of Bigfoot. You get these fucking retards coming here and be like, well, they must be flat earthers. Well, why? Why would they be a flat earther? Like, holy shit. See, and then you accept it. You accept the idea because they are, you say, oh, sure, then they're flat earthers. So all the way up, it's like the old boy who ran off, all the way up to the very top, president of America, the leader of the free world, is a flat earther by their own logic. It shows you that they haven't even begun to try to think yet. It's all an emotional reaction. They saw the words flat earth and they triggered. That's it.
Yeah, that guy's behaviour instantly was calling us idiots for believing this before we'd even spoke. Couldn't even finish a sentence and we were retarded.
He was even hurling abuse at his colleague at work who wasn't here now. Calling him a retard as well.
It's wild.
He's an engineer.
It's childish behaviour. Yeah, and it's like there is literally, if you really have a brain and you really go out and you look for the evidence of the Earth, you will not find it. You're just looking at mathematics and cartoon images. There is nothing to prove it.
He keeps talking about his maths. But like I said yesterday, You've got pseudoscience mathematics, which doesn't relate to where we live.
Even if
none of
you
them
give it to them,
understand
you guys
the
pay attention.
scientific process. Like you need
Even
your
if you give it to them,
hypothesis,
Dragon Fruit, hold on. Even if you give it to them, sure, flat earthers are conspiracy theorists. That would be a genetic fallacy. Look who's talking. They don't care. They don't give a shit that their logic is fallacious, is broken, is incoherent. To them, logical fallacies are a checklist to go down to make an argument. In their worldview, they want to find as many fallacious logic and reasoning. It's called gish galloping. They lie like you breathe air. They will come in here and just straw man, genetic fallacy, appeal to popularity, appeal to credentials. They'll go right down the list of logical fallacies. And before you even got a chance to address one of them, they've already committed 4 more.
And then they leave as Dragon Fruit was about to put him on the chair, the hot seat, and start to ask him about how he actually validated the curvature. He had gone. Just only the slightest smidgen of a hint, and he was gone. If I've got time, remember, he said, if I've got time, because I've got to work. Stupid ass. Why'd you come on the server when you've only got minutes, literally? You've only got minutes to slag us off, but no minutes to discuss how you proved that the Earth was a globe. See what I mean? You know, if we're that retarded, why would you come on and be gone in 5 minutes? Silly.
Jin, do you have an image showing like a meme of the actual scientific process?
I've got one. Yeah, I have got one. Yes, I have. Yeah, 1 second. Let me give you that right now.
Because a lot of my friends don't even know what the real scientific process is. They just think, oh, because a scientist said it, it's right. And I try to explain the process, and they're like, "You what?" I'm like, "Mate, we learned about this in school. Have you forgot?"
That's right. We did this at school. It's just elementary stuff. Exactly. Just give me 2 minutes as I retrieved it, okay?
Yeah, nice one. I'll just copy and paste.
Leaving this server. Yeah, well done, mate. You just hang on a second there. Be with you in just a short while. I'm just getting into it now. Doing what that guy did yesterday. What's his name? Don't slip or slip not. That was it. He slipped everywhere though. That was the thing. Slip not, and he was fucking sliding everywhere to come. Excuse the expression. Slip not. He was giving us a running down blow for blow, second for second of what he was doing as he was trying to get his headphones to work and plug in. And
oh yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
And then Miggy started to get myself a drink and this, that, and the other. I thought that was funny. He replied,
"Just like
I found the image. I have found the image located, coming your way in a few tickety boos. A few tickety boos coming your way now." There we are. Have you got it? That's it. The scientific method in relation to gravity, for example, but it applies to everything. Have you seen it?
Yeah. Yeah. Cheers, mate. I'll copy that.
That's the one. So if they want to prove anything, not just gravity, anything, you have to have your 5 steps. There they are. There you go, my man. But like I said, yeah, you asked him the first question to try and prove how he measured the curvature and everything, and you only hinted at, you didn't even get those words out. And already he was looking at his watch. If I've got the time, I've got to go to work.
But you guys have been on here a long time, haven't you? I bet the evolution of ChatGPT has really changed the game, because these guys are literally just reading the answers straight from it verbatim.
Yeah.
It's just lazy. That's intelligently lazy, I would say.
Mm. It's just that he called us retards right off the cuff. Right from the word go, he's calling us retards.
Yeah, I had to get my toilet paper to dry my eyes a little bit. I shed a few tears.
He said, "We don't have the capability of understanding the maps."
Yeah, I actually had a little breeze through the paper that Isaac Newton wrote. I'd like to see if any of these people have actually read it, because it doesn't even really talk about gravity. It's like loads of mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, I started reading it as well. I got through a few pages of it. It was just pure boring.
But these guys
Principle of mathematics, basically. That was what I'm talking about. Principia di Grammatica. Yeah,
it's just nonsense. There's no I would expect, you might think it's childish, but I'd want some pictures, some demonstrations, some drawings, not
illustrations. Yeah, illustrations. Yeah, diagrams and illustrations. Nothing. Pure words. You're yawning every 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's just a quick thought process.
Can you imagine yawning as you're reading, ladies and gentlemen? Yawning as you're reading. What a comedian. And then he ended up going mad, Sir Isaac Newton, with his alchemy tests. Remember? And he never got married. That was the odd thing as well. No children.
Played with dolls and shit.
And there you go. What a madman.
Yeah, literally, they looked up, they dug him up to see where his mercury levels were, and it was like what the fuck? Scientifically proven numbers that based on the level of mercury in his body, he would have been a madman. Like when the apple fell on his head, he saw stars, and then hallucinated a heliocentric model brought to him by God of the Bible.
At least he was honest about gravity, that he couldn't prove it.
Still unproven to this day.
Yeah. I imagined you were going to go into him very slowly exposing how retarded he was.
It's much easier it's so much better with English speakers, though. With not native speakers, they don't really
that's why you should let me do it. Because with these that's down my alley, man. I can speak like them, You might remember the other day there was a guy, I said earth, because he was from an Islamic country and he didn't understand the word. So I went earth, and he went, oh yeah. You know what I mean?
No, you could have jumped in. I just wanted to let him keep calling my name so everyone could hear how childish it is. Because no one's.
I thought you were building him up to crash him down. That's what I thought. That's why I didn't say anything.
I didn't get a chance. Little boy ran away. He ran to his mummy.
Yeah.
Well, I've only just returned. I don't know what happened. I guess he splurged out and got a bit aggressive, right?
Yep, called us retards. As
He said that flat earthers are conspiracy theorists, and all conspiracy theorists have mental health issues. So he wants to diagnose people and talk to flat earthers to see what sort of mental treatment, what type of treatment program they can get on.
Ugh, he's one of those arrogant types, right?
He was definitely, yeah.
So Dragon Fruit told him, he said, your arrogance, your ego is so high, you'll never learn anything at all.
You could hear it in his voice was just so condescending the way he was speaking.
Exactly.
I imagine he's got a big ego. If he talks to people like that in the real world, I imagine it's not a pleasure to be around.
Well, we've got Reggie Watts in the chat. He's been in the chat for a few hours now. It's good to see him in the VC, and he's asking Crit a direct question. So, Reggie, are you there? Come on, Reg. Come on the mic.
It'd be cool if it was the Reggie Watts.
You are disagreeing. You haven't made an argument for it yet. If you want to say flat Earth isn't flat Earth, what flat Earth is actually something else. Make an argument, or hold your mouth, hold your tongue, like you should. It's better to let people assume you're an idiot than open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Yeah, Crit said that one before. Deja vu there, right there.
Hey, Reggie, please, could you come out of the side chat there and come into the VC? We're going to be cordial. We're going to be friendly. We just want to have this chat because it's not easy to have a one-way discussion on the VC. We do want to engage with you, but can you come on the mic? I mean, you clearly have a lot to add.
Yeah, how about this? I'll put myself on mute. Here, watch. Just like this. I'll red mic myself.
That guy's been trying to muster up the fortitude to get on the mic since yesterday. So good luck.
Oh shit.
Come on, Reg, don't be a keyboard warrior. We've even red mic'd Crit for you. I mean, you won't get that in other servers. I'm sorry, what was that, Leaf? Leaf, did you have anything to add or anything you want to say? Nope, I guess not then. Yeah, I just wanted to see Reggie in the VC. I've seen he's been in that side chat all day, even when he wasn't in the VC. So I thought maybe now he's here, he'll mic up. But I suppose we'll have to wait longer. Leaf, why are you choosing to unmic and speak when somebody else is speaking? I'm giving you the floor, Leaf. Is there anything you wanted to ask or add? Okay, strange fellow. Well, as we were then. Crit, I think you're safe to unmute yourself. Leaf, I don't know if you realise it, but you're hot micing. That's why I'm calling you out. If you don't mean to be hot micing, you might want to mute up.
There we go. Off mute. Like, so did anyone chime up, or they're like just as predicted? They're like, I would talk, but I can't because
Because no other Globers are talking, and so I can interrupt with.
yeah, there's no one to interrupt. Yeah, like if they can only talk if someone else is talking, so they can interrupt you.
Well, there hasn't really been any good Earth proofs today, has there? Sorry, any globe proofs today? My bad.
No, I think we had a good chat earlier though with the gentleman before the last. That was a good 2 hours. He was slowly coming round to the idea that he'd been lied to about many subjects. Had a lot of questions. It was a good chat.
Oh, it's nice when it's like that.
Yeah, I summed him up as a flat earther in the making. Ladies and gentlemen, I actually made an announcement. Here's a flat earther in the making. He's asking all the right questions, singing all the right tunes. He's going to be a flat earther. Yeah. And then he carried on for another hour after that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think you could be right there, Jin. He was on his journey. The hero's journey.
that you must take by yourself. No one to hold your hand. Got to do it all on your own. And then you find out.
Well, you're in Japan, Jin. It's a bit more of a samurai's journey for you.
Yes, and I made that journey.
That was a good one.
I've made that journey many times, especially up Mount Fuji, questioning why the hell am I on this mountain again? 14 times.
Jin's the last black samurai.
Just make that into a movie.
The last flat samurai. Flat.
The flat samurai. I like it.
I really enjoyed the Shogun TV show. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, I used to watch that as well. Shogun's Assassin on BBC Two. It was when I used to watch it back in the day.
Oh no, there's a new show that by HBO called Shogun.
Yeah,
it's the last samurai story, but in TV form.
Right. Yeah. I'm going back to 1970s.
Yeah, no, that's a bit before my time.
Yeah, that was really, really, really good. You know, if you can get that, you'll enjoy it because really good acting and everything. You know, series it was on the BBC Two. Together with you had Monkey, which I placed third, and then you had the Shogun's Assassin, and then you had The Water Margin. All those were brilliant. I used to watch them after school. I used to run home to go and watch them after school.
So you've always had an interest in Japan.
It's funny enough, yeah. And it went from there to motorbikes and radio cassettes and speakers and music systems. Because we were just amazed how the Japanese could make this stuff up every year. Something new's coming out of their country, you know, every other day. It was a joke. And I learned a lot about Japan through the motorbikes and the cars and electronic goods. We were flooded by them with it, you know, flooded with them.
It's one of the greatest countries I've ever had the privileges of visiting.
Yeah, you have, haven't you? That's right. You ate the best food. You ate yourself silly there, didn't you, eh?
Oh, mate, well, I don't really want to say it, but I had a bit of issues with my bowels. I was eating so much food because I just couldn't stop.
Yeah. The colour, you know, the taste, low calorie.
Every market you walk through, there's like, oh, I've got to try a bit of that. I've got to that looks so nice. I need to try a bit of that. I'm only here for a short space of time.
Yeah.
So when was this dragon fruit? When did you go to Japan?
I went when I was 21, so 12 years ago.
Ah, right. That's 2014.
Nice.
Maybe 2013.
And I only managed to visit Tokyo and Kyoto because I was only there for 17 days, 18 days. Because I was going to Australia. So.
Yeah, but you went to two good places anyway, because Kyoto is actually the original capital of Japan. But because the business started to spread, Kyoto ended up being too small. And if you look at it, Kyoto is an anagram for Tokyo, by the way, just in case you didn't realise.
Whoever decided to settle there was a genius because they are like protected by mountains. It's like the perfect strategic place.
Yeah.
Genius, absolute genius. Whoever found that and established there, a very smart man. It's beautiful, especially when you go up into the mountains and you see all the monkeys just chilling in the natural hot springs.
Yeah, that's right.
I try to tell a lot of young people because school doesn't really teach you any opportunities. But like when I'm working with these young lads doing these painting jobs, I'm saying like, mate, just apply for your visa in Australia. You get paid like $50 an hour out there, and then you save up a bit of money and you can travel Asia for like 2 straight years. But then the next day, like, oh, I wasted £200 at a party. I'm like, mate, trust me, you can do a lot more with £200 in other places in the world. It's not just this.
Absolutely, man. When you work out that £200 at the weekend, you could have gone to France, Spain, Portugal, right? Had a party, had a good time, and come back for that same money. Get on a ferry.
I lived in Cambodia for just under 6 months. Back when the visas, you could just buy a year visa; it was no stress. I was there just under 6 months, and I think in that whole time I spent £2,000. That's it. Every day in a hotel, or
That's not
or a
bad, is
hostel.
it? Yeah. Wow,
You're just spending like $5-10 a day. You don't need much money.
Spend £2,000 every day.
No, over 6 months, nearly 6 months.
That's what they do in Britain. People who have got their heads screwed on properly. You travel the world whilst you can.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough because it was all a lot of mine was pre-pandemic, so everything was cheaper, a lot easier. It's all changed a bit now, but unfortunately, like a lot of those beautiful hostels in Cambodia, there's an island you can even look at to verify if you don't believe me. It was called Koh Takiev, and it had like these 4 beautiful resorts, one for each type of person, like the couples, the alcoholics, the druggies, and then just a family-orientated one with children. And then after the pandemic, that whole island, I think there's one left, and it's now owned by like a Chinese conglomerate.
Oh wow!
2 years of no tourism, and then like again, you go to Nepal and you go trekking in Annapurna. Most of those tea houses have all closed down now because they had no business for 2 straight years.
Yeah, they fucked it all up, didn't they?
These people in Nepal have been taking money in from trekkers for what? Since after World War II. And all of a sudden it stopped. And so loads had to close down, and then loads got forced to go to Kathmandu, and then they had to go work in Kuwait and Qatar, Saudi Arabia. Horrible. Not saying the countries are horrible, but the fact their passport.
No, the situation wasn't it? Yeah, the fact that they had to move. Yeah. Imagine that.
You go from living in like this beautiful Himalaya to living in Kuwait City, like 50 degrees.
With the threat of bombs raining down, or a drone strike, or a suicide bomber. Hello, Akbar.
Did you ever visit Nepal?
Not me, no. Would love to, but I've never done that. You see, my idea was this: when I got to Japan, thinking like Europe now, Britain, traveling to Europe is really cheap, right? So I thought it would be the same when you get to Japan, it would be even cheaper. But it was the total opposite, charging silly money to travel. So my dreams of traveling and going to Cambodia, like you mentioned, Nepal, I didn't have that. I've been as far as Vietnam, okay, luckily. But, I wanted to do more of that. Really did, but no, it was going to cost too much money.
I was in Thailand and Cambodia at the time, so when you're in Bangkok, obviously that's like Asia's hub, isn't it? Or like Kuala Lumpur or Singapore.
Yeah,
them were the hubs.
Yeah, I wanted to do all of that. Kuala Lumpur, Thailand, Laos. Lucky to do Vietnam as it was, but
to happen. Hello? You can take your wooden tabletop, go put it out on the ocean, and pour your damn water on there, and let's see it stack up 8 inches. We'll wait. Make sure you have the board diagonally down in the water like a cord. And then pour your water on top of it, and it's going to curve. It's going to be 8 inches worth of water, top to bottom.
Okay, I'm back. You can look at that video and cope with the fact that you're wrong. There's curvature in the video. You can watch it.
Well, I know. I want curvature in water.
Yeah, that's literally curvature in water in the ocean. So you can cope, okay?
Is that ocean moving or still?
Yeah, it's still, brother. How does an ocean move? Can you tell me? Do you mean the water?
Are you stupid?
I think
That was a dumb question, right?
I think you're
You
trying
are
to gaslight
stupid.
yourself into the fact that you don't know how those.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Listen, I'm gonna give you a chance, so I don't have to ban you for your own good. Please, for the love of God, please, for the love of God, admit that the ocean moves. For the love of God, please admit that.
Well, the ocean curves too. I already acknowledged the fact the ocean.
Okay, so okay, cool. Because for a second I thought you said, "How's the ocean gonna move?"
I didn't say that. Wait.
All right, good. That was a close one. That was a close one, dude. I almost had to fall off the roof, dude, because I was so flabbergasted.
No, he did
that
say
I let go of my rope.
He did say it, but he took it back.
I don't think you. But okay. But anyways, go ahead. Go ahead.
So the water at rest, where does it curve?
It curves at the point.
Go take something there, pour the water on it, and show us how it curves and stacks.
It curves at the horizon point.
Take your board out there and pour it on it.
Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna go. Give me a second. I'm in Galveston right now, so I can
You
watch.
should just pull your aquarium out, and then when you set it out there to that point, right? Then the water in your aquarium should all fold over to the left side of the aquarium towards the shore, not the horizon, and then it should be a gap between that right side of your aquarium that's out towards the horizon. We'll take a peek. It's gonna be fucking awesome. Gravity's gonna be cool, bending water straight in front of our eyes like this, in your aquarium in front of our eyes live. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
You just need to drop your aquarium.
Here's a test for you. Hold on, Democ. Here's a test for you, bro. So I posted a picture of the roof I'm working on, and I put these boards on. Right. I want you to tell me how high I am off the ground. From the photographic evidence, I want you to tell me how high I am off the ground. Was it not sufficient data in the photo for you to be able to tell?
I see a line. I see a point. I see an angle there somewhere. I think he should be able to Eratosthenes it out.
I know, you got shadows there. You could get the shadow angles and assume parallel light and tell me, that the roof is a globe. But I don't know. I just want to know how high I am off the ground. That's what I'd like to know. I got a photo here, and photos are proof of things, right? So you should know how high I am off the ground. If you say I have a photo and it tells me the Earth's a globe, then you should be able to look at this photo and tell me what's going on in this photo. So I'll give you a hint. That wood is called a 2x4, which is a nominal measurement. It's actually 1.5 inches by 3.5 for very particular reasons, which we don't need to go into. So now that you know that the 2x4 is 3.5 inches wide, now how high am I off the ground?
He deafened Overlord.
Well, I would too.
Hey, guess who came in earlier? You would never guess. Good times for all.
Oh, cool. I missed him. Too bad. Whatever.
Yeah, he was kind of like passing by because I think Iron Rail Media was going to be. They were going to do a show or something, and he stopped by in here. He got the link from Dr. Law. I don't know if you remember him, Dr. Law.
Is it Issa?
I think so.
Pretty sure that's who it is.
He dropped the link to him, so he came in here, and I spoke with him for a little bit, and told him thank you for creating all that videos that he did, which the gas pressure with a gradient pressure in the container with the the tank that has the the pressure differential inside that tank. So I was telling him about it. I was like, yeah, we often use this video a lot. So by proxy of your video, you've been shellacking Globers, in our arguments for a while now. So, and yeah, he was like, yeah, I create that content for that reason. So, He's a real cool guy, man.
We should ask him. We should ask him if he wants to do like a little interview type powwow session, and we could talk about some of those arguments, and maybe even before he arrives, we could get some clips of it being deployed in the field. That would be a cool little hangout.
Well,
we were supposed to be doing those, but I got so busy with doing other things the past few months, catching up on work.
You think you're gonna find some time in the because my time's coming. I'm about to go move to my place, so I'm gonna set up my studio and gonna start actually buckling down with content. So
yeah, that's good. I gotta do that too because Helio was supposed to be getting a second machine. He may have already done it where we're gonna do live powwows from the main server, like more flat earthers talking to each other, explaining things, going over content, reliving classic content. Stuff like that. You remember the old meme? Remember the old meme where it said it was like a dude hugging somebody with a long beard, and it said, "The way I feel when Indio teaches me something." Remember that? We got to do more of those, like where we're actually hanging out and teaching people, and not having a confrontation or anything with Globers or nothing.
Well, we had one last night. We have Yadolf. I think his name was Yadolf. He came through, and we had, the longest eye-opening experience for him. It took us like almost all night for me. So we started like about maybe 1 o'clock my time, and we didn't stop till like about 4 or 5. And he was just hungry for more input, just like a short circuit, more input. He just wanted more, and that was like, dude, giving him the solid arguments. He was, kind of coming back with what his arguments would be, and we're like, no, that's not good. Like if you're gonna propose it, say it this way. And so he's really just trying to absorb as much as he can. So if you see him, he's like a sponge right now. So we're trying to give him the best that we have accumulated over the experiences that we've had of the arguments, and
I think
kind of honing them to perfection.
I want to do a powwow tonight once I get home. I want to. So I got the 5 videos from. Oh man, what's that guy called? Curious Life of a Flat Earther. He was a guy that was out and about way back in the day. One of the first guys talking about the angular resolution stuff like that. That's a classic. His channel got nuked, so it took me a while to find all the videos.
You know what's real good? If we could some way get into the archives and find out that planar walk experience that you had with.
Well, yeah, that no, Helio already republished that, dude. It's live. You can go watch it.
So do we have?
Listen, the link might be private though, so it might not be searchable. So you have to be given the link. Maybe I'm not sure, but he found it. Yeah, because remember it was we had that strike on that one channel because who's that guy? Dr. Bob got butthurt that we had a picture of him on our streams, so he copyright struck our channel like a little punk, and then he said, "I'll only release the copyright strike if you let me be a moderator so I can mute Miggy." Remember that?
Yeah.
By the way, what a punk.
Yeah, that just leads back. I think that's the beginning of like cancel culture, or like right at the beginning when all that stuff was really popular for canceling, people that wanted to speak out.
What sucked was so the footage that we had of his visage, as lovely as it is, was from a political campaign, like an ad for a commercial for a political campaign where he was running for office, which makes him a public figure, which means he can't do a copyright strike on it. But for some reason, YouTube didn't see it that way, and either that or they just didn't respond. I can't remember. But basically, Helio had to wait like 6 months or 8 months before his channel came back.
So do we have our old content still?
Yeah, he's got that channel, and then he sometimes he plays some of them, and it's like so now he has 2 channels running. And one of the channels has the old content, but however, a lot of the old content isn't public. You have to have the private links.
Hey, Alpha and AI, there's MacGyver. I'm going to post his name in the side chat. He's trying to access our room here, but to him it has a lock. Can you guys help me? Is the
this channel?
Yeah, is the guy that did that song, "Most Fuck Americans"? You know, the Flat Earth guy.
Yeah, well, what rank does he have in this server?
In our server, he had silver, but he cannot access.
No, what rank does he have? Oh, so he lost access to his silver.
Yes, yes. But he's trying to. I did post his profile name there at the side chat. He's trying to access his home, but he has a lot. I'm gonna post it. How it appears to him. So he's trying to access.
He may need to verify. So like use a phone number or something to verify with the server.
Yeah, if he doesn't have enough rank and he hasn't verified, that can be waived, but it's basically just a time frame. So it depends.
Yeah,
like we have to vouch for him, make sure it's actually him.
You see that I did post. He has a lock, but I'm gonna say to him.
Yeah, MacGyver's a legend, by the way.
Yeah, he's cool. He was one of the guys that I think he told. So you remember back when they were saying 100 volts per meter, 100 volts per meter? Right?
Yeah, I got corrected on that.
And he was like to some of the Ethereans, he was like, "Hey, where's the measurement for that?" And they're like, "Oh, but this guy said," and that guy said, "Yeah, but where's the measurement for that?" And nobody could give him a measurement of that. They could only give him lectures where it was said.
Yeah, it was a model.
Nobody actually had the measurements.
And so yeah, it's model based, and it's like there's like, how did they measure it? It's like, me and Jedi were kind of like, well, isn't that what it's always been? Like
There's a lot of things like that out there in both the globe side and the flat Earth side, where there's these cool stories that fit with your opinion of how everything works, and so you, for some reason, just whitewash the scrutiny that you normally should do because you're like, oh, this fits in my wheelhouse, so I like it, so I'm not going to scrutinize it as much as I would have otherwise scrutinized it. And then, somebody says it, right? And then somebody else says that somebody said it. And then you think, oh, that guy certainly vets his information, so I'm going to trust it. And then on and on the daisy chain goes when nobody actually ever measured the sucker. That's why it's your responsibility to be scrutinous, especially of people you trust. Because they're the ones that you make a mistake. Because they've made a mistake, and then you double down on their mistake by trusting them. It's like Reagan used to say, trust, but verify.
And the weird thing is that you advocate for that type of mentality, and then you're, being hypocritical by not doing it yourself.
Yeah, or you say that to people, and then they try to lambaste you as some kind of pariah. It's like, oh, how dare you question the panel? How dare you? Who are you to question the guys on the show? It's like, dude, that's my job, is to show up to shows and tell them that they're a bunch of retards. That's my duty.
I've been tasked with this mission in life.
I learned it, dude. I learned it in college, bro. So when I was doing my art series, right? Art is kind of subjective to some degree, but there's plenty of objectivity to it. Like complementary colors, they're an objective standard, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously we have, perspective and all types of things that you can actually metrically judge art by. And so what would happen is after we'd make our art, we'd get to certain stages, and then we do a critique where we put all the art in front of everyone, and then we each get to critique the pieces. So, okay, your piece is up. Everybody say something about it. Every single person would say something good about it, even though there's glaring errors in the artwork. And when it got to my turn, I'd be like, well, since all of you are too much of a coward, I'm just going to say, dude, your perspective in this image sucks. You did it wrong. And the thing is, if you don't tell them that they did it wrong, how are they going to get better? because they're going to get a bunch of negative. They're going to get a bunch of positive feedback, which is negative because they're getting positive feedback on failure. Like, how is that good for you? Like, we had an example of that the other day, bros, where somebody came in and he said, you can't, none of these things have to do with measuring curvature or this or that, right? And so I asked the bro, I said, do you know how to measure curvature? And he ultimately said, no, I don't. And so I said, well, if you don't know how curvature is measured or how to perform measuring curvature, then how can you say things that are not part of measuring curvature? You have no knowledge base to be able to say that. So what did he do? Did he say, oh, that's very wise, and I agree with you, maybe I should learn how to measure curvature? No, he just bitched and whined. Ew, you're mean, you're on your period. Oh. I'm like, well, it's not my fault you're dumb as a brick, bro. Maybe your friends were telling you stupidity, being like, oh, yeah, you're so great. Your conclusions are awesome, dude. Why should we critique you?
So MacGyver did say that he did verified with his cell phone number.
Okay, so then you need to have a rank. You need to have rank number 3. So if he just joined the server and he hasn't interacted with the server, he won't be able to join any of the guest created rooms. So he needs a petition put in to rank him up, or he just needs to interact with other channels he has access to until he gets to rank 3, which doesn't take too long. So it's either you got to wait by either waiting for the server side mods to get in the queue to approve his waiver to get the rank, or he just has to rank himself up, whichever happens first.
Okay, I will say that. Thank you.
So, I'm pretty sure you can rank up just by joining and listening to chats. So, tell him to pick a chat he can join that he might be interested in, and just join it and be in there for a little while. Maybe type a few things. Yeah. Flat smack. Tell him to go flat smack some dudes in the main channel. All right, I got to go on mute because I got to use my blower to blow off the granules so I can caulk this wood up.
Pause.
I got to do it in the dark, bro. I wasn't fast enough.
I'll hurry up and get home so we can have a.
Yeah, I'm already a third of the way done caulking because I did some the other day, so I only got to caulk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 32-foot runs that only have to caulk like 2 or 3 inches every 2 feet to cover the screws. And that's it. And then I just got to clean up. All right, I'm going to mute.
Love the caulk.
Dude, caulk is the perfect quadruple entendre. Before I go on mute, I'll tell you the story. So obviously caulk sounds like it's an entendre, right? It's shaped like it. It squirts out stuff. So lo and behold, somebody told me, oh, I wonder why they named it. They must have done it as a joke or whatever. So I eventually one day, years later, I looked up the etymology of the word, and it's actually named after, you know how birds have a single orifice for pooping, peeing, and mating? And basically it's named, caulking is named after the white stuff that birds squirt out. So it's actually appropriately named.
Bird shit.
No, dude. No. The other stuff.
No, I know, but I just called it.
All right, I gotta go on mute before I laugh so hard I fall.
Wait, flat Earth is still going after the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? How is that possible?
What? Looking the sky is proving the ground?
Who is that?
They don't give up, man. They don't give up. It's like round 30.
It's
Yeah.
Rivo
Who is this man that?
Rivo 02
Hey, Migo, you want to talk to this guy?
No,
It's Robert.
Go ahead, man.
It's Robert. Robert,
Okay.
Utah.
Who is Robert Utah? What's that?
Oh, it's Robert, Utah? Oh, okay. Never mind then.
That is, gentlemen, because Robert Utah is the most powerful debater you guys have ever met. He's my
I do like this guy. He is good, dude. He is good, man.
I destroy all flat earthers, man. I go around putting them in the dust, D-U-S-T, every day.
Show me that water curving.
Hey, he sounds good doing it too, fellas. He sounds good doing it.
You have got it.
The horizon. The horizon is the Earth curving. What's wrong with you?
What horizon? What the horizon is horizontal. Tell me that Earth curve edge. Where's the edge
Yes,
of the Earth?
horizon is, by definition, the Earth curving away from you. Come on now.
Stand on it. Stand on that.
Stand on what, brother? Can you stand on
The Earth curve.
Can you stand on oxygen? Stand on oxygen, and I will stand on the Earth.
No, you're trying to talk about Earth curve. I thought you were a good debater. You can't even stay on fucking topic. The Earth curve. Go stand on it. Don't talk about air.
I am on topic. You just can't follow.
What do you measure an air curve into?
Yes,
Where's that
we
at?
can. We can do that as well.
Where's it at? Show us.
What do you mean? O2. What does O2 have?
Show us.
2 oxygen.
Quit talking to yourself. Show us.
No, you're not listening. It's not me.
I'm not seeing is the problem, Robert.
Darn right, you're not seeing. Show me oxygen.
Robert
And I'll
of
show you the Earth.
imaginary stuff.
No, what's imaginary is your
Everything
inability
you're talking about.
to decipher things.
Everything you say is imaginary.
The horizon is by definition the Earth curve.
Imaginary.
No, it's imaginary because you don't understand it.
Where's it at? Where's it at? Go stand on it.
9 definitions out of 10. It's not the Earth curve.
If the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, what's the horizon doing there? If the Earth was flat,
Bro, you screwed yourself, Robert. Hold on, Robert. Let me go for a second here, real quick. You said the horizon is Earth curve. If that's the case, then that means that the Earth gets bigger and smaller throughout the day. I think you might want to retract that statement, bro.
No, it does not. The horizon is specific for a certain observer height. It is for a 6-foot observer.
Really? Dude, you want to die on that hill, dude? Because we got numerous observations where the horizon exceeds your claim, dude.
No, I have a million observations that the Earth is a sphere. Come on, now.
The black swan observation by itself debunks what you said, dude. Are you sure you want to die on that hill, dude?
Oh no, black swan is fake, and it's been proven as fake. Come on, now. Don't use that.
Why did you change your name? Because you claimed to do stuff with people, and then you retracted your statements earlier on that. And
what?
I accuse Rado of being this guy because this is the pair of clown shoes who refused to come to Florida to view facts. Reality 30 miles away.
I have been waiting for the invitation. You have not. Don't lie on these people. You have not sent me the invitation. My DM is open.
I'm sure.
My DM is open.
This is a new page, sir. This is a brand new page.
Send me to send me the DM now, and I am going to prove to you that you cannot see Bahamas from the West Palm Beach.
How do you know what I'm talking about? And I didn't give you the details yet. I didn't even give you the details, my guy. Hold on. Wait. I didn't give you the details. How did you know those details?
Because you told me. You said, "Hey, I went up 5 floors and I see Bahamas from West Palm Beach." You have not.
Did you just hear those details just now, or did you remember those details because you are that guy?
I would never forget because I know you can't see Bahamas.
Yes. But why did you make a new page? Because you were supposed to be that guy. Sorry, Rado. You already know what's up, Rado. But yeah, this is a pair of clown shoes.
All my pages are open. I check them all day.
Yeah, why'd you make a brand new page when you're supposed to come to West? Shut up. Shut
You
up.
guys,
When you're
you guys.
supposed to come, shut up. When you're supposed to come to West Palm Beach to see the Bahamas, 100 plus miles away, and see across Lake shut up. See
Brother,
across Lake Okeechobee, 32 miles away. What
where
happened?
is
Why'd you
my
make a new
invitation?
page to go?
Where is my
This is the guy.
invitation,
This is the guy.
sir?
What's up, Rado?
Hey,
Sorry.
cool story. Listen, bros. You guys are literally repeating the exact same sentences ad infinitum. It's boring as crap.
Yeah,
So move the conversation
right.
forward, please.
But this is the guy. He remembers those details because he refused to acknowledge those details. So he made a new page so he wouldn't have to acknowledge those details. What's happening, guy?
Yeah, we know it's Robert.
Holy crap, dude. I said move it on because you're saying the same thing over again, and you literally just said the exact same thing over again, dude.
Yeah,
Robert.
I want him to acknowledge it this time.
I don't know. I could care less, dude. Nobody cares. You can acknowledge that in your DMs. So Robert, bring something up interesting about the server topic, please, or get yeeted. Those are your options.
Oh yeah, brother. Yes, the horizon is the Earth's curvature. If the Earth was flat, you would not see a horizon 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. The Earth is flat. Why is it only 3 miles? Why? My Earth is flat. Come on now, guys, wake up.
It isn't. It isn't at that distance.
Yes, it is, brother. 100%.
Well, you need to present your evidence, Robert. We've been over this 100 times. You've never presented anything.
I have presented the evidence. Did you forget the one that I showed you about the National Geographic? Did you remember that?
The one that it didn't show a horizon at 3 miles. Like you said, it didn't show a horizon at the distance you said it would, and you agreed it was a mirage.
It showed you the horizon, and the balloon showed up at 45 feet as predicted. Okay, brother. At 45 feet, as predicted. The boat disappeared. The stripes were disappearing as predicted. You saw it on the video, and you just ignore it. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
I want something that's not from a piece that was made with flat earthers and globe earthers. I want something from globe earthers that was done prior to the advent of the blowing up of flat earth on the internet, because there should be millions of them, right?
No, brother. The Earth has been proved to be a globe for 2,000
I want
years.
an example of what you're talking about prior to the contesting of the claim.
The only people who care about the curvature as flat earthers, we left that 2,000 years ago. In 1940,
If you're an academic, if you're a professor, then give us an example prior to 2015.
Yes, Eratosthenes measured Earth's curvature to the T.
No. Of the geometric horizon.
It was measured. It was calculated to the T. And we actually have satellites that are doing polar orbiting and measuring the Earth to the T.
Are you telling me that nobody went out to check if the horizon was geometric prior to 2015?
Big man, they already did that 2,000 years ago.
No, they didn't do anything with a geometric horizon back then.
Big
no,
man,
they didn't.
You guys are the only
No, they didn't.
when astronauts go to
Eratosthenes didn't do anything with a horizon.
Yes, he did.
He did something with shadows. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. What do you think the arc is? The curvature, the circumference is. That is
curvature. He didn't use the horizon. He wasn't checking to see if it's geometric.
Big man. Big man, a sphere has a horizon.
You're an academic, right? You're an academic. And you know about all these thousands of observations of a geometric horizon. They must have existed prior to 2015, prior to Eric Dubay, right?
Yes,
so give us an example. Post one.
In 1945, we sent up a V2 rocket and we took a picture of the Earth. It's over. No,
Are we allowed to identify these mental issues and call them out?
Yo, no, I'm just speaking passionately. Please don't get disrespectful.
Okay, so provide the data that was taken by the V2 rocket that shows that horizon is geometric.
What? Are you saying that you have never searched up the V2 rocket and you're talking flat Earth?
Post the data that accompanies the image detailing how that horizon in the imagery it took is geometric.
Big man, the Earth is a sphere for 2,000 years.
Chant it some more, you religious zealot.
No, you're a religious zealot because you think the Earth is flat because you read it in the Bible and you talk about dome. You're the religious one.
So I'm wrong.
Where did you read it at?
Not me. I'm not the religious one.
Yeah, where did you read it at? How did you know the Earth was a globe, huh? You read it on some textbooks?
Come on.
Hold on, no, stop. Let me answer. Did you read it on some textbooks?
Brother, I've witnessed.
Oh, so you are religious then, right?
I have witnessed.
You are religious.
I have witnessed the curve.
You haven't tested it yourself. You haven't looked. You haven't measured curvature. You haven't measured the spin of the Earth. You're religious, man. Stop it. You know you're religious.
Why are you using the word measure? All you have to do is observe.
How do you do is not? Oh, you're not going to measure the curvature of the Earth?
No, you just observe the sphere.
You observe, so you think your observation is definitely the truth about the Earth. How are you seeing the Earth? Are you seeing the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, I've seen it at 40,000 feet several times.
You've seen that 40,000 feet, but yet Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't even see it at 130,000 feet.
He never said that.
Yes, he did.
No, he never said that.
Yeah, this is the guy who denies facts. When I say I can see 30 miles across
Dude,
Lake
there's
Okeechobee,
videos of him
it can't happen. This is the guy you can't talk to. It's useless. It's pointless to talk to this guy. You say you can see 100 miles across to Lake Okeechobee from West Palm Beach. He denies it and makes a new profile and denies everything that happens. This is pointless to talk to this guy. I'm sorry, guys.
That's true.
It is completely pointless, yeah. Hey, Robert, look, we're going to finish you off really quickly. You made a direct claim of the geometric horizon being where it should, right, according to the globe math, right? So present your evidence into the side chat, and then you can be unmuted, and we'll go over the evidence. Until then, you have to stay on mute.
Finish him off, Robert.
Same challenge to you, Rob.
I'm retarded.
I know.
Yeah, Rob's a meathead, and he knows that he can only advocate. He can cheerlead for the guy he thinks is a champion. I would talk to Robert, but I'm eating ice cream, so I don't have time for him.
Sorry to interrupt earlier, but yeah, that's why I brought the receipts. These are the people we can't talk to, the people who won't get it, the people who won't persist.
Who cares?
He's a religious zealot, man.
Yeah, that's fine. He's easily smoked.
Yeah,
He's easily smoked.
It's fine. I can say that. It's cool. I can say that.
If people are struggling with Robert, Robert right now, it shows that you got to step up the game, man. You got to be able to smoke him with whatever he's giving out. It should be obvious that his points can be easily taken out, so you have to lay it out for the audience in a way that's going to make him shut his mouth. Not because you're shutting it, but because he can't refute what you're saying.
You've never spoken to Robert, dude?
Yeah, like when you bring up a specific example of how he couldn't refute what you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah, he just
Robert he don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. You just have to demonstrate where he's wrong for the audience and make it salient enough so that it's unmistakable, and then you can let him frickin' spaz out all he wants. Then you get rid of him.
Yeah, what I was saying is that's happened before, multiple times. You know what I mean? That's all I was saying.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen 10 more times because we run a 24-hour stream, dude. It's got to happen like 300 more times.
Indeed.
But notice his claims. Parse out his claims. His claim was the curve of the Earth is the horizon. So if that's the case, then that means the Earth is getting bigger and smaller, because we all know that the horizon isn't always where it's supposed to be. In fact, many other globers argue that the horizon changes locations based on optical effects. So there we have two globers at odds with each other, and they need reconciling. So Robert would have to argue with them. Same thing when he said, Eratosthenes measured the horizon. How? Because he measured Earth curve, because Earth curve is synonymous with the horizon. That literally makes no sense. That's incoherent retardation on its face. This dude claiming to be a professor and being that stupid is embarrassing, dude. I'd highly doubt he even is a professor. But then again, you never know because there's a lot of diversity hires. If you know what I'm saying.
Same. He always appeals to like information that's been published by collaboration between flat earthers and globe earthers, right? Such as the Jeranism, the Jeran demonstration with the light through the cardboard, or the National Geographic blunder, right? Where's all the stuff that he studied in university? You should be going back through his textbook saying, "Oh, here you go. Take a snapshot of that, post that in the chat. There you go." Like,
ultimately, that's what I'm saying, T-Dub. He's just rinsing and repeating. He's not absorbing any of the information and rebutting. He's just going back for counter to this bullshit. That's bullshit. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, if I had the tenure that he did, I'd be appealing to what all the information and knowledge I'd gained throughout my years of study. Not some half-assed
I don't know, dude.
On YouTube.
It's my opinion that he's a LARP. Professor Phil is a LARP. A lot of these guys are LARPs. They're not actually anybody and anywhere. And they couldn't prove it if you asked them to prove it. And if you actually find out, usually they're like a tutor or they just, audit internet classes. They're not actually real professors. They're absolute losers.
Yep, credential individuals, whenever they speak, it sounds like they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't really care one way or the other. If you've ever spoken to somebody who's actually in academia, the ones who actually sound they have a dog in the fight, you can tell they're trying too hard. Somebody in academia they don't feel that way whenever you speak to them. Like they're not trying to prove a point. They're just putting information out there. These guys are trying really hard. So you can tell there's a difference.
1000%.
Yeah, why do you think he keeps coming back? He can't get enough of being wrong. They're gluttons for punishment, these guys.
Dude, his equivocation of the horizon with Earth curvature in all categories and all instances, that was just embarrassing, dude. Like, that is like stone cold retard level. That was almost as dumb as earlier. The guy was arguing with you guys about 8 inches per mile squared because he thought per mile squared meant a square area, not squared function. Good grief. But at least that kid didn't claim to be a math professor.
I mean, you get 99% of them if you ask them for receipts, pretty much.
Yep. Dude, there's still people that are banned for years, and the only thing they got to do to be unbanned is just provide the evidence that they said they had. They just gave up. They never even tried after that. They just moved on to different servers. Flat Earth is so insignificant, so irrelevant, and we're all such a bunch of losers that we got people begging to come in here that are banned and creating multiple accounts to try to get in here to get their fix.
And there you go, Robert. Why don't you try opening up a channel in this server and see if you can beat the stats, beat the Flat Earth stats, if you're winning.
Yeah, there's no comparison. We're the hottest ticket in town, man. All day.
Dude, I'm getting some ice cream now, bro. Well, when I'm done roofing.
I'm gonna tell you, AI, Burger King ice cream, bro. The best ice cream. The best.
I think I'm gonna get a milkshake drive on the drive home. There's one. Everything else will be closed. Actually, I don't know. It's 9 o'clock right now. I might not get off this roof till 10.
You better hot foot it.
I can't, dude. It's dark, and I've got to be methodical. I've got 2 lights, 2 LED work lights that I'm battery operated that I'm moving along on the edge of the roof as I'm scooching around with my little belay rope. Listen, if you guys want to take on a guy like Robert and you're not a mod, you could just ask, and we'll make it a little quick arena impromptu where one of us takes over muting and unmuting the dudes, and then demanding, if you want to demand that he present the evidence for his claim, then we'll put him on mute till he presents the evidence. We could run that real quick. Wouldn't be hard.
Who's duct taping the Glober?
Days on clear days, they can see that shit further.
No.
Past
Okay, but we.
the curve's supposed to be.
Okay. Let me respond. Robert, calm down. So I just want to point out a fact. So there seemed to have been a confusion about the atmosphere being opaque at a certain range. So I just want to ask: do the sailors inside the hull, with wood and there's no windows, can they see the lighthouse?
Oh my goodness! Why would you ask such silly questions, brother? We're talking about
because dude, you're the one who's supposedly a professor that doesn't understand what opaque means.
No, how do you mean I don't know what opaque means? I do. I know what that means.
Well, you didn't seem to really demonstrate it in the past 5 minutes. Let's ask somebody else. Let's ask a third party.
I thought you were
It's not me, not you. Hold on, bro.
You were asking me.
No, bro. You said that you could see something that is 100,000 lumens through opaque atmosphere, dude. That's what you said, bro.
Yes, a light that is 200 feet in the air. You can, if the Earth is flat, you can see it 25,000 miles away at night.
Cool story. Bro.
I want you to look it up. Tell you what.
Freaking come up with that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
How would you come up with that? That can happen.
100,000 lumen is visible at thousands of miles, but you can only.
For you to actually make out something like that, the light has to be 2,000 miles wide to see 2,000 miles away.
No, sorry to tell you.
Can you just say what's opaque? Can you just say what opaque means?
Opaque means you can't see through it. It's not clear. That's not clear. Okay. So check this out. There, those little light bulbs on the bottom of the aircraft. That's 70 miles up. Sorry, I apologize. That's 7 miles up. Those little lights, you can see 7 miles up underneath the aircraft. So if something is 100,000 lumens, you will see that sucker 1,000 miles away. Come on, now, guys.
You will see through what you can't see through to see it 1,000 miles away.
Okay, listen. The troposphere is 12 feet.
Well, would that be yes or no? You can see through what you can't see through?
The what? What are you asking?
You're saying that you can see through what you can't see through.
The atmosphere is not completely opaque. Who told you that?
Oh my God! He claimed that it is, acknowledged that it is. Not only that, is no. Hold on, just a second. It's no one's gonna acknowledge that all of these Google search claims are just slipping through the radar here. We're just gonna acknowledge that he's Google searching. He has a list of Google search claims, stating them, getting them debunked, and he's just going on.
Give me a break. You want me to lose this debate so badly, and you're just
no, it's not a debate. It's just you spiraling and scrambling for answers.
You just don't listen. I never said that the atmosphere was opaque completely. What I'm telling you is that at night, the atmosphere, 100,000 lumens, the atmosphere is not going to block that. And I tell you why. Check this out. The sun, which is so bright, right, is shining through the atmosphere in the daytime. What the heck is that?
This guy's so dumb. So check this out. Check this out, man. Hold on, dude. Okay, dude, hold on.
Let me go.
Here we go. Check this out.
Let me go.
No, check this out. No, stop. I was actually started talking before he did. Anyways, the human eye cannot resolve a light source at 1,000 miles under normal circumstances, even if the light source is extremely bright, such as 1,000,000 lumens. Here's why. Atmosphere scattering. The human eye. Resolution of the human eye. So, not even at 1,000,000 lumens. Not even at 1,000,000 lumens, you cannot resolve it at 1,000 miles.
Exactly. He never did the observations, he's just talking by, bullshit talk. He never saw, looking at night, the moon above the horizon, yellow, and a few hours later, it's not more yellow. So, yeah, he doesn't know shit.
Oh, really?
That's fucking shit, man.
How many lumens is the sun?
You're so dumb, but you're
Hey, Robert, we don't care. We don't care, Robert. Listen.
Of course you don't. That's why you speak.
Robert. Don't make me have to mute you, dude. Just yield, for goodness sakes. Okay. Homeboy presented a citation, right? Some evidence, something written. So do you have a counter to that that's written down, please? That's what's appropriate right now. Not you running your mouth. You need to post something, okay?
Oh, I didn't hear what he cited. I apologize. My phone had put out there for a second. What did he say? Go ahead.
Holy crap, dude. Okay, we're going to give you one chance to pay attention. So when you're ready to pay attention, you let the homeboy know, and he will tell you what he posted.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, brother.
I mean, I already tried to identify people by their merits, so.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
Oh, Lord.
All right, listen, dude. When I clear the floor for somebody to give a response and somebody else speaks, I'm just banning that person the next time. Does that make sense? I hope you all understood what I just said because I'm not repeating it. Now, hopefully Mr. Elbow will volunteer to say his quote again that he got from the internet, all right?
All right, so the human eye cannot resolve a light source at 1,000 miles under normal circumstances, even if the light source is extremely bright, such as 1,000,000 lumens. Here's why. Atmosphere scattering and absorption, the resolution of the human eye. Do we need to continue?
Did I say human eye? I said telescope. Did you hear when I said that at the beginning? Big man, the earth flat, and if I use a telescope, I can see something 100,000 lumens, thousands of miles. All I have to do is zoom. Come on.
So you're saying a telescope it makes it extremely that big that 1,000 miles can 100,000 lumens compared to 1,000,000 lumens, it can resolve it at 2,000 miles.
That's crazy, brother. It will see. All right, let's agree. Let's agree in theory. Let's agree in theory that at that range, a telescope could receive some light. However, we still are left with the problem that, according to the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, at the base level, the atmosphere becomes opaque, which we already all agreed means you can't see through it at approximately 300 miles. So you're not going to see it, dude.
My friend, you see the sun during the daytime. That joker is 300,000 lumens. Brother, with the sun doesn't set 3 miles. The sun sets much, much, much further, and we are seeing that guy in the day.
Right, dude. So pay attention. Hold on. You forgot a very important part, dude. Okay. When you see the sun, you're seeing it in the sky. You're seeing it above you. It's high. It's not on the ground. We're talking about ground level, which is where the atmospheric extinction coefficient reaches its peak at approximately 300 miles. Not diagonally, not vertically, not in the sky. We're talking ground level, dude. What part don't you get? I hope you get it by now.
And he said, did he say 300,000 lumens?
No. Give me a second. The sun is setting on the horizon, and you are seeing that sucker. It is at ground level. It is cutting
Did you just
through
say
the horizon. Please.
Did you just say 300,000 lumens? Is that what you said?
About what, yeah?
About the sun?
Yeah.
300,000 lumens?
I think it's 300,000.
Holy crap! Listen, before you answer, don't answer, bro. Before you answer, what it actually is, I just want the audience to know that this is academia at its best, being represented by Robert. Hooray! Everyone, clap.
I don't get it. What's your point? Again, the sun is setting, it's right in front of your face, and you're seeing it. It is not above your head. It is at that horizon, and you are seeing it.
But on the next hand is 333 fucking miles away. What the?
What? 33? What? Who said it was 33 miles, brother? I said.
You want me to say? Hey, you want me to say the answer?
I said lumens.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's 93 million miles away, like you claimed earlier. Oh my god.
Hold on, dude. I'm asking a question. Yeah, you want me to say the answer?
Oh yeah. We gave the impact.
Yeah, the answer to what? What are you talking about?
That this man represents academia, dude. Yeah, go ahead and tell Professor Lumen Boy what it really is.
36 octillion lumens. That's 3.6 times 10 to the 28th place. Which is equivalent to 36,000 trillion lumens.
Yeah, so let me ask you this question, Robert, Mr. Smarty Pants. Is there any light source on the Earth that could compare to the sun? Can you please answer? The answer is obviously no. You don't need to answer. Good grief, dude.
Sorry, I was wrong. It's 100,000 lumens by the time the sun hits the Earth's atmosphere. It's 100,000 lumens because of the inverse square law. So it's 100,000, not 300,000. Thank you very much. We're not talking about its output. We're not talking about its output if you're sitting on it. We're talking about its output by the time it hits the atmosphere is 100,000 lux, and you're seeing it at the atmosphere. Please.
You're a dipshit.
Right. And then, dude, listen one more time. Just let me point this out one more time for the slow kids in the back. I really want them to get it. So, according to the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, sunlight cannot penetrate 300 miles of ambient atmosphere at ground level, dude. Can't.
Yes, it can, brother. Whatever you're reading is a liar because the sun is at the horizon. When you're at sea level and you stand up and it hits the horizon, you're steering directly at it, parallel to the ground.
That's your claim, dude. That's your claim, but it's not true.
Can't you see it?
Dude, just because you see everything converging at what you think is parallel to your eye line doesn't mean it actually is, dude.
Brother, it is hitting that horizon. It's right in front of you, and you are seeing that.
So what I would like you to do, since you're a professor and you could be my sponsor, I would like you to formally write that up so we could submit it to the Nobel Committee to prove the Raleigh extinction coefficient wrong. I would love to do that with you, and we could get the prize and share the money. How about it? You want to do it?
Let's do that. I can do that.
All right, awesome. All right, awesome. So here's how we're gonna do it, bro. Hold on. What you're gonna do is all the writing work, and I'm gonna do all the charisma and public speaking because you suck at it.
Please, there's no such thing as this Raleigh criterion that's affecting the sun. The sun right now is at that horizon. When you zoom into it, you do not see the bottom of it anymore at 11 p.m. So what I'm saying to you is that sun has hit the horizon.
You don't believe in the criteria.
To you, it is parallel to the ground, and it is going through the atmosphere, and you're seeing 100,000 lumens hit your eyes.
Yeah, I'm gonna debunk you right now. Watch this.
No. Hold on, bro. I'll let you go after this. But we're not talking about the Raleigh criterion. We're talking about the Raleigh extinction coefficient. Two different things, okay?
At 100,000 lumens, your eyes will resolve that object, depending on its size. Yes, sir, it will. At night, it will. 100,000%. And I tell you what, you have lighthouses that are outputting 10,000 to 100,000 lumens, and you're only seeing them 20 to 30 miles away. And by the way, when you're approaching them, they're coming from the bottom, from the top down. When you're approaching them, that means your Earth is curved. Why is there a horizon on a flat plane? Why? Tell me why? Come on, somebody, please.
I just debunk you. You see that sunset? The sun is above the horizon. It's dark.
What are you talking? Are you have a listening issue?
Yeah, watch it. Just watch it. It's a sunset. The sun is above the horizon. It's dark.
No, it's
so
not.
Cry about it. Just watch it.
No,
go watch it. Go watch it.
A fake video. What if you're watching this?
Are you blind? Are you blind now?
No, please, brother. Your Earth is not flat. Why is there a horizon on a flat plane?
Just
watch it. Is there a flat plane on a flat plane? Huh? I don't know.
Is there a horizon on a flat plane?
Keep smiling. Yeah.
One sec, Miguel. One sec, Robert. One sec, Robert, please. What you're essentially asking is, why is there a flat plane on a flat plane?
No, that's not what I'm asking. Come on, stop it. I'm asking you.
Yeah, the horizon's a flat plane. No, the horizon is a flat plane.
Your plane that you're standing on is a y-axis out to that line. Why is that line there? Why?
Because it's a flat plane.
No, you can't have a big man. The y-axis is infinite.
Hold on. Can we please mute Robert for a second, Robert? We got to mute you because we got to clear something up. We got to get a direct answer to a direct question. So I'm going to ask this question. I asked it before. Keep in mind, Robert, I'm a fully licensed art teacher. Okay. So when I tell the students, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to take your paper and I want you to draw a horizon line in the paper. So that's going to separate the ground from the sky. The ground is what's below your eye line and the sky is what's above your eye line. And they seem to meet at the horizon, kids. That's called the horizon line, kids. Look, here's an example. And then I show them an example. There's like green on the bottom of the paper and there's blue on the top of the paper. Okay? Now, I want to ask you this question, bro. Do you think that if the Earth was flat, that you would see all Earth or all sky? Or do you think that if you're looking out, some of your field of view would be filled with Earth, let's call that green, and some of your field of view would be filled with blue, let's call that sky, and there'd be a transition between those two colors somewhere in your field of view? Do you think that would happen or not happen? Go ahead and answer. We're waiting patiently. Go ahead.
You answer, River, Robert.
Robert.
Dude, silence is actually the best answer, to be honest.
His mic is
because
open,
if he
but
says
he's not answering.
if he agrees with me, he knows he screwed himself. If he doesn't agree with me, he knows he's going to look like the biggest retard ever.
He just left.
Yeah, that's why he ran away. That's what I was going to say.
He left.
I know, bro. That's the way I like. That's the way I like to do it, homie. I like to snatch them wigs and glue them to my tarp.
Yeah.
No. But he'll be back in like 10 or 20 minutes and he'll say, "I'm sorry, bro. I had a phone call."
Yeah, and then he's going to totally negate the fact that question was even asked, and then he's going to be having his talking points once again where he left off.
Someone remember the question. That's all we have to do.
Yeah. Everybody in here has to remember that.
Yeah, but keep in mind, dude. Think about the question and think about the claim. It's like, what else could it be? The ground is below you. The sky is above you. You can't have double inversed angles when you're looking. You know, the bottom half is the upper angles and the upper half is the lower angles, and it flips in your brain, right? So what would you expect to see? Like literally, how could you even explain it any other way? But you're going to see half of your vision filled with the ground and half of your vision filled with the sky, approximately. Like that's going to happen no matter what the shape of the Earth is, no matter what. Like how could it be anything else? Like what are we dealing with? Kindergarten dropouts? You can't even listen. I'm going to put it to you guys right now. You cannot even think of some other way that it would look. You can't even think of it. It's impossible. By the way, friends, I gave him that trick. I gave him that trick question with the. It's either going to look like all ground or all sky. Because when you're drawing and you're being taught how to draw, and you're being taught perspective and atmospheric perspective and all of those things, you're taught that the more of the ground that's in the frame gives the illusion that the viewer is looking down. And the more of the sky that's in the frame relative to where you place the horizon in the paper, it gives the illusion that the user is looking where? Up. Yeah. So if your image is all sky, the rational conclusion is this viewer is looking up. If the image is all ground, the rational conclusion is this viewer is looking down. If you're looking partially up and down to where you have sky and earth in the same part of your view, what do you think's going to happen? It's got to be divided somewhere in your field of view. Like, what are we dealing with, dude? Crayon eating retard rejects?
They said it would be a dot above your head.
Essentially.
Yeah, no, I've had them reply to that question before, AI, with it wouldn't be such a defined line. It'd just blend in together. You wouldn't be able to see, like it'd just merge slowly like a gradient.
I was going in and out because I went through a dead zone, but is that what he was arguing?
He said you can't have a flat horizon on a flat Earth. It wouldn't be that. Like,
yeah, that's what he said. Yep.
Like, what?
Yikes.
Dude,
that's
pretty understand much. With a curved freaking surface, you should have a curved horizon, right? I don't freaking know. I mean, I don't live on one, but I think that's what you'd see.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Pretty much anything you put to him, it will be a nuh-uh. Everything put to him has been a nuh-uh. So.
I mean, that's all well and good and great, but in case you didn't notice, dude, I just juicified his corpse for public consumption in the audio stream.
Oh, yeah, I 100% agree, but I was just saying.
He'll just reset and come back to his point about the Atmos not being opaque, because you could see the sun. You could see the sun through it on the horizon.
Oh, by the way, this is why art class should be mandatory and should not be cut in favor of the sciences. They always cut art first, and they want to keep science, math, technology classes. But guess what, dude? If you don't have a robust art education, you usually end up a spatially devoid retard.
What was this thing? You could see 300,000 lumens
at 20,000.
Oh, no, who cares, dude? Who cares? Who cares, Bear? We don't even need to go into those details.
Like, hilarious.
That's great. That's great, dude. Dude, it's irrelevant. Let me tell you why. He said you can see through something that's opaque. That's the red herring, dude. I'm sorry, the red alert, the red flag. He literally said if something's opaque, if you get enough lumens, you could see it through it. It's like, dude, opaque means you can't see through it, dude. It doesn't matter how bright the light is. For goodness sakes. This is a professor, kids. People listening, this is a supposed professor, a supposed academic, a supposed, I don't know, PhD or master's degree or whatever, dude. And this dude is like a quibbling retard, dude. It's like he can't even eat solid food or something.
Yeah, like most people, education or not.
But AI, what would you say to someone who says, well, you just see it like a gradual blending and merging between the land and sky?
Oh, that's simple. You just say, what makes you think that? And then you let them offer their answer because they don't usually have one. They usually just say, oh, well, that's just the way it would be. Well, why? What principles are in play that would cause that to happen? They can't answer those questions. You know why? Because they never actually researched anything about perspective, about light, about the Rayleigh criterion, about the fact that artist perspective, linear one-point perspective, isn't actually how we see. It's just an approximation. And it actually, in real life, there's actually physics involved. And the cutoff at the critical angle is actually like hyperbolic, not linear. Yeah, but they don't know any of that because they're too dumb.
The people that do know better, they cherry pick and choose whether or not they want to apply these things to reality or not, or the subject.
Well, that's fair, but also it's not always the case that they're too dumb. It's just that they've never learned it, and so they have a limited knowledge base to work with. And so that's just what they think would happen. And so they just say that's what would happen, or they've heard someone say it. Because there's no reason why that should be the case. But the reason why they're assuming that is because they think that things wouldn't be cut off. And so they think like there's this fine line that cuts things off from the bottom up, and that's the way it always happens. All observations are like that because the Earth is a globe, but that's not even true. All observations are not like that. There's numerous, all types of various observations that you see when things go out in the distance. It's not a universal observation. In fact, the horizon isn't even always where it's supposed to be. Isn't that funny? Bros, you want to see this dude? This dude is supposedly a professor, right? And I'm smoking his butt while doing this. Look what I'm doing. Let me show you what I'm doing, dude. So easy, bro. Holy crap! This is what I'm doing right now. I'm hanging off a rope on a roof, dude. Going up against a professor from academia with credentials.
You mean you're not sitting with Google at the ready? No way, dude. You don't have ChatGPT at the hand? Come on, bro. You mean to tell me you're multitasking while flat smacking? No way, bro.
Well, let's do a poll. So I said I was a fully credentialed art teacher, right? And he's supposedly a professor. So let's do a vote. Who do you think is actually, just based on our what happened in this conversation alone, who has actually got real credentials and who doesn't? Not whether we do or don't, just who do you think does based on your impression of what happened?
Real world examples included, obviously, you AI, obviously.
Is this thing on?
Yeah. A bit muffly, but yep, it's on.
Oh, so we're live?
I think so.
All right.
Wait, let me check. Yes. Wait,
And
I better double check.
All right, he's gonna double check for us real quick, chat. Good? We confirmed? Are we confirmed live?
We're good to go.
And we are live. What's going on, chat? Who's here?
Mr. Roboto.
Roboting.
Wait, we're roboting?
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Bro.
Everybody calm down.
Yes, everybody calm down. You have a question to answer.
Yeah. I mean, I've been asking flat earthers to tell me why is there.
No. You have an answer. You have a question to answer. You have one.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You left.
Ask me the question. Go ahead.
You left right after AI Overlord asked it.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear his response? Right, you were saying, how can you have a horizon on a flat plane, right? And he was explaining to you, right, that when you look out into the ocean or anywhere, right, you have a portion of the frame which is sky and a portion which is ground. Yeah, right. They meet at a particular point, right, roughly eye level.
Yeah. Why do they meet?
Right. We also have, right, that's because we also have perspective convergence, right? So if you look down a hallway or if you look out into the ocean, right, the ground appears like it ramps up and the sky appears like it ramps down, right? Roughly half of your view is sky, half of your view is earth or water, right? They meet at a certain point, right? This is called a horizon line as taught in advanced architecture, art, right? That's what a horizon line is taught as, right? That's what we experience in reality, right? So if you want to deny perspective, right? If you want to try to draw us a picture, right, of a scene of the ocean where there's no horizon, be my guest. It's not even possible, like AI said, to even imagine, right? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, tell us what we should see. Should we see all land or all sky? What should it look like?
Brothers, what is the number? When does it converge?
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Hold on, dog. At 6 foot, give me the number of the perspective in which the conversion occurs.
You said you can't have a horizon.
Robert,
Hold on a second. Stop.
You're not going to have a horizon.
No.
You're not going to have a horizon.
Let me mute you. All right. So you said you can't have a horizon unless.
Give me the horizon. Why is the horizon a flat plane?
Forcing me to mute you, dude. Unfortunately. All right, dude. All right. So your claim was that you can't have a horizon on a flat plane, right? I just explained that you can't not have a horizon on a flat plane. You didn't respond to what I said. Now you're asking at what distance is the horizon, right? That wasn't the question, right? So do you admit now that you can have a horizon on a flat plane?
No, you cannot. Because when you zoom with a zoom tool, it opens up. There is no horizon on a flat plane. Give us a break. When you zoom in, it will open up into infinity. Give us a break.
Shut the fuck up.
Cheese on bread.
Cheese on bread. You can't have horizon on a globe tard, moron. Shut up. Bump a clap. Tell him why you can't have a horizon on a globe tard.
Y equals mx plus b.
Because according with the
slope intercept formula. Shut up, T-Dub. Stealing my shit. You just had ease down there. Fucking guys.
Quantum, he's Robert is asking you, how can you have a horizon on a flat plane?
A flat plane requires a horizon. Because flat means horizontal. Horizontal comes from horizon. Need a horizon on a flat plane, morons. Can't have it on a globe, though.
I was going to unmute him for you. Oh, well, he took off.
Bumbaclap. Don't need to talk to him. Why is he even in here?
Cheese on bread.
He's back on an alt. Yeah.
Busy.
Yeah.
Well, at least he doesn't steal gifts.
Whoa.
I come rolling on in there just to check, see who was in there, and I see my friggin' gift there. No one posts that but me.
Is he still here?
Hope to God not.
I'm running out of Jamaican fucking sound clips.
Rasclad, boy.
Rasclad, bomba clad, cheese on bread. That's all I got, chat.
Fuck your mother. Hello, wife. Hey.
Yeah, that's it right. Now bring me that beautiful horizon.
Horizon? How do you have a horizon on a globe tard?
You can't have a horizon on a globe tard. On deck, you scabrous dogs. Hands to the braces. Now bring me that beautiful horizon. Drink up me huddy Joe-ho.
We're cooking tonight, chat. Dad, we cooking? Jedi.
What?
Who's here right now? Is Jedi here right now?
Yeah, I'm here. I've only just jumped in.
What are your thoughts on cheese on bread?
cheese on bread. That's half a sandwich. Put another bit of bread on it. There you go. Problem solved.
I see crypto's here. Holy, bro. What is crypto doing here?
Bumbo ass.
Oh, crypto. She's going to leave us hanging.
Read the chat. He can't talk, but listen, you bumba clap.
This is Bumba Cloud. W crypto in the chat, guys.
CB doesn't have time for chat? What the fuck?
Anybody got time for that?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Has anyone talked to Disinform?
Why would we? He's been disinformed.
Why would we? He's French.
Yeah, it's funny as shit when they do that. When they think they're labeling like you by self-identifying something as themselves. There's that guy who used to come on Nathan's like way before Sharona. He used to call himself educationally deficient. And I'd be like, dude, like, why would you join the Flat Earth channel and call yourself education deficient? He's like, oh, because you're education deficient. I go, not me, you. I can see your username is educationally deficient.
Facts. The heck? All right, so who are we cooking? We didn't just bring out the big guns for nothing. Kiwi's here. We gotta cook somebody. Dimbo.
People sometimes are afraid to speak up because QE will send his wolf pups after him.
What wolf
pup? I'm a wolf pup, bro. I'm bloodthirsty. We hungry. What about Rakstar?
Oh yeah, he's a good one.
Pebble?
He just got unbanned this morning. Maybe he'll say something today.
Welcome, Rakstar.
Is Woolpuff like a new brand of cannabis or something? Because I think I heard Crit saying Woolpuffs. Well, I was thinking something else.
Maybe.
You're up. Rakstar, you are up. Welcome, caller.
I'm up for what?
Is that him? What's up, dude?
What's up?
What do you find like the most confusing part about Flat Earth?
It's not confusing. People believing crazy shit all the time. Like religion, it's like 95% of the human being believing something crazy. The Flat Earth would be one of them as well. Yeah.
What is the Flat Earth belief? Can you tell us?
Can you say it again? You cut off.
Well, yeah, you're saying like Flat Earth is a crazy belief. What's the belief?
That you think you think something is true without any evidence. So
something like what?
You think the Earth is flat. That's the thing.
What does that mean?
You don't have a proof. You don't have a proof.
What does that mean?
It means you believe in something. It's not something that's actually true.
You know when you're in math class and your teacher says solve for X, do you just say X equals X?
No, that's the thing you're describing is that it's something based on something else. I'm saying people can believe in anything, but that doesn't mean that thing is true.
You got it right. Belief is acceptance of something without evidence. Yeah, he got it right. It's true.
I don't think he knows what Flat Earth is, bro.
No, well, I wanted to ask him, would observation be considered evidence?
By human beings?
No, by amoeba.
No, I mean, if you observe something in a quantum realm, you change the outcome. So you cannot trust that.
Yes,
either.
by humans. Yes, by humans. Like what you observe. Is what you observe considered to be evidence?
No, because of the quantum mechanics. So that's the reason I'm saying you can believe in anything, basically.
Well, you shouldn't have said quantum mechanics, man.
But why?
Put the definition in text chat right fucking now.
Citation, please.
You go sniffer.
Yeah, but honestly, believing the Earth is flat is like
you don't know what that means, dude.
Let me just finish. Believing in the Earth is flat is like 10 times better than believing like 50% of the people thinking about some invisible guy in the sky. So
That's weird. That's weird. No one in this room. No one in this room believes the Earth is flat, man.
That's good as well. That's another belief that I support. I support the both beliefs.
Okay, I'll finish my sentence. We know the Earth is flat because that's the way it's measured. Would you consider evidence? Sorry, would you consider measurements as evidence?
No.
No.
What?
Because it's the same thing. I don't believe measurement is the evidence. You see the word believe in that? And I can say the same thing you said. I can say, I know the measurement is not the evidence. It's the same thing you did as well.
Say that.
Sorry.
Why you cannot say that? Why?
You can't say that.
For example.
But why?
For example. Right, okay.
Sorry.
So for example, if I wanted to prove to you that I was 6 foot tall, I would use a standard of measure, like a meter or feet, and I would measure myself to be 6 foot tall. Now, would you accept that measurement of me being 6 foot tall if we use the standard of measure?
Yes, I would. But at the same time, that's not the same thing.
No, I'm just giving you an example of a measurement and a standard that we can use. Because when we're talking about the Earth being flat, we're primarily talking about it being horizontal. Now, I understand that English isn't your first language, but you understand what I mean by horizontal. Okay.
But just tell me something.
Probably you don't interrupt me.
Yeah, good.
If I won't take long, and we'll go back and forth. I'll let you speak. But you understand what horizontal is, right?
Yes.
Good, straight line from left to right. Where do we get horizontal from with regards to the Earth? Do you know?
Basically, you cannot do that in a sphere, so I don't know. It's a sphere.
Okay.
We shouldn't have horizontal or vertical in a sphere.
Well, yeah, I know there's a problem for you having a sphere, but you understand that water, liquid, when contained and at rest, is level upon the surface, level meaning horizontal. You understand that we use water, for example, as a leveling tool to find horizontal. One of the ways that we can do this is by observing the horizon. You know what the horizon is, right? Where the surface of the water appears to meet the sky. You understand that all horizontals will be parallel with the plane of the horizon, right?
Yeah, but you're talking about observation. Observation is based on light, and light can bend. You're talking about the water, that's right. But what about the light?
I'm talking about the water at the moment and how we have a standard of level.
But it's based around lasers, and lasers are light, and they can bend.
No, it's water. When did I say lasers?
Who actually can measure the level of water in two places without light involved?
You said level.
Yeah. You need the water level to see the horizontal. You're saying something about the measurement. The measurement is the level of the water.
Okay. Good. So you understand what level means, right?
Yeah.
Good.
What does that mean? What does level mean?
Yes, you use the same measurement in one place, and you use that same measurement in another place, if you have a line of sight, you can call them level in a small area, not a big area, because light can bend.
Is that curved? Is level curved?
But my main point is what all of you said. You using a unit for the measurement, yeah? You are not inventing a new unit. You're using a unit. The guy, the French guy who actually standardized the unit, he said the Earth is not flat. You're going against everything you said by using his unit.
What unit?
What unit you using? We can find the guy and see what does he believe.
I'll tell you. Feet, meters, miles, kilometers. You understand these are straight line distances, right?
Yeah.
Straight line distances.
Yeah, and those units invented by the
welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning request, smoke them if you got them.
Got them.
They're all linear measurements, doofus. You atheist scumbag. How in the world can you appeal to quantum mechanics and then talk about an invisible sky daddy? You're about a clueless gif, aren't you?
I said in the beginning, I don't care that much. So.
Shut the fuck up. Observation doesn't change the outcome either, you dumbass.
Yeah,
you know about as much quantum mechanics as you do about your own globe tard. How can you have horizon on a globe?
Yeah,
that's not the right
the guy you're using his unit that doesn't believe.
Are you using these units? How can you have a horizon on a globe tard, son?
I'm telling you, you guys should invent a unit for everything, because the guy who actually you're using a site. You're using a SI. A SI is well defined by the guy who believes the flat is a script.
Hey, how do you have horizon on a globe tard? We'll get the units in a second.
I don't care. You don't care. It's the same answer as you guys said.
According to the slope-intercept formula, dumbass, shut your fucking mouth. Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up, glue sniffer. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx
actually
plus
glue.
You will not fucking shut up. Shut up! Ignorance is bliss, isn't it? Keep on laughing, Mr. Dumbfuck.
But I'm not laughing.
I heard you giggling like little Nancy.
I'm vaping.
Shut your fucking mouth.
What?
What a clown. You atheist dumbfuck.
Glue sniffing, basically. You're vaping your glue right now?
Quantum Eraser has unlocked 2 new powers. He can do a moderator or an objection, in which case the opponent will be muted for Quantum to explain his thing, and then the other guy will be unmuted to answer, and only to answer what was asked and nothing else.
Facts.
Are we in the arena?
Yes.
It's the arena. It's the impromptu arena light mode.
It's light mode.
Arena light. I'm trying to find something. I can't find something you said. Hold on a second.
Boomer detected.
Well, see, the problem is, Quantum, that you want to say what you want to say, right? And to be fair, it's somewhat scripted in a way where it follows in a cadence, right? But you can't do that if the other guy's going to talk through you. So you should just let people know you're about to do that so that they can mute the guy, and then that guy can understand he's about to hear something he should pay attention to because he's going to need to answer it.
I understand, but he was talking through me, so I am not going to give it to him anyway. He's already a dumb fuck, doesn't know anything about quantum mechanics, doesn't know anything about linear measures. He's a fucking atheist moron. Thinks something can come from nothing, ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints, and he stands in direct contradiction with the laws of thermodynamics and quantum mechanics. I mean, what else is there? What are we going to talk about? His favorite color?
We could talk about Hoffman. Do you know Hoffman, bro?
Hoffman?
Yeah, bro.
Dustin?
So Hoffman is basically Donald. So he's basically that dude. Yeah, he's that guy that wrote the book, The Case Against Reality. And he basically says that. So basically he said evolution, quote unquote, cannot provide a mechanism that accounts for the propagation of truth. It can only do the propagation of survivability. Therefore, our faculties aren't necessarily designed for truth. And therefore, our interpretation of what we see in the world isn't necessarily the fundamental truths. And he also is an evolutionary psychologist, supposedly. But he deals with a lot of physicists and stuff that are also in the same vein. And you know how they've always been searching for the smallest time state, the smallest matter state, and the smallest energy state. And so in his work, in this book...
I got you. I heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, but for the people who haven't, real quick, what he basically said is that if the heliocentric paradigm in evolution is true, then basically what we arrive at when we do science, quote unquote, is that we find that the fundamental unit of reality is the sentient agent. The sentient agent must exist before matter, energy, or time can exist.
Oh, he's a fucking rocket surgeon. I knew that before he did.
Of course, but the problem is for the butthurt atheists is that this guy is an evolutionary quote unquote scientist. So he's not a specific theist in any general sense, and none of the guys he necessarily quotes are, but they're arriving at the same conclusion.
Evolutionary scientist, contradiction in terms.
No, it isn't, because I said quote unquote, sucker.
Sucker.
No, but the point is that these are the supposed theologians of that guy's worldview, for lack of a better term.
They don't know how to tie their fucking shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses, dude.
Thanks, man.
So in other words, if atheism, fundamental evolutionary materialistic paradigm is true, then the resultant is that sentient agent exists in the first instance, meaning that it's false. So if atheism is true, atheism is false. I rest my case.
Yeah.
Got him.
I got that in the spill. I used to friggin' destroy evotards, atheist evotards. Nice background noise. What are you doing? Digging for those mason jars again?
Who is that?
It's AI.
AI?
Yeah.
Are you building your house again? You climbing on your house? Spider-Man?
I'm going back up on the roof. I gotta be quiet now.
W's in the chat, guys.
Where'd that go? Is it Supernatural? Yeah, it was.
My husband got me a new phone, so I'm on my new phone. How do I sound?
Sounds like you should be back in the kitchen.
I just got out of the kitchen. I just made pizza and sausage balls.
Oh, those sausage balls again with cheese.
Sausage balls? What the fuck?
Yeah, sausage balls. She makes.
So, yeah, you
Aren't they called meatballs? What the heck?
You do breakfast sausage, and I did the cheddar biscuit mix from Red Lobster and cheddar cheese, and I just roll them into balls after I mix it really well.
Globetard.
And then I air fried them, so they were good.
Did you hear D-Dub? He said globetard. Nicely done.
She's making balls? Seize her.
Get her.
The only
You gotta cook a Glover, dude.
The only type of balls I mentioned were sausage balls. Those should be allowed.
Hey, yo, pause.
Where the fuck?
Where the fuck are the Globers at?
Around your sister's ass.
Yo. Hush. What about Hush? Just right the hand. We can cook his dumbass.
No, that's left the foot.
Left the foot.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Left the chat. Left the chat.
Yeah, left the chat. He just train wrecked himself and said evidence, not proof again, like a fucking moron.
Dude is just fucking. Somebody hurt him, dude.
Well, just call any girl.
Hey, QE, is talking a demonstration?
That was a good quote, bro. What are you going to demonstrate it by telekinesis, you dumbass? No, you can demonstrate it in reality with a demonstration. Quantum Eraser thinks talking is a demonstration.
Shut the fuck up, you dumbass.
I know.
If I put up a football, well, I don't know what country you're from, but like a basketball, how would you know if that basketball's tilted? Doesn't matter what position I put that ball in, it's always going to be the same shape.
I understand what you're saying, but the ball is much smaller than us, and we can manipulate it however we want. The Earth is not that way. It's literally dependent on like a gazillion other factors, massive fucking balls of rock and whatever, gas giants and crap. They're influencing how it.
You can't have gas balls in a vacuum. So rethink what you just said.
Wait, the Earth is in a vacuum. We have air on Earth, so gas does not exist in a vacuum. Are you saying that?
Jupiter is a giant gas ball. Remember, that can't exist. So
I'd like to see how you carry some gas without a container. All your evidence so far is just an appeal to authority because somebody else has done it or somebody else has seen it. You've given no evidence.
I think that your evidence is much weaker.
What, that we can go out and see for hundreds of miles? We've got laser tests for 20, 30, 40 miles. No curvature. We can zoom back in on the so-called ship disappearing. You literally just have pictures from space and a few strange scientists telling you
we have a lot of evidence to, like, there's so many things that can explain it.
So if you can give me...
It's not just a laser experiment.
Classic Quilt, do you know how the scientific process works? Do you know how we do a scientific experiment? Did you go to school and learn how to do a scientific experiment?
Oh, let's just say for the sake of argument, no.
So, well, if you don't understand how the scientific method is done, how can you then claim that these people have done it?
I'm not claiming they've done the scientific method. I'm saying that they've got enough evidence to prove that the Earth is a spheroid.
What is this evidence? That's not a picture or just an appeal to authority. What's the actual hard scientific evidence? Because at the moment, it's just he said, she said, from your perspective.
Wait, hold on. The ship disappearing, the ships that appear to come over the horizon or disappear. Like, what's your explanation for that? Because that's a very observable, hard piece of evidence. What's your explanation for that? Or do you accept that they are indeed disappearing over the horizon?
Well, as we've been trying to explain to you for like the last hour, you can't see forever. Our eyes can only see so far. If you go to the beach on a clear day with the right equipment, you can see the ship for a hell of a lot longer than you should be able to. Going on the globe.
With an elevation, sure, but if you're on sea level, then you're gonna see it disappear at some point.
Yes, but you would see as you go if you go in a hallway in a hotel and you lay on the floor, things will disappear. You can't see forever. You just need to understand perspective.
If I
how
would
things work. Go into a gymnasium, go into a long hallway. You can do this same experiment. Things will disappear.
Elaborate on that.
Go to put a cup or just a small object on a flat surface floor in a big room. Go to the other side a couple of meters, lay down. You won't be able to see it anymore. That's just a smaller scale experiment of what you're explaining. Is why you can't see a ship. Cannot see forever.
You're telling me if I place a cup on the other end of the room and then I lay down on the other end, then I'm not going to be able to see the cup.
If you're in a big enough room, yeah. There's pictures of this experiment. I'm sure someone can post it. You could be in a hallway.
Well, a cup is a very small object.
Yes, but this is just a small scale experiment you can replicate. You don't need a high budget to do that. All you're doing is replicating a ship going over the water. That's a huge distance. This is a small distance.
Exactly.
I've put an example of what you were talking about, Dragon Fruit, in the chat with a toy boat on a tarmac surface. Now, that is actually disappearing with refraction as well. So you've not only got the angular size change, but you've got the heat distortion from refraction. So hopefully that kills two birds with one stone for you.
Yeah, cheers, man. I don't have any of the... I can't post pictures, so I can't...
So have a look in the side chat. You'll see a boat going over the horizon, but it's on a car park over about 3 meters. And that happens because of heat distortion. So the temperature gradient, when there's warm air below the cooler air, it can make things appear from above. Sorry, it makes things above the horizon appear to sink below the horizon. So not only have you got the angular resolution in which things in the distance shrink and eventually merge into the vanishing point on the horizon, but you've also got things like atmospheric refraction that will cause the horizon or the ground to ramp up in your field of view.
All right. The reason why the ship disappearing over the horizon proves the curvature is because if you literally imagine in your head like a ship disappearing over the horizon, you'll see that it goes like
literally just seen an experiment replicating on a smaller scale. What are you talking about?
You can't replicate it on a smaller scale, dude.
Why can't you?
Okay, firstly, I don't believe that I won't be able to see the cup. That's ridiculous. I think I'll be able to see it.
Classic. Nuh-uh. You're lying. Classic.
He's literally just showed you you can do this experiment yourself. You can do this. Go somewhere tomorrow and do it before denying it. Put some effort in. Stop being lazy.
The horizon disproves the curvature, so that kind of takes care of that.
No. What about the experiment that they did?
Yeah. The horizon disproves the curvature, so forget about whatever experiment you're going to bring up. The horizon's the debunk of the curvature right there.
And you said you don't know what an experiment is, so how would you know if it was an experiment or not?
Yeah, that's the end. I mean, after it's debunked and taken away, you can't just jump to something else and be like, oh, doesn't this prove it? And the horizon debunks it, so game over.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
So your claim is that the human eye can't see far enough? That's why it's invalid.
That's not a claim.
Not even close, dude. Not even close. Try to keep up.
The dragon fruit, isn't that what you said?
One of these guys can tell you that it's not geometric. I'm busy at work.
Then maybe you should focus on your work. Dragon fruit.
You can't see too far. You know how far your eyes can see. Just go to any flat terrain. You cannot see forever. If you stand it on a street, why do the lampposts get smaller at the end of the street? Are they actually smaller, or is it just your eyes playing tricks on you?
Yeah, so there's perspective and also the horizon.
That's a good point.
Horizon on a globe,
right.
1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. Consistently see it way further. It's not the leading edge of a sphere. It's not a geometric edge of a curve that you're seeing over. Sorry. So the horizon there,
don't be
debunks the
sorry.
globe in
I'm
itself.
sorry for you. Dragon
Yeah, sorry.
fruit.
Yeah, it takes away the globe for you right there. So
Dragon fruit.
what are you going to do
There.
about that?
Dude, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, well. So what are you going to do about that? Well, you're just going to whistle past that?
Yeah,
he's just going to
past what?
If it's a globe and that's an obstruction that's making boats vanish from the bottom, it has to be at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. If you see it way further than that, then it's not that. What are you going to say about that?
Are you referring to that Horizon experiment that the guy did?
It's not an experiment. It's an observation.
These are very whatever.
But classic Will. If I go measure my kitchen table now, do I need to be a scientist to do that? Is that an experiment or is that a measurement?
That it depends on why you're doing it. If that proves something else, then it would could possibly be a part of an experiment. But measuring the act of measuring it probably is not an experiment itself. It's just you're measuring it. You are measuring the table. Yeah.
Why don't you ask ChatGPT what the scientific process is and how we do scientific experiments? This is a consensus around the Earth. It's not just us who do the science this way. This is how science is supposed to be done. But the globe is just a belief. There's no actual science behind it.
Right. So do you know about that canal experiment that they did with the sticks and everything?
No, but so have you found out what a scientific experiment is yet?
You just mixed two experiments.
I didn't mix nothing. So did you know about that?
No, but before I answer that, you need to tell me how we do experiments.
Why?
So I know you understand what an experiment is.
You form a hypothesis and then you try and gather empirical evidence or like evidence to support that. You go through previous studies or whatever on it, and then you you perform, you observe things, and then you come to a conclusion based on that. But anyway, the canal thing, that's one of the first things that I learned about, like when I was studying about why the Earth is not flat. A long time ago. Because obviously it's not relevant to me anymore. But so, a bunch of stakes in a canal or like a lake that's like a couple. Stop laughing like a retard, okay? Just that's really
You got any experiments yet?
So, yeah, I'm talking about it. It was called the Bedford Level Experiment that they did, but anybody can replicate it. So you need like a 10-kilometer long canal, and then you take like markers that are the same height, and you place them at equal intervals over the water. And when you look through a telescope that's placed at the height of the markers, of the first marker that you're observing from, then the other markers don't align perfectly because of the curvature or like the
because of the geometric horizon that doesn't exist. Because of that, you mean?
10 kilometers
got away from you, dude.
I'm not talking to you because you're.
Yeah, I know, because I keep debunking your
He's
shit.
not going to talk to you because you took the horizon away from him, so he's upset. you now.
Yeah, he is upset with me because I did take it away. You're going to need the geometric horizon if the curvature is causing it to disappear bottom up.
Going to respect you more because you're a contrarian
get it out.
individual.
Have a nice cry, and then once you're done, I'll get back to explaining. So if it's the curvature, then there's going to be a leading edge of that called the geometric horizon. That would be the maximum distance over the surface you can see. We see much further, therefore there is no geometric horizon. Therefore, what you say is happening is not.
Right, Dragonford, did you catch all what I said?
Yeah, well, he just answered it as simple as you can answer it, really, can't you?
No, he didn't. He was yelling into his microphone, and I almost didn't comprehend anything that he said. Because he was not talking like a normal person. But
yeah, I don't really let how other people are talking affect my day personally.
So, what do you think about that experiment?
It's not an experiment.
What do you think about the experiment, Dragonford?
It's not an experiment.
He's answering. Why did he mean to say the same thing?
Well, at this point, he just calls anything an experiment. It really just means like anything you do could be an experiment. Like you just go outside and touch grass. That's an experiment. You go look at a canal. That's an experiment.
No, you're not looking at a canal. You're looking at sticks that are placed at equal intervals over like a 10-kilometer long flat canal.
Yeah, so looking at something. That's an experiment.
Of course, you have to look at things too. In an experiment. Do you think that people don't look at things in an experiment? Do you think that people don't do that? Do they just do the figures just come to them? They obviously have to look at things.
Yeah, so you're saying they don't need to manipulate variables, determine cause and effect. What's a predictable outcome? All they need to do is set something up and just look at it, and that's it.
No, they have to clearly define the constraints. Like they have to do it in a very detailed manner, where others can verify it and reproduce it and confirm it again. Whatever.
But just by looking
Dragonfruit, your opinion is what I care about right now. So what do you think about the canal?
My personal opinion, I have no idea about this experiment. I would have to look into it.
So what they did was take like a 10-kilometer long flat canal, and they took sticks of equal lengths and they placed it at equal distances throughout the canal. And
that's what you said. But obviously, I'm at the moment I'm just hearing a regurgitation of someone else's experiment. Obviously, you didn't do this experiment, and neither did I.
Okay, but let's assume for a second that this was true, because it's probably been performed several times over the last 100 years. Because this is the first occurrence of this experiment was accurately.
That contradicts what you're telling me, because I've done my own experiment where I could see for at least, I would say, 40 miles with the equipment I was using, and that shouldn't be possible.
You could see what? 40 miles away?
I was around about 40 miles, yeah, when I was looking at Ayers Rock in Australia, and you could see the base of it. And it's only about 300 foot tall, so shouldn't be possible with
sea level?
8 miles squared.
From sea level, you could see 40 miles away at a rock.
Well, I can't say if it's exactly sea level. It's the outback of Australia. It's pretty flat.
Yeah, 40 miles, yeah. According to the Earth curve calculator, yeah, it should be 1,066 feet of curvature drop.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It should be behind the curve 3 times over. So your canal experiment is void through what I saw in my own eyes and my own equipment.
Yeah, the best part too that he debunked himself. He's like that this needs to be repeatable, observable, whatever. His idea of the experiment. Anytime someone sets this up, they get a different result. Today, you could go out there today. This place still exists, and people still have gone out there, and they keep getting a different result. Therefore, by his own conclusion, either all of science is wrong, or the curve of the Earth radically changes depending on who is doing the experiment. That would be his cause and effect.
Well, obviously, there's going to be some difference if you're like, depending on where your position from the poles, there probably is some kind of difference. But as long as the three stakes or the calm canal are not aligning, I think the Earth is round.
And that roundness varies radically, day to day, hour to hour, depending on who is doing it, when they're doing it.
Thing is, this experiment is kind of old, and it's been around for a while, and most scientists that are people think that it's a valid experiment with valid outcomes. Now,
Which
you're
is
saying that you
non-repeating
saw
result.
a rock 40 miles away.
Not repeating the route.
Now,
It doesn't repeat. The
that's
result doesn't
you,
repeat.
an individual that has not
which result
been...
are you
He muted
using?
everybody else.
Which
No,
result
I didn't.
are you
I can
using?
hear him.
He muted everybody.
Which result are you
I didn't.
using so we can test your claim that this is repeatable?
You can't test every single thing. That's like...
Your claim that this was an
If you want to
experiment
test something, you're
with
going to
a
have to...
repeatable result. Anytime someone did this, the experiment produced the exact same result. A spherical Earth with a raise of 3959, showing that
The raise of what?
curve of
What?
the Earth. So how
Pronounce
much?
your
What
words.
was your result?
The result was that the sticks are not aligning with each other because the Earth is round.
And that changes how often?
They're never going to align.
Every 15 minutes.
Yeah. It's breathtaking that this his concept that this shows the curvature of the Earth. That's always present, always visible, and it changes all the time. And then he just slaps. It actually is repeatable. This makes it repeatable.
Yeah, I
right?
can
It's
do
not
that canal
repeatable.
thing. Probably I can do
It doesn't repeat.
tomorrow if I wanted to.
So you know it's repeatable because you can never get the same result.
No, I know it's repeatable because people have repeated it.
And what's the result?
The sticks do not align.
At what rate?
What do you mean at what rate? They don't align. It's a
Okay,
true
so
or
they don't align
false.
with. You're right. Okay, good. We agree. The sticks do not align with a globe Earth.
No,
So we
but
agree. Yep, we
they
agree.
don't align with each other.
Yep, and they don't align with a globe Earth either.
What are you talking about? They prove the globe Earth.
No, they debunk the globe Earth.
No, they
It's a
prove it
debunk.
because
the
on a
result
flat
should
Earth.
be repeatable. This should be repeatable. Every time you do it, the curve of the Earth didn't change, but yet you get a different result each time you do it. That is a falsification of a spherical Earth. It's
Yeah,
done.
so the important thing is, Classic Quilt, you don't understand when the data is being produced, what does the data show that aligns itself with the Earth being a globe? The Earth being a globe has a certain size, right? Certain metrics. Do you know the radius value or the circumference of the Earth as a globe? Classic Quilt.
Yeah, I think it was like 6,371,000 meters. Yeah.
So if we're saying that this test that you're talking about is aligning itself with that, how does it align with it? Show us the numbers that it aligns with that.
It proves that the Earth is not flat.
No, it
Which,
proves the Earth is flat.
No, wait.
That's the
Wait a
thing.
minute. Hold on a second. It has to correspond with the Earth you think is a globe.
The
That's what
objective
we're
of the
checking.
experiment is not to prove that the radius of the Earth is 6 million, whatever. It's to prove
So
the
then-
curvature of the Earth.
No, well, yeah, I know. So if the curvature of the Earth exists, like they say, with the metrics of the Earth being the size that they say it is, then how does it comport over to that size? This test. Like, what data did they extrapolate that it comports over to the size? Like, does it match up? Did you pour yourself over the data, the numbers? the figures.
The canal experiment is not supposed to have anything to do with the calculation of the radius. We probably calculated the radius long before or after,
Right.
long after we did the canal experiment.
Then how do we know? How do we know that's actually corresponding to the size of the Earth? The data.
It is not. It doesn't have anything to do with the size of the Earth. The experiment is supposed to prove that the Earth is not flat. It doesn't
So how do we
have to prove anything else.
How do we determine its Earth curvature and not an optical effect over distance? Because there are those optical effects over distance. You do know that, right?
There's like maybe some refraction and stuff, but if you the experiment has been replicated enough times to prove that the optical illusions that may or may not occur are not responsible for the sticks not aligning.
They didn't determine that, and in the test, Classic Quilt, they did not determine that in the test. Can you point where they determined that in the test? That it's not an optical effect, as you so understand it. It could be.
What do you mean? So you're saying, if you get evidence, if you're getting clear evidence, and then you're just claiming it on optical effect, then you have to tell me what optical effect you're referring to. Could you tell me like the name of the optical effect?
There's
I could look it up.
There's different type of Miragian effects that happen. There's inferior and superior category.
What?
Yeah, hold on. Don't type anything in just yet. There's different types of categories that these effects occur with. So they're categorized, right? There's superior and inferior mirages. With inferior mirage, you get shimmering and or heat haze, which is like where you see like the ground looks like it's wet or it's a mirrored surface.
But it was a canal that was calm.
Wait a minute. Hold on, dude. Just relax. I'm not done yet, right? I want to take you through the different types of optical effects. So if you're saying that it could be an inferior mirage, that's a type of optical effect. Then you have the superior mirage effects that happen over distance. So these types of effects they're categorized in like 5 different types, right? There's looming, stooping, towering, lowering, and I think what's the other one? There's the last one. But it's categorized in 5 different types. When you actually look into these types, they're going to be categorized and they're going to tell you what type of optical phenomena happens over distance. And then when you do that, you're going to think, okay, so now I'm going to do from where the observer is to the target distance, which is probably, 6 miles? I'm not really sure. But over distance, the surface of the water could actually respond to the temperature of the air and create these pockets of distortion. So you didn't account for that, neither did the people making their long distance observations. Therefore, when not accounting for these things, like you might even consider it to be refraction, right? I'm not going to talk about that just yet. But these people that did the test did not account for this. So they can't, their data...
Initially they didn't, yeah, but they...
Well, hold on.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm only going over the facts right now that when we categorize things over distance to be optical effects, that people in those days or even today will not assume to account for these things because they think they don't need to, right? So when you look at anybody's...
People, you can perform the same... Okay, hold on. You can perform the same canal experiment at night with a laser. So
that doesn't...
over 6 kilometers, you will see that there's curvature.
No, what I'm
that is a control.
No, it's not. It's not curvature, dude. That's the problem.
It is.
It's not curvature because you didn't determine the optical effects over distance when making a line of sight test. So you just switched over to doing it at night. The people during the day didn't do it that way. You know this. So now what you're doing is losing ground with the argument actually being something that can be reproduced, as in people accounting for everything, including optical effects. They're not doing that. I'm trying to tell you, these are the facts. They're not accounting for optical effects.
So the optical effects are a result of temperature and light distortion. And initially, with the first experiment that occurred in 1870, they did not account for it. But
I know
we performed more experiments over time, and so the latest, most easily reproducible model is apparently the laser level experiment performed in the same way during nighttime. So there's limited temperature interference and there's a limited light distortion.
Yeah, here's what's happening. the first thing that you said was proving the thing that you said was determining that the Earth is not flat and that the Earth is curving is inconclusive. I'm telling you that right now. So you have to at least on that point accept that in the daytime when they were doing this line of sight test, they did not account for these optical effects, which throws everything into question, right? The temperature of the surface of water.
That particular experiment into question, which already like it's been reproduced over time with these factors into account. So
No,
yeah, of
it
course it
doesn't.
matters because it's been reproduced.
Yeah,
I mean, do you think that
they didn't take
one
the optical
experiment
effects
not
into
accounting?
account. Yeah, they didn't
did.
take this. When people reproduce this, they're not taking the optical effects into account unless you understand that from the point of observation to the target distance, there's going to be all temperatures accounted for. They're not doing that because the temperature changes the way the observer sees the target distance. It does what it does. So you can observe a distance of like, let's say less than a mile, and somebody walking over, a road on a hot day, the person's going to look all wavy like from a distance, right? But as they get closer, it's going to change. They're going to appear to be a bit more formed in shape, but not as distorted, right? So over distance, this optical phenomena can occur to change the target distance appearance. Not that like what I'm saying, it depends on the temperature outside and the time of day and all kinds of stuff, right? But it's not conclusive to say that it's determining that the Earth is curving in any way because it's an optical effect. And the person is not making a determination whether it's an optical effect or whether it's Earth curvature. They're just carte blanche saying that it's the curvature of the Earth, like you're doing it now. So that's a miscategorization of not being thorough, and which is what I'm telling you to do. You have to be thorough in this occasion.
Well, you're talking a lot. So what you're saying is the people that performed the experiment misinterpreted the results as being attributed to the Earth's curvature, but instead they should have attributed it to the optical illusions.
Yeah, I would say like not illusions, but they're phenomena. What I would say is that the people that are doing these tests, they didn't take it into account because they maybe didn't know or probably think they didn't have to account for that. But yes, they are saying that it is to them making it sound like the Earth is curving. Problem is they're not able to give you the determination of how much curvature there is between point A and point B, or excuse me, point C. B would be the intermediary stick, the one that you have in the middle. And then the one at the very end would be point C. So they're not determining the drop over the distance, which would
probably can now.
No, well, here's the thing, right? I want you to actually see if they've actually done it. My challenge to you is that you have to go online and see if they've actually taken the drop over distance into account, which also corresponds to the size of the Earth being what they say it is, which is what I'm saying they haven't done. That it's not being done. They're just carte blanche saying that it's curvature of the Earth, but they're not actually putting the effort to put the data. Somebody who's inquisitive would want to ask these questions and not just confirming a bias like maybe you or somebody else might be trying to confirm a bias. Somebody who's actually inquisitive might want to know more. And this is not data that's going to be supported there because they didn't account for these optical effects. I'm just telling you the facts, bro. Like this never has been taken into account. Well, so you could, in your own mind, think that it's proving that the Earth is not flat and that it's curving, but it's not determining the size of the Earth based on the drop over distance and or taking the optical effects into account.
Can you repeat that?
You want me to start from the beginning?
There's 2 points I think he was making. The one was optical effects, and the second one was something called drop over distance that they didn't account for. Right. So if I showed you a very viable piece of evidence that did account for those and then perform the canal thing, then what would you say?
So only that canal bends then? Is that only that
I'm
canal?
not talking to you, green nigga. AV. What would you say to that?
Sorry, man. You can't do that in this chat. I was going to talk to you more. Yeah, you're done. Sorry, bro.
Wow.
What a shame.
Question and he fucking freaks out.
You hit that trigger button on that guy, I guess. I don't know. But I mean,
he can't know. Is that canal the only place that has Earth curve? Because the other ones are all flat.
Man, they can't even keep it together for long enough. That's fine. Yeah, this Bedford level deal has it's got a lot. It's riddled with like a lot of holes in the test itself. So
What you have to do is show a picture of the time lapse of refraction and say you're done. It doesn't work.
yeah, Skunk Bay is a good way to actually get him to think about it. Well, I would say it would be. I mean, obviously, you can show him that. He's probably just going to look at it and say that's not what's happening over there. So he would make something up. Cognitive dissonance is a hell of a drug. All right. What's we got in here? So Heretic throwing in bows. What's up, Heretic?
Just at work, can't talk much. Hooked him on the geometric horizon, and he didn't want to deal with that.
He wrote you off, dude, like a bad check.
Because it wasn't going well for him. He'd have to just accept that's the end if he wanted to keep going.
Yeah. He switched it over to doing it at night. How convenient. We do lasers at night. That's not the Bedford level, dude. That's convenient that you want to switch to nighttime. You can't make this stuff up, folks. I like the guy earlier. He was trying to psychoanalyze the group. He was going to give Crit a psychoanalysis of what's happening. Crit's like, I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. I was listening, man. I was like, this is great. It ain't gonna bode well for that guy. He got the business end of that. I'm just here to tell you how you guys are just crazy. Okay. Tristan, Shady Cathy in the text chat. Come on, Tristan.
Yeah, he's an anti-flat earther big time.
He's typing away, but I don't know. Oh, Overfenson says this is Tristan yesterday. Dang. That's all right. I think he's waiting in here just like Just Ross is. Just Ross is another anti-flat earther. There's a few that come by.
Yeah, we created those two. They weren't at first until they came in here and they got smoked so hard that they tripled down on everything.
Who's that other guy? Starts with a W. Y. Warsa? I think he's a.
Yeah, he got smoked too.
And he's really that guy is really upset. And then we got the guy that complains. He's like, I'm gonna tell on you guys. I talked to Vivek. I heard him the other day. He was in here. Like, bro, like, why don't you just put an argument out? He didn't want to do that.
No, he wanted us. He can't believe it. We were put on this server, and he's going to talk to him about it. Try to get us taken down. I said, do it. Yeah, let's see that work. Let's see how that works for you.
We're what, like 3 days removed from him trying to do that?
Somebody in the chat, what was his name? Isaac Newton today said, kill all flat earthers. So, yeah, they're getting out of control.
Oh, holy smokes. I've noticed a lot of people from India coming through. Yeah? That's what I've noticed. The India crowd has been coming through here. And they're really proud of the space agency that they have going over there. The Indian Space Agency.
When you show them paper cutouts, they ignore that.
Yeah, their stuff is pretty. Their propaganda for space is really bad, dude. What was it? Chandrana? I don't know. It's got a silly name. I believe that's the one that crash landed on the moon. Yeah, I think it's that one.
They all crash landed so far. If any were successful, they would have come back.
I think one was holding some tardigrades as a test to see if the tardigrades would be resilient in the lunar environment. So apparently later on, when there's an actual moon landing and they reach the moon, there's going to be like these monster tardigrades over time, just because there's nothing there to compete with. So they're just going to grow to enormous sizes and be like the worms from Dune. Just envelop all kinds of lunar colonies.
Yes, I would agree. Sorry to interrupt you there, Miggy. Yes, the Indians are very, very proud of their new space agency, and it was the Chandelier 3 that crash landed on the south side of the moon. Yeah, South Pole. Sorry, the South Pole of the moon, minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit.
They can't get it right? Those guys. I mean, who has a control of the joystick over there? I mean, they let the amateur. Is this amateur hour? Like,
well, the Japanese also crashed, didn't they? They crashed twice. Russians crashed once recently.
Yeah, you're supposed to be thorough with the the simulation. It's supposed to be thorough. You're supposed to at least run a couple hundred times before you actually take that baby out for an actual spin. Yeah. And it seems like they let the 10-year-old hold the joystick, and he's trying to play Space Invaders or something. Like, it's Like, what kind of operation they got going on over there if they can't even get a freaking, a craft to land on the moon correctly? Like, I mean, we got some, and we supposedly they got the leading edge technology on that thing. So they really fumbled the ball.
The cutting edge, cutting edge technologies, of course. Tip of the spear. The funny thing is, if they're landing on the South Pole, that means they're landing upside down, aren't they? Yeah, if you can imagine that. Yeah, if you can imagine that. Makes logical landing. Yeah, at the north it looks normal, but underneath they're landing upside down. Because of the moon's gravity. 1/6 that of Earth's. Honestly,
they're trying to plant russet potatoes on the dark side of the moon, but I don't know how well that's going to go for them.
I wonder if India left any bags of dookie on the moon like the Americans did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. Hey, well, not about what you just said, Kingsley, but what AI just said right now. They did hire Professor Phil to work for that Indian Space Agency. That what do they call it? The landing craft, the Chandelier. He was Professor
the Chandelier
Phil.
1, Chandelier 3. That would have been.
Yeah, he's in everybody. Okay. So Professor Phil always follows us around, and he's usually listening on YouTube. But what he does is when he hears these guys who are trying to defend the globe in here, he'll slide into their DMs. But he was the guy that actually allegedly worked on the Chandelier. One of them.
Yeah.
What amazing engineering.
Well, yeah, that's his years of work. Just they left the 13-year-old, drive that thing onto the surface. Oh, here you go. Check it out. Little Timmy didn't do a good job, though. He wrecked it. They got all kinds of gyroscopic tools, at their disposal to get that thing as level and as even keel as they could possible to make a landing, and all you get is like space nonsense. Oh, we crashed into the moon. Really? Interesting. You guys just can't get right, can you?
It's not that. That's how you know it's real, man. Because they wreck. How can it
be
real?
You got about 3 chandeliers like upside down and all torn to shreds.
I always think they just do this shit to troll us. Like they gotta be. They have to be.
Nah, they wouldn't do that. Why would they do that?
Let's see what these retards will believe today.
Yeah, you got, these guys from different countries, and they're proud of that, That's why I think sometimes it's easier to drink the Kool-Aid for those guys, because they're proud of their country being a part of first world type activities, Got a space agency, got funding for adventures into Narnia, and such. Next thing you know, there's going to be, the Indian Space Agency is going to launch the first guy to, Mars, and he's going to grow cabbage in a biodome that's a, limited oxygen.
They're planning to put the first Indian astronaut on the moon in 2035 or thereabouts.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying, you see. But they can't build any bridges, though, ladies. 2,401 bridges have collapsed since 1977 to the present day. And I mean literally to the present day, because it was only a few weeks ago that another bridge collapsed in India. What is going on over there with their bridges?
And you can't
hey guys, you're giving me an idea. What's up, guys? Sorry to interrupt, but you've just given me an idea for an event and channel title. Have we got any mods in who can do the channel titles and events? Crit or John or anyone? Well, when we do get someone online that can do them, because I'm driving at the moment, so I can't. let's change it to India fake space.
Yes.
Because you're right, the server's got a big Indian population.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So let's trigger a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Where are you up to, Wolfganger? Where are you up to?
Driving back down the road. I've had meetings for work.
Okay. All right.
He works part-time for NASA, Jin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a field agent. I'm a field agent for NASA.
I was just going to say, well done. You know, bring back all the
I'm in the
information.
I'm in the curved part. So it's a
very, very hush hush.
So we had any good globies in today?
Yeah, we've had a couple of that have come through. You know, very obstinate and not really complying, insisting we're wrong. One
That's
came
how
and
we
just
like them.
blatantly insulted us. Yeah, go on.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. Do you have any other new people in? Any people with questions, comments?
We had one individual, I can't remember his name now. I think it was Billy, yeah, Billy, who eventually became to question everything, and he's like on the route to realization. So I called him a flat earther in the making. Okay? He sounded like he was going to go somewhere. Because he asked he was singing all the right tunes without the insults or anything, really asking questions. He came in a little bit jovial, but when he realized all the questions he asked were answered, and he actually digested the answers, he then started to ask more questions, which leads one to believe that he's on the way to learning the truth now. He's accepting. Okay, we had one of those. That was quite nice. Thanks to Root, and myself.
Nice. Well, let's keep an eye out for some new people in the chat if they want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jin's been in the trenches, man, and ever since he's come to the server, so.
Oh yeah.
He's like,
Jin's always been a workhorse.
Dude, he reports for duty. He's like, okay, I'm gonna be out in the field. I'll be back when the job is done. Like he doesn't stop.
Yeah, Jin is a top soldier. Jin's a top soldier, no doubt.
He's a man on a mission. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. You know.
Yeah, it's good to hear you around again, Jin.
Oh, yeah. The only reason I couldn't get on was because I was locked out of the politics. But now on this new device, I'm back. Yeah, so I'll be around for a lot more. Hopefully, keep training and I'll be there. But I'd like to thank you on yesterday's performance that you gave. You know, you had that guy really on the ropes. You know who I am. The one that didn't seem to care. He didn't, you know, you don't have to measure it to know it's there kind of thing. You can tell by your eyes. You know the guy I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. That was that. Yeah, what's his name?
Yeah.
Something Penguins or something.
Yeah, that's it. You got it.
I like penguins. I like penguins.
Yeah, that was it. Penguins.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah. Yeah. You had him on the ropes.
And he's just a desperate obfuscator. It's almost not even worth trying just to get the globe logics out of him, but the Golden Globies, sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
For the toughest jobs, you got to send Jin in there. He's got to, you know, he'll go through the tunnels, you know, and kind of smoke out the foxes.
Yeah, ferret them out.
Yeah,
ferret them out.
He's crawling under the barbed wire for sure.
Yeah, he's got the Duggins. Yeah, they're dug in.
Yeah,
you got to get them out of there. It takes you know.
Just drop me in, guys.
Now you give them no quarter, man. I think, and that's the thing, that they don't know where to go. They're just
yeah. We always have to remind them that they haven't. You know, whilst they're asking 200 questions to the dozen, there, you are forgetting one thing, or you're not remembering one thing. You haven't gone out to check, and you don't actually know the model. It cannot be that we who have checked and know the model can be wrong. You can't begin to. That's what I keep reminding them. You cannot begin to say we're wrong until you've gone to check. Come on here. Let's have this in the right order here, please.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you really want them to do that. You want them to go take this information, log off their computer or their device, and go and check.
Yeah. It was shadows was hanging onto his models. They were lifeline, to his dream and that. Yeah, well, I've got the model. I've replicated the model this, the model that. I said, yeah, but now can you confirm your model in reality now? When are you going to go and do that? We spent a whole week on your model now. Can we go and validate in nature now? I don't think anybody can do that, he says. I said, so what? We live by models, do we? Don't live by models. Then I reminded him of the manufacturers of cars, aeroplanes, and alike. They had to have their models. They construct the model into real life, and then they test it to destruction. And from the destruction point, they begin to build. So come on, man. We've been here. Modeling for life. Yes. He disappeared anyway. He left after that.
Penguin, yeah. He doesn't. He won't stay for long. I mean, if he knows that he can't make sense of what he's trying to say, he's living in fantasy land. Most people do.
Yeah. I mean, we understand you're doing the models. Fine. Okay, now that's good. But now, from the model to reality, now, can you do that, please? Let's transition. Bring the model with you. Bring your model with you, and let's go outside and check that the model works outside now. Let's go. You got your numbers on black and white on the paper? Okay, let's go. Let's go validate this thing then. Come on now.
Hey, look at the gift that Clipcord just put in the text.
No, let's have a look.
The Shannon Drand landing. And look at the CGI that they use, and everybody's clapping, and they got the. This is propaganda, man.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm saying to have ready, right, for when we update the channel title in the event, because they're going to come in and be like, "What do you mean, India fake space?" And we're going to say, "Well, here you go."
Yeah.
And they're going to go, "No, that's just a simulation, you stupid flat earther. That's not supposed to be real." And then we're like, "Yeah, but we know that space doesn't exist because X, Y, and Z." And then we've got that.
If they look at that and say that that's real, I don't know what to do anymore. There's no help.
No. They're going to be like, "You stupid flat earthers, that's not supposed to be real. That is a simulation." But then we're going to have to break it down to them that it's all fake.
Where was the camera that actually took this image? Like, where's the video? They got a satellite camera that was following it, or what?
Exactly. Perfectly in line. Was it the Lunar Reconnaissance? The LRO?
I think you should change the title to India Lands a Cartoon on a CGI Moon. It rhymes.
No. We're going with India faked space. Full stop.
Okay, that's simple.
That will really
All right.
trigger them.
Got
that
it.
would definitely trigger them. That's a punch.
Short and snappy for the mobile users.
Yeah, that is snappy. I like it. So let me ask the panel. It's 2025, right?
Right.
Is that right?
That's right.
2025. So these people have supposedly gone to the moon in 1969, and we got these other so-called space agencies landing things on the moon, landing things on Mars. But when these people come in here, the Globers, now there's lots of strange things about their answers, but one of the strangest things is 2025, and we ask them for proof of the globe. And they come out with 1870 Bedford level, or worse yet, Eratosthenes from 240 BC. That's the best they got. This is not 2025, and we asked them for the proof, and that's all they got is like. And I have images from videos of modern day Bedford level, and you can see Welney Bridge 6 miles away clearly.
Yeah, that's all they got.
And a valid question. Yeah.
That's all they got. So I asked this one guy, I said, okay, Eratosthenes, so we debunked him fully with measuring the shadows along the horizontal plane, measuring the angles with the horizontal plane, elevation angles to the sun, all this stuff, like blew his Eratosthenes out of the water. And so I asked him, I said, okay, so that's your best globe proof. So I want to know, how did they enter the sticks and shadow data into the NASA telemetry computers? I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Well, that's the easy way out.
The saddest one to me is when they go with the, oh, I don't even care. Why would it matter? Because that to me just says like what level of shockingly low self-esteem and self-respect must you have that you could be totally okay with the fact that everything you were told about where you live is wrong, and they've given you all this bullshit, and you're not even going to be pissed off. Like, that should be a bare minimum reason for you to actually look into this, because if they have given you this wrong impression of where you live, you should be pissed off. You should be indignant. You should be saying, well, I want to actually know the truth. I deserve the truth. I don't need to be given a false reality, a false impression of where I live. Who decided that that should be okay? When did we agree that, yeah, there's some agency who can just pull a wool over everyone's eyes? I mean, you should just be pissed off. So these people who are like, oh, why would I care? It doesn't matter, even if it is flat. It's like, dude, you've got like no self-respect. That's sad.
Yeah, it's really intellectual laziness and built-in nihilism, built into this whole thing. So yeah, why does it even matter? I don't care. Doesn't, like, the people that wholeheartedly believe this globe thing, like to a religious extent that we encounter every day, and then they're just like, yeah, like you said, oh, what does it matter anyway? I don't care that I'm kneeling at the pew of the heliocentric religion, as was pointed out so clearly by the great panel we have here. And yeah, they're just going to go with, why does it matter? How does it affect my life, when they have no idea how it would affect their life? Because like Jen said, they haven't gone out and checked. How would they know how it's going to change their life? They don't know.
Yeah, that's the sign of ultimate demoralization. If you say that, that means that the system has fully achieved what it set out to do and made you nothing but an NPC.
Yep, and you don't even care that you are it's obvious. It's been pointed out obviously that you are doing that, and you don't even care. So I would like to know what the Indian troop is going to present for their globe proof, because I haven't heard much of them saying, like, ask that question, like, do you know that the Earth was measured to be a globe, and how was that done? I'd like to hear what the Indian group has to say about that.
Well, I think we'll get a few in when we update the event, but I mean, where's the mods at? This is shocking. What kind of service is this? I'd like to speak to the manager. Someone keep an eye out in the chat for DJ, John, or one of these guys that can do it.
Professor Triangle.
Professor Triangle. I don't remember giving these guys a holiday, so I'm gonna have to call a meeting.
Might have to dock their pay.
Yeah, I mean,
so. These illustrious flat earthers, I mean, it must be because of money, right?
Yeah. So anyway, who's got their eye on the chat? We got any new people in listening who want to ask questions? Is there any questions in the text chat? What's going on?
Seems like Tristan always wants to chime in on the chat, but doesn't want to bring it to the voice.
Tristan's already a flat earther. That's why he's here all the time.
Oh, okay. Should have figured.
I mean, at a certain point, I take your presence as flat eartherism, regardless of what you're saying or doing. I mean, imagine if you really had no interest and disagreed with anyone who ate cheese. Would you spend all your time hanging out on cheese servers? I don't think so. That would tell me that secretly you dig cheese. You're a big cheese guy, no matter what you say. So, it's the same thing.
Well, you might want to ask Super Duper. Welcome to the chat, Super Duper.
Super Duper, welcome. That's the positive attitude I like to see. A lot of these Globers are already ready to walk the plank.
Are you off-roading, Cyclone?
No, just the roads are terrible here. Does it sound like I'm off-roading?
Yeah, it sounds like you're in the backwoods somewhere.
No, it's not quite. It's our highways,
Is that-
believe
they
it or
need-
not. What
They
state?
need to fix the roads, bro.
Yeah, they do have to fix the roads. It's government, you know.
Well, they need to divvy out some of that money that they're putting to the space agencies and put it onto the roads.
That'd be nice. Oof, what's going on here?
All right, we got Agayo Neko. Welcome. Welcome. Come on, guys. Step right up. Don't be shy. Only a nickel. Ask your flat earth questions. Ask your globe earth questions. We got the amazing Cyclone. You can tell I'm bored. All right, so I know just jumped in chat. He knows, so go ahead, I know.
Finally, the guy who knows.
Yeah, he does know. He says, I know. So
What do you know? I know. Share your wisdom.
do you really know what you think you know? Or do you not know what you know?
That's a good question. That's another good channel title idea. Do you know what you think you know? Put that. Someone bookmark that.
How do you know? Okay, Proxima's just entered. Welcome, Proxima.
Yeah, bro. What's up?
Well, we're just talking about how the Indian Space Agency is fake. What say you?
I think it is real.
Why do you think that?
I have visited there once.
No way. I mean,
Yeah, bro.
yeah, but like, what are they actually doing? Do you know? Did they show you? Did they take you to all the rooms and say, okay, here's where we plan to make these fake images of the Chandarian or Chandelier or whatever it's called? You know that the craft they sent to the moon?
Nah. I visited there when I was a kid. I don't know, but I know that this exists.
Man, the Indians don't even know what the hell they're doing. Only the flat earthers are keeping up with what the Indian fake agency is claiming to do, apparently.
Maybe I don't know, but yeah, it exists. I went there like when I was a kid.
You went where? To space?
Like in
With India?
what?
The Indian Space Agency is faking space.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Did you see the latest? Did you see when they tried to land on the moon?
Yeah, on the news that was there.
Did you notice that the only thing they showed you was a PS1 level animation?
Yeah, maybe. But yeah,
Yeah.
okay, maybe.
So that would be pretty easy to fake, wouldn't it?
Maybe. But I
Well, I
don't
mean,
know
the PlayStation 1 was a long time ago, bro.
Yeah, bro.
So, I mean, that level of animation, not too difficult to generate.
Yeah, but what will be, what is the agenda there if you think this was
Well,
fake?
what's their annual budget?
I
5
don't know, but
coconuts.
it was way less than the NASA.
As in, how much of the Indian taxpayers' money are they taking every year?
Yeah, but it is way less than the NASA, maybe less
Yeah,
than the
yeah.
military.
Well, how much is it roughly?
Yeah, I have to search this. I don't know.
And don't give us it in rupees, or our head will explode.
You're working with the
I think it's
semi.
I think it's about a quarter of the American budget. And they're very proud of that, by the way.
A quarter. So what? 5 billion a year? We say 5 billion USD.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah,
Yeah,
5.5 billion.
but we're not getting.
Okay.
We're not getting.
Well, and
our
I've
money's worth,
just
though.
well, and I've just given you 5 billion reasons why they're faking space. There you go.
Yeah, we're not getting our money's worth. I'm telling you that much.
The Indians are certainly not getting their money's worth.
Hell no. I would.
Yeah, well,
man.
Yeah, what are you getting for 5 billion? I'm sure the Indian schools and hospitals would appreciate an extra 5 billion a year, and you would actually see a return on that investment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gotta.
Why they are taking it?
Huh?
What?
What are the reasons they are faking it? So why would they lie?
I just gave you 5 billion.
The line for
money.
Do you think people lie for money, Indian guy? What's your name? Sorry, I don't know what your name is. I won't call you Indian guy. What's your name?
Yeah, just call me Proxima.
Proxima. Okay. So yeah, do people lie for money, Proxima?
Yeah, people
Okay.
lie, but what they are
Well, there you go.
Who is giving them money to them and what
You
they
you
are.
are.
Okay.
If you're the Indian taxpayer.
Oh yeah, you are.
So you are, Proxima. If you pay your taxes, you are funding fake space. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's okay. But
It almost
tell
makes you
me,
complicit.
That's okay. Like, dude, don't accept it.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. They're just like, that's okay. I guess they can slap me in the
man.
face with a wet fish,
Look,
and I just take it.
Where's? Hey, hold on, Proxima. Where's Gen CBR? That dude. You need to, dude. Listen, you gotta want more than what they're giving. Like, that's shameful. Yeah, you're not supposed to accept that. No way.
Yeah, you should
Why-
be
why
after
would
the
you?
truth, Proxima. The truth, right? What we're interested in is the truth. And you getting given an animation doesn't mean that what they claim is true. Do you understand?
okay, but what is the truth? Tell me the truth, bro.
Okay, the truth is that space is fake. It does not exist. So when the Indians claim to go, when the Americans claim to go, when the Russians claim to go, when the Chinese claim to go, they're all lying. It's not true. It doesn't exist.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah.
Understand?
It's very useful. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at the video that they give you that they're showing that the craft is landing on the moon, bro. It is fake. I mean, it's like something you can create like in Blender, like if you had like 20 minutes. Like, it's bad, dude.
Okay, so if there is no space, then what is there instead of space?
Good question. Good question. Well, because of the existence of gas pressure that we breathe, and gas pressure being defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container, we understand that the Earth is a contained system. It's a closed system. You ever heard of a terrarium?
Yeah.
So a terrarium, Terrarium, you can look that up, is a closed, contained vessel where they put soil, earth, water, and some seeds into, and plants will grow. Life will flourish in that closed container. And it's called a terrarium, the root word being terra, Latin for earth. So it's a miniature earth. And that's why we have a gas and water cycle, because we're in a contained environment. So we're not floating around some fake vacuum of space. We are stationary and we're in a contained system. You understand?
Okay, so yeah, Earth is like a box, like the terrarium. Okay, so what is outside this box? There, I mean,
How
there
would
will be
you
some base.
how would you figure that out?
Yeah,
Man,
that's
nobody knows
what
that,
I'm
bro. Nobody knows
What was
that.
that?
Like that.
Well, let's see how
Yeah,
he would
they
do.
are trying.
Let's see how he would figure that out. How would you figure that out?
Yeah, maybe like in terrarium, there is a base under it, and there is also space, you know. So maybe that space is outside Earth, I think. I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to make any claims as to what's beyond the contained system that we're in, because we can't get beyond the contained system. We are in the system. You can't leave it. So anything after that, you would just be speculating. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what NASA and ISRO is trying to find. Maybe
No,
not to.
because NASA are claiming that there is no container and that they're just floating around in a vacuum. So no, that's not true. See, the problem is since we have a container, a closed system, we can't leave it. So they can't be shooting rockets out of the Earth or away from the Earth into
Okay,
something else.
What if they are faking it because they have seen something which humans are not supposed to see? You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
that's just imagination and speculation, so I don't really care about that.
That's a cop out too. On top of that, why would you even?
I mean,
man, like, why would you even make an excuse for them like that? There's no good reason why they. Like, do you think there's a justifiable reason why they would be lying to you, man? Like, what could you say possibly that would make it? Oh, they don't want to reveal the fact that the Earth is a horizontal plane because if you knew, then people's lives would be in danger. Like, what? How do you justify that? There's no way.
yeah, that's my question. Like, so Earth. Okay, this is just. So you think Earth is flat?
Oh, we know it is, but
yeah, the Earth is
how do you
observably,
know it is?
measurably, and practically used as flat and motionless. Yeah.
Yeah, but when I see, from a tall building, I can see there is a curvature. So, in my
No, you don't
perspective,
see
there is
curvature.
curvature. Right?
No, you don't see curvature.
No, I see curvature. Like,
oh hell,
no, that's not the globe story. No, you're off on your own there, because the globe story says that you cannot observe curvature on the Earth, no matter what height you go to.
Like maybe in a small building, but you can see the sky is like round. You can feel. You can see it
No,
round.
the sky you can't see a curved horizon.
Mm-hmm.
The horizon is horizontal. Yeah, that's flat.
Flat. But when I see, that's what I see. Like it is round.
He's a tiny
It's
Earth.
like
No, you don't see a curve. No, you don't see a
no,
curve.
but
And it's never been measured, right? If there is a curvature like you believe, then it would be measurable, but no one in human history has ever measured any curvature of the Earth's surface conforming to this globe that they're telling us about.
curvature is very big, but the thing when I see the sky, that it feels like it is a you know bowl
The sky is above the flat Earth
upside down.
until you can produce some curvature. So if you're claiming curvature, you'll need to show us a measurement.
Mhm. But yeah, I
So who
can't
measured?
measure.
Who measured it? Well, who did?
Okay. Hmm?
Who measured curvature?
Nobody, I think, not a flat.
Nobody. Okay, well, I guess we can just dismiss that notion then. That'd be a flat Earth then.
It's not a flat Earth. It's around because ships get missing when they go far.
No, because the globe Earth requires curvature, and we don't have curvature, so it has to be flat.
Nah, it's not flat. Then take away. I think you should
Oh,
go to
okay.
space.
So who measured? Oh no, we've already covered space. Space doesn't exist. We already covered that. So if it is a ball, then who's measured the curvature?
Hey, we got Greasy Hub. We got Greasy Hub coming in at the same time with the other gentleman, Proxima.
Yeah, what do we think? What do we think? Handover, or do we stick with Proxima? What do we think?
Well, I just want to see what Greasy Hub has to say. He sounded like he might have think that he might have some good. Let's see if we can get 1 point off of Greasy Hub, and then Proxima, if you want to stick around, we'll talk to you in just a minute. So Greasy Hub, why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. I think it's a globe because according to certain experiments, even with the sea, when ships disappear, or you put a pole somewhere in the sea, later it disappears because it curves. There's definitely the world is definitely round. Like,
all right,
I
post
don't
the
have
experiment.
other facts, but it's, yeah, it's definitely
Post it in the chat. Post it in the chat. Let's see it.
Okay, no problem. Let me go online. I'll put something in the chat. So give me a few minutes.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm from Ghana. Nice to meet you guys.
Hey,
Nice.
welcome.
Space
Nice to
Ghana.
meet you.
Welcome.
I knew he's from West Africa. I could tell by the accent because I'm a Nigerian. So I understand where you come from. So next door neighbor, but one. Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Maybe we'll get Jin to talk to you then.
Yeah.
Maybe
nice
we should, Jen, you want to take this one?
Yeah, okay. Let me take this one because, as I'm an African myself, 2 doors away from Ghana, you have Benin and Congo, I think it is, and then you have Ghana there, something like that. But anyway, let me try. Let me try to see what he knows about the flat Earth truth and then the globe that doesn't exist. But let's try anyway. Okay. What are you going to
Jin
post?
in African mode. Let's go.
What are you going to post for me to see what you can see here? Come on now. Okay, let me look in the chat. Hold on. The reason the reason
give
we
me like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah,
no
but I'm
problem.
listening though. But
Okay, I'm going to talk to you. Now, the reason we say that the Earth is flat is because we cannot measure the curvature. So let me see. If the Earth is an oblate spheroid, does it have a circumference? What's circumference? Does it have that? Do you understand? If it's an oblate spheroid,
it has a circumference. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, good. Okay,
But
definitely.
it can be measured.
Let me
But
help
it can
you.
be measured.
Okay, one second. Let's take it step by step so there's no confusion. Okay, now, so you agree that there's a circumference, is that right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so if there's a circumference and we have the number, which is what is it now? 24,901 miles circumference, and then the radius is 3959. That's 3,959. That means we have 2 numbers. We can now do some quantitative measurements. Do you agree? If we have the numbers.
Yes.
Okay,
If
I'm glad you agree. Okay, so now we the flyers have gone out into nature now, into the nature, point A to point B. There must be X amount of curvature between the distance. Né? So let's say we're talking about London. You know London?
Yes.
Okay, and then now I'm talking to you from Japan. Okay, so you know Japan, Tokyo,
No
Japan.
problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that distance is 10,000 kilometers, which is 6,000 miles. Okay, 6,000 miles. Now, when we use the Google curvature calculator, that gives us how many miles of curvature there should be between point A and point B. They said it was 3,740.47 miles of curvature. Okay, now that's over 9 hours flying time as well. So you're going to fly in the aeroplane 9 hours. You will experience 3,740 miles of curvature. But I didn't. It was a horizontal flight all the way. No curvature experience at all. At all. What do you say?
I think the thing with curvature is, I think the way God has made the earth, once you're on it, you not experience that curvature.
Okay.
You will not be able to experience it because I think as you move.
Yes, but God gave us 5 senses. God gave us the 5 senses, and one of them is for the experience. One of them is for the experience. So God cannot create a ball and then for us not to experience it. That's not God's style at all. God doesn't do that. You see, God gave us the experience, and also hold on. You agreed that if they give you the number, you can measure it. You said that.
No, I didn't say if they give you the number, but I said it can be measured.
Yes, it can be measured. It can be measured. It must be measured, right? We are not measuring it. Like I just said, 6,000 miles, no curvature there. That's 90 degrees of the Earth's ball, 1/4. That's 90 degrees. That's impossible not to encounter that 90 degrees. Impossible. Pun intended. But you understand.
I'm thinking about it. I get you. But I still don't agree. It's still round because there are some other facts.
Hang on. How can it be round when our experience is horizontal everywhere? Horizontal. No curvature. I ask you a question. What is your name? Sorry, your name, sir.
I'm Hamza. I'm Hamza.
Hamza. Okay, Hamza.
Yeah.
How is it that when did you see the curvature of the earth yourself? When? In Ghana. Where? You've never seen it.
Never seen it. Never.
Thank you.
I've never seen it.
Ladies and
but
gentlemen.
I do believe it.
Yeah, no, believing is not knowing.
I do believe it.
Yes,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Please pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, believing is not knowing. Because if you believe something, you're saying you don't know. But if you know something, that means you've checked it. So Hamza has not checked yet. So he cannot begin to say I'm wrong. I've checked. I know the model. I know the size, the spin. So you have to check these things out first. And then you say, okay, I've gone to check it. Here's my results. You are wrong. Until that day, you must go and check. You must go and check. Of course, it's a point. That's the correct point.
So you guys, okay. One thing I've seen is you guys are really talking backed by data. Okay, so I think that's what I have to do.
Yes, that's honest.
I'll get myself ready and come back.
Thank you, my Ghanaian brother. Thank you. Thank you, my African brother. You see, because I don't want to send you down the road with a rocket into space, because you can't go there anyway. So we're not going to do that, okay? Yes.
Possible. Nothing is impossible. But I'll get data and come back.
Thank you very much, Hamza. I respect you. You're an honest man. You have some integrity there. You keep it going. We are waiting for you, okay? We are the champions.
Thank you.
You know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
At this stage, yes. Okay.
My name is Jin CBR. Yeah, my name is Jin CBR1, okay? Jin CBR1. The CBR1 is the 1000cc Honda that I ride. What?
Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Okay, I'm going to get myself ready. Definitely. I'll appear again.
Okay, thank you, Hamza. Thank you, Hamza. Peace be upon you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Okay, thank you. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking to my African brother in my African tone. I'm an African myself, but there you have it. And now I bring him round to the logic that he must check before he can say we are wrong, because that's not correct, is it now? The man has common sense. He says, you have a point. Of course. Thank you very much, Hamza.
Yeah, outstanding. Is wonderful. Yeah, it was great information. Good to hear. Hans, as a breakthrough. Yeah, good to hear.
Did you like my African accent there? Yeah. Did you like the African accent?
Yeah, dude, you sometimes you have to speak to the people. You have to meet them where they're at. Yeah, so you do.
Yeah, that's right. That's the psychology of it all.
It does help.
Yeah, it does help a lot. Yeah. So there you have it. And then my African brother now understands, and he agreed. You see. Yeah, brilliant. That's what I say. I say the Africans, when you get down to their level, they have to understand that we're not here dreaming. We're not dreaming the flat earth, ladies and gentlemen. We're living it. We eat, breathe, sleep it. Because it's where we are.
Yeah, nice one, Jen. You smashed it with the African fella. Good job.
Pause.
Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me the room to do that. Bit of entertainment as well as we went along. Did you like my accent?
Yeah, that's very good. That's very good. You're a real native. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but only somebody who's actually cultured can actually pull that off, because you hit the right points. The points that needed to be made, and you spoke to an honest man. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. He knew it. There was no abuse going in there. All friendly entertainment. And when he was trying to wriggle it, wait, you agreed. Remember? Oh, okay. Don't forget that now. Yeah. That'd be the Indians now. We'd be shouting and screaming now. Yes, but no, that's BS. Very quick with the BS words coming out the other day. It's BS.
We did have an Indian brother too. He was what was his name, guys? You guys remember the guy that used to hang around us? He was from India, and he was the only one that I've ever heard was outstanding speaker. I think sometimes he appeared in some of QE shows or Nathan shows.
Arthur.
Flat Earth Arthur. Yes, that guy right there would have been really good in this channel.
Well, big shout out to Flat Earth Arthur. Hopefully you're listening. Your ass in there now. You're absent without leave. AWOL. You're AWOL.
Somebody should reach out to him and tell him to come to the server.
Yeah. Send a message. His services are required immediately.
There's work to do, and there's not a lot of time to be slacking off.
It's like we're in the middle of Calcutta when this lot comes in. The Indians, honestly.
I'm telling you, there's no time for slacking off. You gotta. Come on, man.
But I must say though, I'm really enjoying the engaging with the Indians. I'm really loving it because they're coming in full throttle, hot and full throttle. Yeah, I love that. And Radwin is one who loves it as well. I know Radwin's enjoying it. Watching them crash and burn.
What, you like the chandelier?
Yeah.
I mean, you hit it right on the nose. I mean, that's what it is, isn't it? Or like the bridges.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say something.
Oh man!
Oh God, a minute. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It's just one of those things. When you've had Britain's had a 300-year contact with India history. Okay, so and I grew up in the 60s, so I've been part of that 300 years. So I love the Indian food. I do like the Indian people. They have been a little bit negative towards us, the blacks, sometimes, but we have to remind them that we're not the enemies. We didn't colonize you. So please remember that. So yeah, I have every room and every right to speak. I do have Indian friends anyway. Ayub Khan being one of them, and Amjad Khan, his brother, for example. Yeah. I give my friends' names out because then they'll know it's Jin. That's Jin. wow, well, I just heard Ginny's a flat earther. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. Then they're going to spread the word like wildfire. Yeah. So I'm not scared to give out the names and all that, because at the end of the day, the integrity is there. I've got nothing to hide, mate. Not hiding from the government, not hiding from anyone. And the government know me anyway. Yes. Once you've been in the army, that they know what your temperament is like. And my brother. So they know what we're like. We're not running. We don't run. Yeah. I'm rather pissed off with the toppy-nosed snobs that are running Britain. I was always fed up with them. But it was always them talking down to us, and I really despise that. And it's because of them that the Scots don't get on with the English don't get on with the Scots, are fighting with the Irish. It was the English that instigated all that, but that's enough of that anyway, but yeah. But
Hey,
I am
Jan.
the... Yeah, go ahead, mate.
What part of Japan are you in?
Oh, I'm in the northern regions of Japan. Why?
Oh no, I was thinking about flying out to go visit some rice bunnies. So, if you want to do any 2-man, let me know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. When are
Was
you
it like
thinking of coming
Tokyo,
over?
or- Huh?
When are you thinking of coming over? You have a date or anything?
No.
Not yet. Okay. All right. Well, you'll have a good time of it anyway, because the one thing you will notice about the Japanese is that they do like to serve you well.
Facts.
When they see you coming in and you are, picking up on their airs and graces and you're following through, oh, they love all that, They love all that.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, but there are times when they can get a little bit, stickily for the rules. Okay, I'll give you one example, and it was when I was eating at a buffet restaurant. I'd gone there on my own because it was my free time. So I got on my motorbike and I travelled about 12 miles to get to this restaurant. It's all you can eat. It's really nice. It's part of a shopping mall. And I am now listening to the Flat Earth podcast, okay, on my iPhone 4. Got a little stand, it's there. Everybody else is talking. You've got the kids running around in the place, couples over there, families over there. I've got mine. So I can hear all these voices. I'm listening to my iPhone, and then the waiter comes up and says, Can you turn down the volume on the phone? I said, Jim, can you turn down the volume on the people? Can you turn them down? And then he just walked off. The walk of shame. I just carried on listening. Because one voice is the same as the next voice. Okay, it's English. They're Japanese, but their voices. Okay, I can hear their voices. I can hear what they're saying. I'm not saying don't talk so loud. So no, man, and it wasn't loud anyway. So yeah, no, I didn't turn my volume down. I just kept it going the same way, man. But there was nothing he could do because I wasn't violating any rights. I want to listen to my mobile phone. I don't want to have the headphones on. So I'm listening. It's a voice. My phone is talking to me. All right, yeah. That's the way I roll sometimes. And it was funny though. Because he asked me to turn the volume, I said, "Can you turn the volume down on all the people? Listen to the people talking. Look at that. How is my phone making anything any worse?" Exactly.
Right.
People forget that. You don't have to turn your volume down.
Is Reggie Watts trying to speak on the mic? He's interested in the
Yeah,
chat.
go ahead, Reggie. Welcome. We might be able to help you if you've got any questions, Reggie.
Let's hear you cook, Reggie.
Is he even in the call? Oh, Penguins is in the chat. Holy bro.
Oh, welcome back, Penguins. Okay.
Thank you, Jen.
Will he pluck up the courage to come in and tell us you don't have to know the measurements to know it's a curve? You can just assume it.
I don't know. I'm going to survey the voice chat and see how things are rolling because a couple people are here who are bad actors and I don't really want to waste my time.
There's one right here named Penguins. That's one bad actor for sure.
Call him out. Why don't you call him out? Who's the bad actor?
Penguins, his name is. I like Penguins, I think it is. He's
I'm
in the
actually
chat.
probably one of the best actors in here, actually, to be fair.
And AV. No, I was having a conversation with you and then AV muted me so someone could interrupt me.
Yeah, that's because
Also, you put words in my mouth and then switch and change goalposts.
No, you get held to task and you're a liar and you disown the words that you said and you try to rewrite the past and stuff. You're totally disingenuous. You get held to task and you don't like people who do that to you.
Oh yeah.
Name one time I've done any of those things. Go ahead.
Didn't I make a clip?
That's a lie. He's lying again.
Name one of those. Name one time I've done any of those things. Go ahead, Heretic.
Here we go. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen.
He does every single time.
Remember when I posted that clip?
Okay, so no specific instances. Gotcha.
Penguins. I literally got a clip of you. Remember?
Yeah, and it didn't say what you said. I said.
Yeah, no, it said exactly what you said.
Yes, he's just gonna lie about what he said, even when it's clipped. He's a total liar. This guy.
I have you clips. I have you clips putting words in my mouth and saying you had a clip, and then I have a clip of you playing the clip and me not saying what you said. I said
when it's directly recorded, bro.
So he's even doing it now. Yeah. I can't remember exactly all the instances, but there'll be more if he just talks. Let him cook.
Incredible, bro. You're putting words.
Well, no, you guys are already like acting poorly and being dishonest and misrepresenting me.
Well, you poisoned the well to start out. So that's on you. So you're projecting.
No, I wasn't engaging in the first place. I just explained why I wasn't going to talk at first.
By poisoning the well.
Okay, how about this? What's the distance to the sun?
You didn't hear the first thing I said when I came in here?
What's the distance to the sun?
You didn't hear the first thing I said when I came in here, CB?
One more time. What was the distance to the sun?
One more time. You didn't hear what I said when I came in here?
One more time. You do what we want in here, or you can just leave.
Yeah.
You will operate under our standards on this server. You will operate under our standards on this server.
No, I told you I wasn't going to talk yet, and you guys kept talking to me, so we don't have to talk. I'll wait a little bit and see how you guys are acting, see if you behave.
Yeah.
Then I'll jump in.
You'll do what you're told, yeah?
Yeah, you'll be operating on standards anyway. That's for sure. Our impeccable standards.
Yeah, do what you're told.
You guys are known rage baiters.
The other day, this dude said that he had an experiment, which was not an experiment, but it had an independent variable without a dependent. So you got a cause without an effect, I guess, according to this guy. Ask him about how that works.
Oh,
there you go again, misrepresenting scientific language.
It's just straight up lying again about what happened. What's the misrepresentation of scientific language, Numpty?
You're calling an experiment something very specific, which it doesn't have to conform to. Nobody.
Oh, you mean like a scientific experiment? I'm just going by the definition of scientific experiment. The scientific method? I don't know. Maybe you're misrepresenting scientific language.
Yeah, I think that was
That's the scientific experiment. That's the method for you right there. What do you mean? It's not arbitrary. That's what it is. And it sounds like you're trying to redefine it out of being that. Maybe you're misrepresenting scientific language.
Yeah,
because guys like you will say that the scientific method is X and only X, and it can't be anything other than X, and it must have all these parts in it, and that's not true.
Give me a citation for what you think scientific method is with the steps involved.
So far, I haven't been too interested to actually have a conversation with you guys, but if you say something, I might address it.
Because you get held to task, and you're not interested in having that happen. You just want to talk your shit without that happening.
No, you guys can't stay on topic.
When we pull you up on the words that you said and try to hold you accountable, you run away from it. So like you're kind of useless anyway.
But he told me to say he had
me whenever I respond to it, address what you said.
Because he thinks he can just define scientific and experiment and all these things any which way he wants. He thinks he can have an experiment with an independent,
said no one ever,
not dependent variable. How does that work? Can you explain
no one ever?
Can you explain that to me? How you have an independent that would be the supposed cause of the effect without the effect? Can you just tell me how that works? I'm interested to hear it.
So you're self-muting at this point. So
I said I would do until you guys could show that you behave, but so far you're actually doing the opposite.
You're the one not behaving.
Well, you're not the arbiter of good behavior.
Do I have to keep saying that? Do I have to say that over and over again if you guys understand?
No, well, the thing is that it's worth.
Well, I'm the arbiter of whether I engage with you or not.
You're not the arbiter of good behavior in this room.
I'm the arbiter of whether you guys are worthy to engage with or not so far. And so far, it's not seeming like it.
Yeah, so far you're full of shit again.
So
far you're full of shit again, and you're getting held to task for it, and so that's going to be deemed by you as bad behavior and an excuse to not continue to engage, because you don't want to be held to task when you talk shit. You just want to be able to talk shit freely.
That's you guys. That's why you have to mute people so often.
Yeah, no, you.
Rage baiters.
You're not muted. You're not muted.
You guys are rage baiters.
You're not muted. We're just letting you cook so that you can make a fool of yourself.
Can I ask you a question, Penguins?
You're not muted as you muted me earlier.
Who hurt
I
you?
wasn't here to mute you.
Who hurt you? That's a good
Yes.
question.
Yeah.
One time I stubbed my toe and that hurt for a bit.
Which one of the flat earthers hurt you?
Well, why would you assume that happened?
I'm sorry, what was the name of the person?
Well, why are you assuming someone hurt me?
It's not doesn't need to be assumed. You're demonstrating your hurt in the call right now.
Yeah, that would
Like
have been.
saying why I don't want to engage yet and why I want to sit and wait.
You've got Wolfganger, you've got Indio, you've got AI Overlord, Miggy, and myself at the very beginning. We all took him on. Yeah.
Well, nobody here hurt me, but I have reasons to not want to engage until they can show that their behavior has improved, such as Indio's constant interrupting,
their behavior.
putting words in my mouth, AV muting me just so that other people interrupt me. Yeah. Which is clipped, by the way. So you can't say that. Eric, you called me a liar earlier when I said that AV muted me for no reason, but there's a clip of it.
Oh, yeah, I don't trust your account of what happened there at all. You've been shown to be
you don't have to worry.
in
It's
every
just a
interaction.
video.
Oh, hey, I thought you didn't like interruptions. Oh, weird. Now he's doing that very thing that he didn't like. Yeah, no, I don't put any stock or any credibility into your account of anything that happens because every interaction I've ever had with you has shown you to be a completely disingenuous scumbag. So
that's ironic. And yeah, no, it's the constant interruptions, really. It's when I can't get a word out without being interrupted that bothers me. Someone can interrupt me like once or a few times. I don't mind. It's when I have 5 minutes of interruption, like what happened yesterday with you. And remember, all this stuff I'm saying.
Well, you start off on the wrong foot, lying or misrepresenting something that was said to you, or just saying something that you can't substantiate, trying to slip a false premise in or something. Yeah, you get called out. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're just mad because you don't have any globe proof, so that's why you have to talk about the behavior and the moderation.
Exactly. It's totally obvious. Yeah, it's totally obvious that's what's going on.
To talk to you guys.
No, it's totally obvious that what Sonny just said is totally true. You just don't have any evidence for your position, so you're going to do what you always do, is just avoid talking about that because you don't have that.
Well, I gave my reasons for I don't want to discuss that at the moment, and that's all there's to say about it.
Like everything else you've ever said. Anything else?
Change your name to I Like Getting Cooked because you're freaking air fried right now, bro.
Holy shit, did you think of that yourself?
Yes.
You're smart, bro. You're clever. Cooked like an air fryer. Shit.
Facts. I mean, what's the point of saying, well, we got AV on video? We could just retroactively change what happened in the video like you did, remember? Since those are your standards. We have a recording of you saying, I know the distance to the sun. And then then you say, no, I never said that, or whatever the fuck.
No, there's a recording of you saying that I said that I know the sun's 93 million miles away from the angular size. And then I have a video of you changing the goalpost of what you said I said. And you didn't actually concede on that, ever. You never admitted that you put words in my mouth. That's what I don't like about you. If you said, you know what, you're right. Well, you didn't say that, but you did say this. That would be fine.
Chat. We got a recording of this guy saying things out of his own mouth. Then he turns around and says, you're putting words in my mouth.
Yeah. Because you did, though.
This is how
you didn't say. I can't find the edge. You're telling me right now with full, complete seriousness that you never said that I said I know the sun's 93 million miles away.
We heard you say it very clearly. We're not going to drone on bore the panel with this again. I mean, I might have to pull the clip up one more time. But we already pointed and laughed at your dumbass for doing this. You said, I know the distance to the sun. I called you out on it, and you said, whatever you're saying now, that I put words in your mouth, dude. Holy shit, dude. You're dishonest. You're a weasel. There's probably no point in talking to you. Did someone want to talk about the Edge? Stardust or whoever. Maysam. Just Ross. Had someone say Edge. Rave.
Bro, I'm actually done, I gave up.
Facts. Why'd you give up, dude? Round 2, man.
I just asked the question. I still didn't get the answer. Then I just run through. I mean, tomorrow morning I asked if the Earth is flat. We are going to have a starting point, an ending point. Where is the starting point and ending point?
Does the universe have a starting point and an ending point?
The universe is so big, man.
Yeah, so is the Earth. But does the universe have a starting point and an ending point? Hello.
I mean, the universe is so big.
Yeah. So is the Earth.
I
But
mean,
does
you
it have a
shouldn't
starting point and an
compare
ending
it
point?
to the Earth. I mean, if you like sit on the airplane, like you can go around the Earth, but you can't go around the universe. There's no, how to say, airplane to do that.
Yeah. What do you mean around?
So
Like,
what do you think?
I don't think planes actually do that, to be honest. But I just want to point out that in your worldview, it doesn't have to have a starting point and an ending point. But for some reason, you think our worldview does. I would say we're probably more similar than you think. You're saying, well, it's really big. Yeah, so is the Earth. Does your universe have an edge?
I mean, like,
Does
look
the
at
universe
this
have an
GIF
edge?
in the chat.
Oh, Lord, here we
The
go.
universe has. I mean, like, the universe is so
That's
big,
not.
man. Like,
Yeah, so is the Earth, dude. I don't know how many times I have to tell you. This is not flat Earth, by the way. You've got a really
no,
bad
this
idea.
GIF is shit. No, this GIF bit.
Yeah, but
I didn't see the
you can't post a GIF of the flat Earth though. Like here, this is another troll one. You see, this is probably what you're thinking. That's what you're thinking. That's not what the flat Earth is like.
Sorry.
I think that's why a lot of you guys are so confused.
Yeah, we never made the claim that we could give you a picture of the flat Earth in its entirety. We never made that claim. We've never made that. We've never said we knew the shape of the Earth either. We've always kept ourselves in the realm of integrity. When we don't know something, we tell you that. We don't have to lie about it. So don't put forward what we didn't imply. Okay? Mind you, you can't prove your globe, can you? Everything we've seen is CGI. Everything.
Excuse me, it's out of subject, but how can I invite my friend to this room? I mean, is there any link or something like that?
There should be kind of like an icon with some human silhouette, the round head with the body underneath it. I think that's where you can invite your friends. Yeah.
Are you on mobile phone or are you on a computer?
On the mobile.
On a mobile? So you see the server icon in the server list on the left?
Yeah.
Right, so hold down on it. And you'll have some options pop up. Click on more options.
Good.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely.
And then there'll be an invite. Invite is right in the middle. Yep, you see it?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no invite. There's only copy link. The invite is... Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. There we go. Good stuff.
Yeah, well done there. Cheers.
This is not our position. We don't claim the Earth is a disk in a space. So what's your claim over fences?
Yeah.
Over fences.
Hello, governors.
How you doing, Barrington? Where are you just coming from?
Oh, I'm here off to go inspect some property. How about yourself?
We've just been enjoying the Globers not being able to prove their globe, of course, and it's been entertaining. It's been good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me, did you just call us globalists? What was that?
I said Globers. I usually say Globers or heliocentrists. Yeah. Okay, take your pick.
How many flat earthers live in this planet?
We don't live on a planet because Earth is not a wandering star. When you translate that word planet or planete veritas from Latin into English, it means wandering star.
What?
Yes, it means wandering star. Yes, planet, wandering star, and Earth is not
So what
a
is the
star.
appropriate word?
The appropriate word is Earth. That's where we live, Earth.
Earth.
Yep, that's it. That's all you have to say, Earth. Nothing else. Earth is not a planet. Remember, when you look to the stars and the sky, you don't know what you're looking up at there. You don't know there's any life, but you know there's life on Earth. The only thing that you know has life is Earth. Outside of that, you don't know.
Yep, and planets move. Earth doesn't move.
So that's why Earth is not a planet.
And what do you think about the moon? Isn't it round or something like that?
It's lovely.
Oh, yes, it's a good question. Well, it definitely looks round when you look at it, especially when it's a full moon. But is it spherical looking? It looks spherical, but I cannot confirm that. So because I think it looks spherical, I have to say I don't know. I can't say, oh yes, it's spherical. I haven't been there to confirm it, you see. I'd be lying. So the moon, as I see it, is when it's a full moon, when it's lit up, it looks very much round in a circle, but is it spherical? Sometimes it looks like that, but I can't confirm it. I would need to go there and travel all around it, measure it, then I would know. What do you think it is? I ask you again, what do you think it is? What do you think about the moon?
Of course, it's round.
No, yeah, but is it round like a spherical ball or just round in circle? What do you mean?
Not exactly circle. It's
okay.
I don't know
Is it a sphere? Is it a sphere like a ball shape?
No, it's like oval, you know.
Okay, so you think it's oval? Well, I mean, I don't think it's oval, and I don't think that looks very circular to me. I don't see an oval moon. I see it through the phases, of course, but when it's a full moon, which I mentioned, a full moon, it looks perfectly round, circular shape. So what about? Is it? Don't you think it looks spherical? No. Okay.
Do you think it's a place, like a world, like somewhere that a person could go and walk around on it?
Yeah, terra firma, as they call it.
Because I don't think it is. I don't think it's like a world like here.
You know,
I don't think there's any worlds in the sky.
Yeah,
I agree.
So you don't think that we can drive a little golf cart and play golf on the moon?
I thought it was an underdressed Willys Jeep. I thought it was. That was a golf cart.
With lawn chairs taped to it.
Yeah.
Why didn't they use the original seats? I don't get it. They just taped lawn chairs to it. Like.
They did, didn't they? Folding downwards.
I'm convinced that you have to. I'm convinced that they feel compelled to tell you what they're doing. So I'm convinced that they do things like use those lawn chairs and such. So if they're ever backed in a corner, they can say, "See, we didn't lie to you. You know, look at how bad these lawn chairs look."
Yeah.
There's this photo.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there again. If they left them behind, then they should have outgassed, because if the moon is in the vacuum, nothing should have survived anyway. Should have all vaporized and gone, turned into dust, smoke.
Yeah.
And yeah, so what's going on, you know? Yeah, let's have a look. They won't show us anything, will they?
So I just wanted to say about the buggy, right? There's this famous picture, right? This black and white photo, and the NASA director, the what did they call it? Headquarters or whatever, mission control manager or whatever.
Control, yeah, mission control. Yeah, go ahead.
He's standing there, or the mission director or whatever. He's standing there talking to one of the astronauts. And they're in this room. They're looking down, talking about the buggy. And then there's these three other weird guys. I don't know who they are, but they're over in the corner, and they've got these smirks on their faces, and they're like just like talking amongst each other. You can tell that, and they've got this look on their face, like they're just laughing, like they're joking. And I'll see if I can find it. It's it's classic. Hey?
Yeah, you're telling us that they're in the know and we're not, and that's why they're laughing, basically. That's what that would seem.
Yeah.
Yeah. They know it's all a hoax, you know, because they're in a studio somewhere. They're not on the lunar surface. That's for sure.
They're laughing their way to the bank.
Yes, absolutely. And you might remember they're all given this Corvette, weren't they? They're all given a Corvette Stingray. All the astronauts, a golden Corvette Stingray. Nice vehicle as well, by the way. American. Each astronaut was given one of those. A Corvette Stingray.
Well, the guy asked, "What do you guys think about the moon?" That's what he asked.
Yeah. What do we think about the moon?
It's pretty.
They were given stingrays. Anybody have any photos of those Corvettes they were given by chance?
That's it.
Gene CVR, do you have any photographs of the Stingrays Corvettes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or any
what I was saying, that's what the astronauts received of going to the moon, and they've got these golden Corvette Stingrays, you know, each astronaut.
That's wild.
Like a bonus.
Yeah, if you have any info on that or any links or anything, post them up. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Wait, if the Earth is flat, so how the day and night happen?
Yes, that is a very good question. How do the days happen on a flat Earth? The way they've been happening for eons of years, because the Earth has always been flat. So basically, the Earth itself is bigger than the sun and the moon. Okay, that's the first thing. It has to be, because everybody's getting a good night, then they get a good morning, and then they get a good afternoon. Now, the sun itself cannot shine its light right across the flat earth. That's impossible. Okay? It can't do that because of the size of the earth. So as it goes through on its circuit, it will give you a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, next country, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, next country, like that, as it moves on its circuit every day. Do you get it now?
Not really. Would you please simplify?
Okay, I'll explain again. I'll give you a more simpler one. You're in your bedroom, your room, and you turn all the lights off. It's dark now. Now you have, or the flashlight on your smartphone, you switch it on, and then you aim the light to the floor, but you hold it like 2 feet. Now, when you hold it in your hand and you're at the door of your bedroom, but the lights are off, door shut, and you look at the other side, maybe where your window is. It's all dark over there. Then you walk over to where the window is. As you walk, you're moving the light with you. The light is coming. And then you look at the door now. Now it's starting to get dark. But near the window, it's starting to get light because the light is moving towards the window, just like the sun. Same thing. Do you get it now?
So if there's this flat, the sunshine is going to be same in every country.
It will be the same in every country. Hang on. It will be the same, yes, but it will be dependent on the time. So if it's now currently coming up for 3:30 in the morning. Let me double check that time. Yes, it's coming up for 3:30 in the morning here in Japan. I'm about to get the sun. You are not going to get that sun because it's over my side now. Okay, so if you're over in the UK,
10 p.m.
Yeah, right. So that's it. So it's night for you. Good night. We're getting the sun now. Okay? So clearly you cannot have the sun because it's coming over to where Japan is now. That would make the earth
moves above you and then come to me, like.
Yes, it moves above our head on its own course. It's a predicted course that never changes. That's how God fixed it. That's why we can say that the sun and the moon are never late. You cannot use the word late for the sun and the moon. Impossible. They are never late. Best timekeepers on earth. Better than the nuclear clock or whatever they call it that we have, that is man-made. Better than that.
Excuse?
Yeah. Okay? So that's how the sun works. Because of the size of the earth, it's so big. The sun and the moon are small, of course, and they cannot shine their light across the whole earth. And we need to have a nighttime and a morning and an afternoon. We have to have these. So that's how God created the earth, remember? All right? Does that make sense for you now? I can post a short video of debunking the globe in 5 minutes, less, okay? And it's an African-American by the name of D. Marble. He was living in Washington State at the time, and it was 12 o'clock noon. The sun was above his head. He Skyped his friend in England. It was 9 o'clock, and the sun was setting. You could still see it, okay? And then he Skyped his friend in Australia. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, okay? So 3 people are seeing the sun at the same time, okay? 12, 9, 6 the hour, yeah? And when you translate that, extrapolate that onto the globe now, you've got, and you flashlight, for example, you've got America lit up, England lit up, Australia, because of the earth ball, Australia is in the dark, thus proving that the earth cannot be a globe. Because on the flat earth, 3 regions, everyone's seeing the sun. You put it onto the globe, Australia is in the dark. There you are. Globe debunked in less than 5 minutes. I'll put that video in there for you. Very good one. Well done, D. Marble. He was the guy that took the spirit level on the plane, proving that the aeroplane flew horizontal. And I did that test just before he did it on my smartphone. So it was great minds thinking alike there.
Jin CBR, we can hear you, but you kind of choppy, breaking down, so maybe reset your call or Does anybody got any questions about the topic? Go right ahead. You can direct your questions to CB.
Facts. Facts. We are live. Wait, are we live? And we are not live. Honestly, if the Earth was a globe, wouldn't it be so easy to prove it? They would just come in here, bing, bang, boom, here's the proof, and we roll up out of here. But instead, we get whatever Penguins is on and whatever this other stuff is. People staring at the sky. And let's be honest, folks, if anyone was going to be a globe earther, it would be actually us. The people that actually care to investigate, took the time to, think about it a little bit. These guys don't even think about the Earth being a globe. They're just parroting the bedtime stories we were all taught as kids.
Sorry. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that the Earth has an end?
Does the universe have an end?
Yeah, it kind of does.
Where is it?
Like, if you go in one direction infinitely long, there is the end.
Where is it?
I don't know, but somewhere.
There you go. There you go. That's same answer.
Would it be okay if we said the same thing?
What?
We don't know.
I mean, you could find out the end
How?
of the world, Earth.
How?
You start at your house, go in one direction, and end up at your house.
Via what method of travel?
Yeah, he said that. He said that before.
What if I'm not allowed?
I didn't understand, sorry.
Well, if I start going in the one direction from my house, I'm going to have to go through people's backyards and things. I have to go through their house. They're not going to appreciate that.
Yeah, okay. And?
Well, apparently that's what he was going to do. I thought you were going to do that the other day. You said you were going to take your tape measure and you're going to walk around the Earth and come back to the same point. Have you done that yet? And where's the video footage?
No, I didn't. I didn't do that.
Yeah, but you said you were going to do that, though. That's what you said.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
You said that last week. You were here last week, dropping this same silly little thing about walking through buildings to try and prove it. You said.
I joined the server today.
No, you said it last week. Either that or someone else said the same thing then. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah, okay, but I joined today the server.
Okay, I apologize.
It's okay, it's okay.
You can't do what you just said anyway. It's impossible.
Why?
Well, because like my colleague just told you, if you're going to walk in one straight line, that means you have to go through people's houses and buildings because you cannot deviate from the straight line, can you? You have to keep the course.
You can. Why can't you? You just
You tell me. Okay. You tell me how you do that. Explain.
Okay. Look, that
you're at your front door, standing by your front door at your house. Go.
I go forward, and I come. Yeah. I come face to face with another house, okay? I stop
Okay.
right there. I don't know. I measure the distance, how
Yeah, it's
much
the
I
same
go to
guy.
the left or right, until I go forward. And then I just go the same distance I measured
Wait,
in the opposite direction.
what?
No, he's got it. Yeah, he's got it wrong, isn't he? Absolutely. It's the same guy. He reckons he's joined today. It's the same guy. The same stupidity was said. Exactly the same.
We can just rip the band-aid off. There's no method of travel where you're going straight. Obviously, you can't walk because there's shit in the way. You can't
Exactly.
swim. There's water moves you around. Even when you fly, you have to fly in corridors. There is no such thing as just, quote, going straight via any method of travel. You know, so sorry, that's a good
What GPS?
hypothetical example, but it doesn't work in reality. As you saw when you walk, there's shit in the way, dude.
Yeah, okay,
So
and what about GPS?
what about it?
Oh, or don't you just don't believe in it?
What? So you're just moving? Are we moving on, or you're
Yeah.
conceding that you cannot
No,
go straight to prove this example?
okay, I can accept what you're saying with the meaning that
You
you can
accept.
go on a
Is that what
straight
you're
line.
saying?
Yeah,
You
I accept
accept.
the idea that you can go
Okay,
on a
thank
straight
you.
line.
Speak properly. I accept what you said. Thank you. The other expression is I concede. I concede to that point. Okay, that's the other expression that you can use.
Okay, thanks.
So
Right.
when it comes to GPS, so flat earthers exist on the Earth, and we're saying that that Earth is the flat Earth. So GPS works on the Earth. So it's like, why would we not believe in GPS or anything? Anything that currently works right now, satellites or technology in the sky, or
Wanna break from the
GPS or anything works on the Earth, which flat earthers are saying is flat. So it's really as simple as that. If it works right now, like GPS, then we're all good. No problem. That was easy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well done.
So if you go, you believe in Google Maps. You believe that this is correct, Google Maps. Like it's a real image.
No, the Google Earth image is not real. No, that's CGI. Robert Simmons CGI Blue Marble. That's not the real shape of the Earth. So no, we don't
Okay, but
believe that. We
the
don't
normal
accept
Google
that.
Maps, the 2D Earth.
That's not an image of the Earth, dude.
It's just okay, but cause it's like GPS.
Yeah, GPS is happening on a flat Earth, not on a ball Earth.
Yeah,
It
but
wouldn't
if
work.
you go right now into Google Maps and you scroll to the left, you end up at the same point.
Actually, there's something wrong with that as well. When you actually scrub across 1, 2, you need to do 3 swipes to do a full circle. But if you're doing it properly, it should only take you 1 swipe. So there's a discrepancy already, just by swiping from left to right. Okay, from left to right, it should be just 1 swipe, and you're on the other side of the earth. But you need to do 3 swipes to do the full circle. That's wrong.
What about
See?
the swiping up and down?
There you go. Same story.
I don't even see what this is. I don't agree. This is just one map of many maps, my friend.
Mm.
There's many, many, many maps. Google Maps is not the map of the Earth.
You could put the map on a diamond.
Picture of your map, of like the flat Earth map.
There's I'll say it again. There is no such thing as the map of the world. There's many, many maps, charts, maps, different types of maps for different purposes. Even for the globe side, there is no, this is the map. Unless you disagree and you can post it in the chat, we'll take a look.
Yeah. One thing I noticed here while being in this VC, I like how you guys deny the proofs. Like you say, the NASA is like the NASA is not real. The like Google Maps is not real. The
We
aviation
didn't
is
say
not
that.
real.
We didn't say that. We didn't say any of that.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't
you
know
said
where you
like
got
NASA is not
any
real.
of that from. We didn't know.
We never said NASA is not
Last time
real.
I
We
was
never
here,
said that.
you said like
Hang on, hang on,
NASA
hang
do
on.
the fake stuff.
Look, I know
Excuse me.
it might be like an
Yeah,
English
go ahead,
thing,
sir.
but
You go ahead.
yeah,
Go on. Go ahead.
it's not. Maybe it's a translation thing. I don't know, but no one in here. I could call on any flat earther and ask them, "Is NASA real?" They're gonna say yes. If I say, "Is Google Maps real?" They're gonna say yes. If I say, "Is the sun real?" They're gonna say yes. So I don't know where you got any of that from, dude.
Okay, do you believe in NASA? Like the things they said?
Do I believe the things they say? Like what?
Yeah. Like the
Like what?
Earth is not a flat.
They don't say that.
The
In
photos.
fact, I think there's documents that say it is flat, but whatever.
Okay, do you believe the like ISS, the International Space Station photos
Do I believe the
that
photos
they
from
took?
the ISS? No,
No, no, I don't accept those
Why?
photographs as
because they don't
genuine. Of
match.
course
They
not.
don't match reality. They don't match the
Yeah.
Earth.
They're
So
composite
they are posting
Photoshop
fake stuff
CGI.
then?
Let me explain.
These
They're
guys are
Photoshop.
just
I'm trying to
believe in
explain to you
conspiracy.
something. Yeah, I'm trying to explain something to you that the photographs have been proven to be photoshopped as CGI images. That's what we
Do you
get
do you
from
have
NASA.
any proof on that? Do you have any proof
Oh,
on that?
So I think yeah, a
I
little bit
follow.
of as a I am photographer, so a little bit of editing is needed to like clear the images because you are taking images in a space.
no, you're not. You're not. We're not in space. You can't go to space. We know that
Outer
space
space
is
is
a
not.
fake area. You can't go there.
Are you dumb or what?
So,
Simple
so now
question:
I'm
do
done
you
now.
believe the
Now I'm
proofs
done
of
now.
NASA
Well,
that Earth is not flat?
can you prove that they went to space? You're telling us they went. Can you tell us how they went? Prove that they went, please. You're telling us,
Answer
remember.
is not answered by question. Give me
Excuse
the
me. No, no, no,
short
no, no, no,
answer.
no,
Do
no.
you?
You're making a very bold claim, like NASA is your grandfather, and you know, you know
Yeah.
that's how
Hey,
you're
hey,
acting.
don't abuse.
Well, you're the one who's abusing. Didn't you not call me dumb just now? Shut up, you fucking idiot. Pay attention. You're the one that's You're the one that's hanging on
I am not calling the Earth flat
onto NASA.
here.
You are hanging on to NASA,
Mind your
saying
language,
that
brother.
NASA. You are interrupting me
Mind
again
your
this
language
time.
first of all.
You
Say
mind
sorry.
your language as well.
You
You mind your language
call
as
me
well.
an idiot. Say sorry.
You called us dumb here. You
Say
called me
sorry.
dumb. I heard the word dumb there, right? Don't
I
say
didn't
that.
call you dumb. I didn't
Doesn't
call
matter.
you
One of
dumb.
you did. One of you did. Shut up and pay attention. You're
Say
the one
sorry.
that. Shut up and pay
Sorry.
attention.
You just
Shut
called me
up.
idiot. Say
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry. You're out of
Say
your
sorry.
mind. You're out of your mind.
Say
Now,
sorry.
pay attention.
Why do you call me idiot? Why do you call me idiot?
You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. Pay attention. You said that.
Are you here to judge people?
We said that NASA is telling the truth. Yeah.
Are you
Well, they're
here
not.
to judge people or discuss anything?
Yes.
Discuss the thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Pay attention. You're getting out of control.
Why did he call me idiot? And you guys are not like reacting.
Stop crying.
He just
G.
called me an idiot. Like he just abused me.
We got called
Stop
dumb.
crying.
Yeah. Someone called us dumb here. So, okay.
Yeah, someone did. I didn't
So
like call you guys.
the person dumb, I'm calling the idiot. Okay. So that person is an idiot who called me dumb. Okay. So if it's not you, you don't have to worry. If it's not you, then just pay attention to what we're telling you. Yeah. You're making out that NASA went to space.
You are disrespectful.
Excuse me. I'm still trying to talk to you, but you keep talking when I'm talking. Here we go again. You said that NASA went to space and took the pictures. Can you prove that, please? That's what we're asking here. I'm getting called
I
dumb
will
and
prove it,
everything
but first say sorry.
else. Can you prove it, please?
Yeah, first say sorry.
What do I have to say sorry for? I don't know you nothing, mate. You're out of your mind.
No, we're not doing that, dude. So
Yeah. That's not happening. I didn't call you anything. I said the person who called me stupid, sorry, dumb, he's the one that's stupid. If it's not you, then it's not you, is it? There you go. Now move on.
Oh, you think you are, bro?
Yeah, exactly. You're making the
that NASA went to space, took the pictures, and now they have to do a little bit of Photoshop touching up and composite because it came from space. Can you prove all that, please? Because I can definitely prove they never went.
Just guys like made a whole ball. You just want proofs based on your things.
No,
we cannot
Yes.
provide.
Listen,
Like you didn't
Hey,
believe in
bro.
NASA. If I go and just like take some pictures,
we
and
don't believe.
send it out,
We don't
you
believe
didn't
that.
NASA is a
You just
shithouse lying company. NASA is a shithouse lying company. That's what NASA is. They're stealers of the public's
That's what
money.
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Why should we believe them? Why should we believe them?
Why should you believe
Tell us
them?
why we should.
Wow.
Yeah.
Take
Yeah,
your
why?
phone. The weather data they providing you, they
What data?
did the thing.
What data are they providing us? Please tell me. What data?
Okay, I didn't know about that much. The weather data.
You
Simple.
said data, ladies and gentlemen. The guy's mentioning data. We asked which data. He doesn't know which data. What are you talking about?
The information about weather. I'm talking about that.
That's not coming. That's not only from NASA. That's not only
Have you-
from NASA. It's coming from all over the world, not just NASA.
Have you read through the data, the numbers, the figures?
So, like, who is doing that?
Yeah. Have you read through the numbers, the figures? Have you confirmed, validated?
Volumes.
Did you do the calculations?
Data, numbers, figures.
Wait.
See? So you're doing all the believing.
Now I know why.
You
now,
believe in NASA.
now I know the real problem. Why anyone cannot like explain to you the Earth is not flat, because you guys just doesn't accept the proof. You
Okay,
just
let me ask
find
you-
the loophole, and
What
then
proofs?
you only want proof on
Show us
that
the proof.
basis.
Show us the proof.
Yeah, that's it. Let me ask you one question. After you've shown
Just
it.
go to the live stream of the International Space Station.
Oh my god.
There you
Very
go. That's
classic.
fakery.
I'm gonna just
That's fake. That's fake.
The how a
Wait,
live
give me
stream
some
can be
time.
photoshopped.
Wait. Give me. I'm not a superhuman. Come on. I have to like go and copy the link and paste it.
Yeah. I don't know who
No,
said the
dude,
video
you
is
don't have to do
Photoshop.
that. You don't have to do
Yeah.
that.
What if I show you the space station's just CGI?
You can see it from a telescope.
There we go. He almost swore there. Look, see, he had to hold himself down. See? He almost said something foul, but he cut it off just in time. Yes, he had to control himself there. But like I said, you're the guys that are doing all. We don't have to believe anything NASA says, and we don't. We don't accept anything they say at this point. They're nothing. They're stealers of the public's money and the public's mind. Especially those who are in India. They love them. The Indians love NASA. You can tell.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they love it. You can tell.
Just like black guys like guns.
We
right?
love NASA, man.
Oh shit.
I
Okay.
admit it.
Talk your shit.
Well, yeah, yeah, we like guns, especially in America. We have the right to own them. So there you go. They have the right to own the gun.
Not Americans. You black guys are from Africa.
Yeah, even in Africa as well. We like guns, of course.
You guys were the slaves.
Sorry?
Why?
All right, bro. There's no need to go down that path. There's no need to go down that path.
That's
It's
okay.
fine, bro. Let us
Wait. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's true history. He's not lying about the history. Yeah, black people were slaves. That's true history. Well, I'm not ashamed of that. My family
Black
was a
people
slave.
owned the slaves and sold the slaves to the white people.
Yeah.
Well, black people also love deodorant. So try it out sometime.
And mouthwash, because it's not reaching.
Now you guys turned into racist. Wow. Great.
No,
Here are
we're
the
not racist at all. No, we're not.
I am.
That's me. I am.
I got 3 Greyhound racing dogs. I'm a racist.
Oh, nice.
So basically, right, as we said, you believe NASA, we do not. Simple as that. They have everything they do is
Okay, so
fake.
you don't believe in NASA?
No,
why
hell
would I
no.
believe? Why would I believe in what NASA is
Oh
pushing
wait,
out when
this
it's all fake?
I think this was my point. Like someone said earlier from someone said earlier when I came here into this VC, they
He
said I
said
don't
NASA
believe
wasn't
NASA, so please don't
real.
provide
Yeah,
any information
you
from
are
NASA.
misunderstanding the terminology. When I say I don't believe NASA, we don't believe what they tell us. That's what we mean. We don't mean they don't
So
exist.
what do you believe? So
I
what do
don't
you
believe in
believe
anything.
then?
The
I
Earth.
believe nothing. I have no beliefs. I don't believe in anything.
Okay.
That means I must know something or not know. I know things. I don't believe things.
Okay.
I carry knowledge.
You know what you have to believe. Just you have to believe you are intellectual stupid.
No, you see what I mean? More insults, ladies and gentlemen. See,
Wait, what? Okay, you're
this is
gullible.
this.
'Cause you're just turning
Yeah.
on a YouTube video and you're going, "Yep, that's it. I do nothing
Hey,
else."
why don't you guys use a balloon camera to prove us wrong? You know.
That wouldn't help.
Okay, let
That
me
wouldn't
do
help.
that for you. We've got it. We've got it. Don't worry. Let me show you the best high altitude balloon shot. Okay, give me 2 minutes to get that. We show you the best video of a high vantage balloon.
Okay, sure.
Yes. Give me 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Okay,
Well, he's
carry
looking
on
that up.
talking.
Is the balloon guy saying that you can see the curvature?
That's what he's saying. Yes.
Okay, then you
Excuse me.
should be able to measure it then if you can see it, right?
Sorry, I was disconnected.
Ah. Are you saying you can see the curvature?
That's what he said. He said, yes, you can
him say
get
it.
yourself a balloon and
Let
you
him
can
say
see
it,
the
Jim.
curvature of the earth, he said.
Let him say
So
it.
I said, let me get the best higher altitude video from Eric Dubay, in this case.
I haven't heard him say it.
Yeah, let him say it.
Well, he doesn't want to talk now. So I guess never mind.
Just get a balloon, okay? Cool. Where are you at, Sanchez?
I think if you can see it, you should be able to measure it, yeah? So let's get to measuring.
Yeah, just give me a few minutes whilst I get it for you. Nearly there. Just scrolling down my collection. Do forgive me
I
for not
went ahead
having
and
it.
posted NASA's live shot. I just went there and did a screenshot. If you look at that, click on it, you'll see the big seam going across the Earth from where they wrap the image around the pretend ball. Now, you guys from India want to explain how you do that?
They're very quick with the abuse these days. Very quick. You know? They've had a couple of weeks of being debunked to smithereens, and now they are very quick with the abuse. Unbelievable.
Your black guys like guns.
Yes.
That's not even a stereotype. That's hilarious, though.
Yeah, and then he says we've been slaved as well, but that's a true story. But, you know, he's speaking truth there. I could say the British ran the rifle butt down their heads into their mouths, and they called them Chawala. Chawala, get yourself over here now, move yourself. Chawala, move it. Yeah.
Is that how he's going to prove the Earth is a globe? Say your ancestors were slaves? That's what he's going to do?
So I gave you a video. Now show me the curvature, please.
I'm about to get racist.
Well, you shouldn't have said that India loves NASA.
But they do. Because NASA gave India some assistance. Does assist India in their space program. Assist. But they haven't learnt well, because those cartoon images that they put out are absolutely revolting. A child of 10 could do better.
India and NASA sitting in the tree.
KISSING. First comes love, then comes a live stream.
And then comes a fakery, and there we are. We're on the moon. They were talking about having the first baby on the moon, you know, a couple of months ago, NASA.
Wow.
Yeah. It's all Hollywood.
There's a lot of firsts. There's a lot of firsts we're waiting for.
Yep.
Yeah. First woman on the moon. First baby born in space.
First person of color. And then the first Indian on the moon. How are you doing, Ranjit? How is the air there, Ranjit? There is no air here. I can smell, the moon smells like chicken vindaloo. What's going on? Oh, it must have been the chicken vindaloo pouch paste that I ate earlier on. That's it.
Tastes like they added ketchup.
Bruh. Dude, you guys flat earthers remember when they were like, you only think it's flat because of YouTube videos? Boy, have the tides turned. They're like, these Jeets in here are saying, well, just turn on a YouTube video. What?
Yeah, exactly. To look at the ISS with the most obscured camera on Earth. Look at that obscured angle. Yeah. Everything is in the way but the Earth itself. How gullible you gotta be.
There it is. Exactly. The gullibility levels are on 10 right now.
Yeah. They're coming in red hot, mate. Because remember, they've got a space agency, as Miggy promptly reminded us, and they're very proud of it as well. Meanwhile, they can't build bridges to save their lives.
Oh,
everyone's dying under bridges here, there, and everywhere. 2,401. What an insult! A country like that does have no right to be in the G20, not even in the G40.
G20? I see what you did there.
But I am glad India is in the space race, because they're the ones that are showing how ridiculous it is. They're helping us to discern how fakery it is. So well done, India. You're helping to expose. Sorry?
Can someone post that? The Indian craziness? All right. Someone post that. Let's point and laugh at it.
Yeah.
Also, Radwin, I posted the seam, and somebody said that's just because the Earth is so big.
Oh.
How does that work?
Yeah, it's so big you can't measure it, but yet we got the numbers.
They said,
and they measured it 2,500 years ago. But today's modern technology can't measure a single degree of curvature. How does that work, ladies and gentlemen? How does that work? A man in a loincloth and a battered sandals was able to measure the curvature of the Earth. 24,801, something like that, circumference, something in that region. And then, but today's modern technology, we cannot measure a single degree. Today's technology, today, now, we're in the nanotechnology now, ladies and gentlemen, and we can't measure curvature. Come on. Does that make sense?
I bet you all of guys are in the basement of your mom's home.
Oh, really? Wait, can I go on camera in this bitch?
Let's
There's too many people in here.
I didn't catch anything he said. All I heard was, I bet you're one of those guys that, and then something bombs. And what are you saying? Can you speak
I like
properly,
how
please?
I'm on the top floor of my building right now, looking at Mexico, looking at fucking the ocean.
Wow.
What basement?
Wow.
What basement? Who? There's literally no basements where I live, dude. I was
There
like,
you are. There you go. You see? You see, they're trying to crack the English jokes on us. You're in your mother's basement. Why don't you get back into the coriander pan where you came out of? Silly ass. Honestly.
And this nigga is talking too much.
this guy is
Oh, you really want the smoke, G, bro? Bro, why don't you go find a shower and get some deodorant, bro?
Yeah. And some mouthwash. Don't forget the mouthwash.
wow. You can't.
Well, you're the one that's started it. You know, you can't prove the globe, so you try and prove insults. Insult is not proving curvature, okay? Okay? Can you go and murder the curvature for me? Curvature, you know the curvature? Yeah, get out there.
Echo, come again. Would you like a Slurpee?
You don't want the smoke with us, bro. I'm telling you. Y'all got the worst accents of all time.
And the worst humor as well.
And how come you all go to school for engineering? How come you all go to
I
school
know.
for engineering
This
and end up
sounds like
running convenience stores?
this VC more sounds
Sanchez,
like an echo
why do you
chamber
guys
than a
always go to
VC.
school for engineering but own corner stores because you don't have engineering jobs? You just have convenience stores.
Oh,
exactly. There's a mismatch there.
Oh, shit.
Chandelier 1, Chandelier 2, Chandelier 3.
India number one. India number one. Number one, trash holders.
Dude, we're getting. Yo, you really wanted the smoke. You're going to get it.
Yeah, don't be picking on us because we didn't pick on you, no. You came to us, gave you the best answers you could get. Every answer we gave you, you're not finding it in any university, not even in the University of India. Okay? They're not even telling you. But we give you the best answers and then you insult us. Call me dumb. Then you call me an N-word and then you call me an idiot. God, honestly.
But India number one. India number one.
India number one. India number one gazillion, you mean? Back in the queue.
Can we see if Ruga Peso will talk?
Yeah, I
No,
was going to say
India number one.
So,
No.
Because they're saying that we see planets in the sky, and I said that Earth is not a planet. So I want to see if you have any issues with that. They're all balls.
Yeah, he's correct. We see planets in the sky, up, above. You look up, and when you look at the Earth, you look down, down below your feet, not the same place.
My head hurts
Up
from
and
this,
down,
man.
different. The Earth is Terra. The sky is the sky, not the Earth.
Ruga Peso.
Ruga Peso, open your mic.
What's up, guys? Good evening to everyone.
Oh, the sky. You already asked what's up? Well, the sky, not the ground below your feet. The sky is up.
Wait, I have a question for you. So when you go outside and we observe the Earth, there's like trees and buildings and people and water and all of this stuff, right? Then you look up in the sky and see planets. Can you name one resemblance between the Earth and planets? Go ahead.
Well, they're balls. They're globes.
No, hold on. Whoa, stop. We're talking about observation. When you go outside and observe the Earth, which you can do, then you look up and observe the planets. Name a resemblance between what you see on Earth and what you see in the sky. Name one.
For example, with Mars, you could see, for example, the, ice as well. You see frozen water in the poles. As an example. If you look at, for example, the Titan, it's a moon of Jupiter. It has an atmosphere as well. You can see the atmosphere.
You can see
the Earth is a ball with icy poles. Is that the similarity that you just drew?
Yeah, pretty much. Yes.
All right, show me that. Show me the Earth being a ball.
Yeah, I cannot show you because you're not gonna believe it. That's the problem.
Okay. You can't show it. All right, that's what I thought.
I can show it, but you don't believe it. That's the problem. Don't you get it?
It's not real.
You guys
show it, dude.
didn't get
cares
it.
what I
If you want to see the Earth as an icy ball, you have to look away from the Earth. You look at something else. You look at Mars, and then if you look at Mars, therefore Earth is that.
Look,
Right?
have some
Tell
confidence.
him.
Uwe. Have some confidence, bro. If we're at a poker table and you have the winning hand, and you say, "Well, I have the winning hand," but if I put it down, like you would, it doesn't work like that.
I mean, yeah, I'm one talking against. I don't know how much people are talking. It's one against
Okay, go ahead.
everyone. So.
Just put your cards on the table. You don't have to say you wouldn't believe it. We're live on YouTube, so you could smoke us all live on YouTube in front of an audience. But I actually don't think you have the winning hand.
Well, I mean, I don't think that. I mean, all right. So, I mean, yes, the Earth is a globe, and it's my card. And we can see photos from the Earth from space, and it's a globe. And we have been to the moon, and the Earth is a globe as well. And we when you look at, so he said wait a second. He said for me to put my cards on the table, so that's what I'm doing.
You're just
And then you
galloping.
can enter.
Prove any photograph.
So I mean, he said for me to put my cards on the table, so that's what I'm
not you
doing.
putting your cards on the table. That's you saying I have the winning hand. This is what I'm claiming to be true. Now you have to put the proof on the table.
So,
Saying,
but yeah, okay.
It's a globe. It's a globe. It's a globe. That's not proving it.
Of course, but you know, when you look, we were talking in the chat about the planets, and we have a telescope, and I take photos. I can send you those photos if you want, and we can see planets, and they have moons. And if you take different photos in different days, you'll see the moons in different positions. So that's you can literally see planets doing the same thing we said we do on Earth, but just because you're small and you don't see.
So the Earth is a ball. So the Earth is a ball with a ball moon orbiting it.
Yes, we mean the moon is a ball. So technically, yes, we are a ball.
But you said, okay, yeah, you said that the similarity is you see a ball out there in the sky with a thing orbiting it that you call a moon. So then the similarity would be that the Earth is also a ball with a ball moon orbiting it. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, just prove that the Earth is a ball then.
Okay, can you give me image permits?
I don't know. Somebody maybe.
You can send it in a DM, but like, what image are you going to post that we haven't probably already seen?
I mean, I don't know, man. There are so many photos from space, but you just don't believe any because for you guys, NASA is fake, and all the space exploration is fake as well.
What if I said I was a Bigfoot believer and I just posted photos of Bigfoot? Would you accept that?
Yeah, but Bigfoot is not in concordance with what scientific evidence says.
Videos. But what if I have photos and videos?
And that's all. They are going to be investigated.
All right, well then we're going to investigate your photos and videos too.
Of course, but the Bigfoot, you cannot compare the Bigfoot, which is a legend, with the Earth being a globe, which is a scientific evidence. A fact, actually.
The same standards that you have is that I just have videos and photos. That's the end of it, right?
No, because you're comparing taking a photo of something that doesn't exist with something about taking a photo of the reality itself, and it's different things.
No, actually, when you take your photos, it doesn't match reality. That's the problem. You're showing an ocean or a lake that's curved from your pictures, and then you go to an ocean, it's not curved, then it doesn't match reality. Then it basically is like a Bigfoot photo.
Well,
so we're just pointing out that even when it comes to Bigfoot, you don't accept photos and videos as your standard. So we're not going to accept photos and videos as a standard either when it comes to your globe. We actually have to go into reality, bro. That's where the proof is.
So you're comparing a mythical creature with a factual thing that Earth is a globe, and the same way that you go outside and you take a photo of a tree.
You haven't given us the facts.
May I tell?
No, the globe is mythical. So yeah, it's a good comparison.
Well, it's not mythical, but
improve it. Improve it.
Okay, I can send you photos, but you just don't believe the photos because you're so in denial.
Okay, you're just kind of going in circles, dude. Either shit or get off the pot. Let's see your photos.
Okay, let's try this. Rugapeso. What they're trying to tell you is that the images that you call in photographs, right? Those images are misrepresenting reality. Like the water in the images, the way it's around a sphere, and there's upside down lakes, upside down countries, upside down everything on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Those images don't represent reality the way reality presents itself. The imagery is misrepresenting reality, and that's why you can go to reality and check the real thing and say, okay, that image is not real, because we got reality here, over here. The image is misrepresenting it.
See, that's why I cannot send you. I cannot show you proof because you just don't believe the evidence I'm going to present you. Whatever is the evidence, you're just not going to believe it.
Bigfoot is real because you're not taking my photo.
Well, hey, look. If it is proof and we don't accept it, then it's our problem. So don't worry about that. Just post your proof.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not.
Rugapeso, just post it, bro. I want to look at it. I want to look up your proof. Believe me, bro. I wanna look at it. Go ahead and post it.
I know what you guys are gonna say. I'm gonna put you some real photos of the planet.
Oh, never seen
You mean
those
like
before.
Okay, go ahead and post it. Go ahead, post it. You can do it, Rugapeso. Come on.
Okay, the most famous picture of the planet. I cannot post it on the channel.
Send it to me, bro. Send it to Jamesy. Envíamela a mí. I'll share it for you. Let me DM you. Yeah. I have to send you a friend request because this stuff doesn't allow me. Oh, there it is. Okay.
By the way, you're gonna actually send. If you could send these ones as well.
Go ahead and send it to me.
This is actually photos of planets, and we see them in the sky. But yeah, if you could post those ones as well.
Yes, I'll post everything you send me. Go here.
I'm just gonna send you. I'm gonna send you more 3 photos because those photos are really good explanatory. Actually, this is another argument, but I'm just gonna send. You can send them after. You don't need to send them now.
Oh, I send the ones you send me first.
Yeah, don't send them those ones now. Yeah, so we can analyze them first.
Rainbow Zale. Rainbow Zale.
Okay. So, I mean, the reactions that I'm seeing, at least in the chat, they are exactly what I thought they would be.
So does your proof just depend on everybody believing in it?
I mean, not really, because the proof is real.
I'll prove it.
You guys. Well, it is a photo.
Okay, that's a claim. Can you prove it?
Is Jupiter a gas ball in a vacuum?
Well, I can see it that it is.
So it is gas ball in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it in my telescope.
Yeah, that defies all magical physics. Then you can't have gas balls in a vacuum.
So where is our container in our atmosphere?
You guys made that story up, not me. Space is fake, dude. I don't have to come up with another story.
So space is fake. See, that's exactly the problem. Why images cannot be considered.
That's exactly your problem. Yeah.
But how can space be fake, though?
So I can say that the Earth is a globe and admit it because of your photos, but we will just exchange our evidences. So there is pictures and images of unicorns posted already in the side chat, and Bigfoot too. So when you admit that Bigfoot is real, unicorns are real because you see them in photos, I'll admit that the Earth is a globe. Just because of that.
You need to have in consideration who took the photo, what are the sources, what was the purpose, right?
Yeah, someone that I don't know. The photo that you sent, I swear the photo wasn't taken by someone that I know, that I trust.
Of course.
So it was taken by someone that I don't know, and I can't trust people that I don't know because they are not sent from God. They're not prophets or
Right,
something
but
like that.
I need you
I'm
to.
not in a religion.
I get that, but at least help me to understand something, because the best way for me to prove that the Earth is a globe is by sending a photo of the actual planet, and we know that people are there, and we know that people are there in space, in the International Space Station, and we have satellites in space and everything, and they're orbiting around, and etc. But how can I prove that? Which is the most basic evidence when you say that space is not real? You see where the problem?
You're correct. The best way to prove that the Earth is a globe is by sending a photo. So the best way for me to prove that unicorn is real, just by sending you a photo. That's the same thing that you are doing.
It needs to be in concordance with the rest of
Forget about the
science.
unicorn, dude. Rugapeso, there is a difference between the observations that we do on the ground, right? You and I and everybody in here, we can be on the ground, observe the luminaries, and some of the photographs that you send me that are taken with telescopes, right? The sun, the moon, the wandering stars, the planets, and we can observe that naturally, observe phenomena. Nobody's denying that. The issue comes when someone is telling you that they're doing the same thing from an outside perspective, from a place that they never been to. So some of these photographs are from the inside perspective that people took from the ground, and other ones are claimed to be on the outside perspective that nobody can verify, nobody can attest, nobody can go to court and say, I have first-hand knowledge, right? And say, I took this photograph. And you cannot attest to that. Nobody can.
Right. That's exactly the problem. Because people go into space and they go there. And I know
the ones that you
Sent
say
you
going
an
to
image,
space
you
that you
didn't
mentioned.
click on it, and you're not even discussing it. Why aren't you clicking on the live image I sent from the ISS and telling me why there's a seam wrapped around the Earth?
So you do agree
that?
Okay, but you do agree that we have the International Space Station in the space.
No, I don't. I want you to tell. No, there isn't, because they wouldn't have to have a seam wrapped around the Earth if there was.
So you don't agree that there are astronauts there?
Look, Rugapeso, from the altitude that they claim the structure is, they cannot even see the curvature of the Earth from that altitude.
Yeah, but we can see that.
At 200 miles, they can only see about 3% of the surface of the Earth.
Yes, it's true.
And that will be on the daylight side.
But that's true. But we see astronauts going in their rocket, and we see the engineers developing a rocket. They spend millions and billions of dollars. Then we see them going up, and then we see them there, and then we see the capsule going down, and they land in the ocean.
People do go high up. Some people do go high up to certain altitudes, but that doesn't extend it to the outside vacuum of space that nobody has been to. And when we measure, when we measure the Earth and the waters across, and there is no curvature anywhere across the surface, if someone shows an image of curving water or curving surface, that doesn't add up to the real east level measurements of the real thing. So the photograph is a misrepresentation of the thing that has been verified, checked, tested again and again and again to not be curving.
But you do agree that. But you do agree that there are astronauts in space, and you see them going there, and they come down. We see them there going down.
No.
Okay, so people can go high up, let's say in balloons or some devices. They go to a certain altitude and then they come back down. That's it. But they don't see a sphere, bro. They don't see a spinning globe in a vacuum of space. They don't see that.
But you can consider that the International Space Station is like a balloon that's really high up, right? And it's traveling really high up.
Well, it could be a balloon that is very high up, but it's not in the place that they tell you it is. Listen, when we see listen, for an example, right? When we see the girl and the boys that go into the wardrobe and go to Narnia, right? The girl is real and the boys are real. But when they talking to the talking lion and they waging war against the witch, that's just a setup, right? That's just fantasy, right?
Yeah, but we see people going there, and we see the rocket going up, right? And we know the
you don't see that, bro. You don't see that. You see if you are on the ground and you observing, or even in an airplane observing, what you're gonna see is a rocket going up and then going away from your view, and you're never gonna see any of that stuff that you see in the TV that is going into the space station and all that stuff. All of the stages, you will never be able to see all of the stages. You'll never be able to.
Why would they lie about it? That's the question. Why would all be a lie?
I mean, why do liars lie? Do people lie?
But the question is, why would they lie? Why would they spend all this money for this theatrical? All these people, millions of people lying.
No. Rugapeso, bro. Most people are not lying. Most people believe it, just like you, just like
okay,
I did.
What about
Most people do believe it. Isn't like
they're liars. There, I answered you. Yes, they're lying.
It's actually your money. You're spending it. They're getting paid. So why not?
That's a small group, because he said million, right? He said millions, but there's not millions of those people that go up there.
It's all the science community that's lying then. And the people that have been to space, everyone has lied. No one has said, the Earth is not actually as they say it. Everyone was in agreement with what they saw there. But you guys here in the ground, you say, no, we are right, and you guys are wrong.
So most people are not lying. Most people believe it. Some must be lying. Some do lie, but not everyone. Most people just believe it.
Okay, so I don't think there is a point in continue, because this is a trust issue guys have. It's not a lack of evidence, because there is evidence. You guys just don't believe it. So it's different.
Is belief a determinant for truth?
Well, no, there is evidence. You guys just don't want to accept it, and that's your problem.
No, you're saying no. Hey, bro, you're saying that the evidence is belief.
You are the one who is claiming that it is an evidence, but it is not. We explained that to you when you are showing pictures or videos. So if someone is arguing with you about something, does that person have to just show you an image and a video and tell you,
and that's good
so
enough.
you are not believing
and that's
evidence?
Good enough. Yep, that's good enough. Just show you a picture of Bigfoot. Bigfoot's real now. You must believe it by your own standards.
He left.
Good.
We don't mute them, we make them leave.
As soon as they're in the hot seat, they're gone.
That's a lot.
Penguins, dude. Just hold the L, bro. It's over.
Yeah.
Can you define distance for me?
No, you said the distance. It's over.
The distance. Can you define what that refers to when I say distance? Can you define distance?
Yeah, it's in the chat. It's in the chat.
No, you said distance equals 93 million miles. That's not what distance means.
Distance.
The distance. Okay, so what's distance versus the distance? So when we're talking about distance and the distance being...
It's in the chat.
Being where the Earth to the Sun.
He comes in and he wants to define every word that you guys talk about. So the next time he does it, we just mute him. He goes away. He comes back and does it again.
Look, chat.
That's so dishonest.
It's in the chat. I know the distance to the sun. If you lined up 100 people and you said, I know the distance to the sun, they're going to go, okay, well, what is it?
Well, I don't care what 100 people say. I care what the word means. And you're trying to obfuscate from that. So what does it mean? Go ahead. Say what the distance means.
The distance in the chat.
The amount of
from the Earth to the sun is 93 million miles. Done. Cook.
Give me a definition. That's not a definition. 93 million miles is not a definition of what the distance refers to. What is the definition? The distance does not refer to a specific unit.
Hold on.
Go ahead and show me where in the definition, any definition, go find it anywhere online, the definition of distance being referencing a specific unit. Yes, we are, because you don't know what it means. You clearly can't have this conversation.
No,
you're putting words in my mouth and you don't want to retract it. You're too embarrassed to retract it.
Distance. When you say, I know the distance to the sun, We're going to ask you
That's
for a value.
different from saying I know the specific unit of distance to the sun in miles or something.
That's literally
completely different. Everyone can see that.
Everyone in the chat sees you said, I know the distance to the sun. The distance to the sun
You're
is claimed to be
conflating that to meaning
93
I know
million
it's
miles.
93 million miles away.
The distance to the sun is claimed to be like 93 million miles.
It's not what I claimed. And that's not what I'm referencing. A distance, because you don't have to reference a specific unit of measurement with distance. I don't know where you got this from. I'm so curious. Where did you get the idea that when I say the distance, that references a specific measurement of unit? Come on, say it. Post it anywhere. Post it anywhere. You love posting that video a bunch. Go ahead and post your definition of what the distance means.
You don't need to define distance.
Also, by the way, the distance and versus distance, that there's not even going to be a change of definition there. It's the just refers to distance, which will mean the same thing regardless. So you don't have any difference of language when you say the distance.
That's all you're saying is just, I just know distance? That's all you're saying?
No, I said I know the distance, which is the same thing as saying distance. Distance means the same thing in either scenario.
It's much more vague if you say, well, I know distance. That's not what you said, though. On recording, you said, I know the distance to the sun. We said, no, you don't. You said, well, don't say that I don't know it, because I definitely do. Well, that has a value. That distance
no, come on, post it.
But go ahead.
Post the value. Please post it.
It's in the chat. Are you blind?
Oh, there you go. No, that's not the definition of the distance.
We're not defining what distance means, because you didn't say I know distance, and we said no, you don't.
You wouldn't. You'd never define what that means.
You keep interrupting.
You would never.
Just get it all out, because I know you don't like being muted. Just if you don't want to hear what I have to say.
I'm only interested in the definition of the distance, because that's what you're implying.
You keep interrupting me in the sentence.
Sure.
So,
You're not saying much. You have nothing.
I'd like to finish.
Yeah, sure, I'll get it out right now.
Bro. If you're all done, I'd like to finish what I'm saying.
You're just going to say the same thing again. And you're just wrong. You're not addressing what I'm saying at all. I'm asking you for a definition, because you're claiming that when I reference the distance between something, I'm referencing a specific measurement of unit.
You literally are. So, are you all finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Bro says, I know the distance to the sun. Instead of what he said, what he's trying to pretend like what happened is him saying something like, I know distance. We didn't turn around and say, bro, I'm going to mute you if you can't control yourself. This is why you get muted.
I'm going to leave you keep saying wrong shit.
You're interrupting me. You can correct me when I'm finished, not mid-sentence while I'm making a point.
So I already corrected you. You shouldn't have to need me to correct you.
Okay, control yourself, dude. We're not challenging
the conversation.
My God.
I'll control my mic when you can actually get the story straight.
Go on mute. Mute yourself. I'm going to finish what I'm going to have to say. We're not challenging that Penguins doesn't know what distance means. We're challenging the fact that you don't know the distance to the sun. He's saying, I do know the distance to the sun, which would have a value, which is claimed, which is in the chat, which is 93 million miles or whatever. So if you say, I know the distance to the sun, we're challenging you on that, not whether you understand what distance means in general. So we don't need to define distance. I think everyone in here knows what that is. We're only challenging that you don't know the distance to the sun, which would be a value, which is a number. That's why you're getting cooked. You clearly said, I know the distance to the sun. You didn't say, I know that distance exists. Just hold the L, bro. You're getting cooked live in 4K right now.
And
again.
Can I address what you said? Thank you. Yeah. So we all actually don't know what the distance means, because we're clearly referring to two separate topics. And I'd like to clarify what the distance refers to, because you're saying that it must be in reference to a specific unit of measurement that quantifies the amount of space between it. And that's not how you need to use it. And that's not what the word means. And I want you to substantiate or justify or post anything that shows that when you say the distance it means a specific unit, not looking up how many miles away or what the distance is to the sun and getting an answer about a specific unit that was measured. I want to know, when I reference the distance, that always means a specific unit of measurement.
Yeah, I
Please
got
show
you.
that.
I got you. Here's the quote. I know the distance to the sun. Then the distance to the sun is 93 million miles away. Dude, it's like, it could be as clear as day. It's over.
So you didn't post a definition of anything.
We're not trying to define, because you keep saying distance. It's not distance.
You don't want to define it.
It's the distance. Which
You're scared to define it.
Not scared, bro.
Because it doesn't match what anything online says.
It's right there in
Nobody.
the chat. I'm literally posting how many times do I need to post it?
That's not a definition, brother.
When you said the distance, define what you meant in that context. When you said the distance, define what you meant in that context.
It's about proportionality. The specific unit of measurement of the distance between the objects doesn't matter. Their proportions in space between them does. It's in reference to, for anyone that doesn't know, this was a topic in reference to.
You meant I know the proportions
you
in
don't
space.
have a specific unit to have parallel rays. You can have a range. You can have proportion.
What you were saying was. So what you were saying was I know. Yeah, shut up, dude. Shut up.
You interrupted me. You interrupted me.
I don't need the whole fucking spiel.
I wasn't done.
So I know you are done. You are done because I don't need this whole spiel. I just needed one short answer.
I'll be done when you're done.
No, you're going to be done. You're going to be done. You're going to be done now. You are done. You are done. I already got my answer. Yes, you are. I don't need you to continue past the answer I asked for.
I'm talking to CB.
All right, I'm going to have to kick him out. All right, I'm going to have to kick him out because now he's going to try to fund you.
Run away.
No, that's what you're doing. You're fundy muting right now. That's you running away.
No, that's
you running away.
You didn't have to interrupt me.
I got to mute him. There's no choice. This is what he's going to do.
Everybody can see it. Everybody can see it.
Everybody saw what you did. You tried to give me an answer, and then you just went on bloviating beyond it. Okay, you didn't want us to catch your answer because it's fucking stupid. You said the distance, so you were referring to the proportions between these two. What did you say? The proportions of space. See, this is why he did that, is so we wouldn't even remember how stupid what he said was. The proportions of space. Stupid. The proportions of space between two things. So that's what he was referring to. That's what he meant. The proportions of space between two. Does anybody know what that means?
No, it was a stupid sentence. So he wanted to say that it is the amount of space between 2 points, or, in another word, the length of the space between 2 points. That's the distance. So it's the length, the amount. So it needs a number.
Can we take that then? Let's ask him if we can take that. Can we take that? The amount of space between the two things? Let's ask him.
He deafened.
Hold on, chat. I got the clip. I want everyone to hear this shit like in 4K live. We're gonna catch everybody.
Yeah, that was fun.
Weasel. Here's the clip.
Yeah, that was tasty, man. That was good.
Hold on, Jen. Hold on.
Oh, you put more words in my mouth. Heretic did it this time. I never said that it's the proportion of space between them. I said it's the proportions of the.
Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna have to
listen to the clip in 4K. Yeah, and then we'll go from there.
Server's coming through, CB.
Huh?
It's not coming through.
It's not coming through?
No.
Damn. You guys can't hear that at all? You don't hear anything?
No. You might have a background noise suppression on or something.
I turned everything down. You guys, hold on. You don't hear this at all?
Lower your input threshold too.
It's all the way down, bro.
Really?
You're telling me you guys can't hear anything?
No.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Send me the clip. I'll try to play it.
I'm literally have all the noise suppression off. That's crazy. Hold on. Okay, here, hold on. Here, let me try this again.
Or and you have the distance of the sun, which you don't actually know, right?
No, I do know that. You just assume that.
Oh, you do know? Okay. How do you know the distance of the sun?
I was happy to
Or how do you know that it's sufficient far enough so as to allow for the the assumption that the lights are coming in parallel in the first place.
Sure. So, just real quick, I appreciate you didn't say that I didn't know things instead of just, asking how I know this. I told you I was happy. Yeah. But you started with like,
So how do we know the distance of the sun?
I didn't know something. So I'll answer. Yeah. So, the sun is clearly not a local sun, and therefore a distant, larger sun.
Okay, so he said, all right, Mick said the distance to the sun. You don't know that. And he responded, yes, I do know that. That being the distance to the sun. So what do you mean, the distance to the sun? Define that. What's the distance to the sun? Define that.
It's the proportions of the objects and the space between them.
Portions of the objects. We don't need that. That's not part of. So that's not part of the definition of distance.
It's 1 AU.
Wait, you're saying distance doesn't reference proportion?
Of objects, that will just be the distance or the length of space between two things. The amount of space between two things.
No, it wouldn't be a specific unit if that's what you're saying. No.
Yeah.
Also, you put more words in my mouth, by the way, Heretic. After you interrupted me for like 30 seconds straight, you then said that I said that it's the proportion of space between them. And that's.
So when you say the distance from here to there, you're not referencing a specific value?
Not always.
No.
This example being a clear case of that. If you have parallel rays, you can infer parallel rays from a certain distance, whether that's a range or the proportion between.
Is the distance a quantity?
If you're just going to interrupt with mutes, I don't want to talk to you.
Is the distance a quantity?
Good.
Yeah, sure it is. In the definition, it is a quantity. It is the amount of space between 2 points. It is the length of space between 2 points. Yeah, it is an amount. Sure.
So that would be a quantity, right?
Yeah.
So he's clearly referencing a quantity, right? No matter how he tries to sophist his way out.
Correct. And he needs a unit of measure to just tell us that quantity. Cubic meter, kilometer, meter, mile. So he needs that because he wants to tell us the amount of space between 2 points. So what's the amount of space between 2 points? In other words, what is the distance between 2 points? It doesn't matter. The size of the points, the shape of the points, the colors of the points doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, the sizes of the things between, with the space between them, that's not what it's about.
What is the distance to the sun?
The distance. Yeah. See what it says.
All right, Google's retarded. Hold on. We'll have to ask ChatGPT.
Maybe that's his problem. He got it from Google.
And Mark, the context of the conversation actually does substantiate something regarding to proportion or a
So
range,
distance,
because it's in relation to parallel rays, which is an interaction between the proportions of the objects.
All right, that's nice. So the distance to the sun, that's specifically what Mick said. You said, I do know that. Is that not a quantity, dude?
Me saying I know the distance isn't referencing it.
Okay, just tell me if it's a quantity or not. Don't want your word salad.
Are you done muting me every 5 seconds?
No, because you're not answering me.
No.
It's not a quantity?
I didn't answer you just then? Are you serious?
It's not a quantity?
Bro,
I didn't hear a yes or a
fuck.
no. Is it not a quantity? The distance to the sun's not a quantity.
You can't
just gonna
escape
keep
it.
beating me there.
Concede.
You're like a child.
No, you can't handle it, dude. You can't take an L. You're a little bitch.
I'm the one being constantly interrupted and muted.
Why don't you just answer the question? It's not a quantity? The distance to the
answer the
sun.
question.
When somebody says the distance to the sun, they're not referring to a quantity.
They could.
Okay, what else could they do? What else could they refer to when they say that?
Ask him to define distance.
Yeah, go ahead and define distance for us, please. I want to know what that means. Because I already defined it. Maybe you know something about it I don't. So go ahead and give us your definition.
And give a citation for the
With
definition.
citation.
Yeah, because that definition that you made up earlier with the proportions of the objects and the space between them, that shit that you made up, you brought from your ass. No, I don't need that. I need
give a citation. Yeah, let him cook. Let him do it. Go ahead. Because when I read a definition saying like something like the amount of space between two things, I'm thinking a quantity. So why don't you cite the definition that you found that you're using instead of the one everybody else ever used?
Here's the definition of distance: an amount of space between two things or people.
Ooh. That sounds like a quantity to me. What definition are you using, Penguins? This is all you're going to do? You're just going to bow out now?
Who says bowing out?
Sounded like it. You're not talking anymore. I just want the citation for your definition of distance. That is not that one that we just heard. The one you were using, you know? The one that could refer to something other than a quantity. When you say, I know the distance to there, like you know somebody who said that but didn't mean a quantity.
He messaged me. He said he concedes privately. He's just afraid to talk out loud. He already messaged me. Isn't that right, Penguins?
Yeah, so quantity is an amount. Amount is quantity. I just checked it. We knew it all along. Siri told me that. It wasn't ChatGPT. It was Siri telling us that a quantity is an amount. Amount is a quantity. There you go.
Well, when I think of proportions of the bodies, you know, the distance between me and CB, what's going to be the proportions of like how big each one of us are? Like that, I've never heard that. That's a new one on me.
Yeah, exactly.
And the funny part with that is, let's say we did decide to run with it. I mean, if you're going to work with proportions, you need to know the sizes of stuff. So he's painting himself to a corner anyway, because then he would have to say, I know the size of the sun to be able to compare it to the size of the earth.
Yeah, more quantity.
What's the size? If we say what's the size, if we then say what's the size, he's going like, oh, I don't know what definition you're using for size. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, sure it's that. Because when you are using GPS, don't you plug your size and your weight and your color to the GPS make distance between the points? It won't be able to give you the distance if it doesn't know how you are and how big you are. And the other objects.
Yeah, distance can refer to specific units of measurement. That's fine.
It's the amount of space between two things, unless you found the definition you were using that nobody else ever heard of. Still waiting.
It's just the sufficient amount of distance for a specific effect to occur, and it doesn't matter how big the object.
You use the word distance in the definition of distance? Cite that.
It's how far something is. It's how far something is.
How far something is from something else. So basically, the amount of space between two things.
Woo! How far?
Yeah, and there's no unit of measurement in that.
No,
deriving a meaning. If I can have 20 seconds.
Say that far. It's that far. It's yay far. So that yay far, you will make an example of how big it is. So, for example, you will just put your hand and you will say, oh, it's a cubic meter from my elbow to the tips of my fingers. So that it's that far. It's that long.
Okay. So if I hold out my hand and then I put it twice as far away, that's not.
Don't care. I'm going to just ask you point blank. Hold on, Necros. Do you know the distance or do you not know the distance to the sun?
Man, he's trying so hard.
We can keep cooking you. It's fine.
I do. If you
CB, hold on, CB. Wait a minute, CB. CB, maybe ask him like this. Do you know the amount of space between us and the sun?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
What is it?
It's 93 million miles.
Oh, you got a unit. You got a unit. How do you know that, sir?
And then I could also reference that I know the distance without a specific unit of measurement.
Okay, so how do you know that
For instance,
amount?
sure. Well, not amount. We're talking about distance in relation to units. So we can talk about how I know the sun's 93 million miles away.
How do you get that 93 million
Hello, is
miles?
my mic muted?
Let me ask
Can
you
you hear
this.
me? I'm being interrupted.
I'll ask you this way. I don't give a shit, right? How'd you get that 93 million miles? I don't give a shit. How do you get that 93 million miles, sir? How do you get that 93 million miles, sir?
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you deflect. I want to talk about the actual topic at hand.
I don't know how you got this.
No, it's not. You switched topics just now, and I don't want to move to that yet. Is that okay? Listen, give me 20 seconds of mic time uninterrupted, and then we can move to that.
You answered the direct question with 93 million miles. I'm inquiring how you got that. Please.
Yeah, so they asked a question which diverted from the topic, and I was generous in granting that, but let's not go down this rabbit hole.
Why not?
No. You said
This
you know
is
it.
the topic.
You gotta
This is
prove
the
that you
topic.
know it. You can't just say the claim the number.
I'll answer why not. Milk. It's because people said things that are in relation to a different topic that was here beforehand, so I can answer that. Give me 20 seconds of my time to answer what was said other than that, and then we can move to that. Does that sound fair?
93 million miles.
Give me 20 seconds to respond, and then we'll go to that. Is that okay?
Really, dude. So check this out, right?
No, you don't want me to address your claims about distance and definition.
Hang on.
Oh, you're scared?
I'd like to
You want to run away from that? Okay, I'll accept a concession. I'll accept a concession.
Nah, dude. You don't understand, right? See, you're trying to say there's a difference between one of these two statements when there really isn't. We're just using different terms, but you're running as if you're saying something completely different. Explain to us how they're actually different, please.
Yeah, so you can have a distance being the amount of space between 2 points, but then you can also use it in the geometric or optical context. So it can refer to how far something needs to be for a particular effect to occur. Like the distance at which sunlight rays appear parallel. It doesn't matter the size of the objects. You can have them at any size, at any scale. The distance isn't going to be a specific unit in that case. It's just going to be a sufficient relation to the object. So you're not going to have a specific unit for this to occur. You're going to have two variables that can change as much as they want, and therefore you don't have a specific amount.
Gotcha. So you have a proportion between of the objects between each other, whatever the distance is. Okay, right. So what's the size of the
there's a proportion of the objects.
Right. So what's the size of the objects to which you're actually comparing?
Sufficient enough so that they're parallel rays from the sun.
Okay, so how do you know that?
The Eratosthenes experiment.
Right. No, but how do you actually know that applies to this context?
To the context of the sun being far enough for parallel rays?
Yeah.
Because it disproves the contrary.
How do you know
the results are contradictory? I infer from the results that this can't happen with a local sun.
Okay,
that's how I do it.
Okay, so explain, please.
So anytime you try to create differing shadow lengths, variances in shadow lengths from sticks, which is what the experiment does, with a local sun that's not parallel rays on a curved surface, anytime you try to do that, you'll have a very specific pattern at which these shadow angles vary according to the distance from the source of light. Now, with parallel rays on a curved surface, a round surface, it has a very different set of results. And so you can falsify and know that, what was that about? The soundboard?
Can we stop you right there?
You can falsify and know that it's not a local sun. No, I'm almost done. 5 seconds. I know that it's not the local sun because the results do not match what would happen if it were.
So you mean to say if you try and triangulate, it doesn't work? So therefore, they must be parallel?
We got to stop you right there because the sun rays aren't parallel anyway. But I mean, we're totally getting off the fact. We just cooked you.
I answered your question. If we're getting off topic, I'm sorry. It's your fault.
You keep saying it's off topic. This is the topic.
And you're baking in other assumptions, right? So it's not.
You just said that we're getting away from it. I'm not the one that's complaining about it. You just were. What are you talking about? Can you track it all?
Bro.
Yeah. I can
I'm
track
the one who
it.
started this whole conversation anyway, so I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I
No,
can.
actually, you did. Actually, you kept referencing stuff in the past. It's like the second time you've done it since that day.
Yeah.
It's actually embarrassing.
We
You're
had
like
to
a
prove to
fan.
you again. You literally self-roasted yourself when you said, yeah, the distance is 93 million miles, which is exactly what I said. Hold the L, bro. It's
No,
over.
they wanted the amount of space. That's not. That was a different question. So no.
It's not a
Good try.
different
No, it was a good try though. You almost twisted my words. You almost did it again.
Oh no, we just played it live from a recording from your own mouth. So no one's twisting your words. You said it. Nice try though.
Yeah. But the question that was an answer to was not what you said. So again, you're putting words in other people's mouths now.
No, you
Actually,
said
which
it
is funny.
yourself. You said it yourself. Heretic asked you,
No,
what is the distance? You said 93 million miles. Nice try.
Milk asked me what the amount of space was, and sure, you can say that's the distance, but also what the distance is a different question, which I had a different answer for. Do you remember what that was, or are you not tracking?
We heard you say, I know the distance, and the distance is going to be
Okay, so you're not tracking. This is great.
Done. Finished. Over. Finito.
Someone else can.
You told them the distance to the sun already, but because what I heard, you said that you just told them the amount of space between the Earth and the Sun. When you said that it is 93 million miles. Okay, so what is the distance to the Sun? You said that you know it, and you said that it is not the amount of space between 2 points.
No, not in this context.
The 93 million miles.
You're asking in.
So you know the amount of space between the Earth and the Sun. Okay, you said that it is 93 million miles. What is the distance?
The linear
to the
context.
Sun? What is the distance to the Sun? You said that it is not the 90 million miles. It is something else other than the amount of space between 2 points. So. And you said also that you know the distance to the Sun. So what is the distance?
Necros, it's already over. It's already over.
Yep, it is over.
He's finished. He's trying to just retroactively feel better about it. It's been recorded. We just recorded him again. It's done.
I'm just asking the same question. The amount of space, between us and the sun, or the distance to the sun, they're the same question, because distance is the amount of space between two things. That's the definition. He hasn't supplied his alternate definition that he's going by. He's just pulling horse shit out of his ass, obviously.
We're just exposing.
If you use the distance as the same context as linear amount of space, then yeah.
We're just exposing this weasel in 4K. How this behavior. We're gonna we got you, bro. You're a weasel.
It's cute that you think that.
Cite the definition for distance in the chat, because you kept trying to obfuscate from what you said. You said that you knew the amount of space from here to the sun because that's what distance is. It's the same question. It's 93 million miles, and I think Mick wants to ask you how you know that.
It's cute that you think that that's what that means in all context.
Oh, okay. Well, provide your definition. Provide a citation for the definition that you used for this context that you're talking about. Go ahead.
I don't need a citation. I have something better. It's examples of the word being used in that way by official sources.
Just put it in the chat.
You have an example of official sources misusing a word and using it to mean something other than what it's literally defined to mean.
Yeah, people with more credentials who actually where this language matters more than any word you use it, actually use it this way. It doesn't matter what the dictionary definition is. Listen, the definition of our...
Just give the definition.
Okay, he's just conceding he's not going to be able to define his horseshit definition.
Give the definition of the word instead of
I defined it multiple times.
No. Put it in the chat. Don't just bring it up from your ass. Just put it in the side chat so we can see that definition that is not the same that we agree upon. So just put it in the side chat so we can see it. And we can see what's that dictionary or university that published that definition in the internet.
Okay, but that's like asking me. That's like asking me that to prove that the definition that people reference the United States as America sometimes. There's no citation for that. There's no dictionary definition for that. But it's true that people use it in this way, and that's what it means. So it's nonsensical to ask me for such specific proof.
We are talking about a specific word. We don't want the misuse.
It's a word. It's a word.
Oh, yeah. Distance.
And if scientists use it in a certain way, that means that that's the definition of the word.
So if some people use distance to say "I love you," so we don't care about those uses. We don't care about that. We care about the common use of the word. So the following
Exactly, but that's different from the definition in the dictionary. You're just conflating that. The common use of the word is not what's in the definition in the dictionary. Those are two
Really?
separate things. The
So
United
people
States of
commonly
America
use it.
and America are interchangeable, but you won't find that in a dictionary. But that's what's commonly used. How?
Dude, this is bullshit. Honestly, you've been exposed.
Can I-
It's over, bro.
Can I
So
ask a
people,
question?
Can you,
He's just trying to
commonly-
retroactively feel better about what he said. You're
can you
cooked. It's
screenshot
over.
the first?
Just hold
Can
out.
you screenshot the first answer that you will get if you ask what is the distance to something like let's test the sun. Put it in Google or any website that you want. Put the question: what is the distance to something? And let's see if the use of that what if the use of that word distance is like us. The majority of the answers that you will get will be some units of measure, some amounts of space between 2 points, or that bullshit that you made up.
Why is that your criteria for evidence?
Can you do it?
Why is that your criteria? I can do it, sure, but why is that what you
Nice.
want from me? Why is that
when you
specific? Why is the first Google result specifically what you
When
want
you
from
ask-
me?
So you're telling me that when you ask people on the street, what is the distance to that place? They ask you what your size and what the size of the building that you want to go to, and the proportions of space between those you and the place that you want to go to. Is that the use the majority of the use that you want to talk about?
Yeah, and the majority of people say that the United States is the United States, but it's also called America.
Yeah,
And guess what? The professionals use the language this way. That's better than any sort of local use. The professionals use the word in this way.
No, they
And I
don't.
can-
No, they don't.
It sound like you
No,
want
they
that.
don't.
It's-
Nobody
you
has
know, I just
ever
tell me
used
it's
it the way that you did. No, they don't.
Can I jump in real quick?
University textbooks, NASA,
No, they don't. Shut the fuck
learning,
up. Somebody
websites.
non-retarded is about to speak. Shut up.
Hey, penguins. Do you use that word like in your definition? You said. Do you use it that way? Because distance, the way we're talking about it, how it's normally used, is a linear measurement. And so, do you use this word the way you said it because you have to accommodate for your bending and warping of space time? So technically, it wouldn't be a straight line to the sun. Is that why you do that?
Oh no.
So you're saying you can use a linear measurement to the sun?
Sure.
Okay. So then, by
That's
definition,
not what I'm saying, but I would say that. Sorry.
okay. Well, but then once you do that, then they are right and you're wrong, because then that is a linear measurement. Then that's how we get distance using that point. So I'm just saying, by
It's what I
definition.
could say, but it's not what I did say. So
But
they're not.
right.
Right.
That's why I asked you, do you say it the way you say it? Because it would take away from the linear measurement. Because if you're measuring something in your paradigm, you have to account for the warping and bending of space, the way light's going to travel through it. Because in your paradigm, light doesn't travel directly in a linear position.
He wasn't getting at any of that. He just claimed to know the distance to the sun, couldn't back it up, and then he tried to obfuscate endlessly on what distance means by claiming he was using it in a way that nobody ever uses it in. That he couldn't perform a citation of his alternate definition. Yeah, give us an example of one professional who used it the way that you claimed that you did.
All source, university textbooks, NASA, here.
Post it in the chat. You can't just say that, dude.
Yeah, I'm saying here, I'll go give it to you. Is that all right?
It's the amount of space
Can I say
between two
that?
things. That's the definition. He tried to claim, oh, that's just a dictionary definition. Nobody really uses it like that in common speech. That's not what I meant. If people use it all the time in a totally different way, he wouldn't define what that other way is. He's just trying to get away from his claim that the sun is 93 million miles away because he can't support that. It's completely obvious.
He's trying to feel better about being roasted in 4K. If you line up 1,000 people and say, I know the distance to the sun, they're all going to think the same thing. All right, tell me the number. What is it? You're like, well, that doesn't exactly mean a value. Yes, it does, dude.
You need to strip context away from things to prove your point, and that's really telling.
No, there's no, bro. We already put the clips in the chat. We played it on stream multiple times. You are burnt to a crisp.
Oh, even Wikipedia uses it this way. Even Wikipedia does.
You're
So
just
if you want to
saying
talk
things
about
again.
with
You're
1,000
not
people,
posting anything, so you're just saying shit.
I'm gathering multiple sources so I can post it all in one message, brother.
Yeah, all right.
You know what I'm curious about again, even if we do entertain this, right? Something to do with proportions of shit. How do we get those sizes? Right? He's gonna have to contend with that at some point. So he's kind of digging himself he's digging his own grave, doesn't realize it. Because he's gonna have to answer those.
You can't change history, bro. It's recorded.
Yeah.
It's over. I don't even like it. This is finished. You said you knew the
Scott.
distance, called you out, said no, you didn't. Then you said, "Don't. How dare you say I don't know?" You don't know. It's over.
Yeah. The
Said what you
struggle
said. We called you out. It's over. You're a dishonest weasel. Honestly, that's all this is. Heretic. I see where you're coming from, which is let him speak, because then you sound ridiculous, and everyone gets to hear it live. Now we
Yeah, the
know
guys-
how you are. There's really no reason to engage with a dishonest weasel.
Other than that, yeah, the guy's just denying what distance means. It's like, yeah, it's incredible.
There's no point because like you're gonna go back and say, "Oh well, I know I said it, but like I didn't mean it." Like, okay, bro, there's no point engaging with you. Even when we hold you to task of words that you said, you're like, "You're putting words in my mouth." Like, what the fuck? It's on stream.
No, you did put words in my mouth. 93 million miles.
Recording.
Not 93 million miles. I never said that.
It's dude, you literally made the recording yourself where you put your own words on screen. I'm literally just posting it in the chat right now where you said, "I know the distance." How could you sit here and say people are putting words in your mouth? You typed it out and said it.
No, you're taking that clip doesn't show the actual whole conversation. Not enough of it because you said something. It doesn't show what
we
you
all
said.
heard you. We all heard you. You're trying to just retroactively feel better about being roasted. That's all this is. You know what
Oh,
you
is that why
said.
you
You know
brought
you
it
got
up?
pulled up on it.
Hello,
You know
Is that why
you're in the
you bring it
wrong.
up constantly, not me?
Now you're trying to
Just because
twist
I
the
need to feel better
history.
about it.
You're trying
You
to
know why
twist
I'm talking
history.
about it? It's because you brought it up. You know that, right?
I know
Yeah,
the
yeah.
distance.
So if
That is a
anything, you're
value.
the one that needs to feel better about that interaction, not me.
Oh no, I feel really good
Your
about
brother,
it.
your brother.
I
Is
feel
that way I
really
have to?
good about it.
Get in while everybody else talks.
I laugh.
Get in there, New Glober.
I laugh then.
Awesome. Okay, back to the definition of distance.
Yeah, you're trying to redefine terms now.
That's what they
Hold
always
on.
do.
Just hold
They always
on.
do that. Just like level is curved to them. They always redefine definition.
This is gonna go down in history forever now. Like we're never gonna forget that you did this. In fact, I almost want it to happen again where you say something, we call you out, and then you go back on recording. You're like, no, I never said that. It's probably going to happen again, actually.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
Yeah, I know I said it, but like, I didn't mean it.
This is why you set the terms beforehand. And the guy failed to do that at the beginning of the conversation, right? So what else is somebody to do other than take the term that he's using and interpret it through, common sense, definition, right? i.e. linear distance or linear space, amount of space, whatever. The funny part here, again, if he's going to come back with this proportion bullshit, inevitably, even if we were to have certain sizes of stuff, those are going to be used to calculate an amount of space between two objects, right? So he's introducing like an extra layer of abstraction to try and confuse anyone who's listening and say, oh, well, the definition doesn't really mean because, oh, well, there's this thing between, the actual linear unit, you know, and what we're talking about, i.e., the proportion of stuff, you know, but it ultimately boils down to that in the end. So, I mean,
I think he's a flat earther because he's doing a great job embarrassing the globe. I think I see what he's doing. If I heard that as somebody who didn't know this conversation, I would be like, "Oh man."
The guy that was there that night. Sorry. The guy that was there that night said it. Remember, he was like, "I don't like listening to CB," but that guy was calling you out too. He's like, "What is the distance?" Like he was trying to pull you up on it as well. It's over, dude.
Is Tristan here? What does Tristan think of that?
Yeah, I think that's actually what we should do is get a Glober in here to see what they think. Tristan's going to be soft though, I guarantee it.
Yeah, at the time, was it not Matthew Learns who was chiming in on that?
No.
No, okay, it was somebody else.
I forget the guy's name. Some old fart. He's saying CB got hung up about definitions and twisting words. No one's twisting shit, bro. We literally posted your own words in the chat. You just need to leave up out of here, bro. Honestly.
Isn't it funny he says you're twisting words? Like, I mean, we had to go straight to the dictionary and tell him what distance means from the dictionary. And he said, no, nobody really uses it by its actual definition and says that you're the one twisting it.
Yeah, we're not twisting anything. We pulled up the recording and posted it. You're like, you're twisting it. You're you're putting words in my mouth. No. That is incredible.
I mean, using the word the way it's defined, like everybody else does, that's twisting it. Wow.
Stop putting stuff in other people's mouth.
And did he ever post anything? I'm gathering all this stuff.
Of course not. He never ever does.
Yeah, you don't have anything.
All he's posting are complaints.
Yeah, he's typing right now. Like, why are you typing about being muted? You're not You're supposed to be posting the thing that you said you could gonna post.
He did say, "I'm gonna, get all different."
He's not gathering shit.
Or something. Yeah,
He's
make
not
one big post. Of course not.
You're
or
not
if he is, he's a lot of sources, or he's very, very slow. Either way, like, that's fucked.
Dude, the false bravado is fucking crazy.
I have question for Penguin.
That sounds like Neil.
Is Penguin?
Why won't you engage with the fact you said I said a specific unit when I never referenced a specific unit? Why won't you address that?
You did. Sorry, it's over. You did say it. Sorry.
Okay, show me where I referenced a specific unit.
Yeah.
It's in
we
the chat.
said, I know that being
It's
the distance.
not.
Yeah, being
It's
the
auditory
amount of space.
hallucinations.
Yeah, being the
It's in the
amount of
chat.
space.
Hey, one
yeah,
at a time. One at a time. I can't hear you both at once.
Shut the
Yeah,
fuck up,
because-
loser.
Hey,
You
one
said,
at a
I
time.
know
One at a time.
that.
You just did it again.
You said I know that, as in the distance, as in the amount of space, so that'll be a quantity.
No, you should have asked me what I meant by it instead of putting words in my mouth. See, when I think somebody's
No,
saying
you put
something,
that word in
and
your
then
mouth.
they say
No,
that that's
you
not
put
what they
that
said,
word. No,
I'll
you
ask
put that
what they
word in
meant
your
by
mouth.
it.
No, you
I
put that word
put
in
the
your mouth.
unit in my mouth. When did I
Yes,
say
you
the
put
unit?
the word distance. You put the word distance, which means the amount of space, which would be a
Oh,
quantity.
but that doesn't
You
mean
put that
93
word.
million miles.
Yes, it does. You
Oh,
said
it
it
doesn't?
does.
Okay, you said it yourself.
So when I say that there's a distance between New York and LA, that's 93 million miles. Ooh, no, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
No.
No. Okay, so
Exactly.
you said,
So
I
it
know.
doesn't mean a specific
Hold on,
amount of
Penguins.
distance.
We're retroactively changing things again. If you said, I know the distance between New York and LA,
What would that distance be?
That's irrelevant.
What the, dude, just go on mute. Just get up out of here. You're dishonest and a liar, bro. There's no point in talking to you.
You're cherry picking examples of distance being used linearly.
It was your example. You
Also,
just
I
gave us that
posted
example,
it, and you guys are saying I never posted it. You're just blind.
We're done with you, bro. Seriously, bro. It's over. Fuck up out of here, bro. That bullshit.
Penguin kebab.
God damn, bro. We should just perma that idiot out of here, honestly.
I like tossing them around. Don't take away my toy.
CB, do you happen to have the timestamp as to when that conversation happened? Because
I do.
I can recall a 92 million file would have come up in conversation. So if we can clip that.
Yeah, I'll post it put together.
So he said, I know the distance. That would be an amount of space. To say that you know the amount of space, that would refer to some sort of quantity, right? But then he says, I didn't mean any specific quantity. So then he doesn't know the distance or the amount of space, does he? Does that check out?
Thank you.
He was good, honestly. There's no point in talking to him. This level of dishonesty is awful.
Yeah, he's a dishonest schmuck. Right. Sometimes you got to call it.
You gotta at least, cause like, you gotta at least take some accountability for what you say. He's like acting like a woman, taking zero accountability. Nope, never said that. But, okay, it's on recording. Well, that's not what I meant to. All right, okay. The fuck. Like, what are we even doing here? The question is that into the left.
Like, why are they willing to come in here chilling for the globe, knowing they sound retarded?
That's why I said he must be a flat earther.
They can't think this is a good look for them. Like, they come in here, they act like Matthew learned. They act goofy as fuck. You know, they get caught out on a lot of shit. And you would expect them to, like, go to sleep and wake up a new man. Or a new woman, whatever. You know? Like, I don't know what the fuck is really wrong with these people. You can't think the earth is a globe still. There's no way. There's no way. You know how many sagas you had to live through? You had to live through. I'm gonna try to bring it back as far as I can, but there's probably some OG flat earthers. But like, when I saw high altitude balloon footage, I just in my mind assumed that it would definitely look a little like space up there with the globe. You know what I'm saying? I assumed that. When I realized that that wasn't the case, I was like, holy shit. Like, it looked it looked surreal. It looked fake to me. Like, my idea of the globe looked more real than high altitude balloon footage. I was like, what the fuck is this? I don't know. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The very first time you saw the blackness of the sky and then the straight horizontal line in the earth, and you're like, there's no curve here, but this shit still look weird as fuck.
Stop the cap.
They had to get through Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that stuff was flat. Okay. Then they had to get through what was the next step? Because something came before. They had to get past Chicago. It's a mirage. It's a mirage. Then they had to get past all of us starting to see more shit from the from the beach and shit, and the P900 came out. Shut up, wait your turn. P900 came out, and that's when refraction like really became a. No, actually, refraction wasn't a thing yet, other than for Chicago skyline. Then 2020 Black Swan comes out.
Stop the cap.
They had to get past that. Then elevation angles and motherfucking celestial navigation with 10th Man came out. Had to get past what is a triangle, Matthew? Can you have this radius on a curved surface? No, you can't. Okay, Matt. So we're square then. You're a flat earther. Nope. Oh shit. Like at this point, I think they're demon possessed or something.
Yes.
I don't know.
They're legion. They're legion. There is such a thing. Elijah, you mean the real footage didn't look like the way you grew up watching the TV? It didn't look like the TV, huh?
You know what else? Neither do comets. How many people thought that comets were fucking things that streak through the sky, like, and you had to see it in that moment, or it was over, and it was a special event that you just missed, and that was what it was, and you missed the 2 seconds that it was possible to miss it? How many people thought that because of fucking, I don't know, cartoons like Hey Arnold or whatever else was on TV? And then, oh, Comet Neowise will be in the sky for 3 months. Huh? Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
It's 60 million miles away and 3 miles in diameter. Huh?
Huh?
And you can see it with the naked eye. Huh?
Huh?
Yo, these guys have had to get through the crazy stories, bro. Like you had to get past Devon Island. There you go. You had to get past Devon Island. You had to get past. Oh my God, the Katy Perry fiasco. Gotta get past that. How do you live with it? Tell me how you live with yourself.
Elijah.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Elijah.
Before the Black Swan, it was. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, can you hear me? I got these are just a new headset, so I don't know how good it works. How does it work?
You sound like a different person, so I don't know if that's good or bad. Let me get used to it.
Okay, whatever. So they have to get past Don Pettit, a dude that is obviously handicapped, is supposedly an astronaut. Like, how do you get past that?
Right. Yo, like, and people think like, no, that's not an astronaut. No. Yes, it is. Like people have to get past the. It's crazy. How does Matthew get past evolution?
Elijah, he's the best of the best. He's the right stuff. He's the best of the best. We're doomed if that's the best of the best. We're through. Like that's a wrap.
Huh? And you take a leak. Like, they got people. I don't even. Don Pettit. I mean, you have some other notable mentions. Michelle Thaler. Rocks are our cousins. Like, they mean that shit technically and literally, that rocks are our cousins. Motherfuckers hate on me for what a measurement of the floor is. And you can't. I don't know, man. I really don't get it. Because whenever we try to tie, like, rocks being their cousins to evolution and shit, people go, oh, I don't believe in everything. Just, It's like, no,
think how stupid. If you had a time-lapse camera of the history of the Earth and evolution, you'd be able to film a rock turning into Michael Jordan. Like, that's retarded. It's the most retarded thing ever.
Right. No, yo, that's fucking retarded, bro. Like, I feel damn near inclined to put on my camera and start walking up to random people in NYC and asking, so do you think if you had a long enough time lapse that a Rock would turn into Michael Jordan?
Oh, good.
Yo, it's so
You
crazy.
should actually do that. That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
I
see,
mean-
we actually should. We should actually make that movie. We should actually make that clip, dude. A Rock turning into Michael Jordan. We go lightning,
Yeah, I can do it.
Vu, all that stuff. We just go through the whole evolutionary thing until it turns into Michael Jordan.
Hey, we can do it via AI.
I don't know why that's so funny. That is fucking hilarious.
You guys are late to the party. There's a movie already about that. It's called Space Jam.
He wasn't a rocket there though.
Now compare that to the Bible. You're like, God, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. God made Adam from the dust of the earth and Eve out of his rib. How is that ridiculous? You think a rock became Michael Jordan, man? Like, naturally, not even supernaturally.
Right. And by chance, naturally, somehow. Right. Like, but yo, it's crazy because I can't stand the motherfuckers that say, if everything else is round, how come the earth isn't round? That's the dumbest shit. What about a butterfly? What about all biological life? What about all of it? What are you talking about? We're all made from the same process, supposedly. Naturally.
No.
The fuck? What the fuck is up with a centipede? Why is it so long and horizontal?
Okay.
Someone hot mic mumbling. Mumble rapping.
It's Jimsy.
No, that's not Jamesy. That's not Jamesy. Wrong.
I think it was Leaf.
What's up, Indio?
What's up, man? How y'all doing? I'm not on my sexy mic right now. I'm just on the headset. So,
Sounds like it, man.
does it? Damn.
Yeah.
I thought I bought a good one,
this
dude.
sounds fine. This one sounds good. Come on,
It doesn't sound bad. Yeah, it's not bad. That's not sexy. It's got like double drivers and stuff. I'm like, I'm gonna buy a good one with double drivers, like high quality, fucking. But I always get sport ones, dude, because when you're running around, you don't want to fall out of your ear.
Good. Come to bring you the $10 I owe you. Remember? Yeah. Also, I came to bring you a plan as well.
How about my $20?
My bad. Yeah, but if you're giving away money,
Oh shit.
doesn't he owe us money? Yeah, dude, I remember. You owe us money.
He's handing out $10 bills like his water.
He's a high roller at the strip club, man.
Yeah, you need me to spot you a 10? No worries. Gotcha. And he don't put ones, he puts 10s. Golly.
You still at work, bro?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm on break right now.
You get out at 6, right?
Yeah. Hey, but tomorrow, I don't know. Are you gonna be around tomorrow, Indio?
Dude, yeah. I'm around at least till September 2nd. I'm gonna be highly available. Let's put it that way.
So yeah. CB's gonna be, I don't know what time he's gonna get up, but we're gonna probably start early, knock out as many shows as we can. So
we got a topic? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's fill
the episode out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We got the outline ready to go, bro.
Oh, dude, you're the managing director, man. You've been anointed. You're like,
That's
they said we need volunteers. Me and AB step back. So like, you're the only one there.
I'm telling you, man.
Don't worry, I got it. Yeah, there's an outline. We're about to piss some people off tomorrow.
No,
Go ahead.
it's getting to be where people in the UK. I could say this because I'm in America, but it's getting to be where the people in the UK are not able to talk about Starman. I don't know if you've heard what's going on over there, but they're like on the brink of destruction with the EU deal that Starman's been signing behind the British people's backs, according to what's been happening. I don't want to get too far into it, but like, yeah, it's some shady shit going on, man, and the guys are pretty pissed off about it. Jedi's been posting some stuff, but yeah.
Dude, I just have this feeling that the UK is like about to explode, dude. I've been feeling that for like a year.
Dude, they got some. Dude, yeah, we got to talk about it.
Dude, they're jailing people for social media posts. Okay, like, but not like here and there. We're talking like thousands. Thousands of people have been jailed for social media posts. Thousands.
Dude, they're scouring the fucking internet because they're trying to contain this fucking like bonfire that's just blazing right now, and they're not able to. They can't put this shit out there. They're like, everybody doesn't give a fuck anymore. Like, yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude. So, I don't know. I guess like if you got more, I'm gonna get off at 6 or whatever, and maybe we can, chat about it or whatever.
Is that gonna be the topic?
No. Well, I mean, Jedi's like chomping at the bit, dude. I am too. Like a dude, like I want to follow CB's outline though, like because he's been working on it. But if we want to break in with some other information because it's relevant, because it's pretty hot right now.
Yeah, we can swap stuff out. We're not locked in.
I just asked because I didn't want to talk about it now. If like we're gonna, talk about it later.
No, dude, it's so much to cover, dude, including like the way the people are reacting to this information and like online. It's because it's controversial, bro. Like you can't even like the people from the UK can't even breathe a word of it online, or else they're targeted. It's a lot, man. It's just a lot.
So I gotta ask myself, it's like, what's wrong with the police? Why are the police like going along with it? Because ultimately, it always comes down to enforcement, and where the rubber meets the road is with the police. Why aren't the police like, this is wrong, I'm not going to enforce this. I don't know what you tell me to do. But,
you have to prime the society with a few generations of women being in charge, and which leads to children being in charge, which leads to there are no men to stand up to anything.
In Ottawa, when the trucker thing was going on, we had a chief of police that quit because he wouldn't order his police to do what the prime minister wanted the cops to do. So another chief had to come in and make the cops do what they did.
Well, that's the thing. He shouldn't have quit. He should. Like I've noticed that like these law enforcement officials, they're in a situation where they don't want to enforce the law because they think that the law is wrong, unconstitutional, or whatever reason, and they don't stay in office and stick to their guns, saying I'm not enforcing unconstitutional laws. They quit, and then they let somebody else come in and enforce the unconstitutional law. Like, no, dude, stay in freaking office and say fucking no. Okay,
I agree with you there, but I guess I only gave him at least he wouldn't do what they wanted him to do. But you are right; he shouldn't have quit.
Yeah, you know what he should have done, bros? He should have had his men arrest the people that were giving out the unconstitutional orders on the spot.
Exactly.
Trudeau should have got arrested. You're right.
Yeah, he should have showed up with all his men strapped to the nines with every weapon they have, and they said, "We're here to arrest a traitor." It's that simple. You either get out of our way, or you figure it out by yourself.
All right, you're aiding and abetting. You're doing misprision of felony. You're really like just like any aiding and abetting a felony. Okay.
Yeah.
You're aiding and abetting a felony. Getting in the way, you're aiding and abetting, dude. Just like any other crime.
So that would be his actual job to arrest those guys.
In the United States, deprivation of rights under the color of law is a capital offense. You know what that means? It means if you willingly deprive someone's rights by use of the law, It's the death penalty. The death penalty. It's not time in prison. It's a capital offense. That's on the books right now.
And the only time blood fell at that protest was when the authorities showed up. That was the only time blood was shed. It's crazy.
Yeah, and there's a crime that used to be enforced way back in the day, but hasn't been probably in 100 years. It's called misprision of felony. So if you see a felony and you don't do something about it, you don't report it or you don't try to stop it, that itself is a felony. So a cop standing by watching another cop committing a felony is also a felony. Because when it comes down to the brass tacks, we're all responsible for the good order of society. And we can't have people standing by letting crime run rampant and saying, well, it's not my problem. It's not how it works, dude. We're all responsible.
Yeah, it breaks my heart when I see, authoritarianism happening behind the badge, and there's other badges standing there watching, not doing anything to stop it or stand up for the person. It's sad.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if a local mayor puts out an edict for the town, according to his authority, that says it's okay to abuse children. And so you just walk down the street, you just see someone abusing children in public. You're like, wow, mayor said it was okay. It's like, no, obviously the mayor's wrong. You need to do something about it. It's like, it's not even a question, really. Now, I used a mayor for an example because you might say, oh, well, that's just a local mayor. But if the president says it's okay, then it's okay. It's like, no, it's not how it works either.
I know they legalized something up here in Canada, and a friend sent me an image. I'm like, why would you send me that? Gross. Don't send me that. And he's like, it's legal now. I'm like, so? I didn't want to see it when it wasn't, and I still don't want to see it, even if they made it legal. Like, you're an idiot. It's not just sad, but it's really strange how not just the country I'm in, but a lot of other countries that were similar to mine in the past, and I thought lined up in values and stuff. I'm not saying the people are like this, but it's crazy and weird how a lot of things have changed in a very short period of time that are totally contradictory to the other things that we held value to. It's really odd.
So what did I miss? Penguins is gone?
Now that you mentioned Penguin, so imagine Penguin or, Matthew Learns, people like that, Stanek, that they run in the countries, they run in the high positions of power. People like that. The flat earth.
Dude, I heard Penguin earlier say, what did he say? He said, you guys were supposed to ask me what I meant and correct me. And so you didn't do that, so you're straw manning me. That's the craziest thing I ever heard, dude. That's almost as crazy as what he said yesterday when not knowing is knowing.
Indio, did you check out that clip that CB posted?
Oh, no.
Hang on, check this out. Because this is the initial thing. I think I brought it up in passing yesterday. He came back and he tried to revitalize it, saying, oh, the definition of the word distance that I was using wasn't, in linear units. We're like, what's the definition? Oh, it's a proportion between these two things. Or something to that effect. It's like, what the fuck? Because he wanted to escape from having... He wanted to escape from having to... Yeah, he wanted to escape from having to
Well,
to
hold on. I was listening on the live stream, and that's what I heard. I heard the whole distance argument thing.
It's right here. Hang on, let me tag you.
Yeah.
Came up again.
Yeah, why would he come in and embarrass himself like that? Seriously. Yeah, that dude's a clown, man. Utter clown.
I swear, some of the things some of the Glovers come in here and say, they make more flat earthers or more flat earth aware or curious people than any of us. They're like, did that Glober just say that? Maybe I should look into this flat earth idea.
They probably think that they're the flat earthers because you know how biased people are. Like, yeah, that can't be the Goldberg. No one would say anything that stupid. Mic check. Is anyone on here? Is my headphones dead?
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Oh,
You're good, man.
yeah.
Welcome back.
All right, man.
Have you-
Thank you.
No, I don't believe. I don't believe it's you. I want you to prove it's you.
Okay. I can wrap my dick around my waist 3 times and tuck it in my sock.
Oh, well, then that's it then.
Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah.
So what's been happening, man? Anything exciting today?
Oh no, I just got here a little bit ago. No, just like, I mean, we can continue on the theme. Elijah was rolling on that. Some of these guys, like Matthew Lawrence and like the people that argue against us, like, how can they still be goal birthers after everything they've heard and all the nonsense that we've exposed to them from the Globe side?
Yeah,
like, you know,
embarrassing as well.
Devon Island, and Don Pettit is the best of the best astronaut, and Tesla and State, like, shooting cars into outer space, and like just the utter nonsense.
Yeah, the buffoonery of it all. Yeah, I would have to agree. It's a great question because they haven't offered a single shred of proof. They've offered evidence, but this is bamboozle nonsense that's been debunked over and over and over again. So it's a great question. Yeah. And also, by the way, you missed the opportunity to discuss with Penguins because he came back, but he got his hand after his ass handed back to him again. Okay, remember Penguins, the guy that was here yesterday?
Yeah. Does he have an ass to hand back anymore?
Well, I'm sorry. Well, what remnants that was left of his ass was handed back to him after the onslaught you gave him yesterday. No, I don't know if he'll come back after today. But he was operating under the same useless standards that he was yesterday. You know, today he died on trying to prove that. You know, he said he knew the distance to the sun, right? He actually mentioned the value, 93 miles, and then he tried to say that he didn't meant what he said when he said he knew the distance to the sun, and that just set in motion for him to try and define what he meant. And they were using Chat GPT and everything. So, you know, yeah, you just missed him, you have. You've been here like 30, 40 minutes earlier.
Yeah. CB posted the audio. I just listened to it like a few minutes ago. He posted the clip. Yeah. It's pretty so like in a way, like people like him I like, because
of course
he's trying as hard as he can, right? He's using every intellectual tool in his toolbox to stop flat earth, right? The idea of it in his own mind. He's not trying to like stop it from other, he's trying to protect his own psyche. And like once he does this maximum effort thing and he fails, he might go, hold on, maybe I might need to re-examine this again and take it a little more seriously, and actually, because I bet you, if you asked him the Steel Man any flat earth argument, I bet you he doesn't even know a single one. He couldn't even tell you any of our arguments at all.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll go back and take some and actually think about what we're saying and process that and use those same tools that he used to try to debunk flat earth on, you know, showing him why flat earth is actually the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
You know, maybe he'll go do that.
There's this other side of me that says he's kind of like an agent, because the language he's using is like you said, very intellectual. You've said it. This is why when you AI overlord and yourself and perhaps Niggy, when you take him on, it's really interesting to watch, because you're watching a great deceiver trying to deceive the masters of the masters who can detect this, right? It's a really good to and fro, right? And I think that at that level, this guy must be somebody who's been paid to infiltrate. That's what I feel. I don't feel he's just the ordinary, but he's not just an ordinary man who's very clever here. Because that you know, I mean, if that's the case, that's really a shameful way to live, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? You're wasting your time doing this. doing what he's doing.
Yeah, that's like that tactic where you're constantly changing your position and saying, "I didn't say that."
Yeah.
And the entire conversation is him saying something, us showing why that's wrong, him saying he didn't actually say that, so he's not wrong, and that he actually said something else, and then we refute that new thing he says, and then he says he didn't say that either, and then he moves the goalpost to another thing, right? So it's like whack-a-mole for his arguments, right? These new arguments come up, we smack one down with the hammer, and then he just pops another one back up.
Yeah, that's a skilled, well-oiled, skilled deceiver, this guy. And remember, and all the while he's trying to remain as cool as possible, although he does get a little irate. That's a man who's been trained to do that. That's, I just can't, something about him that makes me feel that he's not just the ordinary intelligent man here, and he's just, it's his personal quest, as it were. He's been paid. It's too much. Well, there's too much slippery going on there.
But there's a group. There's a group called Debate Bros.
Yes,
and that's like one of the tactics they use. So they'll start the conversation by making a claim, and then immediately revert to switching it. They'll immediately, like in the next sentence, and then you spend all your time fighting about what was said. Like whatever your position, like it's like a trick, right? They'll say something, you say something to counter the position, and then they immediately take your position to try to get you to argue against your own position. Right. Like talking fast and using rhetoric and like talking in generalities and saying nothing specific, right? So as the conversation progresses, like 2 minutes have gone by, the other person has lost track of what you're even arguing about. Like what even was my original position. So someone that's not paying attention or like half-ass like paying attention to the other side, like be carefully to what they're saying. If you're not paying very careful attention to their words, you'll get caught up arguing against yourself.
That's why I eventually didn't want to meet him, but I did at one point because he said something really stupid. It was the answer to my question. But then after that, he wanted to tack on like 10 other things that nobody asked him about. He just kept going so that the dumb thing he said would just get lost in the wash.
Yeah,
so I had to stop him because we're not letting that go.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're lucky you had the mute button. You see, I couldn't do that. You know what I mean? So you just got to do the best with what you got. But you did well anyway, and you missed him because that's what he was doing basically.
Just quickly slip this in there, and then I'll just say like 20 more things nobody cares about, nobody asked about, just so they'll forget about what I even said, and then it's gone again.
Yeah, damage control basically is what he was doing there. But very, very, very artful. Very artful at it as well, though. Too skillful for my liking, that guy.
Yeah, that one was very evident. And it was like next level compared to what India was talking about. Because this guy, he didn't say I didn't say something. He said I didn't mean it in the way that you're saying I meant it. Right? He used the word distance. Right? When everyone thinks of distance, in casual conversation, unless otherwise, specified, it's, the amount of space between, two things, let's say, right? More or less. He's saying, oh, no, I meant it in a way where it's like, oh, it's a proportion between something and something, which doesn't really make sense to me. He couldn't cite anything on it, but he was holding that ground that's what he meant, right?
Yeah.
So hold on, dude. Hold on, Nick. Then why didn't he just say proportion? Then why did he use distance?
Exactly. Yeah. And better yet, if you really look into it, like let's say, I don't know off the top of my head, if there is a way to actually calculate the distance between something by, knowing the proportions of two things and the observer, let's say on one or so, let's say there's a way to do that. Inevitably, that method or that approach would be to derive a linear distance between the two things. So he's kind of like adding an extra layer of abstraction between the two, and trying to say that he's not meaning one thing, even though the process that he's talking about does inevitably lead to that. But
it requires an amount. You see, it requires an amount. And you need a portion, but an portion is an amount, and an amount is a portion. So you can get out of it.
Yeah, proportions alone aren't going to tell you anything, right? You're going to, if you know the proportions, you can you're eventually going to need to know the distance of one of the elements of the proportions to get to other distances, right? So
yeah,
you need a distance somewhere.
Yeah, or better yet, not only that, but if he's talking about proportions, let's say the size of object one, size of object two, he would have to come up with the sizes also. So, okay, well, what's the size of the sun? What's the size of the earth? And then, fit that into your calculation, get your proportion and then do something with it to get distance inevitably. He would have been stuck on, he would have been tumbling over his shoelaces on that one alone before the next step. So it's like he kept digging his own grave. It was very evident.
Yeah.
That guy's really funny.
Yeah, but this is the kind of people that come in and try to derail and make us look silly, and they try the rope-a-dope type tactics, where if you're not quick on picking up on his double talk and then him trying to embarrass you, you could end up in the weeds, and you're not talking flat earth in the end. You're looking silly. He was a very skillful deceiver, that one. But he'd met more than his match. Here is what I'm saying. Yeah, met more than his match.
Well, here's the good thing. It probably works in other places he goes. That's probably why he keeps coming back, because he's probably very frustrated. Something that's the tool he's used that's worked time and time again is just utterly failing him and making him look foolish.
That's what I said to him. I was like, he's hooked now because he keeps losing and he wants to try to get the win in, and it's not happening. So he just has to keep coming back. He's obsessed.
Who are you guys talking about so I can keep an eye out for him?
Penguins.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Thank you.
Ah, so Jedi has met him then. Thank you. Wow. I was just wondering where you were, Jedi, anyway, so glad to hear you haven't been in for a couple of days. So, well, no, welcome back, mate.
Yeah, cheers, man. Looks like I jumped in and missed our last contender, so I just called the after chat about it, and I was wondering who you were talking about.
Yeah, this is like the after chat. He left a while ago. They were filling me in on what happened, and now we're filling you in on what happened.
Yeah. Well, I'll make sure to pass it along to the next person who comes in.
But if you go in the chat, there's a video. So if you scroll up a little bit, you see where someone pinged me. That's a link to like a video that CB posted even before that. So it's a clip of Penguin saying the most ridiculous crap, dude. It's like 48 seconds long. That was the crescendo of baffles them with bullshit.
All right, let me go watch this.
Got some new people in. Got Papencio. Hello, welcome. Who else we got? Not so new. Das. Welcome back, Das. Aussie Haggai. I don't know if you've been here before, but welcome in or welcome back. Feel free to pipe up and say hello, ask some questions, make a comment.
If you need to be educated about your own worldview, we can do that too.
We actually spend most of our time doing that, I think.
Yeah, one guy come in and he I don't know if it was here or the other side, but he claimed he was an astronomer. Constantly sparring. This is stupid. I'm an astronomer. You guys idiots. Blah blah blah. And then I swear he said something about phases because he was like the Terminator. No, he said something about the Terminator line on the moon.
Yeah.
Right. Being indicative of Earth's curvature. And then I think he spiraled out and left, or something happened. I was so hoping he was going to say that the phases are caused by the Earth's shadow, right?
Yeah.
I think that's where he was going, and that would have shown him up because we didn't fall for it. Radwin and I were like, "Yeah, you're not an astronomer, bro." Straight up, like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Surprising the amount of times people do say that the phases of the moon are caused by the Earth's shadow. It happens a lot.
Listen, what's yes, that is surprising. But even more surprising is that when you explain what the phase of the moon is supposed to be, they don't understand it.
Not yet.
They don't even.
Yep, that's true.
You know what else I've heard recently, guys? People claiming that the Earth spinning is what gives rise to gravity. I've heard that.
Oh yeah, that's oldie but goodie. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that one. No, when people say that, I'm like, is this guy just trolling? Like, no one could actually think that. But you never know. But I think it's a big tell that like they learn more about the globe and their own belief in a flat Earth Discord than they did in school or in university or anywhere else.
Flat Earth University.
Could they be spinning maybe the movement of the luminaries that is might be casting some instead of a pulling of the ground, it might be a pushing from the above?
Think about the documentaries like Cosmos and like the stuff Neil deGrasse Tyson does, all the stuff on the Discovery Channel, right? About whatever, right? How few of them are about like the Earth and how they determined that the Earth was a globe. It's always about space and black holes and nebulae, all that lore, right? And these series that they do are freaking 20, 30, 40 freaking episodes. They last half a decade or a decade. And out of all those episodes, none of them will be about how they know the Earth is a globe. Like none of them. Other than, we went to the moon, here's a picture of the Earth. Oh, like, that's it. That's usually all there is. Or Magellan sailed around the world, or Columbus, or something silly like that.
Why don't you just send an air balloon with camera to 30 to 40 kilometers altitude and just see for yourself?
Okay. What makes you think that's high enough?
He went there.
Because it was done already. And I don't believe there isn't.
What do you mean it was done already?
Post an image
You have in the
post one your
chat.
Yeah.
You have in the chat
for
an image
every high
of,
altitude, let's play a game. Yeah, let's play a game. For every high altitude balloon footage you showed what occurred Earth, I'm going to show one that shows a flat Earth. Okay. We'll go image for image, video for video. So I'm going to just start with Felix Baumgartner.
Are you claiming that you already...
I'll start with Felix Baumgartner.
Are you claiming that...
Stop talking over me. Stop talking over you. Yeah, you are. So I'm going to start. I'm with mine. Is Felix Baumgartner 128 feet Red Bull jump that shows that the Earth is flat. That one. That's mine. Unless yours. Oh, Doss, that's isn't that the Blue Origin one? The image you posted? The Shepherd, New Shepherd, or whatever.
It is from 30 kilometers height.
Yeah, the New Shepherd rocket.
Not from rocket, from air balloon.
The balloon had windows. Hold on.
What windows?
What's the balloon?
You know what is the?
So
you know
the white.
what is their
Okay, what's
balloon?
the white? Okay, what's the white thing on the side of the frame of the image?
1 second, let me look at it.
Yeah, look at the image. You see how the white thing, the vertical thing, on two sides? What are those? Is that the rope?
It could be the thing that it attached to the higher
Well,
part of the balloon.
why is the rope curved?
Why there is what?
Why is the rope that the camera is attached to, right? Balloon, rope, camera. Why is the rope curving?
The rope curving?
Yeah, the rope is curving, right?
I'm not sure if it is a rope. It could be metal also.
Well, that's why I'm asking you. What is it?
I don't know, but that's not the focus. The focus is the.
Yeah, it is focused because if they're using a wide angle lens, it's going to curve everything.
No, it is standard lens, not wide angle.
Okay. Can you tell us what lens it was?
What?
What camera this was? Can you tell us what kind of camera this was? What the lens was?
It was with standard lens, which means there is little to no curvature.
Okay, that's not true. All lenses, everyone ever manufactured, has barrel distortion. Every single one.
No. His question was, what camera did they use?
I didn't ask about it. I took it from the internet.
How the fuck do you know they're using a standard lens then? My God.
I just know it is a standard lens.
How do you know that?
Because that was what the experiment was done with.
Okay, can you post the link to it's not an experiment, number one, and number two, how do you know that? What if you have the details of the experiment?
Now you're claiming that because I
do you have
didn't
the
take
details
it
or
myself,
not?
it's not true.
Do you have the details or not? Yes or no?
I gave you the details.
No, you're just making claims. We want the details from the source of the image, not from you.
Okay. Never mind. The point is you can do the same experiment, do that, and see for yourself. That's all.
Yeah, no, you're wrong. I just gave you an example that's higher than that, right?
No, you didn't do it yourself. Your claims is just claims, nothing more. The same thing I can say about whatever you give.
Okay. First of all, that's a straw man. I never said ever that you have to do it yourself. I've never said that.
That's exactly what you said.
Do you know that people watch this live stream?
All right, hold on. I did not say that. You're straight lying, dude. I did not say do it yourself. I never said that.
Okay, so I've got an AI overview from Google Lens on this image. It says the image depicts a view of Earth's atmosphere and curvature likely captured during a high-altitude balloon launch. While the exact source and specific camera lens used for this particular image are not definitively identifiable without further metadata, similar high-altitude photography projects often employ camera types. Small action cameras like GoPros are commonly used due to their compact size, lightweight nature, and ability to withstand extreme temperatures and conditions found in the upper atmosphere. Lens type, wide angle or fisheye lenses are frequently chosen to maximize the field of view and capture the expansive curvature of the Earth and atmospheric layers. This type of lens allows for a broader perspective, which is evident in the provided image.
Better than me. Because he got to shut the fuck up right after that. I don't even have to say what I was going to say.
Well, I mean, we don't even have to even consider that because that can't be Earth curved in the gold model because 37 kilometers isn't high enough, brother. That's why I asked you how high. It's not high enough.
Real conversation with real people.
I said 30.
You would go, oh, okay, I get it. I thought this was something that it wasn't. You got me there. This is interesting. It turned into an interesting conversation, and not in a million years, I didn't think I would be the one on the losing side in a conversation about flat Earth. Wow, do you
Do you
guys
have
have
something
more?
meaningful to say beside brabbing?
Okay. See, this is the funny thing, right? So, say it was 37 kilometers. How many kilometers is the diameter of the Earth? Like 12,
Probably
like 12,000, like
127,000.
12,000, right? Like 12,000, right? Somewhere near 12,000 kilometers. That's what they claim. So you're saying if you're 37
I
kilometers,
think it is 127,000, if I'm not
no,
mistaken.
the diameter,
No.
diameter, twice the radius, right? 2 times the radius.
Okay.
I think the kilometer radius is something like 6,370, something like that. It's twice that. Let's say it's 12,000. So it's your contention that if you go 37 kilometers above a 12,000 mile diameter ball, you're going to see the curvature of that ball. Think about what you're saying for a second. Like if you had a beach ball that was 2 meters tall, you'd be like 1 millimeter above that, if that. Okay, this is why you can't just look at pictures and go, look, it's Earth curve. That's not Earth curve. It's a fisheye lens. Okay, it's really simple. That's not even designed to operate in those conditions, hot, low temperature, rarefied air, right? So it's designed to be operate at sea level. And that's why the only definitive way to prove the Earth is a ball or flat is to measure the surface. That's it. You can't just look at it. What if I said to you, hey, just go to the ocean and look at it? Does it look flat? That proves it's flat. That's basically what you're doing to us. You're saying, oh, just go really high. Just look at it. It looks curved, so it's a ball. You don't accept that type of reasoning from us. Why should we accept that reasoning from you?
Because
the scientists said so.
It doesn't contradict that in reality you can make the experiment.
Where's the source of the
and still get a result, a certain result, a definite result. So what you're talking is mostly theoretical, which is not that applicable to reality.
Okay, I gave you an example. The Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump.
And I
I
gave
can
you
also
an
show you
experiment
the
that was
little
done.
piggy, which was 120,000. I can also show you rocket launches. All of them show you. I can even show you the Chinese freaking space station. Shows a flat Earth.
You can show me a lot of things except of simple experiments that you as a community, if you donate $1 together, you can do it easily. But
already
you
been
choose
done.
not to do it in order to
Already been.
argue
It's
for
already
nothing.
been done. What are you talking about? It's already been done.
So if it is already has been done, then how you get 2 different results that contradict each other?
Because these cameras are not designed to operate in that environment, and they do not project an image that preserves the geometry. You understand? And how do I know this? Okay, so
Is
if
that
you look,
difficult
okay,
to take
stop
the
talking.
same camera,
Stop
camera
talking.
with the same lens? Is that possible to do that?
Dude, this is what you don't understand. Yes, it's possible to do that, but the camera itself, it's operating at negative 50°C environment, and the air at high altitude is thin. So you design your camera to project an image on a sensor at sea level. But then when you go to low pressure, the relative refractive index of the lens changes, and it projects a different image and does not preserve the geometry no more. What I was saying was, how do we know this? Do you know how we know this? Because there's published papers on how to design lenses specifically for high altitude photography that you have to take into account and hermetically seal it, right? So it's not exposed to the outside, so the lens geometry doesn't change due to the cold, so that it projects an image. You actually calibrate the image it's made in a vacuum, right? So they take all of this into account when they design lenses to take images. I'm talking about scientists, the U.S. Geological Survey, all sorts of industry, right? When they say, hey, we're going to take high altitude photographs, they have to design a camera specifically for that purpose because the geometry is not preserved. They can't just take an off the shelf lens, dude. Sorry. And if you want the citation, I'll post it right in the chat.
Yeah. You basically are saying that there is no experiment that can show that. It's like a excuse.
No,
for
I
not
just
doing
told
it.
you. No, I told you what's required. I just gave you the list. I just told you the camera you have to design to preserve the geometry. I just told you. Don't say I did saying it can't be done. I did say it can be done, and I said the conditions on which it can be done. Okay? You don't want to hear that.
Is there a way from that altitude to capture to take a picture? Is that possible or not?
It is possible, but it's a question of does the image that's created by the camera preserve the geometry of the world outside the camera?
So I can update my question. Is it possible?
You know how a camera works?
Wait. Is it possible to make an experiment that take an image from that height that preserve
said
the
yes.
geometry?
Yes.
Is that possible?
Yes.
Then what's the problem? Just do that.
Why?
In order to prove that Earth doesn't have curvature and it is flat.
No, that wouldn't prove it, dude. It wouldn't prove it.
Why not? You see the geometry as it is.
Because you see the geometry as it is. So when you're on the beach, do you see the geometry as it is?
How is that the same thing?
No, I'm asking you. When you're at the beach, do you see the geometry as it is?
What geometry are you referring to?
The ocean.
I see the ocean from the point of view and angle as it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see it as it is. It's flat, right?
Mostly.
What do you mean mostly?
Yeah. Flat. Yeah.
Where
flat.
is it?
I don't have disagreement.
So why don't you just take that and say, I see the geometry as it is and the earth is flat? Why don't you just do that?
Because I'm not looking at the whole picture. I'm looking from a center angle.
Is this photo that you posted looking at the whole picture?
I don't need the whole picture. I just need to see curvature.
You just said you can't take the flat ocean seriously because you're not looking at. You just contradicted yourself. You just contradicted yourself.
I didn't.
Yeah, you did. I'm going to repeat exactly what you said. You know you did. That's why you're talking over me.
Because
you know
if
you
I
did.
want to see the whole curvature of the sea, I need the height in the same manner. You are asking me about standing in the beach. So I'm telling you from that point of view. What's the problem?
From the balloon, do you see the whole curvature of the sea?
The sea?
Yeah. The sea. You said from the beach. I don't see the whole curvature of the sea. So we have to use a balloon to go up higher. I believe to see the whole. Your standard is seeing the whole curvature of the sea.
From the balloon, I will see the shape.
Dude, I'm going to start muting you if you don't shut the fuck up, dude. You're not going to do this. I'm not going to address what you say, and then you talk. No. What was you? You said we need to see the whole curvature of the sea. That's why doing it from the seashore is not valid, right?
The whole shape. If you want to see curvature, you see the curvature of the planet, not necessarily the sea.
Okay. It does.
Yeah, what happened?
I think he realized his mistake, so he decided to be quiet.
No, he cut out. Don't be
What
dishonest
mistake?
like that.
What mistake was that? What mistake did he make?
You know, generally, his claim about the Earth being flat.
No, I don't think he realized that. I think you're coping.
Or that, or a connection problem. It could be either one of that.
You know that the subject matter experts of the globe, the Pais priests, the ones above you that know everything about the globe, they tell you themselves that you cannot see the curvature of the Earth at those altitudes that you're claiming.
That contradicts the information that we have about a curvature that was taken from 30 to 40 kilometers height, which is
I can
status
show
quo.
you. I can show you an infrared.
No, he's not.
I can show.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
I can show
you
you
can
LiDAR infrared imagery that doesn't show curvature at 30 kilometers high.
That would be a contradiction, and we will have a case where we have a same test, different results.
Listen, at 30 kilometers, you'll be looking at 0.5% of the surface of the Earth.
You don't need to see the whole of the Earth. You just need to see under that frame if there is a curvature or not, and that is sufficient.
So what happens when the image shows you, because you're saying you're gonna see convex, right? The ball convex. What happens when a camera shows you concavity, that the curvature is going the other way? What happens then? That means that the Earth is concave?
First of all, I don't know that word convex, and the other way. What do you mean by that?
Okay, you're saying that in the camera at 30 kilometers, you see the curvature of the sphere, right? And it's curving downwards, right? That's convex. But then in the same footage, in the same footage, if you make a video, you will see that curvature turns around, and you're gonna see concavity, like you're in the inside of a ball, you're walking inside of the ball, and the curvature goes like an U, you know, an U.
Posted. I just posted from the video, from the footage, from the video from which his image came from. I posted it in the side chat, and so has Clipcord, and others have posted examples.
So what happens? Now you're claiming that based on your footage, the Earth is concave. You're inside of the ball. Based on your evidence, on what you're claiming.
By the way, I'm not aware of that kind of phenomena, so I cannot really address that. I need to see.
That's what India was trying to tell you. It's called lens distortion. That's what India was telling you multiple times, different ways. Distortion of the lens.
About standard lens, which has no distortion.
Not true, dude.
There is no
That's
such
not
lens.
true, dude. Just, like what you're saying is just not true.
And if there is a distortion, it is minimal.
Okay, first of all, it's no distortion. Then
because
you don't know anything. You don't know anything about lenses. So just
right?
stop
You
talking,
have those wide angle, which called I think fisheye. Okay, you have standard, which has very minimal distortion.
Posted from the website that published that image that you posted. They said they use a fisheye lens.
I check with ChatGPT. It says standard lens, not fisheye.
No, I posted the website, which is the source of your image, in the side chat. If you scroll
up, I will check it out.
Yes, scroll up to. I posted it at 17 past the hour. It's from Metalink Royal Meteorological Society balloon launch. The image is on that page, and they detail that they used a fisheye lens to maximize what they saw.
Great investigative work there, sir. I salute you. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, word. I mean, because I'm an old geezer. I literally like used Google Lens for the first time, like literally 2 days ago. I kid you not. So, granted, I'm around y'all age, but I just act like I'm old as hell.
So can I my phone died, so I'm on my PC. So this is what I was also trying to address.
Oh, that's what happened. It was quiet for mad long, and I was like, did I cut out? I restarted my phone and shit.
Yeah, I restarted my phone except for didn't do the restart part. just did the shutdown part. Okay, so like you said, because we have ambiguous information, contradictory information, well, more than contradictory, we have three things, right? We have high altitude balloons that show flat, convex, and concave. And there's a problem there, right? So what's the problem? The problem is the evaluation of what the image is showing is subjective. We're just looking at it and going, this looks like that. And you did contradict yourself again because you said you don't need to see the whole Earth. But you said you do if you're at the seashore, you need to see the whole Earth. When do you need to see the whole Earth? Apparently never. So anyway, the point is that the only way to know for sure is not to just gawk at it and go, looks flat to me or looks round to me. That's not enough. That's a good starting point, but it's not the end all be all. The end all be all is to measure it. Yeah, and great job, T-Dub, dude. Awesome job. And in Clipcord, you guys freaking. Is that a ground level, that concave? Jesus Christ, man.
That's 210 meters.
That had to be the quickest layup on I've ever witnessed.
So we said at the outset that they use fisheye lens. T-Dub brings the truth right there.
What website were you talking about? I don't see any website. You just have a picture, nothing more.
He posted the video of the entire footage of the people that took that balloon image.
Yeah, and there isn't any information about the lens. Secondly, I'm not sure if it is the same video because their
You
video
didn't give
goes
any lens. Yo, this guy is
up until 10 kilometers, and the image that I supplied is from 30 kilometers, so it's not the same.
It is the same. Read the description. There is info on it. It's in the description of the video. In the description of the video, dude. In the description of the video is all the information.
No, there isn't information.
I know you don't want that to be heard by people that are on the internet, and you want to talk over me and censor me. This shit ain't gonna work, Daz.
Of the video.
Daz, shut the fuck up. Now you're muted, okay? You are not gonna censor people by talking over them. That shit is not gonna fly, dude. So it's really simple. You said there's no information. That's bullshit. There is information in the description of the video, which is extremely fucking long. It's like 7 paragraphs. There is a description. Do you want a screenshot of it?
Yeah. In England, we say, dear, oh dear. He's given the description, and he's still ignoring the description now. What is it with these Globers, man? They don't
now
want to
here's the website.
I told you, I wrote the description.
And now, Daz, you bitch. Now there's the website.
The lens. And secondly, the video is until 10 kilometers height. And the image that I supplied is 30 kilometers. It's not the same.
How do you know it's 30 kilometers?
I consulted ChatGPT.
Okay, so you don't know that.
You also don't know that. It's not the
It's
same
your
video.
claim. I don't have to know the details of your baseless claim, dude.
No,
You can-
you're claiming it is the image that I'm talking about. Is the video? It's not.
It's
And
yes,
you don't
it is.
know if it is.
Look in the Daz. Look in the chat. Do you see the link? Do you see the link that was just posted by T-Dub? Do you see the link? Look, what is the thumbnail? What's the thumbnail image in that link? That's your image from the Royal Meteorological Society's website. And the video
Oh
is
my
from the
God.
Royal. And the video is
It's
from the
not-
Royal
it's not my
Meteorological
image.
Society. And the video.
Where is the metal? Where is the thing that the guy called it rope? It's not the same image.
Okay, it's that. So you're contending that the thumbnail in that link, right? The hyperlink, the embedding of the hyperlink. You're saying that image is different than your image. That's your claim. Yeah, I didn't think
Yo,
so, dude.
why does anyone believe in a globe when you have to go? Look. Oh man, I wish there were more normies here tuning in. Cause just to see this shit is like, there's no way. There's no way. Why would you embarrass? You know what? I guess it's not embarrassing you, cause your face isn't out here like some of ours. I guess you can just poop and do whatever the hell you want, wherever you want on the internet.
What you're talking about? Do you have something meaningful to say?
You're stupid.
Yeah, he's wondering how
No,
you can still believe in the
besides that
globe.
you're idiot. Do you have something meaningful to say?
No, he isn't saying you're just an idiot. He's incredulous that you have to resort to crazy tactics and have standards of proof that you yourself refuse to meet to maintain your idiotic worldview that the Earth's a ball.
My idiotic worldview makes sense. Your idiotic
It makes
worldview
sense. That
doesn't
only
make
tells me
sense.
that you're stupid. When people talk about this makes sense or don't make sense, all you're doing is saying, I am intellectually incapacitated. Lots of things
you
make
say
sense,
so.
dude. Okay, does this make sense? A spider bit a man, and now he can crawl on fucking walls. Does that make
you know
sense?
What makes sense?
Does that
You know
make
what
sense?
makes sense?
Does that make
You know
sense,
what
Dad?
makes sense? You know what makes sense? That we have a transition between day and night, and that is more supporting more the globe Earth than the
Yeah,
stupid
bullshit.
flat theory.
Stop talking shit. Light source moves away, light diminishes, goes dark. It's not rocket surgery, brother. Use your brain.
I'm using my brain. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't sound like it.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like I said, all you're telling us is that you're intellectually stunted. Peter Parker getting bit by a radioactive spider and turning into Spider-Man makes sense. But it's not
Okay,
true.
thanks. Did
It does
someone
make
claim
sense.
it is true? Did someone claim that is true?
No.
You
Well,
say
bro.
you're talking about being idiot, and you are bringing an idiot example that is not.
No.
No,
You have a failure of comprehension. That you can't
Who is
make
the
the
idiot?
analogy. No, you can't make the analogy that someone saying that your standard was the globe makes sense. So I said, okay, this other thing by analogy also makes sense. Okay? Showing you that your claim that makes sense has nothing
how is
to
that
do. Here we go again. When I'm about
How
to
is
make
that
my
the same
point, you're going
with
to
the
talk
spider?
over me. No, you're not, Daz. You're
How
not
the
going to
globe
do
makes
this.
sense is the same.
Yeah, but you just admitted, Daz, that making sense doesn't mean it's true. You just admitted it.
No, making sense supports
Means it's true?
truth.
No, it
Supports
doesn't.
truth.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does.
Okay, demonstrate it, dude. Give us an example where making sense supports truth. Go ahead.
I see a smoke. It makes sense that smoke comes from fire, so it makes sense to think that there is fire. There was fire. So you see how making sense support the truth? But your example about
Oh my
spider from
It also makes
cartoon
sense that
beating
there's
a
no
man,
fire.
that is pure stupidity.
It also makes sense that there's no fire, Dash.
I said smoke. Do you know what is the difference? How it doesn't
Yeah,
make
you
sense?
can have smoke without fire, right?
Give me an example.
Give you an example. Okay, let's do this. Have you ever tried to start a fire by hand?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens before the fire ignites? Your little notch, you're sitting there spinning your stick, right? It gets hotter and hotter, and your in the debris, the dust starts to smoke, but it's not on fire yet.
Yeah, because you have those little ignitions of
Yeah,
light,
so
which is
there's
fire.
smoke with no fire. So I gave you an
No, no, no,
example.
no,
That's
no,
what
no.
you asked for. That's what you asked for. Yeah, I don't think so, dude. If you don't concede that I just gave you what you asked for, you're just go on perma-mute. Okay, I'm not playing games with you. Concede there can be smoke without fire.
You want me to admit with your mistakes, with your misunderstanding?
Can there be
There is
smoke
no
without
smoke.
fire?
There is no smoke without fire.
Okay. So is an internal combustion engine the smoke that comes out the tailpipe? Is the car on fire?
What?
Is the car on fire? Smoke comes out the exhaust. Smoke comes out the exhaust of a car. What if I boil oil, right? What if I take low temp oil and I freaking heat it up
When you
until
boil
it
oil.
until it smokes, right? That's why they call low smoking point oil. It doesn't catch on fire. What you're saying is so Elijah, I'm with you on this.
That is the first time
Look
I
at
hear
what he
about it.
has to do to maintain his idiocy.
No.
It's
So far, I
literally,
only listening to your idiocy.
it's literally a saying.
You're
What do they
saying
call it?
that
A
now
colloquy.
oil turning to smoke.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, and where there's smoke, there's not always fire. This is like well known, dude, and you're literally arguing against that.
That's why I gave you an example, and so far you weren't able to
Hey,
provide even one.
Daz, how about this? A nice easy
I don't
one.
think so, Daz.
Have you ever
can't
stuck
gaslight me.
bread in your toaster and left it on for too long? Smoke fills house, but yet there's no fire.
In a
Go watch the movie Backdraft. How about that? Go watch the movie Backdraft. It's about there's not enough oxygen in the house to have a fire, and then when they open the door, the oxygen goes into the house and the house ignites into fucking flame. But the house is completely filled with smoke. Okay, there can be smoke without fire. I can't even believe you're arguing this. You have zero credibility, dude. No, you're just taking the piss now. Stop drinking or whatever drug it is you're fucking doing. No one is misinterpreting. You said it makes sense that if I see smoke, there's fire, but it also makes sense, and you said this in defense of making sense helps determine the truth. Okay, we want to know if there's a fire. Oh, we see smoke. Well, it determines that there's a fire. Well, we see smoke, but there is no fire. So it doesn't help you determine the truth at all.
Oh, also on Google, is smoke always caused by fire? Instead of only carbon dioxide and water vapor being created, incomplete combustion can result in the production of soot, smoke, and ash.
Like, how are we even arguing this?
And also here, is there always fire where there's smoke? Where there's smoke doesn't necessarily mean there is fire. Most years during the heat of the season, we can see smoke in the valley and mountains, and we can even smell it sometimes. Yeah. So, I don't know.
Throw some wet leaves on a fire. You'll extinguish the fire and have a bunch of smoke.
It's crazy. He has to go to this guy in here defending the globe, looking dumb as hell.
Thanks, Daz. We needed that. We needed for everybody on YouTube and Twitch and anyone else, whoever's listening, wherever you're listening at. This is the freaking mind virus of the globe cult. He wants the Earth to be a globe so bad for whatever reason. There can be a myriad of reasons why he wants to believe in this, that he'll go to these lengths of idiocy. Something a 4-year-old knows. Any child that's over 4 years old knows that there can be smoke without fire. Like, dude, how about smoking a cigar? Is your cigar on fire? How come they call it cigarette smoking and not cigarette fire lighting? Yeah, you're projecting, Daz. You have to say ridiculous stuff to even for any type. I mean, it was a wrap when you posted that stuff and then started denying that your own freaking evidence. Yeah, you got to write it first to smoke, right? But guess what? You can light cigarettes off of an electric stove. No fire. Good try, though. You're just an epic failure, dude. You know, whoever was saying to me, you know, you're all chill, man. You've been gone a while. You're all chill now. See, that wore off fucking real quick.
No, it's still pretty cool.
It literally took 10 hours. I went from calmly trying to reason with these guys to freaking, you're a fucking blithering idiot. How did you survive?
How did you survive second grade?
Dude, I'm talking about 2 years old. How do you survive being 2? Yes, there's nothing you can type in the chat to recover. The only thing you can recover by typing in the chat is, I'm sorry, guys, I was just trolling. I didn't really mean all that. Now we want to have a civil conversation. Or, I don't even know how you can recover other than that. Just to apologize to yourself. Actually, first, call your parents and apologize to them. The cult of misinformation. But you can't say what the misinformation either is, or who the cult leader is, or any way in which it is a cult. Because here you are, we're sitting here listening to you say the most ridiculous and absurd things. So how are we a cult? Cults don't let opposition into their ranks to talk to them. You know, Tito, I was thinking the same thing. And like the human kangaroo, you know how kangaroos, the babies have to live in their mother's pouch because they can't survive too far away from their mother. He's like the human kangaroo, man. His mother must have had a pouch he freaking lived in for the first 5 years of life.
That's funny. What you said about cults is true. Like if you start telling the truth in a cult, you're the first person to go. Like, you're out of here. If you're saying anything that's not by the book, if you're looking at any of our members funny and it looks like you might have some sort of little glimmer of lucidity, you're getting fucking kicked out. You don't have, like, cults don't just let other people poison their, I don't know, cult
if they even suspect you of not being on board with whatever they think, dude, you're kicked out. Like, even if you're suspected. You don't even have to do anything overt, right? If they think, oh, this dude is, we might have said something that's a little fishy to, you know, our doctrine, and he's got to go before he taints the minds of others, right?
Exactly, and that's exactly how Globers act. Actually, like they literally shut us down for because when this first started, it wasn't oh fucking globetards blah 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 blah. It was moon landing looks kind of weird, huh? Hey, this Eratosthenes dude, what it says he got a lot of assumptions. Anybody measured this thing? Like that's how it started. I'm on it.
Oh, by the way, the description says that the balloon got to 21,000 meters, 21 kilometers before bursting. So, yeah.
What are you saying, Indio? He can't claim that it did anything any higher than that.
Yeah, well, ChatGPT.
Hey, check it out. Indio, check it. He's just posted up in the side chat. 21 isn't 30.
No shit, Sherlock. So this is crazy. This is like there was a thing on Wikipedia where there was like this famous author and they had his birth date wrong. So he kept changing it and the editors kept changing it back and wouldn't let him correct his own birth date. That's what this guy is doing. He's like, ChatGPT said you did your balloon experiment and you went to 30,000 meters. And ChatGPT's right, you're wrong, even though you're the one who did it. It's fucking...
Now, I will add in here real quick that I do know firsthand of somebody, actually two people, who are in Wikipedia that their dates of birth have been changed at some point. So I don't know if that's some kind of internal policy thing, but it's really weird.
Yeah, dude, he kept changing it, and they kept changing it back, and then they locked him so he couldn't edit the page, and like, yeah, but the analogy is like claiming that you know someone's personal information better than they know it themselves. That's how could ChatGPT know more about the weather balloon experiment than the people that did the weather balloon experiment? Was ChatGPT there?
Well, we live in an age now to where talking is mandatory and listening is unlikely. And so the people who do the most talking are the ones who do the least listening. And so they are, maybe 10 years ago, I watched some drama on Wikipedia play out to where they have their process of how they determine things. And the experts and the people who actually know are far less valued than, say, the community consensus. And they explicitly acknowledge that.
There was a point in time, which is gone now, that like your citations couldn't be web links; they had to be published books. So that means you could, as long as it was published on paper, you could use anything that book said as a citation within Wikipedia. Is that okay? Here's the citation for what I'm saying is true. Here's the book, and that book could say anything. And one of these. One of the egregious examples of it, as far as this topic goes, is the Paris gun. Ever heard of the Paris gun? Barrington, anybody?
I have not. Sorry, I just.
So the Paris gun was a World War II artillery gun, which was supposed to be a giant artillery. Okay, and they said that, and it shot like the artillery shells like the size of a bus or something. I don't freaking know, something giant. But there's a book where they claim they had to take Coriolis into account when they shot this gun, and Globers used to present this as evidence for the Coriolis, and then they would post the wiki page and all that crap. Well, it has a citation of a book, so go get the book, read the book. What does the book cite as a source? Absolutely nothing. Guy literally just made that shit up. But it sounds good. You sound
Is that the
super
one that-
smart. If you say Coriolis effect, it gives instant credibility, man, because you're saying sciencey words.
Is that the one mentioned in Breaking Bad? He's telling the fella about it when they're making meth.
I don't know. I haven't seen like Breaking Bad. I mean, I've seen episodes. I never watched like the whole series.
I can't remember if he called it that. He called it some other gun. There's some other gun he was talking about that the Germans made, and it could shoot 23 miles with it, with pretty accurately. I can't remember why he was even talking about it, but I remember that.
Yeah, I posted the wiki link in the chat. Yeah, it'll say they had to take Coriolis into account, but there's and they have the citation, but then in the book itself, there's nothing. It just says it. And a lot of things on Wikipedia, it'll have the citation. It'll say like a sentence, and it'll have a citation. And then when you go look in that book for that to see if that matches the book, like whatever they wrote in Wikipedia, see if it actually matches whatever's in the book. A lot of times it doesn't. They just completely made something up and they don't want it deleted, so they basically create a fake citation. Yeah, I mean it's a citation to a real book, right? That's on the topic, but it doesn't say what they wrote. So something, typically it has nothing to do with what they're even talking about.
Hey, do you mind if I ask a slightly different topic question for you, Indio?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I first found out that people were talking about this topic online in 2020 or 2021 one. I don't remember which at this point. Maybe it was 2021. But I first learned the Earth was flat in 2008. And I know that you all started this group somewhere about like Google Hangouts or something. And I'm just curious, how did you all spread the word like back in like 2015 and 2014 and such? Like, because I knew
I wasn't around in 2015.
Gotcha.
I started this like journey, if that's what you call it, in 2017. And we did start this group in ODD TVs. He used to have a 24-hour live stream, right? That's where we got the name 24. That's where we got the name 24/7 because ODD had a 24/7 live stream where he would live stream like flat Earth content 24 hours a day. And in the chat, the people that hung out in that chat ended up making a Discord. It was Stockzilla and a couple other people. Of course, all those people are gone because the reason they made the Discord is because they wanted to debate the Globers that hung out in the YouTube chat, but it's too hard to debate someone in that, right? Because because of the character limit and all that crap, and you can't post any evidence or anything. So they made the Discord to basically debate Globers. That was like the original idea. Is like it started as like an after party, right? So it would stream, and then the stream would start over from the beginning every 12 hours. So like at midnight, everybody that was freaking debating in the chat, they'd roll over into the 24/7, and it was originally called the ODD TV 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And when he came in a couple times, and he's like, I mean, you can keep my name, but I really don't have time to be like to even be here. He's like, I'm so busy doing all this other shit. So we took his name off. You know what I mean? He didn't ask us to take his name off. We just did because,
yeah, that's
he's
cool.
not part of it. There's no reason to keep his name.
Yeah, see, I never watched a lot on YouTube, really. So for me, I didn't really start watching a lot of YouTube stuff till maybe even 2022. I never really hung around YouTube. Facebook, every now and then I'd come across the meme of somebody talking about flat earthers, and then I could never actually find where these supposedly were talking about it. Like, I'd ask the people who posted it, like, oh, well, where are the flat earthers at? And so I find it interesting that our lives, whether we like it or not, are directed by this Google algorithm. But yet, thankfully, a lot of us now are here in this room today talking, and so that's just kind of how I wonder. Like, so, because I guess I wasn't doing a really lot of online stuff like that, so I missed out on a lot.
Well, ODE TV made a video called Flat Earth in 5 minutes. In that video, it's like, if you're unfamiliar with the topic, you have no idea what any of it's about, he basically runs through some of the key arguments in like 5 minutes, right? So for the low attention span freaking Zoomers, that's kind of what it was for. And that video kind of like blew the fuck up. So I wonder how many views it has. Let me look real quick. But then he already made music. So he had, when he started doing Flat Earth stuff, he already had like 200,000 subs. And so like, he already had an audience. So like, thing is, YouTube algorithm, you're famous because you're famous, right? So if you already have a lot of viewership, then the algorithm's gonna keep promoting you regardless of what the content is. Anyway, he just did this 24-hour stream, but it wasn't just his content. It was like who is some of the people? Some of the Glowbuster stuff, some of the Jaren stuff, some of the Dave Murphy stuff. A lot of other channels which are long gone. They don't even exist anymore. So Jenniferado, the interview with Dave Murphy and that he did in like Bulgaria, which was really good. He gave a really good interview. That was his best performance he's ever given. I mean, he's a little off the rails last I saw him, but that was very good. So like a lot of these guys, he just like had this 24/7 loop going of videos, right? And that turned into the Discord because frickin' people like Gem Panda and all those clowns were in the chat doing their shenanigans.
Now, were you around the like Google Hangouts days? Because I've heard.
Yeah, beginning of like at the end of the Google Hangouts. I wouldn't say the end, like maybe a year of that. So I got into it like maybe the beginning. I looked at it in like November, December 2016, and then put it down for about 6 months, and then started looking hard until like in like March of 2017. But then the Discord started like in the old one, right? The old server started it was probably June of 2017. No, later than June, maybe September 2017. So yeah, I was around it. I was aware of it in 2016, but I wasn't like involved in anything until like 2017. But yeah, I was with the Hangouts, Jedi and Jebby Jedi and freaking Hank and Helio Skeptic and Robert Bazzano and Nathan was doing his stuff. So it's like Antonio and then there's Patricia Steer and all those guys. Originally, people were doing debates via Google Hangouts or like discussions. Do you remember FreeChan, the FreeChan YouTube channel?
I don't.
Yeah. So someone set up a YouTube channel called FreeChan, and like anybody could join the Google Hangout, and that Google Hangout was streamed onto YouTube. So just like randoms would people would just debate whatever topic, atheism, whatever. It soon it was only Flat Earth versus Globe Earth. Next time Larry comes in, dude, ask him about it. It was a nightmare free for all, dude. It was so crazy because there's no moderator. It's just a channel that someone had set up. You just set up a Google Hangout, and with the way to connect to the Google Hangout in the description, and anybody could just fucking join. And everybody and anybody did join, and it just ended up in a knockdown, drag out, frickin' no moderator. No way to kick people out, no way to ban people, no way to do anything, right? So it was like, you went in there and they debated and it just streamed to freaking YouTube and it was pretty hilarious, man. And then eventually that got nuked somehow. I think someone reported it for porn or something, who knows. But yeah, it got nuked. And but Nathan used to do it through Google Hangouts, and that was like the only way to like stream to YouTube like a panel was to use Google Hangouts. So that's the way it was done then.
Yeah, fascinating. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's just I hate that I missed out on all of that because I had.
You really didn't miss anything. I mean, there was like it was just a lot of yelling back then. You know what I mean?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Insults, that type crap. And like the Glober's position was, there's improving a globe a long time ago. Y'all are, freaking 16th century freaking Luddites trying to break the machines to make clothing, right? Like that's how they tried to like paint us, in that this topic should be censored and no one should ever hear this shit. And this is just nonsense. So their idea was back then, their tactic. I mean, it's still there's still remnants of it, but like the old school Glovers don't do it. The people knew the hardcore people triggered by this topic do it. The idea was to make sure that that no substantive discussion about this topic happens. So if there's flat earthers like on 3chan talking about flat earth, their plan was to go in there and disrupt it. Not to defend the globe, not to debate it, but just to like disrupt it, to cause a shit show so that it was unlistenable, right? So that anyone that tuned in would just be like, oh, I can't listen to this bullshit. This is crazy, right? So that was the original plan. That didn't work. So they were like, okay, we'll just prove the globe, right? We're going to go in there and we're going to just prove these flat earthers wrong. We're still in that stage. Well, no, we're past that stage because now we're in the driver's seat where we have all the evidence and they have cartoons, right? So, because, the arguments were like the same that a normie comes in, they were making, so like the pro Glovers were making the normie Glover arguments. Chips go over the horizon, climate tree, stupid shit. They were just making stupid arguments. And it took us a while to like, I say us, but there is no really us, but it took a while to like, because there's so many, as you know, right? It's a Gishgout parade of frickin' of arguments that so-called prove the globe. It took a while to sift through them all because there's so many till we had a coherent rebuttal for all of them. Because usually it just evolved to like pictures from space. I mean, it still does eventually. But they also made like Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes was a big one back then. Eratosthenes measured the radius.
Boats go over the horizon and all that crap.
Yeah, exactly. All those arguments. Boats over the horizon was a big one. But the thing is, a lot of times, most of the arguments were about them dealing with long distance observations. So initially they would say, that's a mirage, right? Just like they said on TV. What you're seeing here is a mirage, right? Because they didn't know the so-called scientific official claim. That information wasn't really on the internet in any prevalent way, right? So just a general thing, like that it's an optical illusion that you're not actually seeing the city. But they didn't know anything about like superior mirage, inferior mirage, Fata Morgana. None of that stuff was like worked out by the globe side. So they couldn't actually use those arguments. They just made these really like, oh, why don't you see the bottom of Chicago? You should see the bottom. That proves it's a mirage and that the Chicago's not really there. So that was like the argument. The main thing they used to say all the time is, why can't I see the bottom of shit, right? Oh, with using the idea that no matter how far it is away, even though you're not supposed to see it, not seeing the bottom determined that it was a globe. They like, no matter where it was, you're supposed to see all the way down to the bottom fucking brick. Right? You know what I mean? So that was like the very beginning. But then that it like morphed into more complicated things like the horizon's looming, right? And that was just like going on Andrew Thomas Young's and just picking out something out of like off his website and just using looming as a buzzword. Like, oh, it's refraction. It's looming refraction. That's why you can see it. And then it morphed into more complex arguments about refraction, and now, but they ended up going so extreme where they were like, they got to the, well, you can see your own ass all the way around the Earth in the right atmospheric conditions. So like, their arguments got better. I shouldn't say better. More
sharpened, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
not better,
But
just sharpened.
it sounded more plausible, and less. Yeah, it sounded more plausible because they were more detailed explanations, and their first explanations were just basically sounding like hand waving, right? So it's the well, I'll just give them make a complex argument. And even though the complex argument is basically hand waving, because it's complex, you can't say it's hand waving.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, it's because see, when I first learned that the Earth was flat, geese from Brazil, and it was an entirely different culture, if you will. And I remember them talking about Lady Blunt going to the shore with a telescope back in like 1890 and watching ships that had supposedly disappeared come back into focus. And watching them. And I don't remember what her furthest alleged sighting was, but maybe it was like 80 miles or something, maybe. I don't recall exactly off, but I remember like, wow, there's no way that this can be a spinny ball. And you know, it's interesting that there have continuously been people studying these things, but yet the Globies somehow think that we're static and that they're evolving.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they think that, dude. They're stuck in the same lame arguments. All they've done is like try to make it more, I guess, palatable for the masses. So I've mentioned this before. When I first got in this topic, one video that I saw, a flat Earth video, was from 2011 on YouTube. And it's supposedly a video of the flat Earth, right? The same as like a globe Earth video, right? This is the flat Earth. It was like in grainy black and white. I just thought it was weird because I found that video, the date was 2011. It was way before any of this topic ever kicked off, right? But you said it was around in 2008. And I am aware that it was around South America. And there might be pockets of it in Africa. And there's probably pockets of it in like Southeast Asia, right? Because if you stick to the traditional cosmology of your, of your Aboriginal heritage, right? If you stick to your cosmology and don't accept the modern Western narrative, you're going to be a flat earther, right? And in South America, they bridge them, right? So they're like, so the Mayans, for instance, they're kind of like bridged between the modern times, but they also got a foot still in the old times, right? They're kind of doing both. Right,
Yeah,
they keep their traditions. They keep their traditions, right? But they interact in modern society, maintaining their like cosmogony and their worldview and their traditions and customs. But in order to survive, they'll go out and do some modern societal job, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They haven't accepted they haven't accepted the modern societal customs.
Yeah, it's so like what I would see back in 2008, a lot of it was on various university student accounts and professor accounts. Most of it was from Brazil. There were a lot of Angel Fire sites, and then
oh, really, dude? That's a while ago. Holy moly!
Yeah, and then there was a lot on GeoCities, and then I can't remember the other one, whether it was called I can't remember.
I might have seen one on the Angel Fire site now that you mention it, like a long time ago.
Yeah.
That's
these
possible.
people, and here was the interesting thing, was you could call these people up and talk to them. Like they published their phone numbers and their addresses and their, like the professors, they would even say things like, I want to talk about this topic, call me anytime, day or night, and things like that. And I called a couple, but they, so a lot of that information, and I'm hoping that a good bit of that information, like that was on the Angel Fire sites and such, because the Internet Archive has been trying to restore some of those in GeoCities. And so I'm hoping that some of that information will eventually be found, because there was a lot of really good stuff. Like, admittedly, a good bit of the stuff was actually talking about star positions. And I forget how far south they were talking about where they could see the three Marias, and how they then showed how it should be physically impossible to see them, and that the astronomy programs and such at the time said that you couldn't, but then you could go other places and see where they were talking about seeing the three Marias, like very, very south of Brazil, maybe even like Argentina or Chile or something, somewhere down there. I don't remember where exactly, but they were pointing to all these anomalies of things that, it would be mind-boggling to see it today.
Yeah, there's definitely. I haven't figured out what it is. I'm not even going to say, but there's some problems, especially when you mention that they can see the three Marias from very far south, because you can see the Southern Cross from very far north, right? And this shouldn't happen in the globe, right? And then you have the I don't know if you've ever seen them, the Taboo Conspiracy, where they have a camera sticking out the airplane, and they're flying like from Europe all the way to South America. And the stars are supposed to rotate, right, around the globe while they're flying, right? You can calculate how much rotation there should be and the time they flew, and then how much the stars should move. Except for they don't move at all, right? And plus, they should change in orientation because you're going around the globe, right? You're flipping over, kind of. So the star that's low when you take off, it should be high when you land. If the Earth wasn't rotating, and even if it is rotating, you would literally have to be flying perfectly against the rotation and the curvature of the Earth to keep the star in fucking place. Like, how would you even do that? Yeah, so there's something wrong, dude. There's definitely something wrong. And like the model they use, they don't use the globe, and that's probably a clue. And there's other things that other people have, like the celestial theodolite thing, that's turning out to be a fucking enigma. It's the only way to put it, dude. It's freaking. I can't make heads or tails, because they're getting a result, and the conclusion they're reaching is correct, but it's also incorrect at the same time. It's incorrect in like the sense of like how it should work with normal geometry. But in the globe model, the geometry is like a non-Euclidean parallel light rays, freaking the angle changes depending on how far you move, and just all these things, which actually isn't a motion, which is a rotation. It's really, I haven't figured it out yet. I'm like, this is like stream of consciousness shit, where just like, there's something wrong with the astronomical model. Like, it's good for navigation, but there's something else is wrong with it, and I can't figure out what it is.
So here's what I'm going to tell you it is. When my interest in astronomy started with Halley's Comet. And that came,
I saw that.
88?
I think it was 80. Was it 84, I thought?
No, definitely before 88. Yeah, 84, you're right.
Yeah,
Correct.
I saw
My
that when I
math
was a
was
kid. I
going a
remember
different way.
seeing it. I was so unimpressed, brother. I was unimpressed because they were like
I
making
was-
big hype of it. I thought I was gonna go outside and see a freaking giant comet in the sky, and it's like it looked like
Same.
yeah. So yeah, it looked like you know how you do, people do when they take fingerprints. Now imagine they're taking your thumbprint and like you moved your hand while they're doing it. That's what it looked like, just like a smudged freaking thumbprint. I'm like, that's lame, dude.
Little fuzz. Yeah, I was because people had hyped it up. People had told me how their grandfather had told them that they saw it, and it was like lit the whole sky. You know, like
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, dude. I'm very sorry.
no, you're fine. No, you're 100% fine. But so my dad got me a telescope. I was 7 years old. So my dad got me a telescope, and we were outside trying to look for it. We looked exactly where they said that we would see it, and we never saw it. And then we started looking at some of the stars. And my dad pulled out a chart and told me, okay, well, this is such and such. So I zoomed in on it. And as I zoomed in on it, then all of a sudden 2 stars popped up. And then, so very carefully, we got it reset on one of them, zoomed in some more, and then 2 more popped up, like there were like 3. And then so the next day I was at school, asked the teacher who sent me to the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade science teacher, and he kind of gave me using a telescope's really hard, et cetera, et cetera. And then, like, you can get it off and this and that and the other. And then, so I just didn't care at that point. A few years later, a friend of mine had a telescope, and we were then trying to look again. And so then I realized as people were telling us where to look and how to look and reading the directions and everything like this, what people do is they look up at the stars and they say, oh, well, this one is such and such. And the next person standing next to them says, oh, this is such and such. So what I've decided, and maybe I'm not wrong on this, don't get me wrong, maybe there's just something I fundamentally don't understand about astronomy. I'll give you that right up front. But I think that what you find is 2 things. One is that these people, these mariners through the days of yore, they're not trying to put down their location to a mile or 10 miles or 100 miles. They're just trying to make sure that they haven't gotten too far out in the middle of the ocean. They're trying to stay up towards, say, like Greenland and Iceland rather than getting further down. And they had their books. So I think what they were doing was they were just pointing to a star. Yeah, this is it. This is it. And then, so was that exactly the star? Well, it really doesn't matter as long as you end up safe and at the other place. And the important thing was the chronometer, or the clock. The sextant and whatever else was less important. And my kind of meandering finishes up here by saying that every person that I thought when I was elementary school, middle school, high school, college, and even since then, who've always told me that they know a lot about astronomy, I then find a backwards way to find out how much telescope time they have. And the thing in common is most people have almost none. So when I would tell them the things I would see, they would be like, they really, I had more experience than they did, and is what I kind of deduced.
Well, a lot of people are pretenders. And just
Yeah, and then I watched a video about how you use the old books and everything to divinate your position, more or less, and what exactly it means. And I realized that there's a whole lot more art and a whole lot less science to any of it. And by the way, was that Matrix who jumped in there with us?
Yeah, I'm here listening, mate.
It was me, but yeah, Matrix is here too.
Yeah, we know all Australians sound the same, man. We know.
It was Magic Tricks.
Ooh.
Hey, at least I didn't say all Australians look alike.
No, I was just going to say I wasn't trying to cut whoever off that was. I thought that was Matrix, but my speaker isn't in full fidelity.
Matrix, did you see Haley's comment in '84 or whatever?
That white line when I was a kid.
What? Oh,
Got to see fuck all of it.
yeah. The thing, well, if you look at some of the old astronomy books, like from astronomers, that they would, we're talking like guidebooks and textbooks and practice books, how to actually do astronomy, written by astronomers for astronomers. They don't make a lot of the fucking claims that the people nowadays do. That what they write in like the best practices is way different than what people say today. They pretty much like, if the conditions are like this, don't do it. They used to measure the temperature of the telescope, measure the temperature of the air around the telescope. Freaking, they had a crazy procedure for even making an observation, and if there were any problems, they wouldn't even bother because they couldn't get reliable observations if the conditions weren't pretty much perfect.
Yeah, and those glass plates they used for the imaging were kind of expensive.
Yeah, that's probably a factor too. Yeah.
You got to get them made to a certain tolerance and quality. Then you got to get them, take them down to the local shop there and have them fix the image on there, and that's got to be done well and expensively. So yeah, they saved the telescope time for when they had excellent conditions only, because that shit was expensive.
Yeah, and the telescope, from the things I read about it, for what they wrote, they if the telescope was like too cold or too hot versus it, they wanted everything to be at like an equilibrium temperature, right? Because otherwise, the slight change in temperature, like say your objective lens at the end is one temperature and the other one at the other end it's another. It changes because of expansion and contraction of material with temperature. If you're making a very minute measurement that's in arc minutes, thermal expansion in micrometers will completely change the image that's projected at the other end of a freaking 9-foot long telescope. It'll be displaced by an immeasurable amount. So they looked for it wasn't just like what was external to the telescope, it was the telescope itself. And that's what, when I read that, it really blew me away. Like they put almost as much effort into evaluating the performance of the instrument than they did the external meteorological conditions. But they don't do any of that now. I'm sure they do it to some degree. I'm not gonna say they don't do anything, but it doesn't seem to be as important in modern astronomy is to make sure, hey, is my instrument even working correctly?
Yeah, they got computer controlled mirrors in there where they can make micro adjustments onto everything. So that has come a long way since the turn of the century, the 20th century.
Yeah, I mean, but you always need the calibration exemplar baseline, right? How do you know that's correct? Maybe you're calibrating it to an erroneous freaking standard. I can't like think of any more boring job than astronomer. Maybe security guard at a parking lot in the middle of freaking nowhere. That might be just as boring. It's almost the same job. One has a telescope, the other one doesn't.
Yeah, 100%.
I got you, Elijah. Sorry, I muted you because there was background noise.
Yeah,
They're
astronomers.
talking about go do mod abuse.
Don't report us, Elijah, please.
Yeah, no, I wasn't listening to the conversation. Just got free
Can you
moment
just
to actually
mute him
hop out
so
of
he
the-
can leave the VC peacefully?
How about we ban you and you can report mod abuse? How about that?
What?
Yeah, what?
Are you crazy? Why would
Oh
you say
no, it's
that?
visitor.
Rumor has it.
The voices in his head say he's okay.
That's right, and they're the only ones that matter. So
See, there's a problem when you mute someone and then they go to a different VC. They're still muted. So don't use server mute. Just kick them, or maybe
really?
use a bot command.
really? So it's like
Better to
even
Yeah.
that's weird, dude. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to say that. Yeah.
I'll try to avoid doing that then.
Yeah, we've got a mute command which just it's exclusive to this channel, so it voice and text suppresses them.
Oh,
from here.
So that's
Yeah.
awesome, man. Because now I can hit him with the newspaper, or I can hit him with the hammer. So that's awesome.
Yeah, if they get muted here, they probably deserve to be muted everywhere. Is the way I look at it.
Probably.
See, that's not probably. That's called mod abuse. Don't do that. Please don't do that.
It's not mod
No,
abuse.
no,
Okay, stop being a victim, dude. Cut it out.
Yeah,
I was a victim. Vegans literally muted me
You're
for
not
no
a
reason.
victim, dude. We're the victims of you guys' horseshit.
What?
It's us. We're the victims. You guys come in here and just say ridiculous things. We're the victims here.
Did I say something ridiculous?
The last time I talked to you, yeah.
Did I
Roll the
abuse
tape,
you?
Johnny. Dude, you guys love
roll
the
the
glow
tape.
so much. You guys just say like absurd things, and we're just supposed to sit here and let you rattle on with absurdities, and we're supposed to try to take you seriously. You listen. Don't take it personally though, because I think you're okay. I think you're pretty polite, but you have heard the other people that come in here, correct? Right, visitor?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not as polite as you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
No.
had people.
I
Come,
agree.
we had someone come in yesterday that was just god awful to everybody in the panel. On the panel, it was just uncalled for, you know. And the guy's got an upside down cross as his profile picture, and then he's sitting there crying to me like he's a victim after he sat there, attacked everybody on the panel, was just like calling everybody unemployable and whatever else he had, you know, in his holster. Talking about how poor everybody is because they're a
that's not-
flat earther. And
that's
it's like, yeah.
Again, that's not nice, and you have the right to mute
But he
them,
was a,
but don't use
but you
server
can tell, visitor, you're cutting me off. I was about to explain the last part of it, and he had a brand new account, so you know he'd been server muted probably before, and that he was coming into troll, and he's probably trolling different religious rooms because of his profile picture. You know, he's trying to trigger Christians, and you know what? You know, Christian or not, I don't approve of people trying to trigger people based on their beliefs. And I don't approve of people treating people with disrespect. And I'm not going to tolerate it. And you know what? If he's going to come back crying like, oh, poor me, I'm the victim, when he's going around harassing people and trying to get a negative reaction at everybody, you know, too bad, man. I told him, kick rocks, basically. You know, it's not
John?
my place to say or do you a favor. Yeah.
Was that character I less than Threesus?
See, I highly agree with you, whatever you said, but we can't be biased, right? Even though they are being shitty, we just can't do stuff that will basically, if they go to a different VC, they are still muted. So that's little bit
Well,
annoying. for
how
them.
about instead of crying about it,
Yeah,
they
you
act
can-
like
you can-
adults,
you can
not
throw
act
them-
like clowns in the first place, and very
No, no.
politely post up inside chat, apologies for being a douche, please unmute me, and the moderators will do
Yeah.
so. If they don't want to carry on like idiots in other channels, they don't want to carry on like idiots in here. If they do, they get railed across the board. Just don't
have
be a
a better
clown and you won't
option.
get hammered.
Yeah, you have a better option. You can just mute ban them for the server.
You got a
24
better
hours
option
ban.
too. Go and cry somewhere else.
Cry?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree
Now,
with you.
now you're
Visitor.
being
I
very polite,
understand.
right?
No. Well, I understand that people. I understand
Hello,
that people
guys.
have. Hello, how you doing? We're in the middle of a discussion, but you could bring up your point in just one moment, okay? How you doing, Harley? So, yeah, the point being is that if people are going to come in so rude, and it's obvious that they have a brand new account, we know they're a professional troll, right? I mean, you could infer so much. I mean, it's highly probable, that this person's a repeat offender when it comes to trying to trigger people, trying to start an argument, and disrupting a conversation. I would say that in that case, you might want them server muted. Now, if you would disagree with that assessment of mine, that I don't use it lightly. Now, server mute is just more convenient because you're not sitting there typing bot commands to try and server mute somebody just because their mic is they're hot miking in the chat. Now, if somebody says that and they're hot miking, obviously we're not going to allow them. Obviously, I'm going to send them a personal message and be like, hey, or tag them in the general chat and be like, yo, hop back in the room so I can unmute you. You know what I mean? In a situation like that, that's obviously the action I would take. But when it's somebody who's, like I said, a professional troll that's looking to ruffle people's feathers for no reason whatsoever, I would say, yeah, he's earned it. But otherwise, I would say your point is highly valid. We don't want people getting server muted and they can't go and speak in their normal VCs where they like to frequent. Yeah, I digress.
Yeah, thanks for acknowledging your point. End of the discussion. Thank you so much.
So who did we have waiting in the wind? Gone. Haley. Never mind. We got Doc Holiday on Deafin.
Yes. I guess my quick rant scared a bunch of people away. I don't want to get muted. That was a great history lesson. That was a great history lesson, Indio. I was definitely intrigued by that. And yeah, CJE's already gone. I was going to tell him it was a cool conversation to listen to. Yeah.
So in our back chat, we have a channel dedicated to the commands for the different places we're in India. But yeah, it's .FLA is the main command for all the sub commands. And then you got dash, right? So it's .FLA dash, and then you got mute, ban. There's a few others, yeah. But mute. That mute command, exclusively suppresses them from voice and text in this channel.
Holy moly! Yes. I shared 21 mutual friends with Hungarian King. Is that?
Yes, I've been having an unusually busy day at work today. Looks like I'll be having a few more of them. But yeah, man, this server's been awesome. How'd you guys make out today? Was it a lot of people, a lot of good conversations, or you've been here for most of it, T-Dub?
Been here for a few hours. Yeah, it's been all right.
Yeah, any repeat offenders?
Yeah. I like penguins.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, he was back to cry about his lack of evidence. Yeah, a lot of meta with that guy. I mean, he seems polite enough, but seems to dance around different subject matter and he doesn't really get to the point. He's really good at talking a lot.
That's Penguins. Talks about everything but what you asked.
He's like allergic to answering questions. It's like, oh, I can't do that. Doctor said don't do it. I would like to, and yeah, I heard
his lawyer.
Yeah, he's got his lawyer. Lawyer said I can't answer that, or I'm going to lose the argument. Ruga Peso, boy, that guy's got a lot riding on space being real, dude. So it's like his whole like life plan kind of like is riding on space being real. It's like, dude, I want to be an aerospace engineer and I want to work on stuff that's going to be going into outer space. So I need space to be real. This is my dream. I've been going to school for 5 years. So yeah, I mean, I feel bad for people like that who have like so much invested mental energy, on top of like just physical work and memorization, pointless facts that you're never going to need. Now the Earth is freaking a globe and outer space is fake. So yeah, I could sympathize.
It's a tough one. Isn't it ironic in what's the name of the series? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? So they like live in this sophisticated future. Like they've built this mega AI computer program, right? It's going to tell them the answers to life, the universe, and everything, right? They've already advanced enough that they should have been able to figure that out for themselves. Come on, man.
Oh, there was such a great ending. Yeah, that really was awesome. You guys destroyed the main thing that we designed. Oh, dude, that was great. That movie's hilarious.
That is like a total mockery of like the whole idea of like outer space and heliocentrism and all that. That's the way I see it now, like looking back on it in retrospect, yeah.
Yeah, there's some good ones. Some good Easter eggs out there. Boy, did you see the side chat last night? I mean, it was insane. We had like one person VC in, I forget who it was. I think it was AI Overlord talking to Shinro. And he had like a really good conversation. So that was great, right? But the stuff going on in the side chat, I mean, I was typing like, I don't even know, like 70 words per minute, like just going back and forth with a couple different people. But Heretic was just like hammering home some stuff. Over Fences was going to town. It was a great exchange. And then a Secret Agent Man came in, he started chipping in. It was great. Just the side
That's
chat.
what it was like. That's what it used to be like in the lobby in the home server, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It was amazing, and it was so fun. And, like, my first day in there, I was just like, "This is awesome, man!" And there were so many Glovers getting flat smacked left, right, and center, and I even chimed in. And my first day, I got a death threat, man, in my DMs.
You're like, I made it, Mom, I made it. I made it. I got a death threat in my DM.
Oh, it was classic, but man, it was so fun. It was just like that reminds, like, because the text would just scroll past so fast, you know. And it was constant, you know, like how we sort of get busy bits times and then lulls, you know. It wasn't like there was no lulls back then. It was just constant.
We got to come up with new, innovative ways to troll the general chat in here, because I know I already got some haters. They're like, oh no, it's you again, spamming the general chat. It's like, come on, just come talk to us. Tell us what you think. All the
I went in there,
love you.
tried to stir him up yesterday, and posted something, and got a couple of bites. One said they might come in another time, but I think a couple of people might have seen that and come in here because of that, maybe because there was a couple of people joined right after.
Yeah, it works, but I think like it has to be a rotation of like different people on the panel going in there and just like using their own, like, just, you know, hey, type up something that you think's gonna like either rile them up or like try and lure them in with friendliness, whatever it takes. But yeah, just get them in here having a conversation, see what they say. That way, it's like you always have content. You know, it's better than a music bot, even if it's just like someone coming in and just like saying some dumb stuff. You know, it would be better than just dead silence and everyone like, oh well, I hope someone comes in that's curious about it. You know, there's a lot of people that are in there. They might only be on, you know, once a month or something. Like hop on. Oh, you know what? I haven't been in the English Hub. Let me go check it out. The next you know, they see your message in general chat. But it's got to be like once, we got to have a cycle. Like, all right, who posted the message in general chat last? Like every like 20 minutes or 25 minutes or every half hour or whatever. Just throw one in there because the messages are coming like every second, you know. So it'll get lost in the sauce real quick. You know what? I'm going to go in there and just throw one up right now. Might as well not talk about it.
All right.
Where are you guys going to troll?
He's just going to put a comment in the general chat, see if he can attract some traffic in here.
Is that on the homepage?
Just sorry, in the general chat, in this server. So it's,
yeah, I see.
Yeah, you just scroll down a bit. Yeah.
Who was asking that?
Kingsley.
Oh,
Yep.
good. It's hard to recognize your voice, Kingsley. I was gonna be where you said, "Where are you trolling at?" I was gonna be your mom's basement, but I didn't know it was you. So,
oh, shots fired.
Zing.
You're getting a lot of people come back after they've spoken in the VC or had text chat interaction in here. Get them coming back, just slinging insults and telling us we're spreading misinformation and lies. So I just start asking them, "What's your proof of the globe?" Right, and I'll post what happened this morning with one guy. Right, where is it? Here we go.
it's a crazy idea. I just think it might work.
Yeah, that's what
Maybe.
happened. He's like, you guys get paid to spread these lies, right? You're asking a question. I said, what's your proof the Earth is a globe? And immediately he was like, never mind, have a good night. And he left.
That's funny.
Hey, Alpha, did you get a chance to hear Jaron and Witzett's debate at all?
I heard about it. It was spoken about before, so I mean, you know.
Yeah, same old shit. You can tell Jaron's obviously been paid off.
It's pure ass.
He's never been my
It's pure ass. It's
looking
nothing
into
real.
anything. He's like a cartoon character, bro. Like to me.
Yeah, for sure. I get it.
Holy cow, man! That lagged my phone out so bad I couldn't even like click anything. It was just like, so the way the general chat room works is like when you first signed in. So I signed in at like 12 noon, because I got booted out real quick. So I signed back in at like 12 noon my time, East Coast, U.S. And yeah, all the messages that went through general chat were still chilling for me to like read through them. So it was just like bogging my phone down. I was like, holy crap. But yeah, I got to make sure I kind of keep up to speed on that so I don't get bogged down with that. But yeah, I usually do general chat, chill chat, and serious chat. If I'm going to spam the chat, I'll do it like that. So I'll hit all three of them.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, Kingsley, check me out on Rumble too, man.
Sweet.
It's gonna be tied into the. It's gonna be tied into the Twitter stream. So as soon as we go, Rumble has something called Rumble Studio, and it allows you to multi-stream. So we'll be multi-streaming when we go live on Rumble.
Oh, sick. It's going to be awesome. Are you all set up now? Like your studio and stuff?
Yeah, pretty much, man. We're gonna take care of find some details, and we got the panel going. So we're gonna we're gonna try to hammer out as many episodes as we can tomorrow. Then yeah, we're gonna talk with the
Is it going to be
guys.
Is it going to be live?
What's that?
It'll be
Yeah,
live.
yeah.
Sweet.
Like right now, you could see what I look like and what CB and Flatloyd look like. We're on the first stream. It's already up right now, so
That's on Rumble.
yeah.
Do you have a link?
Yeah, he posted it in the side chat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I don't know how long it's been. It might have been a minute. Say,
Yeah, I
can you can you post it for him, please? I'm on the move.
Yeah, no
right now.
problem.
Thank you.
I'll post it up. I haven't even gone to, because I have to log into my Rumble account, so I haven't even done that. So that's why I saved it. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do that when I get done, because I had a bunch of work to do today. So I was on the move. I think this is it.
Yeah.
Frontline Unfiltered, right?
Hell
That's
yeah.
correct.
Thanks, brother.
No doubt, man.
Yeah, appreciate you, Kingsley. Yeah, for your support. Yeah.
Yeah, man. For sure.
Anybody who supports our streams, man, we give mad love to. You guys are awesome. Yeah, like comments and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, appreciate all that stuff.
Yeah, Rumble's been weird for me, man. I've tried to upload. I only have like a couple videos on my YouTube. So I tried to reload them up on Rumble, and it just wouldn't let me upload the videos. I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I've had the account for a while, so it's kind of strange. Rumble doesn't like me. They're trying to trick me into getting premium.
Yeah, we got a fire panel, so we should be running through the topics.
I always find it interesting to when you listen to somebody for a long time and then you actually see what they look like. It's always interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to adjust your monitor, dude. I'm brown.
Nice.
I remember the first time I met Jake the Asshole, I was like, holy crap, I expected you to be much taller. He's
You
very
catfish,
short.
don't expect me to look like me.
Yeah, it's weird how your mind like pictures people just by their voice. It's always interesting.
Well, no, I just saw him on screen for so long. I'm like, yeah, he's a normal size, probably average height dude. And then, run into him. He's like 5'4" or something. It's like, holy moly, man.
Well, that's why. I mean, should we really lean on globe earthers? You know what I mean? Because what you're speaking to right now is our need and necessities to fill in gaps and imagine. Like, we can't just hear the voice as is and accept it as a voice. We have to add a whole animation to it, don't we?
Yeah, it's crazy. I always find that so interesting. It's like our nature to imagine. That's like how the ballers end up where they do.
Jedi actually looks more like I pictured him now that he has his head shaved. I seen him the other day.
Yeah.
Elijah's just saying that because every time he speaks, people notice that he's, like dark skin, and they start like, "What are you saying, bro?" Like, they start acting like they don't comprehend English. He gets that a lot.
Yeah, if he's got some good-looking people in it, man, that's for sure.
They only act like they don't know what I'm saying because, they think I'm white by my voice, but they assume, like, they diss me from my icon. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, I can't even understand what you're talking about. What's that? A chinchilla chin strap on your chin? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I meant the chinchilla chin strap.
It's your Diego mustache and your greasy hair.
So Frontline Unfiltered there, AV. What's the story? No beard, no entry?
Yeah.
Listening to that, song. Listen to that
Yeah,
song by
Beard.
the Beards. You ever hear that band?
Yeah.
You ever hear that band? If your dad doesn't, they're called the Beards. All of their music is about having a beard. If you guys haven't heard them, check them out. They're pretty hilarious.
Yeah, beard equals base. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we got to fix sound issues. It should be ironed out by this stream. So we just wanted to get one episode out. We're anxious to do that. And we hope to build up a steady audience in locals, and in probably we're going to open up the Discord to have like very diverse chats. on multi-faceted topics. So all your critical thinking's gonna pay off, dude. I'm telling you.
Hello.
Welcome.
What?
What brings you to the chat?
Nothing. He just ran.
I gotta check my notifications. I probably got a bunch of people giving me the finger and saying a bunch of crazy things.
Are you a popular guy now, or what? Because you're hanging with
No,
us.
as soon as I started spamming the general chat, the serious chat, and the chill chat in this server, because there's so many members, you got all the trolls. There's like, and all the young teens and stuff, just like hitting you up, calling you all types of names and stuff. They'll DM you and be like, say whatever.
Yeah.
Especially if you're friendly. Like, oh, this guy's nice. What's wrong with him? Why are you being so friendly? Yeah, Matrix. That guy Shinro. It was you and Radwin. I think it was 2 mornings ago. We're talking to him and his buddy at the same time. Those are the guys where you're trying to like explain why the gravity equations meant nothing compared to reality, and how there was no scientific method used in trying to come up with the explanation why gravity is the causation, right? And AI had like a brilliant conversation with him yesterday, and Heretic and I were in the side chat just going ham with like a couple of globies that were spiraling. I think it was that guy Reggie that you were talking to. Heretic, it was Reggie, and what was the other guy?
Regis
What was the other
something or
guy's
other.
name?
Yeah, he's a serial pest.
Yeah, Reggie, and what was the other guy's name? Genius. Yeah, Reggie and Genius. Total opposite of
Did you see
Genius.
what Reggie said about Kansas being flatter than the ocean?
Be right back.
So
Oh yeah, that's right. Reggie was saying that the ocean's not flat because of waves, right?
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah.
Then he
was
said that
hilarious.
Kansas is flatter than it. So Kansas is flatter than a pancake. The ocean is obviously flatter than Kansas. He would have to deny every flat thing in existence, so he's doing the Bev thing.
Oh, dude, I heard Bev for the first time having a conversation, and I mean, he just brings like unreasonable to a totally new level.
But that's standard.
I just can't even.
Like, the ocean would have to be like the most perfectly smooth, flat thing out there, even with the waves and tides. Because what Kansas here has a flatness of 0.999 or something, right? Super, super flat. Well, the ocean would be much flatter because Kansas has an elevation range of, I don't know, 4,000 feet, 3,400 feet, something like that. The ocean obviously has much less than that, and it's much larger. So,
well, you can't even
variation.
You know what the problem?
Horizontal would be almost nothing. It'd be like the most smooth, flat thing there is, and so they would have to deny every flat thing, basically.
Well, you know what it is? It's a constantly evolving thing. It's like you can't say like, oh, because there's swells today. There's like no swells tomorrow, dude. There's no swells 3 hours from now. Like, what are you talking about? Waves. It's like they're not going to be there soon. Like,
Well, they say
it's
that their
nuts.
ball, with all the topography scaled down to the size of a cue ball, is going to be the most perfect, smooth, round cue ball that there is. Well, I mean, the same thing with the oceans. Well, they are actually flat, not curved. If you scaled them down, that would be the most perfect, smooth, flat thing.
Yeah, you can't win when people are like not going to go beyond thought experiments and trusting the Google. You know what I mean? It's like, well, if you're not going to think about that, if you're not going to go out and do any like real observations, or you're just going to hand wave away any observations that you do see or that you could do on your own, right? So basically, they'll see like they'll see that 10-mile observation, the black swan, and then they'll hand wave that and automatically say, well, okay, well, if I see any 10-mile observation, I'm going to hand wave that one too. So even if they went out and reproduced it, like, just like a typical Matthew Learns type, it's going to do the same thing. It's like, refraction. I think refraction perfectly explains it. It's like, no matter what counter data or counter argument you bring forth, the guy's just bricked. He's not going to look at it. So
It's just going to excuse it.
yeah, I mean, but that's pure religion, and it means they don't want to accept that fact. Doesn't change the fact that it is.
Well, it doesn't align with what they already believe, so they just rationalize it away, obviously.
I forget what they said, but it's like, he's like, when Neil deGrasse says, oh, that's like this high up, like what, I forget what high altitude the Red Bull jump was done at. What was the alleged altitude of the Red Bull jump?
128,000 feet.
Okay, so you got the Go Fast rocket, right? The Go Fast rocket's alleged altitude, once it stopped ascending, was 380,000 feet, and that shot showed completely flat as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it was. You had the barrel distortion and stuff. You had the lensing effects, but if that was an accurate altitude, I mean, come on, guys. When are you supposed to see it? You know what I mean?
They usually tell us from a plane. Which isn't anywhere near any of those, obviously.
Yeah, did you see the part of? Did you see the part of the back and forth we had going on yesterday in text chat where Genius was saying that eclipses prove that the Earth is a ball, right? And I said to him, I was like, well, if the sun is above the flat Earth and the moon is above the flat Earth, and two of them are both, I think like what was it? It was sporadic brought to my attention that and I did double check it. The Blue Origin launch, you saw the moon in the shot out of the window at a certain point in the video. And I got a timestamp, but I got to find that timestamp so I have it in my back pocket. But the moon was over Japan, and the Blue Origin was over New Mexico with the
Where's
sun.
the curve?
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. Exactly. How are you going to have both? But how are you going to have both bodies above the flat surface? Is the point? You know what I mean? Now, yeah, somebody could try and write it off, but you see the flat horizon out the window. So it's like they really got no leg to stand on there. It would have had to have been on the other side of the ball. Oh yeah, the moon refracted up.
Well, then you definitely can't pin the moon down to any definite position if they did that. It's refracted all over the place. It looks different, like wildly different for everybody. Well, who knows where they would go? Probably refraction.
I think that's actually what's happening with some of the conditions of the way we observe the luminaries. There's some type of refractive effects that are being observed from our perspective. Because there's multiple mediums in the way. And
So
you're
it's a-
as the observer in your medium, in the medium that you're in, plus the mediums above and whatever layers between those mediums. Yeah, refraction.
So it's a globe refracted to look like it's a flat Earth with a moon above it.
Nah, nothing to do with a globe. It's just the ground that we're standing on that is not curving, not a globe. And
Yeah, no, it's
whatever we're looking at, it's giving it's giving the observations that we're observing. And it's almost like, I don't know, we're looking to some type of plasma screen bubbles.
no, I don't know, man. It must be a globe with refraction. That's
If
why it looks
anybody
like
has any bright
that
ideas,
must be why.
yeah. If anybody's got any bright ideas for, I call it globe chum. You're gonna go and spam the chat, the different chats here in the English Hub general area. Think of something kitschy, you know. I mean, I know starting an event usually gets some people flowing in, but yeah, I think everyone's tired of my my different lures. So maybe seeing a new face in there will draw some more people in. Maybe do like a hot chick profile pic, someone as like just some bait. That might work. Might get some thirsty young lads in here talking about flat Earth with us.
They'll come either way. Don't worry. They're having ladies' night in politics right now, so I can't talk. It's torture.
Oh, the ladies do a good job.
I
It's an
know.
enjoyable show.
It's just tough when I have to muzzle myself, you know, so I had to come here.
I feel like I'm on guard, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to protect something precious. Hey, Mike, are you around? Are you working?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, welcome Web3D. Welcome.
How you guys doing?
Pretty fun day on the flat Earth.
What is the topic?
Flat Earth.
And it's flat?
Yeah.
Okay. What we're doing now?
Discussing the flatness and coaching people, providing therapy, if you will, to people who deny it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think?
How does it affect us?
You live on it, so I guess it probably has all sorts of effects on you.
What kind of effects? Because I really not educated in that topic.
Being born would be one of those effects. Because without the Earth,
What?
that couldn't have happened.
Again, sorry.
Being born would have been one of those effects.
No, but everyone thinks that the Earth is a sphere. Okay, let's say that it's a fact that it's flat. How does it affect us as human beings right now?
You won't be so easily manipulated. You'll be less gullible. And less susceptible
Manipulated.
to,
Manipulated in what way?
what? Oh,
In what
believing
way?
that you live on a pineapple or a pretzel or a triangle or a ball or something stupid like that.
Okay, so it's flat. I'm with it. But what now? What it means about us as human beings? What it means about the galaxies, the stars, space in general, and I don't know other stuff.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
About
rethink
life,
all that
reality.
stuff. Yeah, you're gonna have to rethink all of that now.
So everything is basically fake.
Well, no, it's just that your understanding of it's all going to be messed up if it was based on a globe that doesn't exist.
Okay, so now it's flat, which means that everything basically we know is, humans is fake or not true. I don't know if they lied about it or really didn't know that we live in a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Does it mean necessarily that we live in simulation, that we are, in control of some kind of species or something like that? Or it's basically the same theory of the Big Bang that, we just have a flat Earth?
Yeah, so what it changes is that you might realize you actually have no clue where you are, really, or what this is. So you got to rethink it all. All the stories that you had handed to you about what it is, they can't be true if they're based on a globe and there's no globe. So now it's like, where am I?
So where we are?
Yeah, flat Earth.
Okay, and more than that, where we are?
There.
I'm trying to get the therapy that you just said, because I really don't know if the Earth is sphere or flat. I never saw it by myself or understood the math behind it. I'm not a mathematician, so I'm trying to understand.
It's a mysterious place, my friend. All the answers are unattainable. There's parts of it that you just can't know. There's parts of it you can know. There's parts of it you believe that others know about that just are unknowable. So
Okay,
it's about
so
weeding through all
beside the part that
okay, go
we
ahead.
don't know, what we do know.
Well, we know it's not curving. And we know that others, because we know it's not curving and we know it's a contained system, right? We know that gas needs a container in order for us to have gas pressure, right? Because of those two facts, it's highly unlikely that anybody's ever gotten outside of the container. Because if they did, whatever's out there wouldn't be held out there anymore. And something would have to be getting in or getting out, one or the other. Gas pressure, we'd be losing gas pressure or we'd be gaining something. That's outside.
So we basically a fish tank?
I mean, for lack of a better analogy,
Okay.
That seems like it would be analogous
a little bit feels like we are prisoners in this Earth.
Or we have a place that's would be like the only place where this could happen. So instead of looking at it one way as you're a prison, you're a prisoner in this realm, you might just be, in a sanctuary, right, for life. That could be another way of looking at it rather than a prison.
Do you think humans should leave Earth?
Not if you can't survive, and not if you can't get out. I mean, how would you leave if you can't get out, right? And I mean, it's a
So
big enough area for, and there's
if we
enough.
live in a flat Earth, it necessarily means that we can't live.
I mean, that would be speculative, but I mean, you could ask for like personal opinions, and I mean, it would just be based on speculations, right? We can't go and get the data and base that data on anything in reality. It's just kind of a fun little thought experiment. Depends
Okay,
on
so
what you
basically
consider to be fun.
all the Hubble telescope and I don't remember what the name of the new one is.
The James Webb.
Yeah, the James Webb telescope. Basically, it's fake, or they just passed through some satellites and stuff like that.
I'll let somebody else jump in since I've been talking for a while. Anybody else want to jump in and talk about the James Webb or the Hubble and answer this gentleman's question on that? I mean, I could say for sure that there's nothing in actual that actually left the confines of this place, right? So whatever images they're getting, that's all up for speculation whether or not it's actually like real imagery. So
you say we can't put satellites and telescopes outside the atmosphere of Earth?
yeah, I mean, even that term is kind of not really, just big. It's disingenuous, right? In its creation or like in its origin. Yeah, like
it feels like a little bit dark to swallow, if that's the truth. So to swallow the truth, and it just like I said, it feels like we kind of experimental prisoners or something like that,
Or it's a sanctuary for life. I mean, look at all the beautiful creatures. Look at the beauty of this place, right? I mean, think about the most positive experiences you've ever experienced. I mean, that would not be attainable without this space, right?
No, it's a beautiful prison. That's
well,
for sure.
You could call it a prison. I mean, if you don't fly, right? If you can't fly by your own means, you'd have to create some type of technological craft that's going to take you somewhere, in the air. I mean, this place has plenty, it has so much abundance that no one should have a want for anything, all of the evil comes from this need, so to consider it a prison, I mean, I would consider it a gift. I mean, you have the ability to love and be loved and take care of things, right? And be a good person. You have all of these things within your realm of choice. Without this place, none of that is even an option. So yeah, of course you have the option to be a great person or be a jerk. And other people have those same options, right? But without this place, there's no options, So I wouldn't consider it a prison. I would consider it a gift. That's just it depends on the lens you're looking at life through, right?
Yeah.
It's based on you.
Okay, I partially agree with that. There is a lot to thanks for, but I think, for my opinion, that must be some purpose, and I'm not saying about individual purpose. I'm saying about a species. It can be done by accident. The flat Earth and the trees and the animals and stuff like that.
What can be done by accident?
The creation. Talking about the creation, about everything, life, even before life. Even stars without life is something that can be by accident.
Can you demonstrate this in any way?
Yes, of course. You can see, for example, let's say the how I say it in English. I'm trying to translate it, so try to be patient with me. The not the galaxy. Wait, let me translate it. So I will say it.
Universe.
Do you speak? What do you speak? Spanish?
No.
Okay.
1 second. I just translate it.
I was saying if you were gonna say words in Spanish, I
Okay.
can translate
Okay.
that for you.
So if we look about the solar system, yeah, about the sun, the moon, Earth, and Jupiter and stuff like that. Even without life, this is a perfect masterpiece. That everything is aligned with each other, and if the moon was a little bit far away, or the sun will be a little bit different, or something like that, everything should collapse. So even without life,
No, you're not giving me
about
what I'm asking for.
the abstract of the creation, there is even this can be by accident. This is not something that random.
Sorry, my friend, you're not answering my question. Maybe I didn't ask you correctly. Maybe you didn't understand. I'm asking you for a demonstration of this happening, not a story.
What do you mean a demonstration about this happening?
Point to it happening in the natural world.
Nobody knows. They talk about there is
That's my
theory,
point.
like the Big Bang and stuff like that.
Kind of my point. You're just making this up without any kind of reference to anything that you can point to, apart from when you asked the question, how did everything get here, with the idea that the universe sprang into existence from nothing and then the solar system was created through, in your opinion, happenstance. It's an accident. It just so happened. I just asked you to point to this happening in the natural world so we can base the idea on something that's actually happening. At the moment, it's just a creation mythology.
Yeah, no, my opinion that the theory is false. I don't think that things can happen by random explosions and stuff like that.
So what did you try and give me an example then?
I don't have any example. Just by my own experience on Earth, I can say that I think there is engineering behind the scene.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, absolutely. So if the Earth is in a sphere that orbits around the Sun and is flat and stationary and easier termed as the floor of the universe and everything, like the sun, moon and stars reside above us and in motion, and we ask the question how that was created, do we come up with, well, that was an accident? Cool, aren't we lucky that that system came into existence? Or is there more of a purpose if the system is intelligently created?
Hey, real quick, Jedi, I was listening on YouTube, and I think you might be misunderstanding him. He was saying this couldn't be an accident, not that it can be an accident.
Yeah, no, I definitely did misunderstand them.
Yeah, I say it couldn't be an accident.
Okay, then that's my fault, and I misunderstood you.
That's cool.
But in that case, then you're correct. No, the system that's flat and stationary can't be an accident. It's most definitely intelligently created.
So, do you guys think it's a religion issue or something that beyond?
What do you mean by religion issue? I don't want to misunderstand you again. So, what do you mean by that?
If you know what is what most of the religions talking about, they talk about intelligent being called God that created the earth and human beings and stuff like that.
Yeah, monotheistic religions do. So it's one of the oldest questions, right? What is where we are, and how did it get here, and what is our purpose for being here?
And what do you guys do to reveal the truth from your own perspective?
What with regards to the Earth? and what it is. You say what we guys try to prove. What you mean, flat earthers, right?
No, not to prove, to reveal the truth. Because right now nobody knows what the fuck just happened and what is happening and what will be. So I think that the consciousness and the mindset of humans as general is changing. People become more aware, asking questions that most of the people, in history wouldn't dare to ask, right? If you go 1,000 years ago, people will hang you, in the city or something like that because you're talking about Earth. If it's flat or sphere, it doesn't matter. So my question is, how do you see yourself from your own perspective and other people, following the truth that if the Earth is flat, so the Earth is flat. If someone created us, some intelligent being, so we want to know what he wants, right? Why is that?
This is sorry for that. This all starts to become very personal when you start trying to ask, what is our perspective? When each individual has their own individual perspective when they're asking questions about God. It's a very personal thing. Yeah, there are religions that you can follow, but I would suggest that most flat earthers are very skeptical of anything that's man-made. Anything that's got the fingerprint of man on it, you should definitely have a question about it. However, I will say it's quite hard to pigeonhole flat earthers because we come from a vast range of ethnic backgrounds and religious backgrounds across the earth, right? It's not just Christians, it's Muslims as well, Asians, all different types of people from across the earth. So it's more of a personal question. Some people don't really look necessarily at the next stage, right, asking that particular question about, how was everything created then? Some flat earthers don't go down that road. So it's quite hard to generalize that type of thing.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Anyone else want to give his opinion? His perspective?
Like he said, the first mission, I guess, if there is a mission that's a solid or not on a globe, right? So now, what is it? And that might be a matter of interest. The second thing is not to try to speculate or that as a belief rather than. And so, or whatever your religious stance might be, that falls. Not to say one's not, none of them are true, but was right. So that with beliefs, when that's what gets into this mess, the belief about the globe. You know what I mean?
Kind of. I don't think any religion said that the Earth is sphere.
That's
true, right?
There are some Greeks who had this idea about perfect plutonic solids, and they had the idea that a sphere was the perfect shape. They saw lots of spheres in the sky, so had the idea that the Earth, being God's creation and the most perfect thing, would obviously be a sphere. So there is some ancient ideas that the Earth was a sphere.
By the way, I have another question. We know that the Earth is flat because we don't believe the science or the facts or whatever that's saying that it's a sphere, or because we have facts that is flat?
It's flat because it measures that way. We measure the Earth to be a horizontal plane. Mean sea level is the horizontal reference datum of the Earth, where we get altitude and depth from. That mountain is 5,000 meters above sea level. The submarine is 500 foot below sea level, for example. That sea level is horizontal. Water, all fluid, when contained and at rest, lays horizontal upon the surface. So that's how we know the Earth is flat.
Okay. I don't familiar with these measurements, but I trust you.
Mm-hmm. I can show you the laser tests and practical use of a horizontal if you want.
If you can send in chat, it will be good.
Yeah, I'll drop some of that stuff in a bit.
So what is the reason that governments want to make us believe that it's a sphere?
Oh, my friend, I don't know. And I don't even know if it's governments. We've got some stupid people in control, and they don't know as much as you or I. They still turn to the scientists, quote unquote, for their reference, or they turn to their authority, whoever that is. But governments, people in governments lie all the fucking time. Right? At the moment, we've got a prime minister in the UK who's lying because he gets suits and fashion bought for him by one of his donators, which is going through our news system at the moment. So politicians, governments, they lie all the time. Depends who's giving them a fatter wallet, for example. Corruption's everywhere, dude. Why?
That's
It's just-
shameful.
Yeah.
That's shameful. People don't have trust in governments and politicians.
Yeah.
Until they got the wallets and the watches, the gifts.
People are very easily swayed. Sometimes they seem to be the arbiters of our morals or our ethics or our laws or how we should act socially and so on. When you peel back the curtain, we know every day that we've got problems with our individual politicians and people who run governments, which change from time to time. Right?